Hey everyone. Hope you're all doing well. We're all about bringing high-quality web novel audiobooks to life, and most of our content is completely free to enjoy. Just a quick note, web novels and web novel audiobooks aren't the same thing. Simply reading a novel out loud doesn't always make for a great listening experience. That's why I go through multiple rounds of rewriting and careful editing for every chapter to make sure the narration flows naturally and immerses you in the story, just like reading it yourself. These audiobooks are not just direct copies of the original novels. I've adapted them for a smoother, more engaging experience. And to be fully transparent, these adaptations are made for commercial purposes, so some chapters are paid content. But don't worry, this process is fully copyright compliant. I do all of this because I truly love web novels and audiobooks. I'm a huge fan, and this story is one of my personal favorites. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: I Am a Legendary Boss audiobook, Versatile Mage starting with the White Tiger Pendant, Naruto the Wind Calamity, the Necromancer is amassing troops like crazy in the apocalypse, the mighty dragons are dead, Naruto, leader of Hidden Grass Village, Naruto Uchiha's Unserious Saga, your lord has a screw loose, Apocalypse I can see the health point bar, killing monsters drops loot, Starsea Fleet Age of the Lord, my monster fuses everything, Naruto, I traveled with a max level account, Fate in Bleach Unlimited Blade Works, killed for 100 years in Hueco Mundo, Aizen invited me to Soul Society, the world conquest giving birth to become a god, my master only breaks through on the edge of death, Bleach the Invincible Slacker from Rukongai, Naruto's Special Shop, One Piece the strongest female pirate cruise, Reborn as Danzō's grandson, must I offend the entire ninja world, Naruto starting with snatching the Mangekyo Sharingan, Naruto Card King, in Hueco Mundo with Shindu template, Naruto the Hidden Danzō, my journey as fourth Kusagakure, Naruto Troublesome Ninja Haruto, Naruto the Hyuga Mastermind, Bleach the strongest Shinigami, Bleach the 5th Division Captain, Fate Ultimate Antagonist, Fate of DXD, Fate I Heard After Death, you can ascend to the throne of heroes, Fate DXD Archer Reborn, Fate beginning with Type Moon, a Berserk Heart, Fate Grand Order Insert, One Piece take the Uchiha clan to the Grand Line, One Piece don't worry, I'm a doctor, building harem and dungeon with monster girls, DXD, Multiverse the day-to-day life of the Sephiroth hero, I'm the bad guy but heroines are obsessed with me, in Naruto, I have an affair with Mikoto and Kushina, many children bring happiness, a shameless start, Naruto Reborn with a Tenseigan, Naruto sleeping invincible, One Piece, life choice ask me to kiss marine goddess Hina, reborn as the genius son of the richest family, start by eating jacket fruit model, jacket human devil fruit, the days of being the richest man in the ninja world, the Witcher and Madara Uchiha, villain I possess the dragon Yang Dao physique, all saintesses turns into villainesses, all beautiful girls want to stick with me, interdimensional farming in another world, Naruto from Hidden Leaf Village to One Piece, and more. Most of our content there is free, and it's the best place to follow and support our work. The default audio speed is set to 3x, but if that's too fast for you, just let me know, I'm happy to adjust it. Got a favorite web novel you'd love to hear as an audiobook? Drop a suggestion. I'm always open to new ideas. And don't forget to follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X for the latest updates, new releases, and behind-the-scenes content. Thanks so much for your continued support and happy listening. Chapter 1, Maang. It is said that danger is always accompanied by opportunity, just like a big bowl of chicken soup fed to practitioners in the framework of success. Maang had reasons to believe that he would die sooner or later from the chicken soup because the danger in his body had been clearly shown. Maang was an electrician, the kind that operated high-voltage power, and it could be said that he didn't like his job. The salary wasn't bad, he could consider himself as the high-income group in the eyes of others, it's just that no one knew how hard this job was. The country had been experiencing heavy snowfall lately, and many power grids located in mountainous areas had been the target. Early this morning, Maang's team was instructed to immediately make emergency repairs to one of the power grid that had been covered by snow in the mountains. There was no way he could refuse this job. Once the instruction came out, they had to be in place, so Maang and his team rushed to the mountain and ready to devote themselves to the intense repair. He climbed the tower with his workmates to get on the insulator strings and do the last stage of unblocking. On the freezing cold high-voltage tower, hunting cold wind sweeping like goose feather. And the snow roared, blowing on the face as if the knife had cut the face with a great force, made every movement became harder and required a lot of physical exertion. Maayang waved his sore arms and took off his frosty mask to catch his breath when suddenly a strong gust of wind came. Maayang's feet became airborne as he fell downwards under the effect of gravity. The sharp angle iron cut off the safety harness and seat belt attached to his body. Even with double safety, he couldn't withstand the call of death. The whole world began to spin, and the moment his consciousness disappeared, 1,000 images from his childhood flashed through his mind. Dark, cold, and isolated, this was a monotonous and desperate place. With sharp, piercing pain running through the nerves, making people reluctant to stay here for a moment. Suddenly, bright light like a cobweb ripped through the sky, and Maayang woke up from his sleep. What is this place? Maayang suddenly woke up, pressed his forehead, and sat up only to find himself lying on a spacious wooden plank bed, covered with a thin blanket of inferior fabric, rough like sackcloth, and very uncomfortable. It was a small cabin, a room with more than a dozen square feet wide. Inside the room was very simple living furniture such as tables, chairs, and bed cabinets. The white walls were untouched, and the exposed wooden pillar beams were looking primitive. Of course, no electrification equipment was found. Then, some kind of calendar caught his attention, and when he looked at the year and month, he was frozen. A year he had never seen before. Wait a minute. Obviously, I fell off the tower, so I should be in the hospital, but why am I here? With his many years of experience reading novels, the possibility of crossing over in such a situation was extremely high. Moreover, when he observed his surroundings, it looked like he had traveled to a world with underdeveloped technology. As he gently patted his chest with his hand, he realized that his hand was small, and so were his arms and legs. That's right, his body had shrunk down, he looked like he was only 12 or 13. If there was any doubt before, he was now 100% sure that he had crossed over. Thinking back at the countless crossover novels he had read before, a scene flashed through his mind like a movie. The joyful sense full of anticipation of a majestic and murderous protagonist didn't appear, and his heart was left with nothing but confusion. Surrounded by empty walls, this deployment doesn't seem to be what I thought it would be. Just when Maayang was immersed in his thoughts, a creak was heard, the wooden door opened, and a black shadow flew in from outside the room like a squirrel. In a blink of an eye, the shadow was right in front of Maayang. He only saw a blur, and before he could react, his hand was held by another cold and delicate tiny hand. "Senior brother, finally you're awake, my father and I have been worried sick." A sweet voice filled with joy was heard. Soon, a delicate little face leaned in front of Maayang. She was an adorable girl with dark green hair that was slightly curl, the length of her hair was just above her ear flaps. She looked delicate and lovely with a ribbon tied up at the end of her hair. Her fair face was small, and the eyebrows were curved like willow leaves. Her two turquoise-green pupil eyes were fluttering and full of spirit. She looked young, probably only 11 or 12 years old. "Baby." Maayang looked at the girl in front of him as he blurted out her nickname. But, as soon as he finished speaking, he was stunned. Who was this girl, and why did he call her baby? Maayang frowned, his subconscious seemed to know the girl in front of him. Could it be the memory of this body itself? Mixia's small mouth curled up into satisfaction when she heard Maayang called her, "Senior brother, I told you not to call someone by their nicknames. Why did you do that again?" Sorry." Maayang apologized, but a cloud of doubt surfaced in his heart. He needed to take some time to gather his thoughts properly. "Senior brother, is your body alright?" Seeing that Maayang didn't respond for a while, Mixia exclaimed again worriedly. Her whole body was leaning over at the edge of the bed, and her little face looked at him with great concern. "I'm fine, just a little dizzy." Maayang waved his hand, not knowing what to say. Luckily, the little girl in front of him didn't seem to think much about it. She was easily brushed off by Maayang's fabricated reason. After talking for quite some time, Maayang finally figured out who he was now. It turned out that his current name is also Maayang, and he's only 13 years old. He's a disciple of a martial arts school called Heavenly Sky School. The little girl in front of him is his junior sister, Mixia, who was 2 years younger than himself and had just celebrated her 11th birthday. Speaking of the Heavenly Sky School, this school was considered a middle school in the martial arts world. It was said that it was once a glorious school for several generations. However, as time changed, new people had been replaced by old ones. The school had now fallen, with only a dozen or so disciples joining the school. It could be said that Mixia was very proud of the Heavenly Sky School. In her description, Heavenly Sky School was a big school with over a dozen disciples. The current headmaster was her father. But from the description of only a dozen or so new disciples, Maayang knew that this was just a school that had fallen away. There wasn't much useful information plundered from Mixia. Mixia herself was just a young girl and didn't know much information. There was no way for her to know about the current pattern of the world. Like how many strong people there were, the approximate population, or how many countries it has and so on. Father had said, not to overdo it when it comes to training, but you just won't listen. Mixia looked like a young adult with a straight face, but a twinkle in her eye and a delicate heart. By the way, I'm going to tell Father about this. You've pulled off a lot of homework in the last few days, and had suffered from it. The little girl came and went very fast. Yang still wanted to ask her more about other things, but she was like an agile little cat rushing out to the door and disappeared in a blink of an eye. Even the wooden door was still creaking and swinging because of how fast she was. Yang stared at Mixia's distance back and took a deep breath. That was fast. That speed got even a former track athlete wasn't a match to her? Could it be that I was wrong about this Heavenly Sky School? Who knows, maybe with only a dozen or so disciples, it was actually a hidden gem school. This world seems to be a world where martial arts exist. Looking at Mixia's flexible demeanor just now, I'm afraid that the people in this world aren't weak. Yang sorted out the limited information he got from Mixia. A trace of worry flashed in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Getting down from the bed, Yang walked out of the room and found a sizable courtyard outside. The yard was about 50 square feet, with rows of wood stacked flush in an open space on one side. There was an outdoor single-port stove, covered by a piece of mat. There was a group of stone stumps of different sizes in the center, not so small as if they were used to exercise. The ground is very compact, but scattered with more than a dozen pits about 30 centimeters wide, which looked like the smashed-out stone mound caused it. It looked like a hard-worker person owned this place. Yang sought to approach those stone mounds, then picked one of the medium-sized ones, ready to test his strength. Since he had came to this world, he had to make sure that he had the ability to defend himself. As he raised the handle of the stone mounds, a trace of surprise appeared in his face. It's not that it wasn't heavy, but it was lighter than what he was expecting. Yang's eyes lit up, and he tried to lift more. He actually lifted the entire stone mound with one hand. Looking at the size of this stone mound, it was probably around 40 or 50 pounds. He was able to lift it with one hand. Could it be that the physical strength of the children in this world was so good? Yang secretly speculated, and his heart couldn't help but overflow with shock waves. Try again. He put his palm against the stone mound, then increased his strength, the veins on the back of his hand exposed, and threw it upwards with great force. He saw the 70 to 80 kilograms of stones being easily flung upwards. It even flew more than 10 feet in height before they began to fall under the effect of gravity. With a bang, the large stones landed right in the middle of a large pit not far away, raising a cloud of smoke and dust. Yang was dumbfounded upon seeing what happened, and a surprise rolled in his heart. Judging from the impact of the stone mounds falling, the gravity of the mound was solid. It wasn't the looked heavy but actually light kind of stone mound. This body has so much strength. Yang was surprised. He knew that he had not exerted his full strength just now. There was still some reserved strength, but even so, the strength he had just used was capable of easily throwing up about 40 to 50 pounds of stones. This was something he had never dared to think of before. As expected, this body wasn't ordinary. Could it be this was the effect of martial arts training in this world? Or this was a world where people were exceptionally strong? And as for the Heavenly Sky School, this might be a very powerful martial arts school as well. No, it was unnecessary to think about that now. He had to get more information to make the correct judgment. In the following period, Yang continued to test his speed and explosive power, and the results he got were astonishing. Although he was still not very good at controlling his current body, the physical strength he got now had far surpassed his previous life. Of course, this made him very satisfied. Overall, the quality of this body is really good. Yang thought in a pleasant mood. Huh? Suddenly, Yang furrowed, and a sharp stab of pain began to spread as if his brain had turned into mush. Then, as if he was in the whirlpool, memories of the two worlds mixed in his brain, the fragmented pictures gathered into different pieces that flashed in his consciousness. This is the memory of his current body. Yang, Heavenly Sky School. Great Azure Mountain. The Heavenly Sky School was located at the edge of the Great Azure Mountain, and further into the mountains were hundreds of miles of majestic land with several dangerous wild creatures. After taking a little time to organize his thoughts, Yang gradually calmed down. There was no doubt that he had crossed over, but whether it was a soul crossing or reincarnation, he had yet to figure out. After all, he had received most of his current body memories, but they were usually very deep and messy, and he needed to discover them further. Just like when he blurted out to call Mixia baby, it was a subconscious reflex. After wandering around the courtyard for a while, Yang returned to the house and then searched through the cabinets, trying to find something that would trigger his memories. Unfortunately, the room was very simple, and Yang didn't find anything useful. But when he opened the drawer, he found a mirror. Judging by its craftsmanship, he knew that he didn't live in ancient times. He was relieved that he didn't live in ancient times. For him, who used to modern life, the inconvenience of ancient times was something he couldn't bear. Upon looking at the mirror, Aizen grinned and laughed. He had black hair and black eyes, his facial features were straight and clear, but thin with a slightly sallow complexion due to the initial recovery from a severe illness. However, it didn't affect his handsome appearance. He could be considered as a standard pretty boy. He's quite handsome. Aizen couldn't stop nodding in the mirror. He was so happy with his current situation. He got good skills and a handsome face. He had a status as a senior disciple of a school as well. With such a condition, Aizen felt like his life was quite stable, and it was actually quite a good start. Although he didn't get the lead role live, as long as he didn't encounter a tragic accident, or get into villain mode and die as the enemy, then he wouldn't mind to just eat and wait for his death. But how could Aizen only have such a little ambition? As a traveler, how could he didn't do something about it? However, all of that would have to wait until he figured out the pattern of this world, and when he did, that would be the time for him to make his grand entrance. Senior brother. Just as Aizen imagined a better life in the future. The deep, crisp voice like an aureole was heard from the distance. Upon hearing the sound, Aizen walked to the courtyard. After a while, Mixia's small figure appeared in front of him again. But this time, a burly man stood next to her. The man had a beard on his face, his hair was messy, and he wore very plain clothing, but his whole body exuded a compelling presence, especially his gleaming eyes. It was like a falcon that made people afraid to look at him directly. The moment he saw that person, Aizen's mind immediately recalled his identity. He's the headmaster of the Heavenly Sky School, and Mixia's father, who was also his current body's teacher. Teacher. Aizen bent down slightly and greeted sincerely. Isaac nodded and asked Aizen's condition with concern. How is it going? You just woke up, do you feel something wrong with your body? Aizen shook his head. Isaac saw the situation and used his hands to press different spots on Aizen's body. After confirming that there was no major issue, he said, your body is no longer in danger, but it was heavily overdrawn before. Remember to take care of yourself and don't work too hard on your future training. Our Heavenly Sky School focuses on solid training and nurturing the body's vitality, so the body is fundamental. You're only going to go against the main idea by practicing so recklessly. This time you got lucky and only got physical damage. Next time, you won't be so lucky. Of course, Aizen couldn't remember the meaning of Heavenly Sky School, but he couldn't show it in front of Isaac, so he hurriedly nodded. In the future, I'll let Mixia monitor your practice. There aren't many people in our school, and we'll have to rely on you to continue our legacy, so as a senior brother, you have to lead by example. I understand. Aizen could only nod again. He was trying to be obedient while Mixia was smiling foolishly. After seeing him, Isaac told him to rest and recover, then he left. Heavenly Sky School relied on Isaac to keep it going. He still had a few other disciples to take care of, so he didn't have time to waste here. After Isaac left, Aizen sighed in relief. Although Isaac had just made a stop there, the intense feeling of pressure still made him flustered. This was probably the aura of a martial art practitioner. Raising his eyebrows, Aizen bit his lower lip and glanced back at Mixia, who was smirking with her mouth tilted. Baby, why are you smiling? You seem to be happy. What? I wasn't smiling, it was probably just your imagination. Mixia immediately put away the smile on her face and said in a serious tone. Aizen glanced at her a few times without saying anything, which caused Mixia to get a little discouraged. Well, I just laughed for a minute. Aizen hummed twice and stopped looking for Mixia's fault. For the next 10 days, Aizen was slowly recovering under Mixia's care. As he was recovering, he was also learning the Heavenly Sky School training technique again from Mixia. Due to the scattered memories that already existed in his brain, Aizen, who was on the road again, quickly mastered the Heavenly Sky School training technique. So far, what Aizen and Mixia were practicing were still the basic things. According to Isaac's words, the early training of Heavenly Sky School was all about the foundation. Only after the body had been refined would they be able to learn about the more profound aspects. In other words, it was a training technique that was difficult at first but then became easier later on. Thanks to the foundation already laid by his current body. Aizen didn't struggle that much after taking over this body. He was quickly integrated with what he had learned before. After a month, Aizen, who was thoroughly familiar with his physical condition, began his regular training. As a martial arts school, the Heavenly Sky School, with all of its disciples living a semi-secluded life. The school was located on edge the Great Azure Mountain, away from the hustle and bustle of the world. Behind the Great Azure Mountain, laid Primitive Mountain that stretched for hundreds of miles. The Primitive Mountain had no specific name, but there were countless dangerous creatures hidden in it. The edges could be used as a place for training, but without the teacher's guidance, The disciples were ordered not to go deeper into the primitive mountain. One day, the sun was shining, and the wind was blowing. In the small cabin, Aizen was sweating like a pig, constantly practicing the basic movements, punching, and closing, lifting his legs and kicking across, and adjusting the force of his body muscles in the constant movement. Every time he practiced, he felt like he was reborn, and the visible progress that could be seen with the naked eyes pleased Aizen. Drops of sweat dripping down from the bridge of his nose, the body spun around and caused numerous whirlwinds. The whirlwinds rubbed against the airflow and produced a sudden sound bang, bang, bang. Aizen's body moved extremely fast. He quickly rotated his body. A few more blurred after images appeared in the air, just like the speed that Mixia had shown that day, but compared to Mixia, Aizen's speed was even faster. After a while, Aizen calmed the airflow and stood in place to adjust his breath. The early training of the Heavenly Sky School gave him a feeling as if he was practicing a martial arts secret technique. He was obsessed with it, gradually generating a warm stream of air within his body. The airflow was said to be the vitality practiced by the Heavenly Sky School martial art, which had the effect of conceiving and nourishing the body and breaking the potential. Aizen didn't know how much of a truth it was, but from the current performance, it was clear that the Heavenly Sky School martial art was indeed unique in some way. If he were to travel through the world of martial arts, his current strength would be no worse than an innate stage martial art practitioner. This was only the result of more than a month of training. Aizen was sure he would surely become even more powerful in the future. Unbidden, Aizen's eyes flashed with a glint of light, as his eyes became more determined. He felt like he was going to fly. The clouds on the horizon were white, and the blue sky was like seawater, so clear that it seemed as if it had been washed. It was exceptionally bright. Aizen's small courtyard was located on a small hill in the Great Azure Mountain. There were several similar mountains nearby, where the other disciples of the Heavenly Sky School lived. In order not to affect each other's training, each disciple had a completely separate environment to practice on their own. And the places where these disciples lived were still only a few insignificant places of the Great Azure Mountain. Today, Aizen was dressed neatly, wearing relatively rough craftsmanship cloth garments and laced shoes. After lamenting the backwardness of the times, he hurriedly went down the mountain. It was the time for Headmaster Isaac and a few elders to teach their disciples martial arts. This kind of teaching would only happen once every 7 days, and of course, Aizen wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. Walking on the road that gradually opened up, Aizen would encounter some disciples gathered from the other direction of roads every now and then. When they saw him, these disciples would greet him warmly, and Aizen would smile and greet them back. As he got closer to the Heavenly Sky School's martial art building, he could see more people gathered, and several older people gradually appeared in the crowd. Some of them seemed to be an adult. These older people weren't the disciples of the Heavenly Sky School, they were martial arts practitioners from the nearby villages. As the most famous martial arts sect in the 8 villages of the 10-mile countryside, the Heavenly Sky School's prestige was extremely high. Countless martial art practitioners came here in admiration, but not a lot who came here to become Heavenly Sky School disciples. Including the Headmaster Isaac, and a few elders, there were only 16 people in the Heavenly Sky School. Below the Great Azure Mountain was a village where the crowd gathered. Although Heavenly Sky School was a martial arts school, it was impossible to be completely detached from the world. The daily expenses of so many people in a school still needed to be purchased from the nearby villages. That's why at the bottom of the mountain, Heavenly Sky School had a martial arts building for the ordinary people. Heavenly Sky School Martial Arts Building. In order to be able to purchase some of the daily supplies for the disciples, this martial arts school also teaches simple martial arts to the villagers and recruits some potential disciples. Dang! 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 Along with the gong sound, the arriving disciples and martial arts practitioners all stepped into the building. The empty building suddenly became crowded, but soon it was all quiet again as people were waiting for the teachers to appear. Aizen was sitting at the front of all the disciples. Next to him was the always leathery Mixia, who was constantly scratching Aizen's arm with her little hand. "Be quiet," Aizen whispered. Mixia flattened his mouth and gave him an unhappy look. Aizen was speechless. This girl was always fussy. She must have been a spoiled girl back then, that's why she had developed her current problem. Then, he saw her stared alone, looking up at the light source that shone brightly on the ceiling of the hall. It was an electric lamp that required energy called electrical energy to power it. It was very amazing, and supposedly the latest technology to be developed in the outside world. The martial arts building was able to have electric lights inside. It was all thanks to an elder who brought in generators and cables from outside. Looking at the bright and dazzling light bulb, the soft light wasn't as smoky and hot as a burning candle, which made the people from the nearby villages who saw this object for the first time exclaim from time to time, Yang was the only one who sat on the ground calmly. Electric lights were something he had seen a lot in his previous life, but it was comforting to see them in this world. At least it showed that the world he lived in wasn't too undeveloped. On the other hand, the other disciples who didn't know the truth were very impressed to see their senior brother was very calm. After waiting for a little while, the headmaster Isaac and a few elders came out from the back of the building. Yang, who saw the teachers came, sat upright, and looked at the elders in front of him very seriously. The last generation of the Heavenly Sky School's elder wasn't a lot, there were only 6 of them, and it showed how small the number of inheritance was. Even if the number of new disciples had increased in Yang's generation, the entire Heavenly Sky School only had 16 people in total. It wasn't that they didn't want to increase the number of disciples, but the resources used by the disciples to practice were too frightening to look at. This is what makes the Heavenly Sky School different from other schools. Other schools only teach their disciples martial arts, and the disciple had to refine their skills on their own depending on their potential. The Heavenly Sky School was different. The reason was that the legacy of the Heavenly Sky School was relatively old. The training concept was very different from other schools because they didn't demand their disciples to be brave and fierce and practice great strength. Instead, they focused on nurturing the body, training vitality, and extending energy and blood. So, in order to look at the disciples' potential, the early investment of resources was staggering. Especially when it came to one-on-one teaching, the limited faculty simply couldn't support a large number of disciples. That's why they have no choice but to choose only the elite line. After the martial arts training was over. Senior brother, is it true that the outside world is just like what Uncle Carl said, that everyone lives in a big village called Metropolis? Mixia chirped like an oriole, constantly asking Yang about the outside world. What do you mean by big village? It's a city. Yang stopped to answer. Aren't many people living together there as well? How is it different from a village? Mixia tilted her head. She was confused about the difference between a village and a city. That's fine if you think it's a big village. Yang thought about it, and he didn't know how to explain it to Mixia. It's like he was trying to explain nuclear energy to the ancient, which was totally impossible. Mixia was still young. Unlike Yang, she didn't have any memory from the Earth, so it was normal that she couldn't understand the difference between a city and a village. According to the news brought by Uncle Carl, Isaac's younger brother, the outside world is now undergoing a massive change. A power called technology is gradually progressing, which was already being felt in many places. By the way, senior brother, do you still want to go into the primitive mountain this afternoon to practice? Yeah. Yang nodded. He insisted on doing his training daily. This was a habit that Yang developed after coming to this world. Although the primitive mountain was filled with beasts, the beasts in the outskirt areas were generally wasn't that strong, so it should be a perfect place for martial arts training. Mixia's eyes immediately quirked into crescent shapes after she heard what Yang said. She then playfully laughed and said, I want to go with you. Of course, you're very welcome if you want to come, baby. Don't call me, baby. Mixia lunged with her teeth and claws. Then, I'll call you Baby Hitch. Yang moved a few steps away to avoid Mixia's pounces. He then laughed and teased her. His strength had improved so much that Mixia could no longer defeat him. Huh? I'm offended. Mixia paused. Her whole body was floating unsatisfactorily. She moved half a meter off the ground. Senior brother, don't forget to wait for me this afternoon. I picked up a beautiful crystal ball yesterday. If you go to the mountain without me, then I won't show it to you. After saying that, Mixia flew straight towards the bushes in the forest, and her small figure shrank into the forest. This girl, she is flying again. Looking at the direction where Mixia disappeared, Yang burst into laughter. He didn't expect that besides being capable of doing martial arts, she also had superpowers. He remembered he was shocked when he saw her flying for the first time. Martial arts, superpowers, and the initial budding power of technology, this world was really colorful. In the afternoon, where the sun didn't shine in the primitive mountain, there was still a light coating of mist. At the entrance of the primitive mountain's outskirts, Yang had been waiting for Mixia for quite some time, but still didn't see any trace of her coming. So, he decided to practice the basic move there. It didn't take long until he could feel his muscles began to tense up. Not long after, Mixia came. She was flying from the distance. Her dark green hair blew in the wind, and her simple dress rustling in the air. Senior brother, I'm here. Look, this is the crystal ball I found yesterday. Isn't it beautiful? Mixia landed on the ground and saw Yang was waiting for her as he promised, so she handed him the orange-red crystal ball. The crystal ball was only the size of a fist. It was glazed with a warm orange-red color, and 6 bronzing bright red stars arranged in sequence. Very beautiful indeed. Huh? Oh, shit. When Yang saw the crystal ball handed to him by Mixia, His entire body froze as if he was struck by lightning. "How did you get this?" Maiyang asked. "I found it near the stream yesterday." Mixia looked proud, and immediately replied happily when she saw her senior brother looked so disoriented. Upon hearing the innocent answer, Maiyang's eyes popped out, and his entire body felt numb. Fuck, what Mixia showed him was a Dragon Ball. Maiyang stared at the pattern inside the crystal ball as he took it from Mixia's hand, and sparks were about to emerge from his eyes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, there were 6 stars in it, 6 stars. Shit, he knew that this world was somehow unusual, but he would never imagine that this was the Dragon Ball world. At this moment, there were a lot of things that came through his mind, and he felt that the universe had played a joke on him. Talking about the dangers of the Dragon Ball world, it actually depends on where it is. It wasn't that there weren't paradise-like planets in the universe. But, the Earth as the home of the Dragon Ball fighters, without doubt, was absolutely dangerous. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to escape their fate. Looking at this 6 stars Dragon Ball in front of him, Maiyang had confirmed that this place was indeed Earth. Because a small and delicate Dragon Ball could only be found on Earth. At this moment, Maiyang could only feel numb as if he had knocked over 5 flavored bottles, all kinds of tastes poured into his herd. If you looked at his expression, it was somehow fascinating. He needed to calm down. But how could he calm down when his life was at stake? The Dragon Ball world was no joke. This was a world where destroying planets was as easy as popping a balloon. So, one day, when Gods was upset, he would take a breath out, and a planet would disappear from the universe. Hundreds of millions of lives were buried without even having a chance to argue. At first, Maiyang thought he had came to a beautiful world where he could learn martial arts and made his life untouchable until the day he died, but now that he found out, he realized that the future he imagined was too good to be true. Although there were many opportunities here as well, they were not necessarily the ones he could tap into. In the Dragon Ball world, with his small figure, he'd only be able to make a living. Luckily, the technological power on Earth was just starting to develop now, so there was still a long time before the original story began. The early stages of Dragon Ball were relatively smooth and didn't appear to be destructive. So first, I need to determine which era I live in. Maiyang told himself. Mixia blinked when she looked at her senior brother's changing expression, then asked, "Senior brother, what's wrong with you? Is there something wrong with this crystal ball?" After taking another look at the 6 stars Dragon Ball, Maiyang finally calmed down. He shoved the ball back into Mixia's arms and shook his head. "Everything is fine, just put this away and don't lose it." "Is this crystal ball important?" "If that's so, then I'll leave it to you." Mixia was in a hurry, afraid that she might do something wrong. Maiyang shook his head and said, "It's fine, you can keep it with you, it has a few magical powers, but it's not much of a use to us right now." Without the Dragon Ball radar, a single Dragon Ball was indeed just a showpiece. And for a foreseeable period, this so-called 6-star Dragon Ball would be useless. "Alright, Mixia, let's enter the primitive mountain to practice. Remember, when we're inside, you must listen to my instructions, even when we're only in the primitive mountain's outskirts, we can't be careless." Maiyang told Mixia. "Yeah." Mixia nodded vigorously, a serious expression appeared on her fair face, as she waved her fist to express her determination. A smile appeared on his sad face after seeing Mixia, he then nodded, and the two of them walked towards the primitive mountain. The primitive mountain spread over hundreds of miles, surrounded by mountain and lush, filled with countless fierce beasts and monsters. It had been standing there for who knew how many years since ancient times. The majestic mountain and the fierce beasts within it were like a natural barrier that blocked humans' footsteps, causing them to only move around the outskirt, rarely going deeper into the hinterland. Even when Maiyang and Mixia didn't walk that fast, they still felt how the scenery around them changed as they continued to move in. Soon, their surroundings became suffocating. The original translator is system translation. The dark green branches blocking out the sunlight as if they were deep in a cavern, and the roar of a beast deterring intruders could be heard from afar. Roar a growl spread through the forest, the sound of the growl suddenly disturbed the surroundings, and scaring a large group of birds. "Watch out, a beast is coming." Maiyang stopped in his tracks, he became serious, and his eyes kept flashing. "Oh, ooh." Mixia's eyes lit up, she shook her fist and standing next to Maiyang, cautiously examining the surroundings. Soon a behemoth with spots painted all over its body appeared in front of them. Read on the system translation site if you still want to continue reading this. It had sharp fangs and a fierce appearance. This leopard-like behemoth was very common to appear on the outskirts of the primitive mountain. The behemoth came to Maiyang's side, stepped on its front feet, shoveled the ground with its claws, and caused a crater on the ground. Then it swooped down and suddenly attacked Maiyang and Mixia. "Are you looking for death?" A cold light flashed in Maiyang's eyes. He quickly stepped forward and stretched out his fist to attack the behemoth. Boom! The hard fist collided with a behemoth's head. Ma Yang's mouth grimaced as his arm went a little numb, and his body couldn't help but backed up a few steps. The behemoth didn't take it well either. It whimpered and stumbled a little bit. Phew! Grinning and spitting out a cloudy breath, Ma Yang nodded his head. He was quite satisfied with his attack. If the combat power of an ordinary adult was between 3 and 4, then the power that Ma Yang was currently showing should have reached a value of 15. It seemed shabby, but it was Ma Yang's rough estimation of himself. The behemoth in front of him looked strong, but he could handle it. Mixia, you should practice your skills too. Ma Yang wasn't just concerned about himself, he didn't forget to call Mixia so she could have her practice. Mixia cheered up, and yelled like a fried wildcat. She narrowed her eyes, then raised her slender arms, her dark green eyes showing a ferocity trace. We might drop the novel if we lacking the reader on the original translator site. Her body was emitting fluorescent green light, then, she turned her wrist as if she had grabbed something between her 5 fingers. With a forceful twist, she slammed towards the gnarled tree in the distance. Oh, the giant tree shook, and the scattered leaves flew in the sky, followed by a whimpering sound of grief. The behemoth was slammed on the trunk of the gnarled tree, and when it landed on the ground, it was already half dead. Look at that power. After seeing Mixia's superpower, Ma Yang's half-lidded eyes snapped open, frowned, and said, Mixia, when you practice martial arts, you have to concentrate on it. If you only use your superpower, then what's the point of practicing martial arts? Mixia's telekinesis power was somehow similar to Kiatsu's superpower. Even though it was so powerful, it didn't enhance the Heavenly Sky School's training technique. That's why Ma Yang warned Mixia not to use it when she was practicing her martial art. Got it. Mixia nodded slightly, but her little nose wrinkled in disapproval. No one knew how much she disagreed. Ma Yang muttered in his heart, knowing that Mixia didn't take his words seriously. It's just that he couldn't take care of her all the time, so he didn't say anything more and led Mixia to continue walking around the primitive mountain. The primitive mountain was undoubtedly a forbidden area for humans for countless years. Soon after they continued to walk, the two of them encountered other behemoths. Still, those behemoths were nothing in front of them and were easily defeated. Time flew as the fight went on. The sun was setting in the west, leaving a blood-red residual light in the sky. Half-day passed in a blink of an eye, and in the evening, the forest became even more gloomy. After finishing the half-day's training, Ma Yang and Mixia walked out of the primitive mountain in ragged clothes. They were famished, so they were rushing back to enjoy a hearty dinner. After enjoying dinner and saying goodbye to Mixia, Ma Yang returned to his cabin. As his body soaked in the warm pool of water, all his tiredness seemed to have been washed away. Now, he finally had the time to consider his current situation. His current world had been confirmed to be Dragon Ball World without a doubt. After experiencing the initial shock and disbelief, his heart gradually calmed down. If I go buy a lottery ticket, I could win the lottery. Ma Yang mumbled as he put his hand on the edge of the pool. Crossing over to the Dragon Ball World was something he never thought of before. Here was where only the powerful races had the opportunity to show off to their fullest. It could be said that the rule of the Dragon Ball World was simple. The strongest one is the king. Saiyans, Namkians, Frieza race, and Majin Buu. Which one who wasn't the vicious character that destroyed the world? Thinking about this, Ma Yang felt an intense pain in his brain. The only good thing was that the early stages of the Dragon Ball world were pretty peaceful, at least until the Saiyans attacked. The safety of the Earth wouldn't be affected by powerful foreign enemies. But as the rest of the story progresses, especially in the later stages, all kinds of powerful enemies keep surfacing, and Earth is like a powder barrel. All of a sudden, it turned into a more dangerous place than any planet in the universe. At that time, in addition to Saiyans' powerful bloodlines who are still qualified to remain active in the battle, everyone else, even the strong ones from the early stages, the elite of the Earthlings like Krillin and Yamcha, could only be helplessly relegated into playing the role of a punching bag. Obviously, Ma Yang was now an ordinary Earthling, without any other bloodline in him. Does this mean he was only a sidekick? To be honest, as a traveler, Ma Yang would never be satisfied with this. What's the point of thinking so much about it? It's still an unknown number of years before the story starts. I might be 70 years old by the time the story starts, and I'm not even sure if I'll be able to see that part. Ma Yang came back to his senses and shook his head in some mockery. According to the news brought by Uncle Carl from the school, the technological innovations in the outer cities were only just begun to develop. Obviously, it's far too early to think about the advanced era of jet aircraft flying in the sky. The original story might not have started yet, and you would already die of old age. If that really happened, that would be a joke. So let's set a goal first, live until the original story begins. Until then, He needed to be strong and keep himself at the top of his game because that's where great strength came. Like Master Roshi, Master Shen, and Tao Pai Pai, they are still alive and healthy even if they had lived for 200 or 300 years. From tomorrow onwards, I need to practice more seriously. Since I've come to the Dragon Ball world and the race's identity has been fixed and cannot be changed, I'll use more time to accumulate. If there is a limit to the Earthlings' bodies, then I have to break the limit. I don't believe that Earthlings can't become stronger. Aizen made the first step in his plan. Luckily, the Heavenly Sky School he was currently in was most particular about conceiving and nurturing the body. Although the school's technique might not be as strong as Kamehameha and the Dodon Ray, the inherited technique was what Aizen needed most at the moment. As a senior disciple of the Heavenly Sky School, he was qualified to access the essential training technique. Take it one step at a time, build a solid foundation first, and then explore the other training places on Earth when you are strong enough in the future. There were many places to practice martial arts on Earth, like the sacred land of Krillin, the Mount 5 element, and even the temple hovered above the sky. Those places that were full of mystery would be the places that Aizen needed to step on to climb to the top. But for the current Aizen, it was too little early to consider so much. Thinking that the pool's temperature had become colder, Aizen stepped out of the pool and walked into the bedroom, still dripping wet. The night was slightly cold, the light of the stars shining on the other side of the galaxy, and with many thoughts, Aizen drifted off to sleep. The next day, Aizen woke up early. Before the sky turned bright, he began his training on the basic moves in the courtyard. As his muscles grew a little sore, he knew that continuing his training wouldn't help but hurt his body, so Aizen sat down and thought about his training problems. If you want to be strong, you can't rush. Aizen always kept in mind what happened to this body before he woke up. Time flew by like a white horse, and a year passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Aizen practiced methodically according to Isaac's instructions, and his physical strength was constantly increasing. 1 year had passed, and Aizen was now 14 years old, which was the golden age of physical development. Aizen, who was already 14 years old this year, seemed to be taller than his peers. It was because of his training and enough nutritional supplements. Although he still wasn't quite strong, every muscle in his body contained an amazing explosive power. His strength had almost doubled compared to a year ago. Even his teacher, Isaac, praised him from time to time, saying that he could achieve the rare upper realm of their school. But even though his strength had increased greatly, Aizen still needed to train more. He had to be humble because his strength was still nothing. With gross estimate was over 30 points of combat strength, a true strong man's blow would easily defeat him. Remember that Son Goku had 120 combat strength when he was 12 years old. Even if he wasn't a match to Son Goku, but Krillin had 113 combat strength at the same time, so he genuinely felt that there was nothing to be proud of when he compared himself to them. In the morning, the light of the dawn was shining on the earth, and the hazy fog still filled the depth of the great Azure Mountain. In the crest formed by the connection of the two peaks, the lush branches swayed with the wind, the leaves rustled in midair. Any dispute seemed to be insignificant in this open field area. Crackling, the sound of fried beans breaking the silence, accompanied by a low burst and broken air, the serenity that belongs to nature has become a little finer. In the forest, a tall young man used his strength to support his feet on the ground. His body was half bowed, he was struggling to support himself like he was under some kind of great pressure, and the sound like fried beans was coming from the hard ground beneath the young man's feet. In front of the young man, over 3 meters away, floating in the air, was a young girl with dark green hair. Her hair was slightly curled, and her pretty face still looked a little childish. The girl's body was shining with a sparkling, glittering green light, and the pressure on that young man was coming from that emerald green light. Mixia, continue to increase the pressure. Aizen gasped and looked determined as he told Mixia. Mixia looked at Aizen. He was sweating heavily, and it made her hesitant for a moment. She whispered softly, "Senior brother, I think that's enough." "It's okay, increase the pressure." The voice was still firm. "On." Seeing that she couldn't persuade her senior brother, Mixia could only pout and raised her hand to continue exerting pressure on Aizen. Her entire body was emitting a radiant green light, and the pressure released on Aizen suddenly became even more intense. Oh! The huge pressure passed over, and Aizen's body sank, his mouth and legs were trembling. Barely tolerable. Aizen was topped with a tremendous amount of strength, but he was still capable of holding it. In these underdeveloped technological times, if you didn't take a little practical approach, even if it took a few years, the rate of growth wouldn't necessarily be noticeable. Aizen had a clear understanding of his own qualifications. He should be considered good among Earthlings, but far from reaching the level of genius. The potential of Earthlings was inherently incomparable to those powerful cosmic races. If he didn't rush his training, he would sooner or later disappear into the tide of time. So since last year, he had been consciously strapping on a load for practice. And after discovering that Mixia's superpower was actually telekinesis, he had the idea of letting her use the superpower on him. Using superpowers as a way to achieve the same goal, which was to increase the pressure on himself. Strengthen the body gradually by using patience that trickles down through the stone. This method seemed primitive to him, but this was a more reliable one because there were few shortcuts to honing the body. As for the possibility of a developing body being overexposed to external pressures, he was initially a little worried. But he had to be a little adventurous in doing things. Nothing's cheap in this world, so how could he succeed if he didn't take any risk? Judging by the original story in which Son Goku and Krillin tied sandbags to practice as children, it didn't seem to cause any harmful effects. Came to think of it, it seemed like Krillin ended up being quite short. Yang was wondering if it was due to genetics or he was being shortened during the development. Did this method wasn't suitable for the Earthlings? Because Son Goku, who had Saiyan blood, didn't have that problem. Yang had thought about it carefully and took some time to try it first. If there was an unpleasant reaction, he'd stop decisively. He didn't want to end up to be a handsome boy that couldn't even reach 1.6 meters. As a result, a few months down the road, Yang found that apart from his increased appetite, he grew taller during his adolescence. His height was scuffling, not affected by the weight load, which made him put his worries aside. The next step was doing even more extreme training. Phew. Exhaled a long breath, he felt the soreness coming from various parts of his body. Yang took a glance towards Mixia. This is it for today. He already knew what would happen if he overdid it. If he continued, then it was obviously a sign of arrogance to think that his body was made of iron and wouldn't actually break. So, he signaled Mixia that she could stop. Mixia was instructed to withdraw her powers instantly. As the green radiant dissipated, the anti-gravity fluttering hair fell away. Yang stood in place to regulate his breathing, and after a moment, the soreness gradually disappeared. He smiled back at his biggest hero and said, "What do you want as a reward for your hard work today?" Mixia smiled, and her voice was bright and clear. "Really? Then I want my senior brother to prepare a barbecue meal for me. I want lots of good food." Thinking about the golden, crispy meat that had been cooked to a perfect crisp and the unknown spices that had been sprinkled on top, Mixia felt her little belly protest, and she drooled. What an innocent little girl. Yang looked at Mixia and happily agreed. "Okay, today, senior brother will personally cook a barbecue for you, so you can eat it all." Mixia narrowed her eyes and smiled. On the other side, Mixia's father, Isaac, was hidden behind the Sia forest. He was quietly watching Yang and Mixia's practice, nodding his head from time to time with a pleasing smile plastered on his face. Then his body flickered and quickly disappeared. In the Heavenly Sky School's martial art building, several Heavenly Sky School's elders were gathering together to discuss issues regarding the training of their disciples. There aren't many medicines in stock. Suppose we don't arrange someone to enter the primitive mountains soon to collect enough medicines. In that case, there will be a suspension of the disciples' medicine bath starting next month. The one who spoke was a middle-aged woman with black hair, who looked to be about 40 years old. She was one of the 6 Heavenly Sky School's disciples of the Isaac generation who was in charge of allocating resources within the school. "Are we about to run out of medicines again?" A man next to him was surprised. "A dozen disciples are consuming it together, how can it not run out quickly?" The middle-aged woman retorted with a glare. The man stuck his throat and stopped talking. This was what made their school different from other schools. The consumption of resources was just too fast. But again, the benefits of doing so were obvious. It would give the disciple a more solid foundation. "Eula, how many more days until the remaining resources are gone?" As the headmaster of the Heavenly Sky School, Isaac asked. The middle-aged woman named Eula flipped through the warehouse records. She said, "It can last for 10 days if you save a little, but the pressure is a little heavy back there, and over half the resources will be cut off in a month." After hearing what Eula said, Isaac tapped his fingers softly. He listened and said in a deep voice, "We can't stop the disciples' training. So, in a couple of days, Scythe and Carl, you guys work hard and lead the team into the depth of the primitive mountain to refill the resources," Isaac said as he looked at Scythe and Carl. "Okay. Yes." Scythe and Carl looked at each other and agreed without hesitation. "These disciples are our future, we can't hold them back because we ran out of resources." Everyone else agreed. They were the school's elders, so if the headmasters spoke, the matter was basically settled. "Okay then, let's move on to the next thing." After the simple matters were discussed, Isaac's expression became serious. He said, "Regarding the training of disciples, I think we can allow Yang to start his training on the chi-based technique sooner." "Brother Isaac, did you just said?" That we can allow Maiyang to start his training on the chi-based technique sooner? The other elder looked quite surprised when they heard him say that. Although they gathered together to discuss the importance of the school's legacy today, they had never thought that Isaac had the idea of letting Maiyang start his training on the chi-based technique sooner. The school's legacy was very important. Although the Heavenly Sky School could only be considered a middle school in the martial art world, they still couldn't be careless about the legacy, and the chi-based technique is the school's greatest legacy. It could be said that practicing the chi-based technique was the only way to become the Heavenly Sky School's pillar. But unfortunately, for several generations, not many disciples of the Heavenly Sky School succeeded in practicing the chi-based technique, and that was the reason why half of their pillar crumbled. If we let Maiyang start his training on the chi-based technique now, wouldn't it be a little too early? The man named Scythe paused for a moment and then continued. He's only 14 years old. Practicing the chi-based technique is extremely hard for the body. Can his body handle it? The early stages of the Heavenly Sky School's training were all about laying a foundation for the chi-based technique. So, the more solid the foundation was, the more effective the chi-based technique's training. Even people like these elders started their training on this technique after they were 30 because, without a strong body, it was impossible to condense the chi in their bodies. The unique chi of this technique could even harm them. So he was a little worried about Isaac's idea of letting Maiyang start his training on the chi-based technique sooner. It's not too early. Maiyang has a very solid body foundation, so I don't think there would be a problem. Isaac made his point clear. As a teacher, Isaac was very satisfied. Maiyang was tough, stubborn, and unyielding. Also, he was pretty talented. After seeing Maiyang's performance during this time with his eyes, he considered Maiyang a true successor. Especially in the past year, Maiyang's progress had shown him the rise of a genius martial arts practitioner. Since Brother Isaac thinks it's okay, then I have no problem with it, Carl said. I agree that Maiyang's a great kid, Eula said. Yes. Agreed. The rest of the elders expressed their opinion. They all agreed to let Maiyang start his training on the school's chi-based technique sooner. Scythe saw that everyone agreed, shrugged his shoulders, and then helplessly said, okay then, I agree, TSK. Practicing chi-based technique at the age of 14, that's the earliest on the record. The 6 elders voted unanimously. Then it's settled. Arrange a time tomorrow to officially teach Maiyang the school's chi-based technique. After this matter was settled, a smile appeared on Isaac's face. Oh yeah, and about Mixia, I just received a letter back from the Southern Region Superpower Academy. Oh? How about that, did she pass? Upon hearing that Isaac had received a reply from the Southern Region Superpower Academy, Carl and the other elders were curious. The Southern Region Superpower Academy was a very mysterious place on Earth that had existed for an unknown number of years and was said to be the cradle of superpowers. It was also famous for the transformation kindergarten. When Mixia awakened her superpowers for the first time, Isaac thought about contacting the Superpower Academy for her. Now, he finally got a reply. She passed. Isaac looked at everyone's expression and nodded with a smile. So, from the second half of the year, Mixia will be a student of the Superpower Academy. Good. 2 geniuses have sprung up in our school all at once. I believe later when Maiyang and Mixia grow up, our Heavenly Sky School might even be able to reach the top again. Who says we couldn't? At this time, both Eula and Scythe were in a good mood. They seemed to have seen the day when their school would rise again. The next day, Maiyang came to Isaac's house early in the morning after being notified. Isaac had just finished his breakfast and was gathering his chi in the backyard. Mixia, who was still washing up and urging with her mother, Alice, quickly washed her face when she saw Maiyang's coming. She even ran out before her hair was dried, her dark green hair hanging with water droplets, and a few strands of hair sticking to her fair chubby cheeks. Senior brother, you're here. Mixia was elated. Yeah. Maiyang nodded with a smile, and after wiping the water droplets from the tip of her hair, he turned to greet Mixia's mother. Although Alice was an ordinary person who didn't know martial arts, she usually helped to take care of food for the disciples. That's why the disciples respected her a lot. Madam, where is the teacher? Alice came over with a smile. Your teacher is in the backyard. Wait, I'll go get him. After saying that, Alice dropped what she was doing and went to the backyard to call Isaac. Soon Isaac came. Maiyang was about to greet his teacher, but when he glanced, he suddenly felt a shiver all over his body. He could feel that his teacher was a little different today. Compared to usual, there was a bit of aura all over his body. Maiyang couldn't take his eyes off him and look at Isaac with confusion. Isaac laughed, nodded appreciatively, and said, come on, let's go, to the martial arts training ground at the Great Azure Mountain. Some of the elders were already waiting there. Isaac looked at his daughter, Mixia, then said, Mixia, you can come with me. It's good for you to see it, think of it as an experience. The martial arts training ground at the Great Azure Mountain? Yang was dumbfounded. He didn't know what his teacher meant, but he still nodded. Mixia leaned in and asked, "Does senior brother know what will father do?" Yang shook his head. "You don't even know, how could I know?" Mixia thought about it, then said as an answer. She then followed Isaac and Yang, the three of them walking together towards the back of the Great Azure Mountain. The martial arts training ground at the Great Azure Mountain that Isaac talked about was located in a deep valley behind the Great Azure Mountain. In his memory, Yang had been there a few times when he was a little kid. And he knew that it was originally a fault zone formed by the fracture of the mountain rocks. After a few artificial modifications, a huge piece of flat land was brought out as a place to practice. It had always been a place for the school elder to practice. Following Isaac's lead, the three of them gradually walked to the back of the Great Azure Mountain. They arrived at this quiet and secluded training place. As the vision became clearer, a strangely shaped mountain came into view. It was a tall, but narrow, dark green at the top, with light and dark green all over the middle. It looked like an upside-down parabola, rising upward from the ground. The peaks looked like stalagmites, with a very sharp vertical drop. According to the common sense of his previous life, Yang couldn't understand how these peaks were formed under natural conditions, but in the Dragon Ball world, strange peaks like this were everywhere. "Here we are." Isaac stopped, his deep voice rang in their ears. "Is this the place?" Yang settled down and looked around. They had arrived at their destination. In front of them was an open, flat piece of land. The edge of the place was made up of all kinds of strange rocks, and when they looked down, they could only saw an abyss. If they weren't careful and ended up fell, they would be crushed to pieces. "Yang, you're here. Oh, even Mixia is here. Please come and have a look." Isaac, Eula, Scythe, Carl, Clarissa, and Bros. These six are the elders of the Heavenly Sky School, and they're all here now. "How are you, uncles and aunts?" Yang hurriedly stepped forward to pay his respects. "Haha, you don't have to be polite." Carl and the other elders laughed loudly. There was no sign of pretension. Yang smiled. After paying his respect, he stepped aside. Seeing all the elders were here, he felt that something was unusual today, so he stood quietly at the side, waiting for the teachers to tell him the news. "Aunt Eula, what is it?" On the other hand, Mixia wasn't as polite as Yang. She stepped forward and hugged Eula's arm. Her body was hanging, and she constantly put her face close. She was acting like a kitten. Eula caressed Mixia's soft hair and stared. "Stop it, the star of the show today is Yang. You're here just to watch." Mixia only answered, "Oh." Then she stopped making a fuss and stepped aside nicely. Isaac looked at his daughter, who seemed to not have grown up, and secretly shook his head. Then he turned to the side and saw the imposing Yang, and the smile appeared in his face. A little comparison wouldn't hurt. His daughter seemed to be crippled in the martial arts path. Luckily Yang was quite good, and teaching Yang would always bring him satisfaction. In the future, the burden of the Heavenly Sky School might fall on his shoulders. At the age of 3, he was already looking like 7. With his current performance, I believe Yang wouldn't disappoint anyone. Thinking of today's agenda, Isaac coughed and waved at Yang. Then said, "Yang, I asked you to come here today because I have something important to tell you." "Teacher, please continue." "Yeah." What Isaac admired the most from Yang was his humble attitude. He then smiled and said, "This matter is very important to you. After my discussions with your uncles and aunts, I have decided to officially teach you the ultimate secret of our Heavenly Sky School, the Chi-based technique, starting today." "Chi-based technique?" As soon as Yang heard Isaac's words, he was stunned for a while but then reacted. Chi. The name seemed familiar. Wasn't this the most famous and iconic power in the Dragon Ball world? On Earth, there are not many martial arts schools that inherit Chi-based technique. The most famous were Kamehameha and Dodon-Ray. The earliest origins of Chi-based technique of both techniques came from a martial arts master, Mutaito. It can be said that only the best schools hold the secret of Chi-based technique. Yang had never thought that the Heavenly Sky School, a middle-grade martial arts school, would actually inherit the Chi-based technique. It must be known that when Yang first discovered the world that he was living in was the Dragon Ball world. He had already decided, if he had the chance to go out in the future, he would definitely learn the Chi-based technique. He didn't expect Isaac and the other elders to surprise him with this big news before he could go out. "It was great that your school actually taught Chi-based technique." "Father, what is Chi-based technique? Is it different from the technique we usually practice?" Mixia's eyes lit up as soon as she heard that it was the ultimate secret of this martial arts school. Isaac looked at his daughter with a serious expression and said, "Of course it's different. Whether it's punching or kicking, the previous training is all about laying the foundation. At best, it's relatively clever fighting technique. In fact, It's actually the preparation for the rest of the training. The chi-based technique is different. This is the sublimation of the martial arts, the true path to the martial arts. The corner of Isaac's mouth turned up in amusement as he spoke about this. He then continued, let me tell you, in the entire world of martial arts, there are only a few schools that inherit the chi-based technique, and our Heavenly Sky School is one of them. Although Heavenly Sky School was only a middle-grade martial arts school with a small number of disciples, it actually held a technique that many schools envied. Actually, at his age, Ma-Yang shouldn't have learned the chi-based technique. But seeing that Ma-Yang's body was already perfectly refined and he was very persistent in his training, Isaac and the other elders decided to make an exception for him. That's awesome. Mixia was gawked, then puffed out her chest proudly. She wasn't sure what chi-based technique really meant, but that didn't stop her from raising her little tail. Let's just say that this school was amazing, and look, there was no other school like this. She had made up her mind. Later, when her father taught her brother the chi-based technique, she would have to learn the secrets of the school as well. When Eula and the other elders saw her reaction, they shook their heads and laughed secretly. They didn't know what was in her mind. It would be impossible to figure out the path of chi-based technique just by simply watch it and without a special training technique. If chi-based technique was that easy to learn, it wouldn't have become a legendary technique with such a high reputation in the martial arts world. So when they brought Ma-Yang over, Isaac and the other elders didn't mind if Mixia came to watch. Whether she could understand or not, it was a different story. Besides, Mixia was still far from being able to condense chi. Isaac and the other elders didn't know that pure energy attacks such as chi waves were actually the most dominant technique of attack in the universe outside the Earth. It could even be said that these chi attacks were readily available to every powerful creature. It's just that the rich see the quantity, and the poor see the quality. This technique of attack's application was very rough. One land raised another. Even Earthlings martial arts practitioners like Master Roshi needed to go through decades of unremitting training to be able to practice a little bit of chi-based technique. Because of that situation, the limited chi waves were studied thoroughly. But now, Ma-Yang couldn't wait to be able to pull off a trick with every piece of it. Unlike the other planets in the universe, Earth's rank was still so low, and the people of Earth weren't exactly well qualified. This was the reason why you couldn't raise Shinron, but you could raise an efficient loach in the shallow water. As the ultimate secret of the Heavenly Sky School, the chi-based technique had always been the highest secret of our school, so remember not to leak it out. Your junior brothers and sisters haven't yet reached the requirements to learn this technique. If you rashly teach them, it will only harm them. So, always keep this in mind. Isaac told Ma-Yang with a serious expression. Chi-based technique was visible yet unseen. The most taboo of all was to practice it recklessly. Even Isaac wouldn't dare to say that he had mastered the chi-based technique. I understood. Ma-Yang responded loudly, his two eyes flashing with light. Isaac watched Ma-Yang's reaction with great satisfaction. He then turned and nodded to the other elders. It's better to say more than to see. So, it's better for you to really feel the power of chi-based technique and deepen your impression. The name of our Heavenly Sky School chi-based technique is Heavenly Sky Beam. Watch this carefully. Isaac took a few steps backward after he spoke. He took a distance of more than 10 meters from Ma-Yang, then closed his eyes and adjusted his chi. It's starting. Brother is ready to gather his chi. Oh, look at senior brother's posture, he's become even stronger than before. Scythe, Carl, and other elders spoke freely and observed. It's a rare opportunity. Ma-Yang, you have to take a closer look, and Mixia, you can do that as well. Clarissa, the other female elder of the 6 elders besides Eula, said. Yeah. There was no need to remind him of this. Ma-Yang would definitely watch it with rapt attention. Finally, he was about to get in touch with chi-based technique and learning the most famous technique of attack in the Dragon Ball world. Ma-Yang was in a surging mood with 12,000 spirits. Not far away, after some adjustment, Isaac's brewing chi was gradually completed. As he continued to brew, Isaac's powerful body was revealed, and every muscle on his solid body began to tremble. The solid muscles propped up the martial arts outfit on his body, and every tremor seemed to be an emergence of power. Compared to earlier, at this point, Isaac was like a beast that was ready to explode at any moment, with a fierce chi lingering all over him. Since he wasn't too far away, Ma-Yang could sense the change in his teacher even more clearly. The intense feeling of pressure, as if a field of energy had enveloped him, it felt very oppressive. This is the intimidating power of chi-based technique. It's truly daunting. The shuddering sensation of the truth that was displayed on the body amazed him and triggered his desire. Meanwhile, as Isaac was slowly brewing up the chi waves, Ma-Yang's mind couldn't help but remember the image of Master Roshi destroying the entire mountain when he first demonstrated Kamehameha. Compared to Master Roshi, Isaac, of course, wasn't that powerful. Nonetheless, it didn't stop Ma-Yang from watching him. sweat dripping off Isaac's cheeks, and he growled. His chi was strengthening, veins exposed, and coiled on the surface of his skin. At this point, Isaac had already raised the active level of all the chi in his body. On top of that, he could see his brothers and sisters nodded. Good, you're indeed worthy of being a senior brother. Your mastery of Heavenly Sky Beam is becoming more proficient. Scythe couldn't help but gasp in amazement. I'm afraid the power will be incredible when it's performed later on. Carl also watched carefully. What can you say about senior brother? We may not be able to catch up with his power even if we practice for a few more years. Eula glanced at some people who were still a bit behind Isaac. Let's take a look. Senior brother Isaac's chi attack is about to come out. Maayang, Mixia, watch carefully. As Isaac roared, the chi on his body was concentrated on his right arm. His left hand was pressed on his right shoulder to stabilize the chi, his arm was erected, and the two fingers of his right hand formed a sword. A seemingly invisible cyclone began to flow between the two fingers as the strong chi gathered and began to heat up. At this point, the preparations had been completed. It could be seen that Isaac's right hand slowly moved to his chest area, to do the final accumulation of strength. The chi between his fingers had gathered more and finally shone with a bright blue light. It's coming up. The radiant light blossomed and stirred everyone's emotions, making them excited. Chi wave. Maayang was shocked, he could only stare blankly. It's actually glowing. Mixia's mouth was wide open, and so were her cute little eyes. Suddenly, Scythe and the other elders reacted. Ha ha ha, that's right. This is the Heavenly Sky Beam that had been passed down for generations by the teachers in our school. Indeed, you are worthy of being a senior brother, Brother Isaac. This level of chi is rare in the world, the brightness gives me a surge of excitement. Yeah, this strength might only be comparable to the legendary Master Roshi's Kamehameha. The teachers were proud to have such a powerful inheritance. At this point, Isaac, who had been brewing for a long time, was ready to go, and the loud roar was heard, Heavenly Sky Beam. Then, along with this roar, the crooked arm straightened outward sharply, and the direction pointed by the two fingers was the direction of the attack. It was a smooth rocky cliff that had been standing there through the wind and rain for who knows how long, and today it was time for it to break. The beam of chi that shone with an azure luster flared out from the fingertips. Crash! Like a laser flared out, the vast chi struck through the air and hit the rocky cliffs in the distance, creating a power similar to the cannonball explosion. The earth rumbled and trembled violently as the winds howled, the smoke and the dust filled the air, and the deafening noise pierced the eardrums. The dense smoke and dust brought up the splattered gravel like a bullet. When the smoke gradually dissipated, what emerged was a mess. The cliff suddenly exploded into a large pitch-black pit with a bathtub size, with a depth of about a foot. Good. This kind of strength is very rare in the world. It taught me to be passionate, even when I can't exert that kind of strength yet. There was a burst of applause with a sense of stonewalling. Maayang, on the other hand, looked at the large hole blown up by his teacher, Isaac, with complicated eyes and a bit of a twitch at the corner of his mouth. This kind of strength. Honestly, it didn't reach the desired result that Maayang had in his heart. Even Son Goku and others Kamehameha and Dodon Ray were nothing compared to Master Roshi's strength that was capable of destroying a large mountain. But looking at the elders around, they seemed to have applauded it. Thinking about it again, Master Roshi had the reputation of being the god of martial arts of the earth. There were only a few masters who had reached his level, so how could Maayang compare his teacher with Master Roshi? Isaac, who had released a chi wave, was obviously exhausted. His body was staggering, and if it wasn't for Carl, who stepped forward to hold him, Isaac might have fallen on the ground. Brother, take a rest first, Carl said. Yeah, releasing chi wave takes too much physical strength. Isaac took 2 breaths, and his pale face began to regain its color. If it were me, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to support it. Carl shook his head. Watch carefully, this is the teacher's secret technique, the Heavenly Sky Beam. If you're willing to practice for a few decades, you will achieve this kind of strength too. Practice for decades. Maayang's eyes trembled, but he didn't know what to say, so he could only nod his head awkwardly and politely. Seeing that Maayang seemed a little stunned, Isaac smiled slightly and couldn't help but recall how he looked when he first witnessed the Heavenly Sky Beam. It's only when you looked back to the past, you realized how emotional the past was. Time was like a graceful dancer, performing all kinds of things in the world, and before you knew it, you had too much to remember. I was young back then, just like Maayang, I was frightened by the power of ki waves. Could you believe there was such a powerful technique of attack in the world? It was terrifying. Haha, Maayang, you have good talent, maybe it won't take decades, probably just 10 years or so. Uncle Carl said cheerfully. Isaac nodded gently, he was deeply impressed. What else could Maayang say? At this point, Yang didn't really know how he should express his feelings. He already knew that it was extremely difficult for Earthlings to release ki waves, but if it really took decades or more of practice just like teacher Isaac said, then by the time he mastered it, things would be over already. Hey, decades from now? By then, I'm afraid the story will have already begun. At that point, even if he mastered the application of ki waves, it would be useless. To be honest, he would just be a slightly larger grasshopper waiting to be slaughtered. For Yang, who was familiar with the future plot, obviously couldn't accept this. Since Krillin was capable of quickly mastering the ki waves in just a few years, Yang believed that there must be certain crucial tricks that were unknown to Isaac and the other elders. This was like understanding and categorizing some physical phenomenon. Between schools, the understanding of ki was different, and the techniques of releasing ki waves must be different. So, Kamehameha and Dodonrai were undoubtedly at the forefront of all schools. Of course, the theory was only the cornerstone. Whether or not you could finally succeed in releasing the ki waves didn't depend on how much theoretical knowledge you had mastered, but it depends on your strength. When the fullness was overflowing, strength was the premise of everything. People in the universe didn't have that many twists and turns, and their understanding of ki might be rough, but that didn't stop them from pulling and swinging ki wave with one hand. This kind of powerful racial talent could only be said to be unbearable and untouchable. It seems that after learning the principle of releasing ki waves, we need to go out and have a look as soon as possible. Because only when we have traveled more and seen more can we become stronger. As the words the jade of another mountain can attack the stone, Yang secretly decided in his heart. Planning to go to the area around sacred land of Krillin after completing his training to see if he could break through even faster. After a short break, Isaac had regained a little bit of color on his face. He looked at Yang, who had also recovered after a short period of startled, and he couldn't help but nod secretly. He took a glance at Eula and signaled her to distract Mixia, so he could begin to teach Yang the principles of releasing heavenly sky beam alone. Yang, after years of training, now that your body has been polished to perfection, the next step is to learn how to mobilize the energy, called ki, in your body. We have no way of knowing the exact origin of ki. It may come from the human body's internal organs or every cell in the body. But our Heavenly Sky School believes that ki is the combination of spirit and strength. The refinement of spiritual power plus physical power will produce an essence called ki. Chakra? After listening to Isaac's description, the first thing that flashed in Yang's mind was the source of power that the leading characters in the Naruto used to rub the balls, chakra. To say that they were all products of the island's cartoonists, it didn't seem surprising that some of them had similar settings. But this is the Dragon Ball world, and ki, as a manifestation of energy in this world, was quite visceral. Upon seeing Yang carefully listening to him, Isaac continued, because ki is a combination of spirit and strength. The first stage of practicing ki is to sit quietly and perceive the ki in your body with your spiritual power. When you can feel the ki, then the first stage is over, and you can start trying to get it to work in your body. The process will be very difficult at first. Even accompanied by intense spiritual tingling, which is normal, it means that the ki has started to grow in your body. After this stage, the next step will be as easy as water flow. When the ki in the body condenses into clusters and distributes in every part of the body, it will continue to nurture and accumulate. When the total amount reaches a certain level, with practices, you will be able to release the ki waves just like me, your teacher. Of course, each school has a different understanding of ki, so the training techniques are different, but the general idea should be similar. Isaac carefully explained the Heavenly Sky School's understanding of ki. Yang was listening carefully while comparing the Heavenly Sky School's understanding of ki and his understanding of ki. Apparently, the original story didn't mention the addition of spiritual power was needed to practice ki, and it seemed that neither Kamehameha nor Dodonrai had such a requirement. Even in general, in the entire Dragon Ball world, ki was equal to power. As long as you know how to release it, it would be simple and brutal. Yang didn't know whether the understanding of ki by Heavenly Sky School was going down the wrong path to the point that it was already stuck in a narrow alley and wasn't able to get up, or it was what makes this school different from other schools. Which one is better and which one is worst, Yang still unable to decide. So, Yang kept everything in his mind and wait until he could do further research in the future. After roughly explaining the key points of Heavenly Sky School ki-based training, Isaac stopped to give Yang time to think. Seeing the thoughtful look on Yang's face, Isaac nodded his head in satisfaction and continued his explanation after quite some time. It took about an hour for Isaac to finish his explanation of how to practice Heavenly Sky Beam. Alright, you've memorized all the key points. Now, go back and have a good comprehension, and try to refine the first ki in your body as soon as possible. Everything is difficult at first, and only after you get through this stage will become as easy as water flow. Isaac smiled as he looked at Maang. According to his estimation, it would take at least a month for his disciple to refine the first key. After a pause, Isaac said in relief, "You don't have to be anxious. Compared to the disciples of other schools, countless medicines have nourished our bodies, and it's relatively easier for us to produce the first key." "Teacher, I already kept that in mind. After I go back, I'll definitely practice harder," Maang said seriously and solemnly. Isaac smiled and patted Maang's shoulder, very pleased with him. Then he said, "It's all right, everything is good. You're still young, you don't need to push yourself too hard." "Yeah." Maang nodded obediently, but in his heart, he was already planning his next training. After learning the higher level of training, Maang knew that he had some busy days ahead of him. Heavenly Sky School's understanding of Ki and its training had opened a whole new door for him to enter a new stage of his training. While Isaac was teaching Maang the Ki-based technique alone, Eula and the other elders told Mixia about the Southern Region Superpower Academy. When she learned that she was going to study at a place called Superpower Academy soon, Mixia's mouth dropped open. She didn't know what to say, except that she was looking forward to the future. Soon the sun had risen over the mountains, and the sun's light was already generating heat on the people. After the teaching of the Ki-based technique was over, several people hurriedly dispersed. And due to the shortage of resources in stock, Scythe and Carl would team up to go deep into the primitive mountains to look for resources. This was a dangerous mission that Isaac and the others would have to prepare for it. On the way back, Maang and Mixia walked side by side. Perhaps because of the great shock they had received today, Mixia, who was usually very cheerful, seemed a bit restrained. When they reached the place where the road split, Mixia suddenly stopped, and her two emerald green eyes, which looked like a lake, stared at Maang. "Senior brother," Aunt Eula said, "I'm going to be away for a long time to study at the Superpower Academy in the Southern Region." "Superpower Academy? What kind of place is that?" Maang was stunned, and he stopped walking. "I don't know, I heard it's a place specializing in training for superpowers." Maang nodded lightly, confirmed that he had indeed never heard of the name, then asked, "How long will it take?" "I don't know." Mixia shook her head, she was looking a little unsure. For Mixia, who never left the nearby village since she was a child, the sudden trip to the unfamiliar southern region made her terrified. Maang didn't know what to say at this moment, although he wasn't quite sure what was the origin of this superpower academy, but since it was a place for training superpowers, it brought back a part of his memory. In the original story, it seemed like Oolong and the others studied at Superpower Academy when they were young. But they ended up not entering the headquarters because they didn't have enough qualifications or something else. They just left after graduating from the affiliated transformation kindergarten. It was Isaac, her father, who decided to send Mixia to the Superpower Academy, and Maang didn't have the right to put a back on it. Perhaps for Mixia, who had superpowers, studying there was the only way to strengthen her ability. The news of Mixia would be away for a long time suddenly disrupted Maang's training plan. Plap. A sudden sound of crisp applause brought Mixia back to her senses. It was Maang who clapped his hands hard, then placed his hands on Mixia's dark green hair and patted her head. "This is a rare opportunity. Your senior brother just started his training on Ki-based technique. While you have to enter the Superpower Academy to study, we might as well compete to see who is more powerful in the future. And don't cry when you can't beat me." "No way." Mixia gave Maang a quick glance, got rid of Maang's hand on her head, and said proudly, "I'm sure I'll become more powerful than my senior brother." "That's not necessarily true." Looking at the little girl's lovely face, Maang shook his head confidently. "I will definitely win. Like right now, if I use my superpower, senior brother is no match for me at all." After saying that, Mixia swung her fist proudly. Maang was speechless for a moment. She was so reasonable that it was impossible to argue. It was true. Normally, when it came to martial arts, Mixia wasn't a match for him, but once she used her superpower, Maang was powerless against her. Mixia's superpower was like Gyatso's telekinesis, there was no way to break free from it at this stage. This topic was a bit of a slap in the face, Maang simply could no longer continue to talk about it. In the following days, Maang went in and out. Aside from paying attention to the news of Scythe and Carl, two elders who had entered the primitive mountain's depths, Maang didn't listen to anything else and stayed on his hill to condense his ki. Finally, all his hard work paid off. On the 7th day of his training, Maang could faintly sense a warm airflow generated in his chest. This was a full 20 days earlier than Isaac's prediction. "Looks like I'm not too bad. The first step is basically completed. The next step is to make this ki slowly build up according to the main points of practice." Maang thought in his heart and closed his eyes to sense the ki. Pump. As if a hollow tremor rang out inside his body, the newly generated ki rushed through his body uncontrollably. Maiyang's face suddenly turned pale, and he barely managed to catch his breath. It was so hard to suppress the ki. Hiss. This ki is too hard to control. It seems like it will take a while to get it under control. This might be the hardest part of ki-based technique training. Maiyang sat cross-legged, slowly adjusting to the sudden rise of heat in his body. Then he stood up and leaped towards the mountain. Today is the day Mixia left the Great Azure Mountains to study at the Southern Region Superpower Academy. And Aunt Clarissa, one of the 6 elders, would personally escort her to the academy. Mixia was usually very affectionate towards him. Maiyang felt that this was the time he should go and see her off. Today, at the mountainside of the Great Azure Mountain, all the Heavenly Sky School disciples gathered. Upon looking at all the people who had seen her off, Mixia looked back after she took 3 steps, like an abandoned kitten. She waved reluctantly and then left the Great Azure Mountain after Aunt Clarissa tugged her. Looking at the figure gradually becoming blurred, Maiyang suddenly sighed in despair. Mixia's departure made him lost his little partner, who accompanied him during his training. Without her chattering voices in his ears, Maiyang was not quite ready for the moment, mainly because he lacked a companion. Usually, because Mixia's superpower had the effect of increasing pressure, Maiyang didn't have to tie loads on himself during his training, but now that Mixia was gone, he would have to find another way. However, he soon discovered that even if he tied sandbags all over his hands and feet, it would be difficult to achieve the same effect as when he used Mixia's superpower. After several times, the results of his training were not very satisfactory. These sandbags are huge and bulky. At this point, they don't work at all as an aid to practice. It looks like I'll have to go down the mountain and have someone build me a few wrist guards to add weight. Maiyang stared at the sandbags on the ground, remembering the scene where Son Goku was practicing on King Kai's planet with a huge weight strapped on him. He currently wasn't that well equipped, so he had to take a step back and start with steel instead. Although science and technology in this world had just started, and electricity wasn't even widely available in many places, wrought iron skills should have been available. A few days later, a whole set of dark and cold metallic equipment arrived in Maiyang's hands. This metallic equipment weighed hundreds of kilograms, enough for Maiyang's current stage of training. After putting this equipment, Maiyang quickly threw himself into comprehensive training. Hangyu, punches, dives, leg extensions. Maiyang was constantly sweating in his own courtyard. The training was a boring and tedious thing. If you couldn't take joy in the pain and find the pleasure in it, it was bound to be an excruciating process. But for Maiyang, he enjoyed it because he knew that the so-called strengths were forced out of it. In this powerful Dragon Ball world, he would never have the opportunity to make a head start without extraordinary great perseverance. As his training continued, Maiyang could feel the changes in his body every day. His body had become stronger, and his power was increasing. The tiny strand of ki in his body had grown a little. It was as fine as a thread before, but now it got to the point where he could gather it into the thickness of a chopstick. It's not a lot yet, but it's a good start. The training continued today, and unknowingly, that small strand of earthworm-like ki began to flow through Maiyang's body continuously. The ki started from the heart, bypassed the internal organs, and then rushed towards the brain through a small, seemingly invisible channel. Everything seemed normal, but then the unexpected happened. When the ki traveled to where the brain was, it suddenly seemed to sense some kind of power. Then, it went out of the veins into the cerebral cortex and then settled into consciousness. Oh no, something's wrong. A burning sting came from the depths of his consciousness. Maiyang's body shook with a jolt, and he awoke from his training. At this point, the ki was no longer under his control. Bang. 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 It was like a heart beating, but the sound was definitely not coming from the heart but from the depth of his consciousness. Maiyang looked frightened. His complexion began to turn from red to white, finally becoming livid, as if he was suffocating. He tried his best to control the ki in his body, but it was useless. The strand of ki that attached to his consciousness seemed like it had taken root like a seedling. The thin ki that was as thin as thread swam through the sea of consciousness, gradually getting out of control. Boom. The violent explosion seemed to break the ground. It seemed as if something had been breached, yet it was like nothing had happened. The violent shock caused Mu Ying's eyes to stir and nearly shattered his sea of consciousness. When he returned to his senses, Maiyang shuddered and discovered that his consciousness appeared in the middle of a gray-white space. It was a particular space with very limited visibility around it, and everything was invisible from 10 meters away. Where is this place? Maiyang was stunned at the scene in front of him. He wasn't sure why he was here. Could it be that he broke the void when he was practicing? But it didn't make sense. He pinched his arm, and it still hurts. Wait, something seemed to be wrong. Maiyang suddenly thought of something. Could it be that what was coming in now was not his conscious body, but his real body? And this was a real space too? He was busy checking in on himself and finally concluded that his body had actually come in. He could still recognize the difference between the conscious body and the real body. What was going on here? As a veteran Dragon Ball fan, he was well aware that there was no such setting in the Dragon Ball world. So, Ma Yang decided to find out. He looked around the space, and because the space itself was extremely small, Ma Yang didn't need to take a few steps before he reached the end. There was an invisible layer of barrier blocking the place 5 or 6 meters away. No matter how hard Ma Yang tried, he couldn't move any further. It seems that the size of this space is only 10 meters square. With his palm resting on the wall at the edge of the space, Ma Yang thought to himself, I have to find a way out as soon as possible, or I'll be trapped here, but how do I get out? Ma Yang sat on the floor in distress. This pocket-sized space was all gray and white, other than that it was empty. It looked like a gray casket, very similar to the hyperbolic time chamber, but not exactly the same as the hyperbolic time chamber. This place was even more dead, and obviously, there wouldn't be any supplies. This 10-meter radius of space was clearly a cage, and I was trapped inside. Damn it. In other novels, when the main character encounters such a situation, it's usually a sign of golden finger, but how could it be different for him? As time passed, this gray space remained unchanged like the ancient starry sky. Soon, 6 or 7 hours had passed, and Ma Yang still couldn't find a way to leave. However, after being trapped for so long, the strange thing was that he actually didn't feel any hunger. It's like the body's consumption was stopped entirely. No, to be precise, it wasn't that his body's consumption had stopped because Ma Yang could still feel that all of his functions were normal. The reason was because this space was filled with the free state of faint and indistinct ki, which was constantly refilling his body's consumption. Ma Yang's eyes lit up, then he thought to himself, if he could come and go freely, this would be an excellent place to practice. Ugh. Ma Yang sighed deeply. What was the use of thinking so much? It had been so long, and he already concluded that this space wouldn't automatically send him away. The old grandfather, the system, or whatever, all of those didn't exist. Luckily he wouldn't get hungry here, so at least he wouldn't starve to death. Since he wouldn't have to worry about his life because he wouldn't be able to get out for a while, Ma Yang decided to practice. Maybe if his strength increased, he could break the confinement of this place and return to the original world. When he thought about this, Ma Yang's entire demeanor became different. He began to calm down, then set up his position and practiced his punches and kicks according to the Heavenly Sky School routine. It was true that the effect of practicing here was remarkable. With the faintly visible ki clinging to the surface of his body, he was practically practicing without any loss. After half a day of practicing martial arts according to the Heavenly Sky School routine, Ma Yang felt that his arms and legs were fully functioning. He then began to practice ki-based technique, and of course, practicing here was twice more effective with half the effort. If the result of practicing in the outside world was 5, here, it was at least 15, which was 3 times more effective. This was a great place. The only downside was that I didn't know how to leave from here. With a regretful sigh, Ma Yang continued to condense the ki in his body. This time, another warm air flow ran through his body. It was moving around his internal organs first, then following the tendons and veins into every bone of his body, simply by hearing a crackling sound. Every muscle in Ma Yang's body was trembling slightly. This ki then left the muscle and bone and returned to the internal organs. It settled down like a swallow returning to its nest, quite rhythmically nourishing every cell in the body. As Ma Yang was immersed in this wonderful feeling, the energy in his body increased a little. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. Mu Yang suddenly thought, he entered this mysterious space because the ki in his body stimulated the deep consciousness in his brain during his practice, which opened up this space. As for whether this space was his consciousness space or not, he didn't need to bother about it. If he followed this idea, he would have to use ki to stimulate the depths of his consciousness again in this space. Then he would be able to open up the passage of this space to come back. When he thought about this, Ma Yang's eyes suddenly lit up, revealing an intense glow. Although this move was a bit risky, it was better than being stuck here. He needed to take the risk. Ma Yang implemented his idea. He immediately sat down on his knees and then adjusted his mind, carefully controlling the ki that mimicked the previous process and rolled towards his brain. Pang! As the ki under Ma Yang's control rushed into the space of consciousness, like a solid bullet, it suddenly smashed through a thick wall. The mysterious space where his body was now suddenly distorted bizarrely. A pitch-black crack appeared out of nowhere with a powerful devouring force, sucking Ma Yang's body directly. Once again, Ma Yang returned to his senses and found himself back in his cabin that was located in the Great Azure Mountain. He had returned. He could even get in and out of that space by himself now. Ma Yang clenched his fist. He was so excited that he wanted to shout out. Then, deep exhaustion suddenly swept over him, causing him to turn pale and collapse to the ground. What the hell? Why do I feel so tired when I am physically strong? Aizen was horrified, but immediately realized that while being in that space, he didn't consume physical energy, he was only consuming for his spiritual energy. With his condition, he probably couldn't stay in that space for too long. Or else his body would feel empty, as it did now. What? He glanced at the sky's colors, the stars shining brightly in the dark night sky, hanging like a beautiful pearl. It's already night here? Aizen remembered that it was still morning when he entered that mysterious space. Then he was trapped in that space for about a total of 20 hours, but according to the time, it wouldn't be the night when he came out. Do the two spaces flow at different rates of time as if they were hyperbolic time chambers? Such speculations suddenly arose in his brain, making Aizen feel itchy, and forgetting his fatigue. If the time flow of that mysterious space in his consciousness was really different from the outside world, he had a lot of room to manipulate. Aizen felt like he should just test it, but not right now. Now he needed to get some sleep and recover his strength first. He fell asleep immediately on the pillow and had a dreamless night. Early the next morning. No, early in the third morning, to be exact. It turned out that as soon as Aizen laid down, he actually slept for 2 days straight. Luckily, Mixia wasn't here, or else with all her daily visits, Aizen was afraid she would cause him trouble again when she saw him unconscious. This morning, when the sun rose, Aizen found 2 incense sticks with the same length in his room, so he lit them. He inserted one stick in a stone crack on the ground and held another one in his hand. Then after he meditated and contemplated for a while, the passage into the mysterious space was opened again. A whoosh sound was heard, and Aizen's body suddenly disappeared. And when about half of an incense stick was gone, his body appeared again. But at this time, the incense he held in his hand had already burned out. Aizen took the 2 incense sticks and compared them, looking at the tall incense in his hand, and then at the half-burned one on the ground. His 2 eyes couldn't help but burst with a delightful bright light. The time flow was really different on both sides, and the mysterious space on the other side of his consciousness was twice as fast as the outside world. With twice the speed of time flow, and to a certain extent, he could practice in it without feeling tired. It was simply a holy place for training. If the newcomer Aizen still had a little doubt about whether he could establish himself in the Dragon Ball world or not, now with that acceleration space, Aizen was completely confident that he could make his way here. Haha, let's just name that space acceleration space. Aizen smiled as he gave that space a name. It was simple and clear, acceleration space. Actually, deep down his heart, Aizen secretly felt that the utility of that space shouldn't be limited to that. The function similar to the hyperbolic time chamber might just be a small function of its insignificance. In the following days, Aizen stayed in the Great Azure Mountain. During the daytime, he would practice his punches and kicks. During the night, he would enter the acceleration space to wash away his body's tiredness with the effect that it had, then continue to practice hard inside. Through the test, Aizen found that with his current spiritual state, he could continue to open the acceleration space for about 3 hours, and that is, if he opens it for 6 hours again, by the time he exceeds, his body would be exhausted, making him feel like he was stepping on cotton, and the loss was not worth the gain. Usually, martial arts practitioners in this world only have a few hours of daytime training per day. Those who were more diligent may even borrow a little time at night because plenty of rest was essential for them. But Aizen was different. With the effect of acceleration space, he could not only do his training during the day, but he could also open a small space at night. It can be said that using the acceleration space for training under the circumstances that spiritual power allows, was actually already equivalent to resting to some extent. So, by doing this, Aizen's real training time was more than twice compared to ordinary people. In July, the sky was blue, the clouds were bright, and the Great Azure Mountain was green and glorious. In the Heavenly Sky School Martial Arts Building, Isaac and several elders of Heavenly Sky School enjoyed a leisurely cup of tea. Scythe and Carl were also there, as they had returned from the primitive mountains. The trip into the mountains had taken a total of 10 days. After climbing over dozens of mountains, they had brought back enough medicinal bathing materials, and they wouldn't have to worry about medicine for quite some time. With the ingredients stored away, a few of them sat around. They listened to Scythe and Carl talk about the trip into the mountains, and a chuckle rang out from time to time. The tea set was placed in the center, with Alice's proficiency in tea brewing, the small spoonful of freshly fried green tea steeped in a clear spring water. After a while, the camellia dispersed, emitting a fragrance of tea from the heat. If my calculation is right, Mixia should have almost arrived at the Superpower Academy. Receiving a cup of tea from his wife, Isaac began to miss his lovely daughter. Alice looked at the calendar on the wall. It's about time. I don't know how she's doing and whether she's in the advanced class or not. Mixia is very smart, I'm sure she can do it. Bros, a handsome blonde man, smiled and said I hope so. Alice smiled faintly. The Superpower Academy was divided into the junior class, intermediate class, and advanced class. There were different training rules for superpowers users with different potentials. If you could enter the advanced class, you'd be starting one level above the others, not to mention graduating with a different certificate. It was also an opportunity for the superhuman themselves, which extremely beneficial to the development of their power. As a mother, Alice wanted her daughter to enter the advanced class, but she wouldn't force it. After all, with a Heavenly Sky School at her back, even if her daughter was just an ordinary woman like her, she would never suffer in the future. Both of you don't have to worry, Clarissa should be sending a reply soon. Seeing Isaac and Alice's worried look, Scythe said with a smile before taking a sip of his tea. He could understand how Isaac and Alice felt. After all, how could a parent not be concerned when their child was away? But with Clarissa tagging, there was nothing to worry about. The elders' conversation shifted away from Mixia and gradually turned to a couple of the school disciples, commenting on their strengths and weaknesses one by one. In the Heavenly Sky School, all disciples were theoretically the headmaster's disciples. Still, in practice, each elder would specifically teach one or two disciples. Although these disciples didn't bear the name of their teachers or other disciples, they were teachers and disciples, so they knew their disciples very well. It is a long-standing principle to communicate on the condition of the disciples at regular intervals, so the more accurate program of further training can be developed through these communications. When it came to talking about Maiyang, there was an outburst of emotion. 10 minutes ago, Maiyang had just come and asked them a few questions about the problems he had encountered during his training. Maiyang's improvement is so great, I thought it would be some years before he could ask those questions. I didn't expect him to ask them now. Carl looked at the others and spoke in a depressive tone. Yula nodded. By the looks of it, he should have already grasped the secret of Heavenly Sky Beam. Maybe soon, our Heavenly Sky School will spawn one of the youngest disciples ever to master Heavenly Sky Beam. After saying that, Yula looked at Isaac and smiled. Congratulations, Brother Isaac. Isaac was quite impressed. His disciple was promising, and he felt twice as proud. To be honest, in the past few days, his disciple seemed like a new person, progressing day by day, unaware of the fact that he had already left the other disciples far behind. That was indeed an excellent example as a senior disciple. Also incredibly beneficial for the school. Isaac nodded with a faint smile and didn't hold back his compliments. According to Maiyang's current progress, 3 years from now, he might have a chance of participating in the 11th World Martial Arts Tournament. At his age, he can make it into the quarterfinals. If we can make it into the quarterfinals, we can make our Heavenly Sky School proud. Bros caught up the conversation. He looked very excited. The World Martial Arts Tournament is a competition held every 5 years as a joint project of the various martial arts schools in the world. At this time, the World Martial Arts Tournament was not yet officially hosted by the Earth's government as it was in the original story. Instead, famous martial arts schools hosted it on a rotating basis. In the past years, Heavenly Sky School had not participated in the World Martial Arts Tournament very often. First, because Heavenly Sky School didn't have a lot of disciples, so it was impossible to screen out the players who meet the requirement. Although there was no maximum age limit set for the World Martial Arts Tournament, it was often the newcomers of each school who were participating. The future of the schools lay with the young generation. The older generation of the schools was too embarrassed to compete on the same stage as the younger generation. Secondly, at the end of the day, it was actually a matter of strength. Even if there happened to be suitable disciples who could participate, most of Heavenly Sky School's results weren't very good, and it had been a few years since they had made it to the quarterfinals. In fact, as Bros said, making it to the quarterfinals was somehow already considered a prestigious achievement for the school. Isaac had an extremely high value on Maiyang as a disciple. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taught him the ki-based technique earlier. However, Isaac was equally aware that there were different people outside of the world, and the sky is the limit. Knowing that it was the #1 martial arts tournament in the world, which would bring together the most outstanding martial art practitioners from all over the world. Even if Isaac himself were to participate, he might not be able to achieve the best results. For Maiyang to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament at his age, it would be extremely difficult to get into the quarterfinals. Of course, Maiyang didn't know what was going on in Isaac's mind, because at this time he was practicing alone in the martial arts training ground in the back of the mountain. Time passed by quietly. It had already been a month since Maiyang discovered the acceleration space. This past month, with the help of the acceleration space, the ki in Muyang's body was growing, and gradually had become as thick as his thumb. This progress was very rare because, at a normal training speed, it would take at least 3 to 4 months of painstaking training to reach this level. Although his ki was still very feeble compared to his teacher Isaac, it had greatly increased Maiyang's confidence in the future. He had become more diligent in his training. Today, due to the increase of ki in his body, Maiyang was able to sense the heat flowing through his body. So he tried to mimic Isaac's movements to release the heavenly sky beam. Maiyang looked solemn, he was holding his ki and putting up a stance. Both of his fingers became swords, he used all of his strength to gather the heat flow in his body between his right index and middle finger. Heavenly sky beam. The ki gathered together and gradually produced heat. Upon seeing that the fingertips burst into a glowing light, the ki wave was about to be released. A faint stream of air flew out from the fingertips with a whir sound, but after only half a meter of distance, it disappeared in a cloud of smoke. What a dud! Maiyang looked at a thin mist in front of him awkwardly. Luckily no one saw it. It would have been embarrassing to show off his initial appearance. Releasing the ki wave involved an overwhelming power, bursting an impact on a vent and sweeping it like a powerful bamboo. The ki wave that Maiyang had just released was curdled and weak. Neither the explosive power nor the penetrating power was up to standard. This was because the ki in Maiyang's body wasn't strong enough. Although he was unable to successfully release the ki wave this time, Maiyang silently remembered it in his heart. He didn't feel discouraged and even practiced more diligently. Primitive mountains, inner circles. The primitive mountain was stretched for hundreds of kilometers, and the inside was just too big. What was actually hidden in its deepest depths? Even the ancestors of the Heavenly Sky School, who had been rooted near the primitive mountain for many years, had not thoroughly explored the entire inner circle area even after waves of exploration. Currently, deep within the primitive mountains, where the inner circle bordered the outskirts, Maiyang was wandering aimlessly. The forest was lush and green in the distance, thick trees towering over the sky and obscuring the view. As the terrain rose and fell, these giant trees rose and fell up and down in a regular pattern. Whoosh! A black figure quickly passed by and disappeared like a floating shadow in the middle of the forest. Maiyang had been in this vast forest for several days. Combining the results of his recent training, Maiyang went alone into the small inner circle of the primitive mountains. As long as he was careful, he didn't need to worry too much about safety. Here, Maiyang's concentration was always high because the inner circle's threat level was different from the outskirt. He might behave with ease on the outskirts, but not here. After all, Maiyang didn't have the same strength as Isaac and the other elders, so his eyes and ears always paid attention to the surroundings as he walked. Once there was any movement around, his body needed to react immediately. This continued for several days. All Maiyang did was walk only at the border between the inner circle and the outskirts. Just like that, as the terrain changed, an open valley gradually appeared in front of him. This valley showed a crescent-shaped undulation, with the peaks on either side rising high and spreading out towards the sides. The whole crescent-shaped valley looked as if it had been smashed out hard. The journey continued along the long valley in front of him. Suddenly, a messy empty beach appeared in front of him, with steep rocks on the ground. Near the messy beach, something shiny caught Maiyang's attention. It was a few scattered chunks of metal that had been thrown around in bits and pieces. The larger pieces had been covered in green moss and faintly mottled with rust, looked like they were several years old. Hey, that chunk of metal there doesn't look like anything from Earth. With a slight excitement in his heart, Maiyang strode forward, and in a few steps, he got near those big chunks. Leaning down to take a closer look, Maiyang was certain that the chunks were from a piece of large mechanical equipment that had fallen off the top. According to this mottled rust, it was estimated that it had existed for at least a few hundred years, definitely not something from Earth. Maiyang basically figured it out that this came from outer space, so he searched along this area. Luckily, this crescent-shaped valley wasn't too big. It only took a little time for Maiyang to finally find the aircraft that was half buried under the ground near a bank of a stream. It's a spaceship. Maiyang came to the spaceship and looked at it carefully. It's a shame that several years have passed, and the overall structure has been so badly corroded by oxidation that there's no possibility of repairing it. The spaceship was about 7 or 8 meters long, and half of it was buried under the ground. Perhaps due to the great impact of the crash, the shell of the ship itself had fallen apart. Not to mention, with the relentless erosion of the years, it was already in the shape of rotten iron, completely losing the possibility of being repaired. Even if there was a chance to fix it, it would be impossible to fix it properly with Earth's technology. Let's see if there's anything useful in there. Although he knew the chances of harvesting were slim, seeing the spaceship was already in front of him, and leaving without digging up anything useful was always a bit of a bummer. It might be impossible to fix the spaceship, but if you look hard enough, you might find something useful. Looking at the situation, Maiyang looked around and found a long metal pry bar. He then began to dig down until he had reached 2 to 3 meters deep before he could dig an object trapped in a metal box from the wreckage of the spaceship. The metal box was laid open, and 3 lens-like objects were placed inside. Huh? Maiyang was a little surprised, The corners of his mouth slightly curved upwards. The moment he saw the lens-like object, he realized that it was probably something similar to a scouter, and as for whether or not it was a scouter, he wasn't quite sure. Weighing a lens in his hand, Aizen was hoping this would still be usable. He didn't dare to guarantee the shelf life of the shape technology. Not knowing how many years had passed, he didn't know if it was still usable or not. Soon Aizen realized that his worries were unnecessary, and it wasn't even something that he should be worried about. When he took the lens-like object in his hand and observed it, suddenly, there was a beep sound. The lens-like object seemed to be automatically activated, and the green light appeared in the lens. The moment it touched his skin, and a string of unknown symbols appeared on the bright green lens. Aizen was shocked as he looked at the scouter that had been activated. His complexion changed, and his heart swelled. Remember that many of the alien probes were equipped with communication capabilities. Now, that this lens-like probe's activated, would it reveal the Earth's location? Although Earth's location was not a secret in the universe, it was never a good idea to send out a rash signal. It would be bad if the aliens were attracted because with Earth's current power level, it wouldn't be able to withstand the aliens. But speaking of it, this lens-like object was worthy of being aliens' high-tech. It was still good even after all these years. Aizen sighed as he took the lens and looked at it again. He found that the printout on it hadn't changed since it turned on. He looked closer at the character. It was only a short line. There weren't many digits of symbols, it was only 4, and apart from the lens and the bracket that covered it, there was no antenna to be found. After thinking about it, Aizen didn't care whether he could read the symbols displayed on the lens or not. He directly retrieved the lens into the metal box and then continued to search through the ship for a while. After made sure that he couldn't find anything else useful, Aizen picked up the box and left the crescent-shaped valley. He rushed back quickly, avoiding the sight of countless wild beasts eyeing him. Finally, Aizen returned to his place. In the dim candlelight, he opened the metal iron box again and picked up one of the lenses. Beep. 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 Due to the fact that it sensed some heat on the skin, the lens automatically activated again, and a series of data quickly appeared. Just like the previous printout, the data was very minimal, only a string of characters. It didn't matter if he couldn't understand it, because Aizen had roughly calculated that this should be something like a scouter. The data displayed would always have some pattern, whether it was decimal or binary. Observing the data on the lens carefully, Aizen pointed it at himself and gradually raised the key in his body. Sure enough, the symbol at the end of the data changed. And as the data jumps around, there was a specific pattern of reciprocity on top. Aizen drew these symbols one by one onto the paper, then studied them carefully. Soon he discovered that the characters were actually divided into 4 sections, each of them supposed to represent a progression. So far, the first 2 sections had remained unchanged. Luckily, Aizen was once an electrician and had learned the principles of digital circuits, so, at least this allowed him to find a hint of how to crack it. Whatever the base is, it can be calculated from the fluctuation of the data. Finally, after numerous trials and errors, Aizen confirmed that there were 16 variations on the last digit of the lens, which meant that what was displayed on the lens was most likely a hexadecimal data. Comparing the characters displayed on the lens to the hexadecimal he knew, Aizen pointed it at himself and measured the maximum key of the data. Beep. The lens shows a string of data, and the characters are replaced with the Earth's hexadecimal code, 002F. Convert to decimal, 47. In other words, Aizen's current key number or power level was 47 points. That's not a bad number, at least not among Earthlings. Aizen looked at the data and gasped. Knowing that a year ago, when Aizen had just crossed over, his power level wasn't even estimated to be 15. It had been a difficult year until he could finally triple it. Well, now, with the specific data for comparison, the training looks even more clear. It's just that I don't know if this data is consistent with the universal power level calculation method, but at least, it should be about the same. Compared to the Scouter of Frieza Force in the original story, the one that Aizen had in his hands lacked the geolocation function. From the monotonous character display, it also seemed to not have a communication function. Obviously, it was just a simple scouter, but according to the original, it seemed to have a wider detection range. With all 4 digits of hexadecimal filled, the upper limit could almost detect 65,000 power level. It was such a shame that Aizen could only make the last 2 digits jump slightly right now. Mu Yang smiled slightly as his heart was rising with enthusiasm. This was a quantitative comparison. In the past, I knew that I was growing every day, but the exact amount of growth was very vague. With this scouter, it was like playing a game, as I watched my level rising. This visual performance made Aizen feel more motivated. Isaac and Aizen sat face to face in the martial arts building. After the 7-day guidance ended, Aizen was left alone by Isaac. Teacher. Aizen nodded slightly towards Isaac. He had tested Isaac and other elders with the probes before. In their everyday condition, Isaac's numbers were between 60 and 70. Among the other teacher, Isaac holds the highest number, which was 74. Still, Yang knew the characteristics of martial arts practitioners on Earth, so he wouldn't consider it their highest fighting power. In a true full outburst, Isaac's power level might be over 80. Have you encountered any difficulties during this period of training? Isaac smiled as he asked. I feel good so far, and has not encountered a bottleneck, Yang replied. Isaac nodded, then solemnly and seriously said, Mu Yang, in about 3 years, there will be a grand martial arts tournament on Maple Island in the southern region, in which masters from all over the world will gather there. It's a rare opportunity to practice, and what teacher means is that I want you to go and represent the Heavenly Sky School. A martial arts tournament that brings together masters from all over the world? Yang's heart raced as he heard the words. Wasn't that the World Martial Arts Tournament? Teacher, please tell me about the martial arts tournament details, Yang said hurriedly. Isaac laughed lightly and said, even if you don't ask, I'll still tell you more about it. He looked at Yang with a light smile and moistened his throat. Speaking of the martial arts tournament, the full name is World Martial Arts Tournament. It has actually been held many times. The first time it was just a private exchange between the top schools, but as the scope of the exchange has expanded over the years, the martial arts tournament has become grander. Now it's still mainly held by the top schools, but the participant has expanded to include the entire martial arts community. 3 years from now, the 11th World Martial Arts Tournament will be held. In the past, our Heavenly Sky School didn't have any decency to send disciples to participate because we lacked strength. You are the most outstanding disciples in our new generation, so I hope you will be the representative of Heavenly Sky School. It doesn't matter whether you get a good result or not, consider it as an opportunity to practice. Isaac explained patiently. In his estimation, if Yang could practice seriously in the next 3 years, it shouldn't be difficult for him to get good results in the World Martial Arts Tournament. However, it would be too difficult to say that he would win the tournament. Isaac's expectations were not high. As long as he could get in the quarterfinals, it would be great. It's just that Isaac didn't know that he had actually underestimated Yang's ability. 3 years later. The 11th World Martial Arts Tournament. Yang's eyes were shining. This was the first time he had figured out the year of the Dragon Ball world he was in. Previously, due to the current Earth's undeveloped technology, the information was blocked. There wasn't any accurate reference point. So, for quite some time, Yang hadn't been able to figure out exactly how many years were left before the original story began. Now the information Isaac brought about the World Martial Arts Tournament had allowed him to find a reference point. At the beginning of the original story, Son Goku participated in the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament, so he was 10 years earlier than Son Goku. According to the triennial calculation, that would be 30 years. No, it was not right. Yang shook his head. The interval of time before the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament was 5 years, not 3. So the 10th would be 50 years, and with the next 3 years, it would mean that there were at least 53 years left before the original story began. According to this calculation, the time he crossed over to the Dragon Ball world was 54 years before the beginning of the original story. Yang was speechless. It was really long, 54 years. By the time the original story began, he was already a rotten 60 or 70 years old man. Upon learning the news of the World Martial Arts Tournament from his teacher, Isaac, Yang left and returned to his cabin, pondering about World Martial Arts Tournament in his heart. After identifying the time period he was in, Yang's heart was somewhat calmed down. With his eyes scanning the scouter placed in the metal box, the corner of Yang's mouth curled up slightly. Let's not think about what's going to happen in 50 years or so, and focus on martial arts training first so that the next World Martial Arts Tournament will be my first step to make my presence known in this world. In the original story, Master Roshi, who had lived for more than 300 years, was still alive and well until the beginning of the story. He was known as the god of martial arts throughout history. This showed that when the power was strong enough to reach a certain level, it was possible to extend life using certain techniques. Legend has it that the reason Master Roshi could live for so long was that he had taken the elixir of immortality. In contrast, another legend said that it was because he had eaten paradise herb from the Forest of Terror. Which one of the claims was actually reliable, Yang couldn't figure out the details. But like Master Roshi, Master Shen, Tao Pai Pai, and Fortune Teller Bubba, who lived for hundreds of years, it would be considered a miracle if it was only 1 or 2. However, 4 of them appeared all at once. There must be a reason for that. As long as this cause was on Earth, then with his knowledge of the Dragon Ball world, Yang believed that he also had a chance to obtain it. When you think about it, the little goal of living until the story original begins didn't seem so hard to achieve. Of course, Maiyang's goal could never be the same as the Master Roshi or Master Shen, who were already old and senile by the time the story began. So, not only did he have to stay alive, he had to stay in good shape as well. The scenery was peaceful in the early morning. The sound of the wind rustled the leaves rang in the ears, the frogs croaking on the ridges, the distant grass covered with dew, and the sounds of insects and birds chirping were heard from time to time in the quiet great forest. On the hill, a young man was gathering the ki in his body. Suddenly, the young man's body tensed up as if he was facing a great enemy, and the hot ki gathered at his fingertips, creating azure points of light. With a dignified shot, the arm straightened abruptly, and a surge of ki burst out from between the fingers. Heavenly sky beam. Just like a laser swept quickly, the slender beam accompanied by the crisp surrounding whirlwind swished and hit a 70 pounds of stone in the distance. All that could be heard was a loud rumbling sound as the stone exploded, and shattering into tiny particles that splattered, while a thick layer of dust rose in place and blocking the view. When the smoke dissipated, Maiyang gasped slightly, and there was a look of satisfaction in his eyes. His ki waves had finally reached the level of his teacher, Isaac. 3 years had passed since Maiyang obtained the Scouter. One day after another, for 3 whole years, Maiyang was 17 years old, and the boy grew into a handsome young man. In the past 3 years, Maiyang's strength had been increasing. After such a long period of training, Maiyang's body had been strengthened a lot. The physique of Earthlings wasn't comparable to Saiyan's. That was why he couldn't compete in all kinds of extreme tests without fear like Son Goku. Still, thanks to the effect of the acceleration space, Maiyang's power level had now reached 85. This value wasn't high enough to be compared to Son Goku and others in the same period, but it could be considered a master for the current Earthlings. In recent years, Maiyang didn't deliberately try to improve his power level. Instead, he spent more time in the acceleration space on the comprehension of basic martial arts. He was striving to evolve each move into an infinite variety before integrating and optimizing it. Because Maiyang knew that the Earth was only a low-level planet, which means the ceiling was very low. The low level means that by the time he reached the top in the future, no one would guide him. Everything depends on his own exploration, so for future development, Maiyang, in the early limited growth zone, consciously honed his own understanding. In fact, even Maiyang's teacher, Isaac, didn't know that his disciple already had the ability to fight him secretly. So far, every time he punches, Maiyang could feel his strength increasing. One day after 3 years, there was still a month to go before the World Martial Arts Tournament began. Due to backward transportation, the journey from the Great Azure Mountains in the northern hemisphere to Maple Island in the southern region required a great deal of time along the way. Today, Maiyang packed his bags and, accompanied by Uncle Scythe, began his journey to Maple Island. Maiyang, do your best. It's surely great if you can get good results, but even if you don't, this still a great opportunity for you to practice. Upon his departure, Isaac's rough palm pressed on Maiyang's shoulder to encourage him. Please don't worry, teacher. Maiyang's gaze was divine, and his tone was confident. It's good to have that state of mind. Isaac smiled at the sight and nodded gently. Maiyang had a faint smile on his face and a source of confidence in his martial arts skill. The surrounding junior disciples were probing their necks one by one and looked at Maiyang with great envy. As expected of a senior brother, he got a chance to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament. I wish I was that powerful so that I could see the World Martial Arts Tournament with my own eyes. Of course, we'll definitely be able to attend the next one. So, under the gaze of the elders and fellow disciples, Maiyang raised his hand in a dashing wave, carried his bag, and headed down the mountain with Scythe. To go to Maple Island, they'd need to go on a steam train, and the nearest train station was nearly 100 kilometers from the Great Azure Mountains. The setting sun hung with a red tinge in the sky, and the falling clouds stained the horizon. A full day had already passed when Maiyang and Scythe picked up their pace and entered the only nearby town with a train station. The town was called Chongshan Town. It named after the primitive mountain that rose above the landless mountains. This was the only transportation route to the outside world from nearby villages. It was significantly more crowded than the villages at the bottom of the Great Azure Mountains. The existence of the train station has played a crucial role in the development of Chongshan Town. Walking down the street, various shops open on both sides, with merchants standing in front of the door and hawking to sell their items. It had begun to take on a modern feel, a feeling of being back at the beginning of the 20th century. Before the sunset, Maiyang and Scythe walked towards the train station with their bags hanging on their shoulders, then lined up to buy tickets. Soon, Scythe bought the tickets and handed one of them to Maiyang. The long-distance trains to the south only came once every 2 days, while the trains passing through their destination were once every half a month. The closest train would depart tomorrow evening, so Maiyang and Scythe would stay in this town for a day. It's still a while before the train leaves, so we need to find a place to stay first. Scythe, who was often going out of town, led Maayang to a hotel next to the train station, and then explained to Maayang methodically, "We're going to be on the train for half a month trip. So, while you're free tomorrow, you should go and purchase some things for your daily use." "Okay, I got it." Maayang followed Scythe. For him who used to the rustic appearance of the countryside, the town in front of him finally brought a little bit of feeling from his previous life. It was an understatement, but it seemed like another world. It was kind of unfamiliar, but the freshness was definitely there. At night, Maayang once again entered the acceleration space to practice, which was the habit he had developed. The night was silent. The next day, Maayang walked around the streets of the town alone. Considering that he needed to spend half a month on the train, Maayang went and purchased some necessities. This was the first time Maayang left the Great Azure Mountain to come to a town this far since he had came to the Dragon Ball world. Although the scene before him was not the same as his impression of the endless flow of floating spaceships. The power of technology had brought drastic changes to the town, making him feel fresh and new. After buying everything that he needed, Maayang walked in the Chongshan town, carrying large and small bags. At this moment, he couldn't help but exclaim over Dr. Brief, who invented capsule technology. He was indeed a super genius. No wonder Capsule Corporation could become the world's largest company. The capsules was very convenient for travelers, it almost pulled an era. But right now, it wasn't time to think about the capsule. Maybe Dr. Brief himself hadn't even been born that long ago. A white martial arts uniform whipped in the wind as Maayang walked down the street, attracting glances from the surrounding people every now and then. In this current era, martial arts practitioners were highly respected, but because of the limited transportation, not many people had actually seen them in person, which made even just a disciple became highly noticeable. After returning to the hotel and packing their bags, it was almost time for Maayang and Scythe to go to the train station. The people around them were also in a hurry with their bags and luggage as if they were afraid they might not make it to the train. Steam trains were smoking with hot steam next to the platform, making the whole station look smoky. After checking the ticket, they boarded the train and found their compartment. Maayang stuffed his luggage onto the shelf in the compartment, then he sat on the edge of the bed and watched the scenery outside the window. Their compartment was a large private room and could accommodate 6 people. Besides Maayang and Scythe, there were 2 other passengers who looked like businessmen. So, after they smiled and greeted them, Maayang began to sit quietly. Woo-hoo-hoo, as the steam train's whistle blows, the heavy train begins to rumble. The sound of the wheels grinding over the tracks, echoing in their ears, as the scenery on either side of them kept receding backward. To be honest, the steam train's speed wasn't very fast, it was around 70 to 80 kilometers per hour. Maayang could even be faster than the train if he used his full strength, it's just that he wasn't anything like a train. Maple Island was located in the middle of the ocean just outside the southern region, so when the train arrives at the station, they need to take a ferry ride to get there. Clack clack clack, the steam train rolled over mountains, moving from the flatland to the hills, and from the hills into the mountains. As the sky grew darker and the stars began to shine through the clouds, the train continued on its way after stopping at a few platforms along the way, and 10 days passed quickly. At this time, the passenger on the bunk opposite to Maayang had already changed. The 2 businessman-looking travelers had already gotten off, and the newcomer was a solemnly dressed young couple. The couple brought 2 daughters about 5 years old, and they were very cute. Both of their daughters were carved in jade. Looking at the way they dressed, it seemed like they came from a wealthy family. One day, Maayang was sitting quietly while practicing his key-base technique, when he suddenly sensed a chill on his cheeks. He opened his eyes and saw a little girl with brown hair staring at him with her bright, watery eyes. "April, don't disturb this big brother's practice." The one who spoke was the little girl's mother. That young lady was very polite as she looked at Maayang with apologetic eyes and carried her daughter over. "How come you haven't apologized to the big brother?" The young lady said to Maayang, "I'm sorry, this child must have disturbed you." "It's okay." Maayang smiled and shook his head. "Big brother, I'm sorry." The little brunette girl then looked at her mother. She flattened her lips and apologized, then pulled a candy jar out of her arms and took out a few candies. "Big brother, these are candies for you." Seeing the little girl looked hesitant, Maayang smiled and shook his head, not accepting the candies. "It's okay. You can keep these candies for yourself." "Yeah, April loves candy." The little girl named April smiled immediately. Her azure pupils were showing joy. She carefully peeled a candy and shoved it into her mouth. "Sister, I want it too." April's sister, a little girl with blonde hair, said in a gruff voice. "Here you are." What a thoughtful little girl. Maayang smiled softly upon looking at April, who had peeled out candy with her own hands and fed it to her sister. Giggle. A brunette girl named April let out a crisp laugh, and the young child seemed like she could be happy when she saw anything. Looking at April's playful and adorable appearance, Mixia's image flashed on Ma Yang's mind. That girl hadn't come back for a long time since she had gone to the Superpower Academy. It just happened that the Superpower Academy was also in the southern region. This time he came over to attend the World Martial Arts Tournament, but should he stop by to see her? Well, let's wait until he finished participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament. When the time came, I would give her a surprise. Ma Yang thought to himself. Only after that conversation did Ma Yang learn that the young couple in front of him was named Claren and Fiamia. They were researchers at the Synthesized Research Institute. This trip was taken as a holiday to bring their children home to visit their families. Their two children named April and Cypriel, who, in addition to their sapphire blue eyes, had inherited their parents' hair color, one brown and the other blonde. They said that innocent children were the most delightful. Ma Yang didn't believe it, not until he saw April and Cypriel. These two children were soft and cuddly, they were very delightful. The train raced along the tracks for a few more days, and apparently, the weather changing in the surrounding area indicated that the train had entered the southern region. At this time, it was still summer in the northern hemisphere, while it was a cold winter in the southern hemisphere. So, when you got off the train, the air you exhaled would be cloudy. Brother Ma Yang, I wish you the best of luck in the World Martial Arts Tournament. The young man, Claren, put on his bowler hat and pulled up his suitcase to get off. I'll accept your kind words. Ma Yang smiled in reply. Mr. Ma Yang, Mr. Scythe. We'll see you if we're fortunate enough to see you again. It's been a very pleasant trip for us. Suppose we hadn't already arranged our itinerary. In that case, we'd have wanted to get a proper look at the World Martial Arts Tournament. Goodbye, big brother. April waved her arms vigorously, then pulled the corner of her mother's coat and headed out toward the outside of the busy station. Goodbye. Ma Yang smiled as well. This ordinary journey was quite fun because of the little girl. So, although Ma Yang knew that the possibility was very low, he hoped that he would have the chance to meet the little girl again. At this point, Scythe was watching them quietly while taking his luggage, and when the Clarens left, he said to Ma Yang, "Come on, we need to hurry. We're still a straight away from Maple Island, and we'll have to switch to the ferry when we get out of the train station." "I know, Uncle Scythe, let's go." Ma Yang smiled and nodded, increasingly lamenting the inconvenience of transportation in this era. No wonder the World Martial Arts Tournament was held once every 5 years. It must be due to the time spending on the road that would take a long time. Of course, if you had Son Goku's strength, you could swim halfway around the earth, but sadly Ma Yang didn't have that kind of ability yet. Maple Island was separated just a few miles of the strait from the vast southern region. On this day, Maple Island was very lively. The people were welcoming the World Martial Arts Tournament that was held once every 5 years. As the time for the World Martial Arts Tournament approached, the powerful practitioners from various martial arts schools around the world had gathered from miles away, making the entire island extremely lively. Unlike the World Martial Arts Tournament that appeared in the original story, the World Martial Arts Tournament at this time was still just an exchange between various schools. Without being openly held by the official Earth government, the hosts were usually those highly reputable schools in the martial arts world. The host of the World Martial Arts Tournament this time was the Maple Leaf School from Maple Island. Although the Maple Leaf School wasn't as powerful and famous as the Turtle School and Crane School, it was still a very outstanding martial arts school in the current martial arts world. Let's go find a place to stay. The World Martial Arts Tournament will be held in 3 days, for a total of 2 days, and there will be a 3-day exchange after the tournament. Scythe led Ma Yang towards the town at the bottom of Maple Island's mountains, explaining as he walked. So, does everyone has to live in this small town? Looking at the surrounding people, Ma Yang doubted that this town could accommodate so many outsiders. Scythe nodded. According to the tradition, the host will arrange accommodation for those who finished in the top 50 in the previous tournament. At the same time, the disciples of the schools that were a quarter-finalist will also receive special treatment. Maple Leaf School is a big school, so they have enough rooms to accommodate the contestants to stay at the Maple Leaf School. But like us, Heavenly Sky School, where neither disciples achieve the quarter-final places or even the top 50 in the last tournament, we will have to take care of our own accommodation. Ma Yang nodded after hearing this. He knew that schools gave preferential treatment to the preferential players. The strong ones indeed would get preferential treatment wherever they went. With a quick calculation in his mind, Ma Yang knew that this rule would divert about half of the people. The hotel in the town should be able to accommodate them. As they talked, Scythe and Ma Yang had found a hotel. After entering the guest room with warm hospitality from the staff, they went to get a simple meal. Then, Ma Yang began to prepare for the World Martial Arts Tournament that would be held in 3 days. The daily meditation practice wasn't deserted, But considering the fact that he was new here, Yang didn't enter the acceleration space. Yang was practicing when Scythe pushed the door and walked in. Yang, do you want to take a walk outside and get familiar with the area? Sure, that's a good idea. Just like the college entrance examination, when you have to get used to the environment beforehand. Yang thought that he would simply end today's practice and walk around the town with Scythe. There were so many martial art practitioners from around the world. Yang followed behind Scythe and looked around, as the participants continued to gather. There were already about 100 people in front of Yang. These were mostly young disciples of various schools. They were dressed in various martial uniforms. Some teachers also led the team just like Scythe. With Yang's current strength, he was still unable to perceive his opponent's strengths or weaknesses by using his ki. However, there was still some sense of the general threat. Yang spread out his spiritual power but didn't feel any aura that posed a threat to him, which meant that the 100 or so people in front of him were actually not his match. Come on, we'll register at the martial dojo first. Scythe was unaware that Yang was secretly scanning these martial art practitioners. He just led Yang towards the martial art tournament's registration booths. As he walked, he said, those contestants just now were only from some medium or even small schools, so their strength isn't that strong. The really powerful schools have had good results in the past, so they are all personally greeted by Maple Leaf School disciples. As soon as they arrive at the dock, they will be led all the way to the martial dojo to rest. Yang nodded. Scythe had already told him this before. Chapter 20 Things were gathered by kind, and people were divided into groups. Even in the martial arts world, there were differences between the strong and the weak. This was a realistic topic. People, schools, and school styles could embrace each other due to the same martial arts philosophy. But, it was also possible for different gradients to be invariably divided due to their strengths and weaknesses. There was no such complete equality of treatment. The more powerful the school was, the more attention would be paid to show courtesy, and this courtesy was built on the foundation of strength. When strength was unequal, the courtesies given were probably only symbolic and courteous. But only when strength was equal would they really show enough respect for each other. It was like the attitude towards the top players and big schools' disciples from the previous World Martial Arts Tournament. The hosts would arrange their disciples to greet them early. This was the example of strength speaking. And for some ordinary schools that didn't get a lot of attention, they needed to go up on their own. The most famous schools in the martial arts world today are the Turtle School, Crane School, Orin Temple, Maple Leaf School, Thousand Crane School, Cross Fist, Beast Group, and the legendary Guardian lineage of the Sacred Land. Scythe knew these schools like the back of his hand. He then shook his head at Yang and said, it's just that the Turtle School and Crane School have basically remained hidden over the years. The Guardian lineage is said to have clan rules and won't easily go out of the sacred land of Karan. So in this martial arts world, over the last few decades, Orin Temple, Maple Leaf School, Thousand Crane School, etc., are considered to be the strongest schools. When it came to the martial arts world's current situation, Yang could hear the sadness in Scythe's voice. This wasn't to say that masters of the big schools were stronger than other schools. There were also strong masters from small schools, for example, Yang's teacher, Isaac. He was definitely a strong man as well, but because the overall scale of the Heavenly Sky School was small, it was only ranked as a middle-grade school. Those big schools had many disciples, and the overall quality appeared to be naturally stronger than other schools. In addition to these masters, there was another special group of masters on Earth, monsters who could speak human words. They generally had the appearance of beasts, but because of their intelligence, it was inappropriate to classify them as beasts. Maple Island was an island with a convex center and a low surrounding. Like many islands, the temperature on Maple Island was pleasant. The breeze was warm and gentle, even in the cold winter in the southern region. There was the main peak in the middle of the island, called Maple Leaf Peak, and halfway up of the Maple Leaf Peak, there was a magnificent martial dojo. It was the Maple Leaf School's martial dojo, where the World Martial Arts Tournament was held. The path leading to the foot of the mountain was windy. The forest was green, and the trees were beautiful with birds chirping quietly in the mountain, and a dense forest on both sides surrounded the bluestone path. If you look into the distance through the pass on the mountainside, the clear blue water came in sight, showing a beautiful view of the waves. You could even smell the seawater through the breeze. As they entered the martial dojo, the number of martial arts practitioners who gathered around them increased. Yang roughly looked around and saw many people wearing Maple Leaf School martial arts uniforms, leading a group of people around. Judging by their appearance, Yang knew those were disciples of the big schools. Yang, hurry up, come here, Scythe called out from the side. Yang hurriedly walked over and then wrote his name on the registration table. Heavenly Sky School, Yang. The staff member read it again to make sure it was correct before handed over a number tag. Here's your number. There will be a lottery straight away, and you will compete according to your number. Thank you. Maayang thanked him politely and looked at the number 241 on the tag. Then, he put the number tag away carefully. This time, the rules of the World Martial Arts Tournament were somewhat different from those of later generations, as it wasn't yet an entertainment tournament for the audience. There wouldn't be any qualifying selections for additional entertainment in the arena here. Every match would be played directly in front of the masters of the big schools. First, the contestants' level was very different from the later generations, and there was no selection required. Second, professional viewers had sharper eyesight. By playing in front of them, more strengths and weaknesses could be seen. It would be a grind for every player. Of course, this format also led to increased pressure, and it could be said that in every match, the players had to do their best not to embarrass their school. After registering and visiting the martial arts dojo under the direction of the Maple Leaf School disciples, Maayang sat under the shade of a tree not far from the registration booths, quietly watching the competitors who had come to register. The sunset was already slanting in the sky, and the seagulls were crowing in the distance. After looking at the time, the staff in the registration booths began to close down. Maayang and Scythe didn't wait to stay there, they quickly returned to the hotel. 3 days passed, and when the registration closed, Maayang learned that there were 315 players registered for this year's tournament. This number was considerably higher than the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament on the original story, which showed that martial arts practice was actually still very thriving nowadays. However, in later years, due to the development of technology and the tendency of the martial arts tournament to become more entertaining, many schools chose to go into seclusion. That was where the number of professional players dwindled. This was the historical tendency, and there was no way around it. Early this morning, the World Martial Arts Tournament finally began. The Maple Leaf School Martial Arts Dojo was overflowing with people. Ah, look over there quickly, that's Master Hulin from the Orin Temple, and the one next to him is his disciple, right? An exclamation sounded in their ears, and the entire martial arts dojo immediately became boisterous. Maayang turned back and saw from afar an old monk was wearing yellow monk's robes entering the martial arts dojo accompanied by a Maple Leaf School disciple followed by a delicate young monk. Orin Temple. Isn't that where Krillin stayed before he left and became Master Roshi's disciple? Maayang narrowed his eyes, he could sense a magnificent aura from that old monk. Maayang quietly took out the scouter, he did a little scanning, and the data he got was 105 from that old monk. 105 power level, which was considered to be extremely strong among Earthlings. He knew that Master Roshi during the Dragon Ball Z period was only had 139 power levels. It's worthy of being a school with a long legacy, the foundation is really deep. Scythe looked in the direction of the Orin Temple player, not knowing whether to be envious or impressed. Uncle Scythe, I'm not going to lose over them either, Maayang said. Well, you're in for a treat. Scythe smiled and patted Maayang's shoulder to encourage him. For him, as long as Maayang was able to finish in the World Martial Arts Tournament quarterfinals, he would be very satisfied. As for competing with Orin Temple and other famous people, let's forget about it. Seeing that Scythe didn't take his words seriously, Maayang grinned and said no more. Uncle Scythe clearly didn't have as much confidence in him as Isaac, but it wasn't surprising, the Heavenly Sky School had been known to be weak for a long time. So, it was normal for it to be unpopular compared to the other big schools. Maayang wondered what kind of expression Uncle Scythe would have when he showed his strength. In today's martial arts community, the older generation of martial arts practitioners was basically on the sidelines. It was the younger generation that played the mainstay role. As for Master Hulin, Maayang admitted he was no match for him, but the others. He had the desire to put up a fight against them. Chapter 21 huffed, this time, the disciples of the Turtle School didn't participate again. As he passed by the podium, Maayang heard someone sigh. No way, legend has it that Master Roshi didn't accept disciples for many years. Another person said. Maayang sidestepped over, his ears perked up as he thought to himself, it's still 50 years before the original story begins. By this time, Master Roshi should have already taken Son Goku as his disciple. I suppose he didn't think it was necessary for Son Goku to come to the World Martial Arts Tournament. Son Goku was the most outstanding disciple of Master Roshi, and he ended up achieving even more than Master Roshi. However, it was 50 years before the original story, and Son Goku was in his golden age of development. He was probably not far from dominating the world. Participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament didn't mean much to him. Maayang, the tournament is about to start, so do your best later. Don't underestimate any of your opponents, Scythe warned. In the past, Maayang had only fought against beasts in the primitive mountains and had no experience fighting against humans. Scythe was afraid that Maiyang would not be able to get used to it for a while, so he patiently advised him. "Don't worry, Uncle Scythe." Maiyang nodded his head seriously and solemnly, and then tied the belt around his waist. He was going to go all out. On the podium, the Maple Leaf School headmaster began to explain the tournament rules, and the audience immediately applauded. The applause ended, followed by a deafening sound of the gong, indicating the tournament had officially begun. Maiyang was at the bottom, constantly scanning the seniors above with his scouter. 105, 110, 98, 103, 118. These were all famous people. Apart from those old seniors, the younger generation was much weaker. Maiyang didn't get to scan them, but he knew the excellent one should only have 60 to 70 power levels, so there was a certain gap between them and him. Soon, the tournament began. According to the lottery order, the big school's disciples were divided into 8 major areas to compete in hegemony. Each area would determine to have one of the most powerful players to go to the quarter-final. There was no prior test of strength, nor was there a so-called resurrection mechanism. It was all tough competition of strength the whole time. Everything was as crude and straightforward as that, except for the top 8 most powerful players from each area. Maiyang's blood was boiling. This was the match he was looking for. Standing in the candidate zone, he could already feel his heart racing. This emotion was even comparable to when he had taken the college entrance examination. On the ring, the first match of different areas has begun, and disciples from big schools were fighting against each other. There were already some unlucky players who were eliminated because they encountered opponents who were far stronger than them. So, they could only sigh. This result also drew a sigh of relief from the audience. It's just that luck was also a part of strength. Those who present were all the martial arts masters, so after slightly regretting those who were still good, their attention quickly went into the next match. At this point, Maiyang was also paying attention to the match on stage. Although these martial arts practitioners' movements on stage were fast and swift, they appeared in his eyes as if they were doing a slow motion. Every move was not only slow but full of loopholes. Even at this level, how could he even participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament? Maiyang felt that if he were in their position, he would be able to knock the opponents down with just a casual wave of his fist, which was already a significant difference. At this moment, Maiyang concluded that he could definitely achieve good results in this tournament. Contestant number 241, please come to ring number 13. The staff shouted loudly. It's my turn to go on the ring. Maiyang nodded gently, a hint of calmness flashing in his eyes as he walked towards the ring, leaped gently and landed lightly. At that moment, Scythe shouted from the blancher, "Maiyang, just relax and don't stress too much." "I know." Throwing a confident smile at the Scythe, Maiyang looked to his opponent. Opposite him was a young man who had a not-so-big figure, and he wore a blue martial arts uniform. Upon seeing his opponent, Maiyang showed a smile. "I meet a disciple from the Maple Leaf School in the first match. Hey, then let me see how strong the disciple of a big school really is." Maiyang became serious. He didn't use the scouter to check his opponent. Instead, he relied on his own senses. By doing so, he was exercising his ability to perceive ki. Maple Leaf School, Kane. The Maple Leaf School disciple, on the other side, clasped his hands together and slightly bowed in a very polite manner. Maiyang returned the salute, then said, "Heavenly Sky School, Maiyang." The two of them then set up their positions, slightly estimating the strength of their opponents. Then, the Maple Leaf School's disciple named Kane attacked first. Maiyang's eyes moved slightly, and his entire aura changed. His eyeballs were constantly rotating along with his opponent's movements. Since it was the first time he was participating in a formal match, Maiyang had no intention of holding back from the start. When his opponent's punches and kicks were about to touch him, Maiyang screamed, and his body faltered. Then as his body swayed, he shifted behind Kane unknowingly. This action proved that there was a big gap between this player named Kane and Maiyang. With his feet changing pace, Maiyang had found his opportunity. "That was so fast. When did you get behind me?" Facing the sudden appearance of Maiyang, Kane broke out in a cold sweat. But since he was a disciple of a big school, Kane obviously had good skills. He lowered his body and, at the same time, crossed his arms, which made him capable of dodging the attack. After several rounds of fighting each other, Maiyang had roughly figured out his opponent's power level. "So let's speed up the pace to end this match." Maiyang grinned, his heart was racing as his hands picked up some speed. Kane didn't expect Maiyang's movements to be so fast, his body couldn't help but become sluggish. The simple attack had already made him fall behind, so he had to dodge to the side temporarily. Bang! Maiyang's fist smashed hard on the ground with a muffled thud, and the stone slabs of the stage were slightly loosened, and a few cracks appeared. Upon seeing Maiyang's sudden power, Kane was shocked. He continued to retreat until an unstoppable power rushed towards his face. Wow! A blurred shadow suddenly appeared in front of Kane's eyes. He was unable to dodge it and only resist it with his hands. Boom! An enormous pressure that seemed like a rock wall fell on him. Kane was shaken and slid 7 or 8 meters away. Kane smiled bitterly and made up his mind. Wait a minute, I'll give up on this match. After saying that, Kane walked out of the ring with a regretful look on his face. After that, the staff announced that Niang had rightfully won the match. Chapter 22. Outside the arena, the audience watching the match in Ring 13 was surprised when Kane walked out of the ring on his own will. Kane from Maple Leaf School has actually lost. It looks like we need to pay attention to that player named Niang. The game didn't last long, but that was what made it rather a reflection of the gap between the two. Niang was the one who pressed Kane throughout the fight. In the limited number of strikes, Kane couldn't get any opportunity from Niang, which showed the gap was actually quite big. The incredible performance had allowed the audience and the other contestants to remember the player named Niang. He couldn't be underestimated. I can't believe Kane got eliminated so quickly. People who knew Kane well were a little surprised when they heard the news. They thought he'd at least survive a few rounds, but he lost right from the start. The other players who had witnessed the match were throwing glares at Niang, adding his name to their list of people to watch out for. Brother Kane, what a shame. A disciple came up. He saw that Kane's face was a bit pale. Brother, are you alright? Kane waved his hand and said, I'm fine, just need some rest. The power of that punch was really unpleasant. Ah, is that guy really that good? That junior brother was both startled and felt sorry for their senior brother Kane. He knew that senior brother Kane's strength was absolutely outstanding among so many disciples of the Maple Leaf School. Even he couldn't take a punch from him, so he was wondering if that person even stronger than their Maple Leaf School disciples? Don't be careless. I'm afraid the person's true strength is even greater than we thought. Kane said with a serious look on his face. Only by actually engaging in a fight would he know Niang's strength. During fight just now, he knew that Niang definitely hadn't used his greatest strength. Maybe this year's World Martial Arts Tournament is going to pop up a dark horse. Heavenly Sky School, why haven't I heard of it before? At the same time, Kane was very frustrated and angry at his luck. But anyway, under the absolute power gap, he was convinced that he lost. On the other side, after Niang finished the match, he returned to take a break before having another few more matches, and it was clear that Niang had won them all. This also made the other players in the same area felt more threatened and paid attention to him. Peng! Niang's attack was as swiftly as lightning, it threw his opponent off the ring. In another match, Niang defeated an elite disciple from the martial arts dojo, then returned to the bottom of the ring proudly. Uncle Scythe, now I know the levels of the World Martial Arts Tournament roughly. Scythe's face was a little red, and he was quite surprised. Good job, you actually defeated those elite disciples of the big schools in a row, keep it up and strive for better results. Previously, Scythe had been very optimistic about Niang, believing that he had hopes of winning the quarterfinal. However, in reality, being in the quarterfinal was just a vision or a goal. Scythe wasn't sure if he could actually get it. But now, with Niang's current performance, the quarterfinal spot was basically reserved. Looking at the opportunity, Scythe was kind of looking forward to Niang to achieve better results, If he could win the tournament, then it would definitely shock the entire martial arts world. He was thinking too much about things that weren't even in the picture. It was just that he couldn't help but keep thinking about it. If Brother Isaac knew how Niang had performed at the World Martial Arts Tournament, he would be extremely happy. Niang smiled towards Scythe. He felt confident that without the older generation of martial arts practitioners participating, he wouldn't find many opponents who were matched to him among the younger generation. The number of the participants in this year's World Martial Arts Tournament is the same as last year, it's just that there are a few elites have emerged this year. The tournament was in full swing, and on the second floor bleachers of the martial dojo, one of the female elders of Thousand Crane School spoke up. Ha, Elder Nally, I have heard that you have a good candidate in the younger generation of Thousand Crane School. The Maple Leaf School headmaster smiled, then pointed to one of the rings on the side. That's the little girl on ring number 2, right? Elder Nally smiled and said pleasantly, Liz is indeed a good candidate, but I think the Maple Leaf School, Arlo, is also very good. Vote me in for a real-life version of a mutual bragging business. This made the Maple Leaf School headmaster very pleased and nodded his head graciously. He then turned to look at Master Hewlin of the Orin Temple only to see the man sitting there with his half-closed eyes. He is still Master Hewlin, who sees broadly. The Maple Leaf School headmaster laughed lightly. That's because Master Hewlin is sure of winning in his heart. Elder Nally said. At that moment, a scream came from the other side of the martial arts arena. Several seniors looked to see a stone-paved ring, where a young man in a white martial arts uniform was pressuring a monk with the attack. That monk was an elite disciple of the Orin Temple. Master Hulin suddenly opened his eyes, and his face was no longer as calm as it was before. He was gloriously humiliated. Who is that white-robed young man that can actually beat Wuding? The staff member who accompanied him panicked and hurriedly flipped through the register, finding the matching number and said, "That person's name is Ma Yang, from a school called the Heavenly Sky School." Heavenly Sky School? It seems like I've heard of it somewhere. Master Hulins frowned, and his gray beard was shaking, but he still couldn't remember. Elder Nally spoke up at the other side. This Heavenly Sky School seems to be a very old school, but it has not been well known. So he's from an old school. Indeed, there are many competent people in this world. Wuding has met his opponent this time. Master Hulin lowered his head, wondering what he was thinking. Then he suddenly smiled. Even if an old school was not well known, to hold the fight for such a long time, there must be something remarkable about it. It looks like this time, Wuding didn't come in vain. Master Hulin was actually looking at the results of the competition openly. It didn't matter whether he won or lost. It had been long since the Orin Temple lost its need to have this gilded fame. What he hoped that after this tournament, his disciples would be able to grow. It was easy to encounter opponents, but to encounter a good opponent was quite difficult. Guessing what Master Hulin was thinking, the others nodded their heads. Hey, my disciple, Kane, had actually lost at the hands of that guy too. The Maple Leaf School headmaster looked over the charts of the tournament. He was surprised to find that Ma Yang had actually beaten Kane. Although Kane wasn't the #1 candidate of Maple Leaf School, he was also a disciple that the Maple Leaf School headmaster greatly admired. He thought that the opponent from the same area would be Wuding. It turned out he already got eliminated. It looks like we'll have to keep an eye on that Ma Yang guy. Several seniors began to take this matter seriously and tease each other. The martial world would only continue to prosper as young martial arts practitioners continued to emerge, and these seniors were undoubtedly happy to see this happen. I will stop posting this novel for a few days if I see this chapter on Web Novel Original. Go write your own novel, don't use other novel as original. Chapter 23. On the second floor bleachers of the martial dojo, the Maple Leaf School headmaster and the others continued to talk. The changes in the ring were instantaneous. At this point, Ma Yang and a disciple of Orin Temple named Wuding had burst out a powerful force. Both of them constantly attacked each other, and a series of blurred afterimages gradually appeared above the ring. Those movements had exceeded the limits of the ordinary human eye to capture. Oh! Ma Yang and Wuding launched a counterattack, exchanging punches with a loud thud. Awesome! Ma Yang gasped slightly, his body couldn't help but back out a few steps, and then stomped on the ground. The stone slab beneath his feet was shattering into sinuous cracks in response to the sound. After that, his body rebounded with a powerful force that penetrated down from the soles of his shoes, causing the shattered stones to bounce heavily and splash out in all directions. Ma Yang's body flew out like a loaded cannonball swooping in. Heavenly Sky Beam. Ma Yang's eyes narrowed, his right hand raised vainly, and his fingers turned into a sword. His whole body was surging with horrifying aura. There was a cold light between his bright eyes, and dazzling blue light was generated from between his fingers, whirling, and shooting ki waves like lasers. He was like a beast from the ancient times, surrounded by several whirlwinds, and attacking towards Wuding with a ferocious and bloodthirsty aura. Feeling the vigorous aura erupted from Ma Yang's body and the powerful ki waves, the Maple Leaf School's elders and the others stood up abruptly. Their expressions were incredulous. That's a ki wave. It's good, but it's not even close to the ki wave of the older generation of martial arts practitioners. I didn't expect he has reached this level at such a young age. Several seniors of the martial arts world looked at the scene happening before their eyes in shock. Ma Yang's ki is already so strong. Scythe wiped his eyes in disbelief. Even he couldn't release the Heavenly Sky Beam casually, and Ma Yang actually used it in the middle of the tournament. Seeing Ma Yang's effortless look, Scythe was actually a little envious. Only then did Scythe realize that his nephew's power might have been above him. At the same time, the audience was all boisterous. No. Isn't he performing a ki wave? A player who can use ki waves, and his opponent, Wuding. It's really hard to predict who will win. Both the audience and the players all watched blankly. Take my strike. Ma Yang shouted across the air towards Wuding. His breath gradually increased, and his powerful chi rushed over. His cold aura even made Wuding lose the ability to resist. Huh. Facing Ma Yang's extremely powerful attack, even the elite disciples of the Orin Temple couldn't help but turn pale. This novel translated by System Translation. Calm. Now, Ma Yang's attack was close enough that the slightest difference between a good player and a bad player could determine the result. Wuding had already lost the lead, and the only way to deal with it was to lose. Peng. The Ki Wave's enormous attack landed on Wuting's body, leaving his face pale as his body flew like a kite with a broken string and landed heavily outside the ring. Heavenly Sky School Maiyang won and moved to the quarterfinals. As the dust settled with a whistle, Maiyang defeated the Orin Temple's strong candidate in a powerful manner to move forward to the quarterfinals. Understood. Maiyang bowed with a calm expression. Wuting wiped off the bloodstains from the corner of his mouth and clapped his hands together to return the salute. Wuting has lost. Thousand Crane School's elder Nally snorted and said silently. It's normal, with the courage that person just showed, he might be able to reach our level in just a few years. Is that possible? He's still so young. Well, the young generation has a lot of talent, and this failure is a good thing for Wuting. Master Hulin silently mumbled the scriptures. Kane and Wuting both lost to that young man. I wonder how well Arlo and Liz can handle him. The Maple Leaf School headmaster asked with interest. There's not much hope. Elder Nally shook her head. Liz is no match for that guy. Among the newcomers of the big schools, Wuting of the Oring Temple was considered one of the best. Now that he had lost to this person, the others might not have much hope of winning either. The Maple School headmaster nodded. Yes, to be able to release a powerful Ki Wave at a young age was considered very rare in today's martial arts world. So he had roughly determined in his heart that the winner of this year's World Martial Arts Tournament would be Maiyang. Ha, Maiyang, you're awesome. If Brother Isaac knew that you had defeated the elite disciples of the Orin Temple, he would definitely be excited to come over. This novel translated by System Translation. Unfortunately, the Great Azure Mountain is a long way from Maple Island, and Brother Isaac won't have the chance to see you sweep the world. As soon as Maiyang stepped off the ring, Scythe came over with an excited face and praised Maiyang. Maiyang smiled in humility and said, Uncle Scythe, I've only made it to the quarterfinals. The tournament isn't over yet. Scythe shook his head repeatedly. No, it's different. Getting into the quarterfinals and beating Wuting, that's an entirely different story. Actually, for Scythe, as long as Maiyang was able to get into two quarterfinals in the World Martial Arts Tournament, he would already be considered to have completed his mission. Did you know how many of those schools could get into the quarterfinal? It had been very satisfying. However, judging by his performance, it didn't seem like he would stop there. Although both men turning a spot in the quarterfinal, the feeling was completely different. It had to be known that Wuting wasn't only an elite disciple of the Orin Temple. He was also a popular candidate to win the tournament. So, if Maiyang was able to defeat him, didn't he also have a chance to take that winning position? If Maiyang were to win the tournament, then Heavenly Sky School would be a huge standout. Even if Maiyang immediately admitted defeat and didn't participate in the following matches. Scythe, who had seen Maiyang's Ki Wave's power, knew that Maiyang's name had definitely been proven through this tournament. The number of martial arts practitioners in the entire martial arts world who could release Ki Waves was only a few, and Maiyang was considered one of them, which was a glorious thing. You don't need to worry too much about the next few matches and just take it easy. The quarterfinals spot had already reserved anyway, so every other win is just an improvement. Scythe excitedly patted Maiyang's shoulder, but then he saw that Maiyang's face was a bit pale and became concerned. You've just released a Ki Wave, how does your body take it? Maiyang shook his head, indicating that he was fine. My body is fine. I just need to rest for a while. Then you should have a good rest. Scythe nodded and said no more, staying aside to let him recover in peace. But while Maiyang was resting and recovering quietly, there was still a dragon and tiger fight going on top of several other rings. All 315 players from all over the world had been fighting hard to win the tournament. Crackling, the top of the ring flickered with unseen afterimages. From time to time, along with the sound of the players shouting, several holes suddenly appeared on the ground, and broken stones splashed everywhere, grazing the ground and exploding a spark. Thousand Crane School, Liz wins and moves to the quarterfinals. Maple Leaf School, Arlo wins and moves to the quarterfinals. Cross Fist, Barney wins and moves to the quarterfinals. Western Pulai Village, Gillo win and moves to the quarterfinals. As the competition continued, all quarterfinals spots were taken up. Along with Maiyang, the 8 strongest players in tournament had all been determined. Maiyang took a glance at the list. None of the 6 other players who made it to the quarterfinals, other than himself and a player named Pry, were disciples from an ordinary school. He had to admit that the big schools were really good at training disciples. No wonder that after these big schools chose to go into seclusion, the level of martial arts on Earth suddenly dropped. After a short break to approve the validity of all the results, the gong's sound was striking again, indicating that today's tournament is over. The quarterfinals were scheduled for the following day, with one night off. Chapter 24. When Maiyang and Scythe returned to the hotel, they realized that they had become celebrities. Many disciples of medium and small schools, accompanied by their teacher, came up to greet them. The warm attitude made Niang feel the enthusiasm of this world for the first time. Haha, all of you young people can talk to each other alone, I won't get involved. Scythe laughed and went off to drink with the other teachers from the other schools with a satisfying look. Staying behind, Niang looked quite helpless, but it was good to take this opportunity to make some friends. Didn't Son Goku, in the original story, also get to meet a whole bunch of friends through the World Martial Arts Tournament? People grew from strangers to slowly get to know each other. In a class, it may not be easy for an ordinary student to strike up a conversation with a top student, but it's definitely not the same for a top student to take the initiative to lower his or her profile and strike up a conversation with an ordinary student. It was the same thing as a goddess chasing the boy. Niang didn't expect that when he was chatting with a group of ordinary disciple, Wuding, an unexpected guest, actually joined in. Wuding's figure was relatively big, somewhat like Jura, one of the 10 wizard saint in the fairy tale, but he was younger and a bit more handsome than Jura. At first sight, the two discovered that their values and knowledge of the martial arts were surprisingly compatible with each other. If he couldn't figure out whether or not the monks of the Orin Temple were allowed to drink alcohol, Niang would want to have a drink with him. Early the next morning, the quarterfinals of the World Martial Arts Tournament began. If the previous 8 tournaments were just appetizers, then the quarterfinals tournaments were the core that brought together the essence of the World Martial Arts Tournament. In order to focus on each match, starting from quarterfinals, every match would be held in the big ring, because this time, each match was no longer parallel. The opponents and the order of the matches were determined directly by lottery, just like in later generations. After Niang finished drawing straws, he came to the bleachers in the candidates zone, specially prepared for the quarterfinalists and their divisions to have an even wider view. The first one to compete was Liz from the Thousand Crane School against Barney from the Cross Fist School. It was an even match, full of spectacle. This novel translated by System Translation. Barney from the Cross Fist School was a lean and strong man of 1.8 meters tall, good at cross fists, a wide and open move, and was very explosive. Liz from the Thousand Crane School, on the other hand, was a small, exquisite beauty, less than 1 meter tall, soft and agile, with long hair, good at dodging, and inching strength. The two, one firm and one soft, one tall and one petite, performed realistic beauty and the beast that everyone in the room applauded. Niang and Scythe watched intently from the bleachers. As they commented, they didn't forget to think seriously about how they would have responded if they were in their place. Niang was watching very carefully. Of course not because Liz's player was pretty, but because he wanted to gradually absorb other people's strengths and use them to perfect his martial arts skills. Martial arts practitioners needed to constantly strive for progress. Any complacency or laxity could leave them standing still, or even left behind. Compared to the other Earthlings, Niang was more aware of how frightening this world really was. In the universe, there were quite a few ruthless characters who destroyed the world and even played with planets as marbles. Earthlings' potential was not outstanding, so if they didn't work hard to catch up, they would really be slaughtered in the future. This was something that could only be experienced by crossing over into the Dragon Ball world. It was definitely not as exciting as what you see on TV or CDs. In fact, if a person lived on a planet that could be destroyed at any moment, and he knew it, it was unlikely that he would find it interesting. Some would probably just sink under the pressure and practice even more vigorously. There was nothing like the lashings effect of a life-threatening situation. One match after the other, later on, it was once again Niang's turn to go up. His opponent was Gillo from the western Kulai village. Gillo was a tan teenager, perhaps not as old as Niang. This novel translated by System Translation. It was said that he hadn't received any formal martial arts training, but to make it to the World Martial Arts Tournament quarterfinals, he wasn't weak. After landing on the ring, Niang looked at his opponent with a serious face, without receiving formal training, fumbling on his own yet being able to enter the quarterfinal. It seems that his talent is outstanding. This Gillo guy might be a Yajirobe-style character. In fact, since his opponent was Gillo in the lottery, the others felt that Niang was lucky and would basically win the match. The match begins. As the initial whistle sounded, Niang and his opponent, Gillo, all looked straight, and both took their positions to attack. It was a match with little suspense. Niang's power level was so much higher than Gillo's. It hardly took long for Gillo to fall under Niang's attacks and eventually lose the match. Thank you. This match has taught me a lot. After the game, there was a sincere voice came from Gillo. Niang unexpectedly looked at Gillo and felt a sudden affection towards him. You're welcome. You can still become stronger if you receive proper training. Are you interested in joining one of the big martial arts schools? Gillo shook his head. No, at least not yet. I want to fight through my own. I don't want to be tied to the framework of my predecessors. Ma Yang was startled upon hearing the words and looked at him differently. This Gilo guy seemed to be very much in his own type of pursuit. But without the guidance of those who had the experiences, the chances of going into misunderstandings were higher. Although you might be able to get out of them, you would be wasting a lot of time. A good teacher could save you from many mistakes, and there were lessons you could learn from those who had experienced. But then again, experiences depended on the person. If you met a low-level teacher, then the experience was harmful, and it would take you deeper into mistakes. Seeing the unwavering conviction in Gilo's eyes, Ma Yang nodded his head and jumped out of the ring without saying anything more. Scythe watched from the side of the ring with a very admiring face. This Gilo guy is a good martial arts practitioner. And even though I don't really agree with him, this persistence deserves respect. Yeah, but it's a path that's destined to be difficult, Ma Yang said with emotion. He was also saying those words to himself. According to the memories from his previous life, Ma Yang could ensure that he wouldn't take too many mistakes in his early training. However, once he reached a later stage, the Earth's level wouldn't be able to keep up with his own development. At that time, he might have to be like Gilo, with his own comprehension to open up his own path. That was also destined to be a steep path. Chapter 25. Ma Yang couldn't help but felt a bit sad about Gilo's choice, but then he shook his head, throwing off this sentimental emotion and focusing on the next match. The next match was Arlo from Maple Leaf School against Booker from Multiform School. Ma Yang was observing this match, as the name Multiform felt a bit familiar to him. Then, the player named Booker shocked him by performing his school's technique, which turned his body into four. It was the Multiform technique. No wonder the name was so familiar. The Multiform technique is a technique used by Gen Shinhan during his match against Kaku in the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament. Amazing. He's become four at once, and now Arlo's pressure has become stronger. Scythe's eyes popped out upon seeing this unexpected technique. The Multiform technique perhaps could be a killer move for an ordinary martial arts practitioner, but not for a master. That move has a fatal weakness. Looking at the two people who were fighting each other on the ring, Ma Yang said faintly. Scythe was slightly stunned and surprised. You said there were any weaknesses? Ma Yang smiled lightly and said, if this technique is used against someone with a relatively lower level, then four people attacking one person is, of course, an advantage. This was translated by System Translation. Please don't read on other site. Because even if there is a difference in their speed, the difference won't reach an unacceptable level. Instead, it will be easy to defeat the opponent by using 4 against 1 rule. However, the same move may not be effective to use against a higher-level martial arts practitioner. Are you saying that dividing one person's strength into 4 parts is more of a weakness than just a decrease in strength? And that no matter how good the skill is, it will be a waste if you can't attack the enemy? Upon hearing this, Scythe became silent. Ma Yang nodded. Well, speed and strength have different focuses at different levels. The best players fight each other in a matter of milliseconds. Uncle Scythe, look, that Harlow guy is going to counterattack. After speaking to the Scythe, Ma Yang looked up into the ring again. Sure enough, Arlo had recovered from the multiform attack and had already seen his opponent's weakness. Booker's speed had slowed down, Scythe said in surprise. That's what I'm talking about. Ma Yang shrugged. I can believe you saw it all at once. Scythe's eyes widened. Yeah. After a slight nod, Ma Yang didn't say that he knew the multiform technique's weaknesses beforehand because he had read the original story. The Scythe took a cold breath. Since when did Ma Yang have such good eyesight and judgment? It wasn't just about seeing the weaknesses of the moves, this was translated by System Translation. Please don't read on other site. It was about changing the concept of fighting between different levels. With the constant flow of young and talented people such as Ma Yang, Gilo, and Arlo. Scythe suddenly wondered if he was already old. In the ring, the match continued, and sure enough, Arlo had mastered the rhythm of the fight and was getting so closer to winning the match. Soon after, with his opponent Booker running out of power, Arlo seized the gap and won the match. At this time, all semi-finalists had already been decided. They consisted of Liz, Ma Yang, Arlo, and a disciple from a big school. The semi-finals would be held after a short break. In fact, at this time, the Maple Leaf School headmaster and the Thousand Crane School elder Nally already knew who would be the winner. As expected, this was translated by System Translation. Please don't read on other site. Ma Yang won the semi-final against Liz easily. Arlo also advanced to the final in the later match. It's the last match. The first and second place will be determined soon. The Maple Leaf School headmaster said with a faint smile. There's actually a shadow of who's winning and who's losing. And I'm optimistic about that player named Ma Yang. Elder Nally smiled. It wasn't so much of a contradiction for Maple Leaf School headmaster, rather, It was that Ma had a little more chance of winning. Master Hulin also dialed his rosary beads and said softly, "If nothing unexpected happens, the winner will be that Ma guy." "I think so, too. Ma from the Heavenly Sky School will win." Everyone else was generally agreed with this opinion, as Ma had been brilliant in the previous matches for the quarterfinals. There were only a handful of people in the younger generation who could make a key wave. It was really hard for anyone to beat him without the help of the older generations. "You guys." Seeing that not a single person was actually optimistic about his disciple, the Maple Leaf School headmaster trembled with anger. How come no one considered the aspect of the home field advantage? But thinking about the previous match, the Maple Leaf School headmaster couldn't help but shake his head again. Since everyone is on the same opinion, then let's just watch. With such a talent flowing out of Heavenly Sky School, I'm afraid that no one among his peers in the entire martial world will be able to defeat him. Except for the legendary Turtle School and Crane School. Let's wait and see. Haha. Take it easy, there was no shame in losing since your opponent was just too good. It wasn't like they didn't have a backing anyway. Looking at the other schools, the Maple Leaf School headmaster put a smile on his lips. Not far from the bleachers, Scythe was now nervous, and the whispers of the people around him made him ecstatic. His face flushed and shouted with excitement, "Come on, Ma do your best. Please bring the finalists, Ma and Arlo, to the ring." As soon as the staff's voice fell, under the ring, Ma and Arlo were looking straight. Jumping into the ring with a light leap, and then staring at each other under everyone's eyes. This was the most exciting moment of this year's World Martial Arts Tournament, as the atmosphere seemed to be filled with a stalemate of confrontation. At this point, both players and teachers in charge of the team all looked serious when they watched the match. The match begins. As the judge gave the order, both players straightened up, every muscle on their bodies trembled. This was translated by system translation. "Come, please don't read on other site." With a swoosh, Ma made the first strike. He instantly became an afterimage and disappeared from everyone's sight. As soon as he reappeared, the crackling and fierce sounds of the fight began to be heard. 3 days later, on the ferry boat, Scythe was lying on the desk, writing a letter to inform the result of the World Martial Arts Tournament back to people in the Great Azure Mountain. The nibs fell, and Scythe still couldn't hold back his excitement as he wrote the tournament's final results. Ma was the winner of the 11th World Martial Arts Tournament. Although the older generation of martial arts practitioners didn't participate, this tournament contained a certain amount of water. However, with this move, Ma certainly became the leader of the young generation. Also, this could be considered as Ma was officially made an appearance in the martial arts world. Chapter 26. After folding the letter and sealing the opening with glue, Scythe carefully placed the letter in the mailbox. The post office had a special line, and in about 7 or 8 days, the letter would arrive in Isaac's hands. With that done, Scythe walked out of the room, as the ferry was almost ready to dock. As he passed by the restaurant, he saw Ma eating inside. He then looked at the sky that was getting darker and darker, as if it was about to rain. "Ma after the ferry docks, are you returning to the Great Azure Mountain with me, or are you going to travel around by yourself?" Scythe sat down next to Ma and ordered some random snacks. "I'll travel outside for a while first. I plan to take this free time to see the outside world before returning. This competition has given me deep insight, and there is room for improvement in many places." Ma put down his chopsticks and said straightforwardly. However, Scythe's face had such an expression. He nodded. "Well, it's good to expand your knowledge outside. Honestly, your martial arts are already very good, compared to us. The only thing that's missing is experience. It's good for you to see more of the differences outside. Get a grip on these, we can't teach you anything more." Judging from the results of the World Martial Arts Tournament, Ma performance was beyond his expectations. The only thing he lacked was an improvement in his fighting skills. Perhaps, due to his lack of combat experience, Ma was still a bit disorganized when it came to dealing with his opponents. It was clear that he could win more easily, but for now, it still took a lot of work. If it wasn't that his strength exceeded his opponents, it would be hard to say whether he would win or not in the end. In low-level battles, skill is important. Even in high-level battles in the later stages where power is elevated, combat skills played an equally important role. Neither the Scythe nor Isaac could teach him any of this, so he had to understand it independently. It all required practice. Through this World Martial Arts Tournament, Ma expanded his vision and was truly integrated into this world of martial arts. He also discovered his shortcomings. Like in the last final game, if his power wasn't as strong as Arlo's, the final result might have to be rewritten, and the winner would be Arlo from Maple Leaf School. History was written by the winners, even if it wasn't written directly by the winners themselves. So, how was the history being written affirming the winners? Aizen was the winner of the tournament. During the post-match exchange session, all schools touted the sudden emergence of the Dark Horse and set him up as a role model. However, under the spotlight, Aizen clearly knew that he still had very obvious shortcomings even when he was considered the best among people of the same age. If you became adrift when you were touted, what else would you accomplish? Flog. Flog. The polite compliments were sugar-coated cannonballs. We had to eat the sugar coating and spit out the cannonballs. So after the post-match exchange session ended, Aizen planned to practice outside like Son Goku. He wasn't in a hurry to return to the Great Azure Mountain with Scythe. Furthermore, since he was already in the southern region, he had to take some time to go to the Superpower Academy to see how Mixia was doing. Otherwise, who knows what she would complain about if she knew he was here but didn't go to see her. After casually eating some random snacks, it was pouring rain outside. The rain fell on the blue sea, creating a cloud of vapor. Meanwhile, the storm also intensified the waves, and the ferry had to slow down. An hour later, the pattering rain gradually stopped. The ferry, which had been delayed for a while due to the heavy rain, finally docked in the afternoon. Aizen, I'll go back first. Be careful while you're out and about, and return when it's almost time. I know. Take care. Scythe smiled and waved his hand. He knew that with Aizen's current strength, there wouldn't be any danger even if he was alone outside, so Scythe didn't say anything else to him. After telling him goodbye, Scythe took his luggage with him and headed towards the train station. Watching Scythe's back as it disappeared into the sea of people, Aizen cheered up a bit. He then also turned his direction towards the other side and soon disappeared into the sea of people as well. The site of the Superpower Academy was located in a quiet, deep forest somewhere in the southern region. The exact time when this academy was established could no longer be verified, but it had existed for a long time anyway. It was as mysterious as the Karin Tower at the sacred land of Karin, which was filled with many kinds of magical legends among local folk. It was said that they would recruit students every few years and set up enrollment locations in nearby cities, but the school's exact location was never revealed to outsiders. In the quiet old forest, the sound of birds chirping croaked. Suddenly, an azure light pierced straight through the forest. And the trees that were struck by the light along the way fell down. The ground was shaking, birds were puffing out their wings, and the primitive forest was opened up as the thick trees collapsed with smoke. Aizen had been wandering around in this forest for several days now. His body had already run out of nourishment. So, when he was hungry, he would hunt some animals to fill his stomach, and when he got sleepy, he would find a big tree, jump onto its trunk and go to sleep. After a few days, he hadn't even seen a shadow of the Superpower Academy. It should be right around here somewhere. Aizen wandered through the forest, stepping on the green ground and opening the road savagely. The surrounding mountains and forests were beautiful and unusually quiet. There was no sign of civilization at all. Aizen frowned slightly, his spiritual power spread out towards the surroundings, but he still couldn't find any strange places. It was quite difficult to find. Aizen muttered in his heart, but he wasn't surprised. If this Superpower Academy was really a place to train superpowers, then it naturally wouldn't be easy for him to find it with his technique. If I don't find it this time, I won't get a chance to see Mixia. Aizen sighed softly, he was feeling a little regret. But since he had come here, Aizen didn't plan to leave easily. Even if he couldn't find the Superpower Academy, he was prepared to practice here for a while. After thinking about it, Aizen found a pond and then found a relatively open area nearby. The key wave in his hand split into several sections and spread out, rumbling and dusting, as he opened up space. Then he found woods to build a simple hut. Maximum hand skills. The environment here is very nice. It can be used as a place of temporary seclusion. Looking at the bright and leisurely scenery around him, Aizen nodded his head in satisfaction. He planned to stay here for a while. Next, he cleared the barrier between the pond and the hut, then got some stones to make a stove and set up a wooden rack for the barbecue. With that, the simple amenities were complete. This will do. Wiping off the sweat on his forehead, Aizen clapped his hands before going to look for food. With a swoosh, Aizen turned into a black shadow, scampered into the dense forest, and soon returned with a rabbit in tow. After he skinned and gutted the rabbit, he placed it on a rack and toasted it finely over low heat. The flames slowly charred the red meat. The transparent fat drips down the wooden frame, immediately filling the whole forest with the rich aroma of meat. After eating the roast meat, Aizen's strength was replenished, and he was ready to enter the acceleration space for training. Chapter 27. After a moment of sitting quietly, Aizen moved the key in his body. Then with a single swoosh, he entered the gray-white acceleration space. The speed of time flow here was twice as fast as the outside world. With Aizen's current condition, he could continue to open the acceleration space for 3 hours. If he went beyond 6 hours, it would cause spiritual dullness. Practicing in the acceleration space would not only double the time and replenish the body's consumption, but it would also have the effect of calming the mind and restoring the spirit. This would make it easier to get into comprehension without distractions. After experiencing the World Martial Arts Tournament, Ma Yang had already gained a more detailed understanding of the Earth Martial Arts world's level. In general, there were still quite a few masters in the Earth Martial Arts world, like the headmaster of the Maple Leaf School, Master Hulin of the Orin Temple, Elder Nally of the Thousand Crane School, which were all top-ranked masters. Compared to them, Ma Yang still lacked a lot. It was an accumulation of age and experience. It was impossible to catch up with them in a short time. However, purely in terms of power level, Ma Yang believed that he would soon catch up with them. It was white and empty. Inside the acceleration space, a strong, athletic figure performs a basic training exercise. He jumps vigorously, and with every jump almost touching the ceiling above his head. 9,997, 9,998, 9,999, 10,000. Ma Yang kicked and jumped continuously for more than 10,000 times. He only stopped when his legs became sore. He wiped the sweat from his face, his eyes revealed determination, and then started throwing punches again. Ha! 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 The thin air vibrated in the impact with the punch. The violently vibrating air squeezed each other, emitting a dull thud sound. It was a pity that Ma Yang didn't have load-bearing equipment on his body, otherwise, his training would achieve better results. Taking out the scouter and performing some tests on himself, he was motivated by the data displayed on the lenses. 97. I've reached 97, which is the highest data I've ever seen under a full burst. At this point, the subsequent growth in power level has been slowing down. Ma Yang sighed as he looked at the data displayed on the lens. After several days of continuous testing, he noticed that his power level growth was becoming slower. By the time the power level reached close to 100, the limitations of the Earthlings had begun to appear. 100 power level was a barrier. There were only a handful of people who had successfully overcome it, each of whom was an amazing martial arts master. That was no longer something that could be broken just by doing physical exercise. However, for Ma Yang, he must overcome this hurdle. A mere 100 power level was not enough, he had to become stronger. Well? Suddenly, a stabbing pain came from within his spirit. Ma Yang knew that his training time in the acceleration space had reached its limit. This novel was translated by System Translation, please read on their site. So, he calmed down and adjusted the ki in his body. Then, with a swoosh, his body disappeared from within the gray-white acceleration space. Returning to the outside world, the profound spiritual exhaustion made him grimace more than the soreness of long-term muscle exercise. With a thud, Ma Yang's body fell back to sleep for about 6 or 7 hours before he finally woke up. The spiritual exhaustion had been wiped away, and he was about to start practicing ki. Ma Yang's use of ki was still very rough because he hadn't yet met a more proficient ki-based technique practitioner. Maybe I should make my way over to Karn Tower, Ma Yang pondered. But before that, he believed he still had some things he needed to do. Karn Tower was 10,000 miles away in the northern hemisphere. If he relied on his feet, there was no telling how long it would take. At this point, physical exercise was no longer necessary. Therefore Ma Yang wanted to study the dancing sky art because if he could soar through the sky, his speed could be greatly increased. The dancing sky art belonged to the secret technique of Master Shen, but it wasn't a brilliant skill, to say the least. Its principle was very simple and mainly focused on using ki within the body, however, it was complicated to master. If ki wave was done by condensing and forming ki in the body and firing it out through the palm of the hand or fingers. Then this dancing sky art was done by shifting the mind to release a little bit of the ki in the body through the soles of the feet so that it enveloped the body and counteracts the effects of gravity. This would overcome the attraction of the Earth's gravity and allow the body to float. This technique is similar to the wave rider technique used on Earth in past times. By controlling the surface of the shock wave subtly, more power can be obtained. Ma Yang's mind recalled the picture in the original story where Son Goku guided Vidal to practice the dancing sky art. Compared to Vidal, Ma Yang's foundation was obviously much more solid. The bad news was that the original story didn't reveal details of this technique, so he needed to explore on his own. After a few failed attempts, it didn't take long for a small stream of ki to flow down his thighs towards the soles of the feet and release evenly through the feet. During the release process, Ma Yang's body began to float a little bit. When his bobbing body floated to 4 or 5 meters off the ground, Ma Yang looked down at the green field from above, and he became extremely calm. He then carefully adjusted his body posture and flew steadily to higher ground. At this time, the azure sky was as flawless as a mirror, and at the bottom of the sky was a primitive forest of lush greenery. The mountain and rivers were beautiful. The ancient trees were jagged, giving an ethereality and immensity sense to the mind. flying. This was just the most basic part of the dancing sky art. It required diffusing ki all over the body, which was a step more difficult than merely floating. Moreover, flying at high speeds required precise control over the shape of the shockwave surface so that the resistance became a potential driving force. Yang gradually imitated Vidal's training technique in the original story. After 2 days, he could really soar in the sky as much as he wanted. The dancing sky art is considered completed, so it's time to go to the sacred land of Karin. Yang estimated that if he were able to climb the Karin Tower and receive guidance from Karin, he should be able to make a great leap in his strength, which was enough to cross the first barrier that lay across his path. Of course, this trip to sacred land of Karin wasn't only to learn more brilliant training techniques from Karin, but also to obtain the Earth's healing holy medicine, the Senzu Bean. In the early stages of the Dragon Ball world, many weird things existed on Earth, and Senzu Bean was one of them. Senzu Bean didn't show much value in the early stages of Dragon Ball, it simply kept people from feeling hungry. In the later stages, it was worthy of being a lifesaver. Not only it could quickly restore physical strength, but it could also instantly heal any injuries. Unfortunately, in the later stages of the Dragon Ball, the Senzu Bean production dropped drastically, making a Senzu Bean like a precious treasure that could only be used on a blade. But for now, the Senzu Bean hadn't been ruined by Yajirobe, and there was still plenty of stock at the Karin Tower. Let's go! With a long roar in the air, Yang raised his height. As his vision became wider and open, another worldly area in the distance caught his attention on his way towards the north. Yang's expression became a little stunned as he lightly laughed. So the place I have been looking for all this time, far away from the sky, is actually there. Chapter 28. The sky was bright, and the breeze was fresh. The warm sun shone, and sprinkling spots of brightness through the leaves among the trees. Not far from Yang, there was a rustle in the forest. Some slender animals were frightened and fled to the depths of the woods. Shaitan, your teacher told you to patrol around the academy. Why are you lying here and slacking off? An angry voice came from a young man in a blue uniform who flew up to Shaitan's side with hesitation on his face. The man called Shaitan sat up with a jolt and smirked carelessly. Sammy, what are you fussing about? I'm just lazy. There's no need to be so angry. Seeing Sammy's gloomy face that became as dark as ink, Shaitan's voice grew quieter as he spoke. Sammy glared at Shaitan resentfully. How can you still here when your teacher had asked you to patrol? Yes, you're right, but this is a superpower academy. It's not like this is some random place. What kind of people want to come here? And isn't there still Dean here? She doesn't know anything. Why do we need to patrol? Shaitan responded casually, while got up from the ground calmly. Idiot, don't you know it's practice? Sammy glared at Shaitan. Okay, I'm not going to argue with you. I'll go patrolling now. Shaitan didn't bother arguing with Sammy. He used his powers to lift his body up, floating lightly and patrolling the large forest where the academy was located. Ugh, the sky. Sammy shook his head and patrolled along with him. The Superpower Academy is a place that specializes in training superpowers. It had existed for an unknown number of years since ancient times, just like the sacred land of Karin. It was considered a relatively transcendent place. The students mainly came from two sources. One was the superpowers user transported in from the outside world, such as Mixia. The other was children trained by several superpower kindergartens affiliated with the Superpower Academy. Sammy and Shaitan were the ones who graduated from Superpower Kindergarten and advanced to the next level. In the original story, both Oolong and Puar studied at the Southern Transformation Kindergarten, but Oolong was expelled for stealing his female teacher's panties, and Puar, for some unknown reason, didn't make it to the Superpower Academy anyway. Earth was a magical place, with passages to the Demon Realm, the Yellow Springs, and other incredible places still existing in some obscure and remote areas. In ancient times, monsters that disrupted human life often emerged from these passages. It was during this time that superpowers users and martial arts practitioners became the main force in fighting against these external threats because of their incredible powers. However, with the rapid development of recent technological, superpowers users and martial arts practitioners had gradually become invisible. Just as Sammy and Shaitan were stumbling to patrol in relatively open territory, a black dot suddenly flew in the sky. As they got closer and closer, that black dot became larger and gradually became a humanoid figure. Sammy and Shaitan noticed the figure, and Shaitan put his arm against Sammy as he said, Sammy, who do you think that could be? I don't know, anyway, pay attention to the surrounding. Sammy also looked at the figure and became serious, his body floating up to stop the figure. Stop, this is the territory of Superpower Academy. If you don't have anything else to do, please leave immediately. The young man who flew into the air that day was none other than Yang, who was on his way to go to the sacred land of Karin. However, when he reached a certain height, he discovered a place that resembled a paradise not far from him. He flew over to take a look, and sure enough, it was the Superpower Academy he was looking for. My friend, this is the Superpower Academy, right? My name is Ma-Yang, I'm from a martial arts school called Heavenly Sky School. I'm here to visit my junior sister Mixia. I wonder if you can ask Mixia to come over for a while? Ma-Yang quickly introduced himself to avoid any unnecessary trouble. Upon hearing this, Sami looked less guarded than before. So you're here to visit Mixia, wait a minute, and I'll have someone go inform her. Sami smiled and stopped Ma-Yang, then gave Shaitan a wink to go back inside the academy to make sure. There weren't many students in the Superpower Academy. They knew each other roughly even if they weren't familiar with each other. Shaitan was stunned but then flew towards the academy. Ma-Yang watched the two communicating with their eyes, and he knew that there was still wariness in their hearts. He laughed lightly like a spring breeze, then landed on the ground and waited calmly. After all, this was the territory of the Superpower Academy, and Mixia was a student here, so let's just wait. There was no need to cause any trouble. What's your name? Ma-Yang asked. You can just call me Sami, Sami said with a friendly attitude while hovering next to a tree. Sami, you must have been in the academy for a long time, right? It's been for many years. I was raised from Superpower Kindergarten. Superpower Kindergarten? I've heard that Transformation Kindergarten teaches shape-shifting techniques there, have you ever learned them? Ma-Yang's eyes lit up as he heard about the interesting place and asked. Sami looked at Ma-Yang in surprise and nodded. The Transformation Kindergarten is one of the kindergartens under the Superpower Academy. I did learn the shape-shifting techniques, but I'm not good at it. My transformation can only last for 10 minutes. Ma-Yang nodded. He felt that it was already good, knowing that in the original story, Oolong and Pu'er's transformations could only last for 5 minutes. They even needed to rest for 1 minute halfway through to continue their transformations. Although the Southern Transformation Kindergarten teaches some simple and basic superpower techniques, such as shape-shifting techniques, which didn't actually enhance the learner's strength. Instead, it was quite confusing for the learner. Chapter 29 Ma-Yang and Sami chatted endlessly. After about 10 minutes or so, Shaitan returned from the Superpower Academy's direction, with a slender, small figure behind him. With bright eyes, dainty teeth, and a dark green hair just above the ear flaps, it was the same Mixia that Ma-Yang hadn't seen in years. At this time, Mixia was already 15 years old, her body had stretched out, and she had grown a lot taller. Her slender body already had the appearance of a cardamom girl. When she saw Ma-Yang from afar, a hint of joy flashed between her pair of turquoise pupils, then she cheered. Her body shone with a faint green fluorescent light. With a hint of an emerald green whirlwind tornado, she rushed towards Ma-Yang. Senior brother, what brought you here? Mixia's crisp voice surrounded his ears. Ma-Yang caught Mixia's body, the soft touch and the scent of fragrance made him stunned for a moment. He wondered if the pretty girl in front of him was the same Mixia who was dangling around him before. She was wearing a black, long-sleeved, loose-fitting gown with a high collar and a hem scattered into several pieces like a trench coat. Don't mention how acerbic it would be to put on a pair of sunglasses. But that was quite great. He muttered to himself, looking at the girl in front of him. I haven't seen you for a few years, so I came over to see you. Mixia giggled lightly and glanced at Ma-Yang. Who are you lying to? I don't believe it. Forget it if you don't believe me. Ma-Yang shrugged his shoulders. Mixia hadn't been back all these years. It was said to be an internal regulation of the Supernatural Academy. It seemed that only those who reached the maximum school age limit or reached a certain standard of their own abilities that could graduate and leave the academy. It was said that this was done to protect the beginners and hide the location of the academy. Stroking the girl's fluffy dark green hair, Ma-Yang turned to Sami and Shaitan and said, I haven't seen Mixia for a long time, and I wanted to take her out for a walk. Make yourselves comfortable. Sami smiled faintly. My teacher knew you were coming, and she gave me the day off. Mixia happily held Ma-Yang's hand. Her white hand was icy cold, yet it was gentle like a jasper. Senior brother, I haven't seen you for a long time. Tell me about the things in school. Okay. Ma-Yang smiled, then nodded and said yes, pulling Mixia's hand towards the temporary hut that he had built. The surface of the pond was rippling with blue waves, and the water was gurgling. It is surrounded by birds and flowers, and the tranquil scenery is dreamy and beautiful. Ma-Yang and Mixia sat on the floor, talking about the exciting things they had encountered over the years. Ma-Yang looked proudly at Mixia as he said that he came over to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament and had won the title. And when he saw that she was indeed surprised, and it made Ma-Yang felt even more proud. Senior brother, it's only been 3 years, and you're already so powerful. Mixia exclaimed, and her eyes were shining bright as she was chirping with excitement. Not really. The corners of Ma Yang's mouth slightly raised. Mu Yang was unprecedentedly relaxed every time he faced this naive girl named Mixia. The previous worries buried in his heart suddenly dissipated, and his mood became incredibly refreshed. It was like, at this point, everything about Science and Frieza was all went up in smoke. Then I'm going to attend the next World Martial Arts Tournament, so I can beat you, Mixia said seriously. I think that will be very difficult. Ma Yang smiled, pressing his palm against her head, and suddenly remembered something. He pulled out a lens-like object from his pocket and handing it to Mixia. Mixia, this is for you. It was a scouter. Aside from the fact that he didn't tell Mixia about acceleration space, he didn't hide about the discovery of the spaceship. After taking the scouter, Mixia looked at the lens-like object curiously and said, "Is this the scouter you talked about earlier, the alien technology?" "Yes, there are only 3 of them on Earth, so you'll have to keep them." Ma Yang looked at her with a smile. When he was excavating the ship's wreckage, he found 3 scouters from the iron box, and now he gave one of them to Mixia. "Oh, I see." Mixia was very happy. She then leaned in to give it back on Ma Yang's cheek. Ma Yang was waiting for it, which made Mixia hesitated for a moment. Looking at Ma Yang's face, she laughed, and instead of moving her mouth, she stretched out her hand, bending her index fingers and thumb slightly, and snapped her fingers on Ma Yang's face. Ahem. Quirky. This wasn't how the script was supposed to work. It was such a beautiful moment for 2 innocent teenagers. You shouldn't talk first before have a quick bet. Touching the place where Mixia had flicked him, Ma Yang lightly coughed, then he realized he didn't have Lilai control. But the girl in front of him wasn't a Lilai anymore. She was just a little young. But it didn't matter if she was young, she'd be big in a few years. Ma Yang then taught Mixia how to use the scouter. This scouter utilized hexadecimal. So, Ma Yang needed to teach her how to convert hexadecimal to decimal. It was good that Mixia's brain was very agile and was able to learn quickly. After learned how to use it, Mixia couldn't wait to test it on herself, and the data it showed converted to 41. 41 power level, how come it's only this much? Is this considered high or low? Mixia lifted her head, her clarifying eyes looking at Ma Yang. Ma Yang smiled, it's already good. 41 points of power level, which meant the energy in Mixia's body, was 41. That certainly wasn't a bad result. The source of superpowers was also energy, but this energy was more restrained than a pure burst of power. It would be applied differently depending on the category of the superpower. But the one thing in common was the greater the energy level, the more productive the combat effect. So, if Mixia used her superpowers at this point, even with the current power level that Ma Yang had, it would be hard for him to break free. How much power level do you have, senior brother? 97. That was a lot of difference. Mixia felt a little frustrated. She had thought that there wouldn't be that big of a difference between herself and her senior brother, but it turned out she didn't even reach half the amount of Ma Yang's power level. So she curled her lips and threw Ma Yang down on the grass with her claws and teeth. Don't be ridiculous, your power level is really good already. The other brothers and sisters in the Great Azure Mountain only have 20 or 30 power level by now. Really? I'm not lying. Gulu. The scene went on for a while until there was a sound of protest from her stomachs. I'm hungry. Mixia touched her stomach. Mixia, I'll give you another taste of your senior brother's cooking today. Okay, Mixia shouted happily. Ma Yang was in a happy mood. It felt like the two were back in their childhood, without worries and surrounded by a light warmth in their hearts. Ma Yang found firewood and lit the smoke, while Mixia hunted the prey. Ma Yang was the one responsible for cleaning the prey and grilling it. Soon, the transparent fat was dripping on the grass from the roasted meat. Ma Yang sprinkled a necessary amount of spices, and the 2 siblings gorged themselves on the food. Happy times never last long, time passed unnoticed, and soon it was time to part. Mixia was reluctant to leave, and her tears were streaming down. Senior brother, I have to go back. You should visit me often from now on. I will. I'll be mad if you don't come. Mixia wrinkled her little cocked nose. I got it. Ma Yang smiled as he looked at her pitiful expression. After getting Ma Yang's promise, Mixia reluctantly flew towards the direction of the academy. Watching Mixia's back gradually became smaller, Ma Yang stood in place for a moment to adjust his mood. Ma Yang raised his head to look at the clear and flawless sky, his eyes gradually became determined. Then he soared up, swooshing towards the sky, and quickly disappeared into the boundless firmament. Chapter 30 Legend had it that the sacred land of Karin was the place where the martial arts of Earth originated. It was located on a massive plain in the northern hemisphere of the Earth. It was backed by a majestic mountain range that was often covered in ice and snow. The mountain soared high from south to north, blocking the humidity from the western ocean. It kept the sacred land of Karin near the sea from becoming a rainforest with too much rain. The whole sacred land of Karin was a large basin that sunk downward. It covered more than 100 kilometers of dense forest that looked like a green wave swaying in the wind from afar. Right in the middle of the sacred land of Karin, there was a Karin tower connected to the heaven realm. Legend had it that if someone could climb the Karin tower with bare hands, they could meet the immortals who dwelt above it and receive guidance from them. More than 200 years ago, when the martial arts on Earth were extremely prosperous, there was an endless stream of martial arts practitioners coming to challenge Karin Tower. However, with the disaster that hit the world 250 years ago, the martial arts schools on Earth suffered heavy losses and hadn't recovered until this day. That was why the number of people coming to challenge Karin Tower was not as high as it used to be. But today, a figure was approaching at a rapid pace towards Karin Tower. A flash of light passed through several snow-capped mountains, and a flat skyline came into view. When Ma Yang was flying in the sky above the sacred land of Karin Great Forest, he saw a long soaring tower rooted in the horizon and penetrating into the sky above, covered by the white puffy clouds. Finally, I arrived at the sacred land of Karin, and that long line is supposed to be the Karin Tower. It's so long. Ma Yang was far more shocked than he had imagined when he looked in the distance and actually saw Karin Tower. He gradually lowered his height and approached the Karin Tower. The base of Karin Tower was about 2 meters wide and deeply rooted in the ground. The ivory tower was only about a meter thick and was made of an unknown material. There were various totemic patterns carved on it, including flowers and birds, human faces, and animal faces, which probably an ancient human belief of nature. After landing his feet on the ground, Ma Yang raised his head to look up at the tower whose peak was invisible. Then, he moved his body in place, preparing to challenge Karin Tower officially. It should be said that this world was worthy of being the Dragon Ball world. As long as Earthlings found the right training that conformed to the world's rules, they could even possess great power. Anyway, Ma Yang clearly knew that in his original world, he wouldn't be able to train his body to become this powerful. However, it could probably happen because of the power field called Ki that pervades the universe. Now, he was about to challenge Karin Tower. Suddenly, an arrow flew towards him, its icy tip flickering. Ma Yang immediately stretched out his hand and grabbed the arrow in his hand. "That's not a nice way to treat a guest," Ma Yang said in a cold voice while sticking the arrow in the ground. "Stop, what are you doing here?" A male voice came from behind. With a whoosh, 6 or 7 Indians with stripes painted on their faces, and carrying quivers of arrows, came out of the woods. These Indians were dressed much like Bora in the original story. They were holding spears, arrows and wearing beast tooth necklaces around their necks. All of them were looking at Ma Yang with a wary face. Are they carrying a tribe that guard the sacred land of Karin? Ma Yang raised his eyebrows and immediately recognized these people. Strictly speaking, not anyone was qualified to challenge Karin Tower, because Karin Tower rose into the sky. Challenging it would be dangerous. These guardians lived in the sacred land of Karin Great Forest all year round. They took the responsibility to protect the Great Forest. So, they were considered to be the first hurdle before challenging the Karin Tower. "Stranger, you are a good fighter, tell us who you are." An Indian who was at the front of the line came forward with a spear in his hand. "My name is Ma Yang, from Heavenly Sky School. I came here today to challenge the Karin Tower," Ma Yang said with a serious face. The Indian looked surprised after hearing that and said unexpectedly, "You are Ma Yang, the winner of this year's World Martial Arts Tournament?" Ma Yang was surprised. He didn't expect that the guardians who lived at the sacred land of Karin would actually know the information regarding the World Martial Arts Tournament. He thought that this must not be the state of martial arts seclusion in later generations because the communication between schools was still frequent. Ma Yang then nodded and said, "That's right, I am Ma Yang." Hearing Ma Yang confirming his identity, the Indian's demeanor became enthusiastic. "Sorry about earlier, I'm Oz, the guardian of Karin Tower." The Indian named Oz, who led the group, expressed his apologies. He waved for the tribe behind him to put their weapons down. He exclaimed, "Did you just say you're here to challenge Karin Tower? After all these years, someone has finally come back to challenge it, and to tell you the truth, it's not an easy thing to do, and you can lose your life if you're not careful. My people have tried and failed. Are you sure you want to challenge Karin Tower?" There weren't many members of the Karinga tribe. Only the most outstanding warriors were eligible to live near Karin Tower. And still, they failed to challenge the Karin Tower, so you could imagine how difficult it would be. Ma Yang said, "Thank you for your concern, but I've already prepared myself." Seeing Ma Yang's determination, Oz nodded, "I see you've made the long journey to get here. Why don't you recuperate and wait until tomorrow around this time to take on the challenge?" "No, I'm in good shape, and I'm going to challenge now." Ma Yang shook his head to reject Oz's kindness. Actually, he had already adjusted his body when he flew over, so he didn't have to wait until tomorrow. As for the Indian's kindness, He appreciated it. Oz looked at Maayang in amazement and stepped out of the way. If that's the case, good luck then. Thank you. After saying that, Maayang faced Karin Tower, and his legs' muscles suddenly exerted force. Whoosh, a whirlwind suddenly rolled up the ground. Along with this explosive force, Maayang used the quicker-than-lightning technique and flew towards the sky. His toes lightly stepped on the raised node of Karin Tower, and after 3 or 2 strokes, he turned into a black dot and disappeared from everyone's sight. Underneath, the Karinga tribes looked stunned towards the sky. They were suddenly dumbfounded as they lost track of Maayang. They never expect that Maayang could be so powerful. After quite some time, Oz closed his mouth. He looked at his people and said incredulously, "That teenager is so strong, maybe he can actually meet Karin. Yeah, worthy of being the winner of the World Martial Arts Tournament." The others praised him as well. "I think he's much better than previous winners." Oz shook his head and looked again at Karin Tower, which was peering into the clouds. Chapter 31 White clouds stretched high in the sky, and the ivory towers crossed between heaven and earth. As the height gradually increased, the horizon showed a curved line. The air became thin, and the temperature began to drop. Maayang had climbed upwards for 10 kilometers with a single drum, before hugging a bulge on the surface of Karin Tower to rest. These outward bulges, located every 7 or 8 meters. They were like a resting point for the challenger, even when not all challengers were strong enough to lend to these bulges. I wondered how this Karin Tower was built, and I can't believe I haven't reached the top yet. When Maayang looked upward, the unseen Karin Tower disappeared into the vast sky as the surrounding area had begun to enter the troposphere. Normally, the oxygen here should be very thin, and Maayang discovered that the oxygen concentration was indeed dropping. However, unexpectedly, it was enough to maintain the minimum requirements of life. Let's keep going. After about 10 minutes of rest, Maayang gathered his strength and continued to climb towards higher ground. During the challenge of Karin Tower, Maayang didn't use the dancing sky art technique at all because the point of climbing Karin Tower was to exercise physical tolerance. Legend had it that there was miraculous spring water on top of the Karin Tower called sacred water, which would increase the strength of the body with just one sip. However, this water was actually just ordinary spring water. What really increased the strength was the entire process of challenging the Karin Tower. Even the ultra-divine water, which truly possesses the effect of unlocking potential, would still be a gamble of life. The ultra-divine water was extremely poisonous, so if you weren't careful, you would be poisoned to death and actually meet King Yama. Of course, when it came to the ultra-divine water, it had to be said that Maayang had some doubts. In the original story, Son Goku's strength increased dramatically after drinking the ultra-divine water. However, whether it was really the ultra-divine water that played the role or because the dying Son Goku had activated the Saiyan's bloodline, it was impossible to know. However, Maayang knew that without the addition of the bloodline, there was no shortcut to practice. Every step had to be practical. At this point, Maayang stopped and continued to climb the Karin Tower by walking. He had spent 3 days here. He saw that the dry supplies on his body were about to run out. Yet, when he lifted his head, he still couldn't see the top of the tower. Maayang realized that this process was very torturous. If he wasn't mentally strong enough, he would have given up a long time ago. At the beginning of the story, it took Son Goku a whole day to climb Karin Tower. I'm not as strong as him, so it must have taken me longer, but I guess I'm almost there. Maayang grabbed a bulge and thought in his heart. He then used his belt to bind a temporary sheath and munched a steamed bun hastily, before putting away the sheath and continuing to climb. Using a certain safety device to stop for a break wasn't considered a foul. After another night, just as Maayang was about to run out of supplies, and even nearly fell off the Karin Tower several times, he finally saw a flat ball-shaped shadow that appeared in the blurred vision. That was the top of the Karin Tower. It took him 4 days to finally reach the top. The sun had just risen, staining the surrounding clouds and the sacredness of Karin Tower. Maayang's spirits perked up, and he sped upwards to go through one of the 4 entrances at the bottom of the tower. Finally, I managed to climb up. Maayang was exhausted. He was panting and finally collapsed from exhaustion after climbing up Karin Tower. After resting for a while, the soreness on his thighs gradually faded, and only then did Maayang have the strength to take a look at his surroundings. It was a pretty spacious area with oval-shaped skylights opening up all around. Besides having 4 entrance passages where the tower was attached in the middle, several water tanks were placed systematically around, next to a bathtub and a cot for sleeping. This was where Karin usually stayed. If Karin isn't here, he must be up there. With no sign of Karin anywhere, Maayang assumed that he should be on the 2nd floor. So, he walked along the stairs towards the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor of the tower was obviously a lot more open than the 1st floor. There was nothing more than 100 square meters, except for a stone platform with a kettle in the middle. The view was wide open, without walls, and supported only by 12 relief stone columns between the upper and lower levels. Ma Yang noticed that there was an enormous crystal ball floating above the stone platform where the kettle was placed. This crystal ball was more than 80 centimeters in diameter, round and translucent, with a glittering light throughout its body. It seemed that magical power was supporting it to float in the air. Ma Yang didn't really know about this crystal ball before, nor did he pay attention to whether such a crystal ball existed in the original story. The crystal ball was motionless at this point, and it seemed to act as a stabilizer for the entire Karin Tower. Overall, the construction at the top of the Karin Tower was a flat, spherical building, with the lowest level having the smallest area of only 30 square feet. The middle level is the most spacious, with 100 square feet. The middle level was the area where Karin trained martial arts practitioners. Judging by the construction, the training ground was only in the middle part of the tower's top. Then there seemed to be some construction above it, but it was hidden. Very good, you have actually climbed up here. You're a great kid. The white-haired cat named Karin stood in front of Ma Yang with a crutch, quietly hiding it from Ma Yang's awareness. When did you come? Ma Yang couldn't feel Karin's appearance at all, so he was secretly frightened, but also looked up at Karin. Karin was worthy of being an immortal who lived for over 800 years, even though it was quite unbelievable when you looked at his appearance. Are you Karin? Ma Yang pretended not to know Karin's identity. Karin washed the bottom of his paws. That's right, young man. No one has climbed up here in many years. Did you come here to drink the sacred water? Seeing Ma Yang nodded, Karin narrowed his eyes. This isn't going to be easy. The sacred water isn't given for nothing. Karin wiggled his fat body and used his crutches to raise the sacred water on top of the central stone platform. If you want to drink it, you'll have to take it from me. It really was the training of grabbing kettles, and Ma Yang was already prepared for it. He knew that it was the way Karin trained his martial art practitioners. After solemnly performing a martial arts practitioner salute to make a good impression on Karin, Ma Yang began to grab the kettle. Immortal Karin, I'm going to start. Karin secretly nodded his head at Ma Yang's knowledge of manners. He then made a small change in his body posture as he faced Ma Yang's flying body, and was able to dodge Ma Yang's lunge cleverly. Young man, relying on brute strength alone won't work. You are a disciple of the Heavenly Sky School, you wouldn't have forgotten even the most basic things of your school, would you? Karin shook his head. Most of the martial art techniques on Earth were passed down from the Karin Tower. And Karin himself had lived for over 800 years. Any move was so crude in his eyes. Immortal Karin, how can you actually know about a Heavenly Sky School? Hey, I know a lot about it. The Heavenly Sky School used to be great, but it's just a shame that it has become that way. Chapter 32. Your name is Ma Yang, right? I can see that you've put a lot of work into your physical foundation. Not many of those martial arts practitioners in the Earth are able to train their foundations as solid as you. Karin dodged as he spoke in a flat tone. With many years of experience, he was able to see through Ma Yang's foundation with a single glance. A hint of amazement arose in his heart. However, he also saw what was lacking in him. Then Karin shook his head. The foundation is perfectly polished, but you're not yet able to use the ki in your body properly. Because you don't know how to restrain yourself, the ki in your body is like a firefly in the night, revealing your actions and intentions from a long distance. Well, it's probably due to the overall deterioration of the Earth martial art practitioners. It's not your fault. Karin strolled around, making a sharp comment on the situation. Ma Yang stopped and looked at Karin seriously. He was impressed by Karin's comment. Just like what Karin said, even schools that knew how to practice ki-based technique were scarce in the Earth, so how could they perfectly manage to converse the ki? However, this problem was not unsolvable. This charming Karin in front of him was undoubtedly a mentor in this matter. So, Ma Yang was going to be subtle and said, Immortal Karin, please teach me the technique of converting the ki. Haha, this is no need to rush. When you know how to use the ki in your body, the convergence is a natural progression. Karin yawned, wandered around Ma Yang, and nodded. To be honest, your Heavenly Sky School ki-based technique is unique. After all, it is a secret technique inherited from ancient times, and it is somewhat different from the current one. You just haven't practiced it to the fullest. You must be a little tired from climbing Karin Tower all the way up from the bottom. Take a good rest and figure it out on yourself. Starting tomorrow, I'll officially teach you how to practice the technique. After that, Karin waved his hand, then shook his crutch and headed downstairs. Ma Yang stayed and watched as Karin walked down the stairs. It was clear that through a simple test, Karin had already felt his pulse, and staring from tomorrow, the normal training would begin. This excited him a little, but after the excitement, a wave of exhaustion swept over him. So, he simply lay down on the floor and exhaled, snoring softly soon after. Honestly, He was exhausted. The next day, the sky was clear. Karin took out a bag of dry flour from his inventory and let Ma Yang eat a little bit of it, indiscriminately with the spring water before officially began his training later. Upon chewing the sticky and tasteless flour dough in his mouth, Ma Yang's whole face became bitter. Although this flour could fill his stomach, it was tough to swallow. He never knew Master Roshi spent 3 years under this difficult condition. From that point of view, he had to be admired. Barely filling his stomach, Ma Yang walked up to Karin full of energy. Karin looked at him. "Oh, you've already eaten. Let's start practicing now. Please teach me." Ma Yang said seriously. "Haha, not a problem." Karin narrowed his eyes as if he was smiling. "I studied your history last night, so I'm going to divide your training into 3 steps." Karin said that, while raising his 3 fingers. The first one is to address the mistakes in your move. Without guidance from a brilliant teacher, you have so many unnecessary moves and too many flaws within your movement. Luckily, it's not deeply rooted yet. So, it will be easy to fix it for now. Otherwise, it will difficult to change. Karin whispered. Ma Yang listened attentively, expressing his agreement. Having read the original story, he knew that the extra movements would definitely be a subject that Karin would focus on correcting. That's why Ma Yang was prepared from the beginning regarding this subject. In fact, martial arts training was definitely a process from complex to simple to reduce the unnecessary excess consumption in the battle. This point was always clear to Ma Yang, it was just that he had never met a good teacher who could effectively instruct him before. Although Isaac was a good and renowned martial arts practitioner, his guidance was still not as good as that of the real senior brother Karin. It was fair to say that there weren't many people on the entire planet whose knowledge was above Karin. Second, ki-based technique training. The Heavenly Sky School ki-based technique is very good and quite clever, but its essence hasn't been brought out to you yet. So, the next step is to make up for the shortcomings in this part. When the ki-based technique is perfected, then your strength will also increase greatly. Third, the convergence of ki. This is a rather general concept. What exactly counts as the convergence of ki is different for everyone. Different people have different sensitivities to ki. Perhaps you think you have converged your ki, but it is still exposed to some people's eyes, so I will not enforce this subject. No, please train me with the strictest requirements, Immortal Karin. Ma Yang earnestly pleaded. If he couldn't even meet Karin's highest requirements, how could he stand on top of the strongest in the future? The fact that his power level never broke the 100 mark in battle must be due to something was lacking in his training. This lack wouldn't be in movement, but rather in some sort of particular requirement. His development of the physical aspect had reached its limit for the time being. So, would the training or the control of the ki bring him into a completely different level? The Heavenly Sky School training technique was different from the Turtle School since the beginning. Ma Yang couldn't just apply it rigidly because he understood the original story, he wanted to improve from Karin. Karin's eyes flashed with appreciation, stroking his beard and nodding. Good, then. I'll train you with the strictest requirements as you wish, but let's face it, my training is quite difficult. I'm ready for it, so please don't worry about it, Immortal Karin. Very well. Karin nodded and looked at the tough-looking young man before him. He pulled out a bell from somewhere and attached it to his body. After doing that, Karin picked up the kettle on top of the stone table with his crutches like he did yesterday. Then, he said, the next thing you're going to do is snatch the kettle that I hang on top of my crutch. You can use any tactic you want, for example, try to snatch it, whether when I'm asleep or distracted. Just grab the kettle from my crutch, and you'll be considered passed. Because it is the first stage, I will have a bell tied to my body, and I will not take this bell off. After you can snatch this kettle from my crutch, you can proceed to the second stage of your training, which is to snatch the bell and the kettle again. After that, you can proceed to the third stage. As for how the third stage of training will be done, wait until the second stage is completed. Maybe the first 2 stages alone will take a long time. Ma Yang was slightly stunned. This was different from when Karin trained Son Goku. In the original story, when Son Goku snatched the kettle, Karin didn't have a belt tied to his body. Perhaps because he hadn't reached Son Goku's level, that was why Karin lowered his training difficulty. The first stage was never shown in the original story. The second stage was the original Son Goku's training technique. Immortal Karin, let's get started. After understanding Karin's plan, Ma Yang nodded towards Karin, then prepared to grab the kettle. Chapter 33 Ring. 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 Facing Ma Yang's pouncing move, Karin squinted his eyes and dodged around. He didn't deliberately hide his ki, so as he swayed around, the little bell made a ringing sound. Ma Yang sought the sound to change the trajectory of his flying pounce. He was close to catching the kettle many times, but Karin shrank his palm and used the crutch in his hand to pick up the kettle and slid it to another spot. The air was thin in the upper part of Karin Tower, and it didn't take long for Maayang to start panting. Karin stopped carrying his crutch. The environment on Karin Tower is different than down there. The air is half as thick as down there, and if you don't have control to reduce the excess movement, your body will soon be overwhelmed. I got it. Maayang panted and shouted loudly, taking the opportunity to leap up. Karin laughed, and every time Maayang was about to touch the kettle, he shook his body, and Maayang missed the kettle again. Pay attention to the bells, and don't get distracted by my movements. Karin's voice suddenly heard in his ears, startling Maayang. Upon taking a closer look, an expanded version of a cat's face suddenly appeared in front of him. Karin grinned at Maayang, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. Maayang just stretched out his hand, and the cat's face in front of him suddenly turned into an afterimage and was torn apart. You have to reduce your own wastage to find the best path to fly while exercising a good eye. Fighting others doesn't require paying attention to all of their movements, just learning to focus on the key points. Sometimes a simple strike can be decisive, just like this. Karin's eyes narrowed as he finished speaking. The dodging movements suddenly changed. Karin left a few shadows on the spot and directly stretched out his crutch towards the front. The crutch hit Maayang's chest, making him jerked down as a huge explosive force exploded in his chest. Maayang fell to the ground and lost his ability to resist. That attack just now was to test your eyesight and determination. Awesome. Maayang grimaced and rubbed his chest, his eyes were filled with a strong desire to become stronger. Ha ha ha, it's a piece of cake, you can rest for a while and then continue your training after you figure out what to do later. Karin laughed cheerfully, then hit a hatch and lay down on the bench at the side to sleep. Maayang watched in silence while taking Karin's words to heart. Being able to get guidance from a wise person on his training journey could lead him to fewer detours. Although he knew all the principles Karin had said earlier, the practice was the best teacher. Just by listening without practicing, and listening while practicing would have incomparable results. 8 or 9 days had passed in a flash. These past few days, Maayang was like a sponge that would absorb water. He was continuously absorbing the martial arts principles taught by Karin in his training, causing his understanding of strength and the way to control it to grow significantly. Although Maayang's power level had remained unchanged over the past few days and hadn't able to break the 100 mark yet, he felt that he had gained tremendously, far more exciting than the increase in power level. By the 10th day, Maayang's ineffective moves had diminished significantly. His flaws were becoming less frequent, and he was beginning to show his sense of style as he once again engaged in a game of grabbing the kettle with Karin. All of this was obvious to Karin, and it made him nod it in his heart. Finally, on the 18th day, Maayang succeeded in snatching the kettle from Karin, who then told him the truth about the sacred water. In fact, there is no such thing as sacred water in this world. This kettle is just filled with ordinary spring water, and the real training is the process of snatching the kettle. You can try it. You're already a lot stronger than you were before. The strength that Karin was referring to didn't just indicate the power level, but overall strength. For the martial arts practitioners on Earth, since their energy was generally low, they valued comprehensive strength. Relying solely on the power level detected by Scouter wasn't the key to determining the final outcome. Power level is the strength of a single blow, while overall strength is whether you could hit your opponent or not. Immortal Karin, I do understand now. It's good that you understand. Karin nodded and took off the little bell he was wearing. Come on, I'm not going to go easy on you at this point. Please. Maayang was bold and serious. He then began to adjust the ki in his body. Maayang attacked first, his movements as fast as a gust of wind and as powerful as lightning. Only a white shadow of light flashed in the air, as he appeared in front of Karin in the blink of an eye, then changed direction and attacked towards the kettle on Karin's crutch. However, after Maayang succeeded in taking away the bell, Karin's movements became even more mysterious than before. Karin smiled heedlessly, very casually performing his moves while deceiving Maayang. Hum. With only the sound of his voice but not the person, Maayang's speed had accelerated to the limit, but Karin seemed to move even faster. Only 2 blurred shadows were constantly seen flashing across the 100 square feet of the training ground. A stiff wind was blowing towards the outside of Karin Tower. Maayang's eyes kept following Karin's movements. However, Karis's movements were full of bewilderment, the real and the fake were so unpredictable that his eyes didn't seem to catch. Excessive moves were just unnecessary, it won't baffle the opponent. With a crackle, Karin lightly leaped. His crotch gracefully arced through the void and then picked upwards as the kettle landed securely on top of the central stone table. Okay, that's it for today's training. Continue reflecting on your training for the evening. Karin waved his hand and went to rest again. Watching Karin's back as he walked down the stairs, Maayang gasped and wiped the sweat off his face. When he was almost done resting, Ma-Yang began to adjust the ki in his body and then swooshed into the acceleration space. At this time, the acceleration space was still a 10-meter wide, but it was vastly different than before. Along with Ma-Yang's strength steadily approaching 100 power level, a thick layer of clouds was accumulated above the pale firmament. Those clouds were constantly rolling, like a substantial wall covering the sky. Especially after he had climbed the current tower, the clouds accumulated faster, as the ceiling became lower. If this continues, the ceiling of this space will crash down after a while. Looking at the dense clouds, Ma-Yang felt like the black clouds were pressing down the ground, and he had the urge to crush it in his heart. Let's just slow down, with the progress I'm making now. It may not be long before this acceleration space is transformed. Ma-Yang still couldn't figure out the origin of this acceleration space. That was why he had to put it as an appendage that he had crossed over, so he could be careful in handling it. Chapter 34. As time passed, in the second month after Ma-Yang had climbed the current tower, the ceiling of the acceleration space had already reached a point where it was close to the ground. If this continued, it would seriously affect the function of the acceleration space. At this point, Ma-Yang was ready to take a desperate gamble and use all his strength to crush it. 2 months of training had given him confidence in his strength. One night, the stars were bright, and the moon was like a plate. While Karin was sleeping downstairs, Ma-Yang quietly entered the acceleration space. Looking up at the substance-like clouds, which were only 3 meters from the top of his head, they really had become a ceiling. Ma-Yang adjusted his breath and made his final preparations. Oh! Powerful ki boomed out along with a yelp. Ma-Yang's face was determined, as he gazed at the sky with a serious expression. The ki inside his body gathered between his hands. A radiant azure light suddenly flickered, blossoming like a star in this small, claustrophobic space. Whether it would work or not, it was all up in the air. Heavenly sky beam. With a long whistle, Ma-Yang waved his fingers forward with force, and a radiant beam of ki shot straight out. The blue ki rustled. It rubbed against the air, making a sharp explosion before piercing through the layers of clouds and mist and streaking towards the center area where the thickest clouds were. Boom! The blue beam of ki struck the core of the ceiling, collided, and burst out in an earth-shattering explosion. At this time, Ma-Yang's ki waves were even more solid than a few months ago. Penetrating and destructive power had increased exponentially. On top of that, the ki waves released by Ma-Yang were terrifying. The terrifying scene produced by the collision of the two was as fierce and powerful as a groundbreaking. The vortex rotated, the airflow was scattered, and the center was raising up high, like an inverted trumpet flower. Crack! It was like the sound of shattering glass. At this moment, the world cracked, and endless clouds suddenly seemed to have lost their cover. They all exploded at once, and the entire space was shaking violently as if it was about to crumble. The tearing force of the explosion could no longer be stopped by anything as it began to expand the space. Ma-Yang was exhausted after releasing the ki wave, but strangely, the terrifying ki didn't harm him. Instead, a piece of crystal fragment fell from the sky, landing on him and entirely absorbed by his body. Time went by, and when all the dust had settled, and the ground was calm again, the hazy vision became bright once more. The image that appeared in front of his eyes frightened Ma-Yang. The sky became taller, and the earth became wider. The space that was originally only a 10 meters square expanded to 1,000 meters square, enough to accommodate a small mountain. Simultaneously, just as the acceleration space range continued to grow, Ma-Yang felt a faint sense of the shackles that had bound him previously seemed to have disappeared. The road ahead seemed to become flat with a completely different feeling than before. He felt like a prisoner breaking free from his cage and regaining his freedom. He couldn't help but roared, and his body and mind were swelling with pleasure. He then used the scouter on himself. Tick, tick, tick. A series of data was displayed above the lens. 121 power level. His power level had instantly increased by over 20 points, reaching the level where Son Goku had been after participating in the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. What a great breakthrough. This acceleration space is indeed connected to my power. The ceiling that blocks the sky, could it be that it's my physical limitation? The ceiling pressing into the ground meant I was getting closer to the limit, and with a single blow, I was breaking it. All the changes made Ma-Yang had to think about it more. Normally, the limit of an ordinary Earthling was 100 power level, and there were only a few Earthlings who succeeded in breaking through this limit. This acceleration space that Ma-Yang's consciousness communicated with seemed to be able to reveal its own limit. The invisible limits were manifested, which was then subjected to a substantial attack to break them. How wonderful was that? After an ordinary person breaks through the limit, the power level must be accumulated little by little. To put it simply, after 100, then 101, 102, but he was breaking through and absorbed the power at the same time, so he was able to reach 121 in one blow. After thinking about this, Yang couldn't help but get pumped up. If the truth was as what he thought, then he would be far too dominant. This meant that he could stop worrying about the innate gap between Earthlings and aliens. What did Saiyans and aliens rely on to be that strong? Could it be that their own potential was strong enough? Earthlings were weak, but if you worked hard enough, it wasn't impossible to break through the multiple limits. Compared to this, the function of time acceleration in the acceleration space was, on the contrary, a trivial pediatric. That was the real golden finger. Of course, this was just Yang's own speculation. As to what the specifics were, no one knew. And even if Yang guessed it correctly that the acceleration space could really manifest the limits of the body, and he wanted to break the limits as he did just now, it was uncertain whether he could succeed. After all, for Earthlings, the limit of 100 power level wasn't impossible to break, the difficulty was behind 1000 power level, 10,000 power level, and so on. Whether or not it was possible to keep breaking through infinitely, it came down to the racial talent in the end. But for now, at least, it gave Yang something to think about. After exiting the acceleration space, Yang's heartbeat was slow as he was able to calm down. After testing the speed of time flow between the acceleration space and the outside world as he broke the first limit, the ratio between the two sides changed from 2 to 1 to 4 to 1. In other words, the flow of time in the acceleration space was now 4 times faster than the outside world. At the same time, the acceleration space also had an additional storage function. He could directly put things to the acceleration space, simple and easy. Even without a capsule, he didn't have to worry about not being able to store things. Also, he didn't have to worry about things getting deterioration inside because of the nourishment energy in there. This acceleration space was simply a necessary thing for home travel. This is the biggest gain I've had in a while. Yang was so happy that he was laughing in his sleep. The next day, when Karin saw Yang again, he clearly felt the change in Yang. After not seeing him for one night, the spirit that Yang's entire body emitted seemed to be different. It's only been one night, but you've changed quite a bit. Karin was puzzled. Yang was like a spring breeze with a gracious smile. Last night, I figured some things out, and I feel like my whole body is different. Oh, you've gained your understanding and have explored the shackles of the martial arts. Karin nodded. The epiphany was mysterious, but it wasn't like Karin hadn't seen it before over the past 800 years of his life. A single epiphany was all about chance, and Karin was happy for Yang. Yang nodded. His approach to breaking limitations in the acceleration space was somewhat similar to the epiphany that Karin had spoken about. Karin said, since you have made significant growth in your strength, you will have to make a slight change in your next training. Today, you will spend time getting familiar with the growth of your power. Then I will instruct you after you can manage to retract and release it freely. Yang nodded, thank you, Immortal Karin. Chapter 35. Just as Yang was practicing on Karin Tower, something happened on a certain island on the east side of the earth. Tuk, tuk, tuk. The sound of gunfire broke the silence on the island as a dozen speedboats cruised around the island with heavily armed teams standing on them. All of them dressed in earth-gray uniforms, looking both like armies and bandits. Boss Lusha, the team that was sent out, is back, but they haven't found Claren's whereabout yet. A soldier-looking man removed the radio mic from his ear and reported to their officer. The officer took a puff of his cigarette and exhaled a choking plume of white smoke, then glancing fiercely at the soldier and cursing angrily. Shouldn't you send more people if you can't find them? The commander has given a death order to find Claren. Even if he dies, we must bring back what he has on him. The soldier shuddered and responded hurriedly, yes, I will immediately send more men to the island. Don't ever stop. Officer Lasha waved his hand impatiently, then sat there and continued to puff away. Commander Hyan is really nothing more than a small researcher. What exactly does he have in his possession that is worthy of such a big search? Forget it, I'm just in charge of the mission. I can't be bothered with the business of those upperclassmen. Lusha stubbed out a cigar in his hand, then reported the situation here to headquarters. What I got was an order from headquarters to search at all costs. Hey, these officials only give orders. We aren't subordinates who should do the work. Hanging up the phone, Lusha spat with a gloomy face. The thought that he, the frontline commander of the Snake Charmer Legion, would have to be personally responsible for such a trivial task made him unhappy. At this time on the island, a blonde-haired man with a bowed back was holding a child, as they were hiding in a small forest. If Yang was there, he would have recognized the blonde man as one of the young couples he had met on the train journey to Maple Island a few months ago. The child in his arms was a little girl named April. At that moment, Claren's chest was wounded, and scarlet blood had stained his shirt. Cough. Claren bowed and coughed, the small movement twitching the wound in his lungs and making him look miserable. Ooh, Daddy, are you okay? April misses Mommy and sister. The little girl April had tears in her eyes and sobbed quietly with her mouth flattened. "Don't cry, April, Mama and Cypriel will be fine." Claren wiped April's tears and looked at her with a hint of sadness. April raised her head, "But the boat that we took sank and Mom and my sister never came up." Whoa. They wouldn't make it back. Claren's expression stiffened for a moment. What he wanted to say ended up in his throat, and he couldn't get it out. Just then, there was a sound of sweeping in the grove, and Claren hurried to cover April's small mouth. He waited until the sweepers were far away before making up his mind, stuffed a thick drawing, and 3 inky black rocks into a small backpack behind April. "April, save these things, they're Dad's research materials." A hint of sadness and anger flashed in Claren's eyes. If it wasn't for these things, their family might not have been in this mess. "Dad." April felt something and cried out uneasily. Claren was a researcher at Synthesized Research Institute, working on robotics research. As for what exactly those 3 black, shadowy rocks were, he had no idea. They had been peeled from the top of a meteorite in outer space. Claren didn't expect his research to cause the covetousness among the high-ranking officers of the Snake Charmer Legion. Their cruise ship was attacked during the voyage. His wife and young daughter fell into the sea and were never seen again. He was afraid the worst was yet to come. He placed his palm over April's head. "Do as you're told. There's a small cave over there, go hide in there and don't come out until I call you out." April's tears slid down as she murmured softly. "Here, it's your favorite candy, take one when you're sad and save the rest." Claren looked at his daughter. He peeled off candy with difficulty, shoved it into her mouth, and then shoved the candy jar where his daughter's snacks were stored in her small backpack. With that done, Claren dragged his frail body away gradually. "Remember, don't leave the cave for the next 2 days." "Yeah," April answered with a cry. Claren looked deeply into his daughter's eyes one last time and turned towards the grove outside. Only if he drew all the enemies away, April would have a chance to live. After Claren left, there was a tuk-tuk sound of musket fire as the sky grew dark, and a thin mist rose in the forest. April hid in a small cave and waited for her father to come back, but after 2 or 3 days of waiting for Claren, the hungry April couldn't stand it any longer. Sadly, she ate a candy, carefully covered the candy jar, put it in her bag, and then dragged her thin body out of the cave. The wind whistled, chilling with a ghostly sadness, as it gradually rolled farther into the distance. April shrank and waddled toward the people on the island. Chapter 36 on Karin Tower. Since breaking through the first limitation, Aizen was like a brand new person. The shackles that used to hold him captive were gone, and his training speed was just like taking a plane, simply changing every day. In the 3rd month, Aizen was able to snatch the kettle from Karin. "Oh, when did you get so good at this, kid?" After Aizen snatched the kettle, Karin looked at him with great surprise. This young man's growth had shocked him. Aizen had actually snatched the kettle from his hands in just 3 months. One must know that Master Roshi took a full 3 years to snatch the kettle, which was considered fast. "There, Karin, you gave me too much praise, it means you taught me well. TSK, don't you dare put a high hat on me." Karin took a glance at Aizen, and shaking his fat body, "All the basics I can teach have been passed on to you. The 3rd stage is key convergence and perception, which is something even more profound. At the current stage, you can only learn key convergence. As for perception, that's beyond the stage of a martial arts practitioner." Aizen listened attentively. The convergence of ki was far easier than perception, as it only required comprehending the state of mind like water. As for the perception of ki involved even deeper secrets and required controlling the fluctuations of the ki to a subtle level. That was the stage of the lookout practitioner. Karin can only teach about ki convergence here. Suppose you want to learn how to use ki to perceive your opponent. In that case, you either have to comprehend it on your own, or obtain Karin's approval, get the token that led to the lookout, and then go to the heavenly realm to practice. So now, Aizen was still learning how to control his ki from Karin. Time passed like fine sand, slipped away unnoticed. In the blink of an eye, another half a month had passed. Under Karin's guidance, Aizen had been growing rapidly while constantly compensating and absorbing the essence of Karin's martial arts. Aizen also gradually grasped the connotations of ki, and at this time, his ki was able to be introverted. Finally, it was no longer as sharp as before. "Ugh, there's nothing more I can teach you." Karin looked at Aizen as if he was a monster. This kid was simply a monster. After only 3 months, he had made himself unreachable. This talent was definitely one of the best among Earthlings. However, what Karin didn't know that it was all because of Aizen had a cheat called acceleration space. Aizen accepted all of Karin's praise, and he smiled. "I've been troubling immortal Karin for a while." Karin held his beard and nodded. "It's not a problem. The whole point of Karin Tower's existence is to produce good martial arts practitioners, But unfortunately, it's getting less every year, and no one can climb up. By the way, Immortal Karin, I see you've been eating some kind of dried flat beans for the past few days. Does that stuff fill you up? Karin glanced at Maayang. Oh, that's a senzu beans. If you eat one and you won't have to eat for 10 days. Maayang's eyes lit up. Of course, he knew that it was senzu ben, which was precious in the late Dragon Ball stage. However, for now, it was still only used as a stomach filler, which didn't reflect its value. Oh, Immortal Karin, why do you make me eat flour every day when there is something good? It's excessive. Tough, that's a training for you. A martial arts practitioner must endure hardships. As for eating flour, that's a tradition passed down from ancient times. Upon facing a sweeping look of contempt, even Karin himself was too embarrassed to continue. There's no way around it, the production of senzu beans isn't very high. It's usually only 60 or so a year, and I have to consume about 40 a year. So, the amount is really not much. Well, Immortal Karin, let's have a discussion. Why don't I go down there now and move a batch of seafood up for you? I'm sure with your ability, you can keep the seafood fresh. I'll trade this seafood with you for senzu beans, what do you think? Maayang narrowed his eyes as he thought of his own little plan. Karin Tower could store flour up here, there was no reason why it couldn't store other things. Since senzu beans only help to fill the stomach, what was the difference if you used fish instead? Besides, senzu beans didn't taste like anything, so how could they taste better than seafood? If you opened a small stove, you'd get a delicious smell every day. Seafood. Sure enough, upon hearing that Maayang was planning to exchange seafood for senzu beans, Karin's two eyes suddenly widened. There was literally light in his eyes. However, in order to maintain his immortal reserve, Karin said calmly, that's a good idea. I can't leave Karin Tower on weekdays, so if you're willing to do it for me, it's not inconceivable. It's done. Maayang's heart shouted loudly as if he saw a large number of senzu beans waving towards him. Immortal Karin, how many senzu beans are you planning to change? Maayang asked carefully. Of course, the more, the better. I'll keep a little for myself, and that's enough. I'll replace all the rest. Wait a minute, I'll go see how many senzu beans are left. Karin went to the bottom floor of the tower and began to search through the boxes and finally found a large brown pottery pot with the word senzu beans in red. After opening it, it was full of bright green dried beans. It was roughly estimated to be 15,000 to 16,000 of them. I couldn't believe there were so many. At this time, Maayang couldn't help but secretly hold a grudge. How many senzu beans did that dead fatty Yajirobe had ruined that made Son Goku, and the others had to share one with a few people if they wanted to eat it? This is all of it. This is what I've saved for over 800 years, and now that the production of senzu beans is getting lower, I'm going to leave a few thousand for preparation, and the rest will all be given to you in exchange for seafood. After he spoke, Karin paused, and his ears perked up. Of course, because of one senzu bean could cover 10 days' meal, your seafood has to be able to cover 10 days' meal as well. Maayang didn't hesitate. Well, that's not a problem then. Karin nodded in satisfaction. One senzu bean was enough to cover 10 days of meals, and if the seafood didn't do the same, then the deal wasn't fair. Taking out an empty earthenware jar from the side, Karin said as he filled it with fairy beans, actually, this senzu bean is much better than the food on the ground. It's perfect for martial arts practitioners to use after their training, as well as for them to use against enemies. Do you know why? Because it works fast. It can quickly regain physical strength. Maayang answered truthfully. The senzu bean's hunger-filling function alone was an excellent advantage, not to mention that it also came with a healing function. However, Karin might not have been injured and didn't know about it. Good. Karin looked back at Maayang and found that he was very good at grasping the key to the problem. Karin then nodded inwardly and sighed. Speaking of seafood, they don't function as well as this. As Karin paused, Maayang's heart was beating faster. He calmly said, you have a point, Immortal Karin. I think the same too, but I can provide more seafood to ensure that you are satisfied. And we also have a stove on the ground that can cook all kinds of delicious food. I'll bring one for you as well when I go down there. Haha, it's rare for someone like you to have such an intention, so bring me one. Karin squinted and smiled. Seeing the cat's claws began to fill the pottery jar with senzu beans again, Maayang wiped his sweat. He secretly thought Karin was indeed quite outdated. He sure knew how to negotiate a price, but luckily he didn't succeed in the world of business mainly because the money wasn't paid properly. Chapter 37 Over 10,000 senzu beans. Watching Karin filled another pottery jar with thousands of senzu beans. Maayang could feel his lips drying up, and his two eyes glowing right away. He was like a poor scrappy man who is suddenly seeing a house full of gold. his eyes filled with burning desire. Ma Yang swallowed his saliva and trampled slightly as he took the pottery jar filled with senzubins from Karin's hand. In the early stages of the Dragon Ball, the senzubins didn't have much value and were only used as hunger filler. However, in the later stages, they were a real lifesaver because they could quickly restore physical strength and instantly heal various injuries. Have a taste first. Ma Yang was thinking about taking out a dried flatpin from the pottery jar and throwing it into his mouth to chew it. There was a crisp click sound, and the dry bin really didn't taste like anything. However, in the next moment, dense ki suddenly spread in his mouth, and then this ki flowed throughout his body. Under the warmth that flowed through him, Ma Yang's mental state was instantly restored to its peak. These were such a good treasure, these were lifesavers. Ma Yang's two eyes glowed with praise. The pottery jars were carefully arranged and covered as if it were holding a sacred object given by the gods. Each of the 10,000 or so senzubins must be carefully calculated and used to the fullest extent. Hey, for Karin to have thousands of senzubins are such a waste. Sooner or later, they will be ruined by Yajirobe. Ma Yang moved an inch forward. He wanted to get those other thousands of senzubins from Karin's hands but eventually gave up. Forget it, getting most of it was hard enough. Also, not everything can be perfect. As he thought about this, Ma Yang began to feel a lot better. Then, his gaze turned to the 3 large water tanks placed next to him. These 3 water tanks were placed independently, separate from the other water tanks in the corner. Immortal Karin, why are those water tanks separated from the others? He vaguely guessed the purpose of those water tanks, which were said to be able to see into the past, present, and future, respectively. Oh, that's what I use to observe the lower realm. The energy of the 3 water tanks is connected to that crystal ball upstairs. It's a divine object handed down from ancient times. Karin shook his fat body and lifted the lid off one of the water tanks, revealing clarified waveless spring water. Oh. Ma Yang came forward with interest, and his eyes looked at the clarified spring water. Little did he know that the 3 tanks of water hooked together had a name he was familiar with. That was the ultra-divine water. The ultra-divine water had the ability to trigger the human body's potential, but it was also highly poisonous. If the body didn't have enough potential to trigger, the ultra-divine water would drain the human body's vitality and poison the user to death. Rumor had it that 14 powerful earthlings had once drunk it, but none of them had survived. Therefore, Ma Yang respected ultra-divine water. It was something he wasn't fortunate enough to consume. As Ma Yang was staring at the water tank for observation, suddenly, there were ripples in the spring, and a strange set of images appeared in Ma Yang's sight. It was a beautiful sunny day. The picture appeared as a dark green-haired little girl and black-haired teenager. At this time, the two were very serious about practicing their moves. Their faces were already covered with glistening sweat. Ma Yang recognized that it was a picture of himself and Mixia as children, and what he saw in this tank represented the past. Ma Yang then lifted the lid of the middle tank again and saw a different picture. In the Great Azure Mountains, there was a picture of his teacher's wife, Alice, cooking food in the kitchen. In the living room, Isaac was reading a newspaper, which represented the present. When he lifted the last tank, a different picture emerged. That was a large crowded venue, lively and extraordinary. Looking at the scene, it seemed like a tournament, and there was a man and woman on the ring. Ma Yang recognized the man like himself. His body was impressive, the elegance and beauty of the man weren't lost in the havoc, and he looked a lot more mature than he is now. It shouldn't be years away from now. Opposite him stood a woman with black hair and waist. The woman had a well-proportioned body, and her appearance was somewhat blurred. Judging from her exquisite and graceful curves, she should be in her late 20s, with an otherworldly aura all over her body. What drew Ma Yang's special attention, in particular, was the black-haired woman's round of eyes that were as clear as spring water. The two of them were having a match at the moment. The dark-haired woman was majestic, constantly attacking towards the future Ma Yang. This was supposed to be a picture of the future, and it still looked like Ma Yang was competing against someone. Suddenly, the picture shifted, and the footage from earlier disappeared, replaced by a deep, starry sky. The same battle scenes were shown, but instead, it had been replaced by an 11 or 12-year-old girl. The girl also had black hair, and her opponent was also Ma Yang. At this time, the girl looked dainty, her eyes were filled with an airy arrogance. She was screaming of a sudden, and her golden pupils were shining with beautiful light. However, her opponent wasn't simple, so she never gained any advantage. Ma Yang frowned as he looked at the future image. He was unable to identify the image. And to his surprise, he couldn't even see how the two sides were doing. Judging from this image, Ma Yang felt that he would be quite powerful in the future. He then asked, "Immortal Karin, what does this picture of the future mean?" Karin licked his paw and said, "There's no point in asking. No one knows what will happen in the future, and the tank is only presenting one of the possibilities. Besides, Everyone who goes to look will see a different picture, so don't worry about it. If Ma Yang couldn't think beyond that, he wouldn't be mediocre. However, in general, he saw aspects of the situation benefiting him. Chapter 38. Hey, Ma Yang, you've already taken the senzu beans. When are you going to cash out the seafood that you mentioned? Karin had been thinking about the deal with Ma Yang. After seeing that Ma Yang was no longer dwelling on the images he saw in the 3 water tanks, Karin hurriedly urged. Upon hearing that, Ma Yang waned and smiled. It seemed that Karin had been living above Karin Tower for too long, so he was concerned about that seafood. Don't worry, Immortal Karin. I'll do as I say and bring you the seafood right away. As soon as possible. Karin stroked his beard, and he was no longer worried. After spending some more time adjusting on top of Karin's tower, Ma Yang waved his hand at Karin. Immortal Karin, I'll go down first, and you can wait for my good news. Afterward, he stepped out and jumped right off of Karin Tower. With the strong wind blowing in his face, it felt like Ma Yang had turned into a flying bird, splitting the storm all the way down. It was much easier to leave Karin Tower than to climb it. Feeling the harsh wind blowing against his cheeks, Ma Yang squinted his eyes as he fell increasingly faster. In the blink of an eye, he had penetrated a patch of clouds. The horizon that was curved gradually became flat. As he looked at the gorgeous scenery in the distance, his heart couldn't help but be overwhelmed by the sky's lofty feelings and the birds flying. Suddenly, a black shadow broke through the atmosphere, carrying a long stream of a tail. Ma Yang began to get closer to the ground, and it only took less than 10 minutes for the vast, dense forest below to become clear. While it took 4 days to climb up Karin's tower, it took just a few minutes to come down. I can already see the great forest. Ma Yang was grinning as he took the brakes when he was about to land. With the dancing sky art, he stopped his falling speed before turning 90 degrees and swooshing along at a horizontal angle towards the direction away from the sacred land of Karin. Like all the sacred places, the existence of sacred land of Kalin was very odd. It seemed like there was a mysterious power that made those who wanted to climb the Karin Tower could only do so effectively by climbing from the bottom. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to climb the tower even if they used high technology. Hey, did some kind of shadow that looks like a person just fly over there? At the edge of the sacred land, the Indians guarding the Karin Tower saw Ma Yang's back as he left, and one of them asked in confusion. Your vision is blurry, how can people move that fast? The companion nearby sneered. Maybe I was mistaken. The man was startled and then smiled. Hey, you two over there, work on your hunting skills seriously. If you want to become guardians of the sacred land, take it twice as seriously. The elder-looking Indian saw 2 men whispering as they hunted, so he snapped at them. Guardians like them were usually distributed all over the sacred land of Karin. They lived in tribes. After selection, only the strongest of the tribes were eligible to serve as guardians near Karin Tower. Ma Yang didn't know that his movement through the sacred land of Karin had attracted the Indian tribe's attention. However, he already flew out of the sacred land of Karin's range and was planning on how to get seafood for Karin. This wasn't a big problem for Ma Yang, he could go to the harbor to buy it. They had a variety of seafood that was guaranteed to satisfy Karin. However, the only problem was, right now, he didn't have much money on him, and the fishmonger definitely wouldn't sell it to him. What about he went to do robbery? Ma Yang knew that there was an underwater treasure trove, which contained all kinds of gold and silver treasures in the original story remembered when Son Goku was fighting against the Red Ribbon Army. He had accidentally entered the treasure trove once when General Blue was chasing him. But unfortunately, Ma Yang didn't know the exact location of the treasure's trove. It was still decades before that episode happened. That treasure might not exist yet. At that moment, he had a bright idea as he remembered Launch and Yamcha in the original story. They started as robbers in their early years. Maybe I'll go for it too. The order on Earth was stable, but in many remote corners, there would still be gangs specializing in illegal activities. If Ma Yang robbed them, he would be least disturbed. Think of it as robbing the rich to help the poor. It will help me with my immediate needs. Of course, bandits could be found either in remote mountainous areas or in places where trade exchanges were necessary. It had to be pristine and deserted, out of police jurisdiction. Obviously, the latter must be able to catch the predators better than the former. With this thought in mind, Ma Yang had an idea. He began to look for places where the bandits were operating. After flying for about an hour or so, Ma Yang arrived at a place in the middle of nowhere. The place was connecting the 2 cities, which was the main road that merchants must pass through. Not to mention, the surrounding area was very deserted, which was a good place for looting. He flew for some time searching the skies and soon found an old motorcycle speeding through the wilderness. The rider had a red hooded scarf, a dark scarf around his neck, a large, flowered jacket draped over his body, and a large long knife straddling his waist. It seemed like he was afraid that people might not recognize him as a bandit. As he followed, Yang soon discovered a cave at the bottom of a lowest pile of rock shells, where a group of bandits was gathered. That was the guy he was looking for. Yang brightened up as he finally found his target. So, he stopped hiding and swaggered up to the group of bandits. "All of you, hand over everything valuable in your hands." The sudden noise startled the bandits who were gathering inside for a drink, but as soon as they saw it was a young-looking teenager who had entered, the shot turned to mockery. "Ha ha ha, it's always me robbing others, but today is a rare day. Where did this hairy kid come from? He didn't even bother to find out what place is this, yet he's trying to rob this master." The bandit leader looked fierce as he slammed down the ceramic bowl in his hand with a clang, and revealed a cold, glowing sword. Simultaneously, stomping on the half of the skull that was exposed in the sand, the bandit leader laughed maliciously. "Little one, why don't you pull out your weapons and show these men here, we're the pros when it comes to killing people." "Yeah, do as the boss says. Idiots who don't know what they're doing." The other boys smirked at the situation and brushed out their swords in unison with cruel smiles. In the eyes of the entire gang consist of more than 20 people, living a life of licking blood, there was no such thing as mercy. Killing and looting were perfectly normal, there was no more profitable business than this. Over the years, the number of innocents who had died under their swords was already countless. So, even if they added the young man in front of them, it was still nothing for them. Yang looked around and found a lot of bones scattered in the cave. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but show a hint of coldness as he looked at how the bandits were coming over one by one with their swords drawn. They were outlaws. No wonder they were so bold. It was just they didn't seem to understand who was robbing whom today. "Since you're not cooperating, don't blame me, and don't be so evil in your next life." After saying that, Yang cast his power slightly. Suddenly, a huge force rose from beneath his feet, and countless shadows flashed in the cavern. Yang was like transforming into Azura, who launched an insane killing spree. The bandits didn't have time to react when they faced Yang, and after a while, he returned to his spot as if the scene had never happened. The sound of metal falling to the ground rang out. The bandits' eyes were wide open and filled with blood, but in the next second, these bandits all fell to the ground with incredulous expressions on their faces. "Death is not enough." Yang's voice was icy, and his gaze was indifferent. Chapter 39 Don't kill me. Spare my life, I won't dare offend you again, spare my life. Seeing that the demons killed all the surrounding guys in front of him, the bandit leader's mental defenses finally collapsed. He knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing. Yang looked at him coldly and said with a gloomy face, "If I don't kill you, you will continue your evil deeds?" From the moment he targeted the bandits, he had no intention of letting them go. Especially with the scattered bones around him, there was no chance he would let them go. "No. I'll give you all my treasure, all of it, please spare me." The bandit leader was terrified and kept lurching backward. However, how could Yang let him go so easily? With only a shadow flashed by, the bandit leader ended his life with a scream. "If you cause trouble, you will go to hell even if you are in the underworld." As he looked at the corpses of these bandits, Yang's face was cold. "Killing you is considered to be doing the people a favor. As for the treasure, it's not much here. So, shouldn't I find it myself?" After casually sweeping up the corpses, Yang looked away, then searched in the cave, and finally found a giant treasure chest in the innermost corner of the cave. As he unlocked its chain, he could see inside the chest was a shining gold filled with all kinds of gold, gems, and jewelry. These bandits spent their days robbing houses and treating people like dirt, and the wealth they netted up was a treasure chest full of gold. Just by looking at these treasures, one could tell that they hadn't killed people less often. Sighing inwardly at this group of bandits' villainous behavior, Yang took the entire chest with him and packed the treasures into his acceleration space. This acceleration space could be used as storage since Yang had broken through the first limitation. However, it took a while to brew each time it was opened. Overall, the acceleration space could only be an aid, unable to bring convenience to Yang in battle. Taking a glance at the empty treasury, Yang nodded his head. These bandits were busy for years, they even put their lives on the line, and in the end, all of them made a wedding dress for themselves. Walking out of the cave, Yang raised his hand and threw a key wave toward the cave. Along with a loud rumbling sound, the cave collapsed. Then, without looking back, he flew off towards a nearby city to exchange some of his gold for money before purchasing seafood. Meanwhile, in a mountain range located in the eastern part of the earth. This was the headquarters of the Snake Charmer Legion. The majestic building resembled a castle. A freestanding tower was magnificent, and the green tiles glittered, exceptionally gorgeous in the sunlight. The place was heavily guarded at 3 paces, with every soldier in uniform patrolling back and forth around the corner of the tower. Tang! Tang! Tang. A propeller aircraft hovered and landed slowly on the hangar. Officer Lusha and his entourage jumped from the plane and then stepped into the castle with the guide. In a lavishly decorated palace, Officer Lusha met their chief commander. The chief commander was a huge, blue-haired orc with sharp fangs and unusually ferocious teeth. He was the highest commander of the Snake Charmer Legion, Commander Wyan. At this time, Commander Wyan was tearing a piece of meat in his hand, took a bite and swallowed it, then slammed down a bottle of wine. Commander Wyan. Officer Lusha stood and saluted respectfully. Commander Wyan glanced lightly at Officer Lusha. How is the mission going? Where are those design drawings? Officer Lusha was sweating profusely. Commander, the drawings have not been found yet. Haven't been found? Then why did you come back instead of looking for it? Commander Wyan coldly looked at Lusha. His cold eyes, like the devil's eye, were daunting, making Lusha feel he was facing death. Commander Wyan asked gloomily, where is Claren, now? He's dead. Lusha said bitterly. Clang. Commander Wyan viciously smashed the bottle in his hand, and a blood-red wine spilled all over the floor. What the hell is going on? I told you to do whatever it takes, and you give me this? Do you have any idea how important the drawings he has are? That's the design of the robots. As long as we get that drawing, the Snake Charmer Legion will continuously produce robots and form a powerful battle legion. If we can do that, not only Central City but the whole world will look up at us. Claren was very cunning. He was mistakenly shot and killed by a soldier when a subordinate was chasing him. Lusha said carefully. Take care of that soldier. What a bastard. Commander Wyan's beast eyes flashed grimly. Officer Lusha was pale upon hearing the news, a cold sweat broke behind his back. He urgently said, there was a girl with Claren when he escaped, so maybe the drawings were on that girl. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and go find her. Lusha, I'll give you one more chance to go and get that drawing back, or you know the consequences. Yes. Chief Lusha shuddered and responded evenly, then respectfully retreated from the hall. When he exited the hall, Lusha felt a chill down his back as the sweat had soaked his shirt. Boss, what do we do now? The henchmen around him were pale. Every time they faced Commander Wyan, they could feel a sense of death. What else can we do? Let's get to it. Move all our forces, and make sure we get the drawing back. Lusha spat, and said with a sigh of relief, there's also an underachieving soldier who shot Claren. Are you really going to kill him? The henchman gulped. If you don't kill him, you and I are the ones who will be shot. Officer Lusha was ruthless. This was his last chance. There were no favors to be done within the Snake Charmer Legion, and if he couldn't get the drawing back, he believed that the chief commander would never let him go. Chapter 40 The sea breeze dazzled, and the beautiful seascape reflected in view. As the seagulls croaking across the water, spreading their wings and fly, a new day had begun on a faraway island by the sea. In the morning, the fog was swirling. Farmers on the island were up early and were busy in the fields carrying hoes and driving cattle and horses. Although the earth had begun to enter the age of science and technology, most places were still untouched and still in the primitive farming era, relying on physical strength. There was a thin figure with a backpack crouched by a flowing stream, carefully cleaning her small candy jar with water. April had been wandering on the island for over a month. Her neat clothes had become dirty due to being worn for too long and ripped open in some places. Grumble, the sound from her stomach indicated that she was starving. Touching her belly, April pouted her face in aggravation. She was still young and unexpectedly thin, she was incapable of finding food and had to live off the aid of the island's inhabitants. Clinging to the small candy jar in her arms, it was empty, and the last candy had been eaten by her the day before. Daddy, Mommy, Cypriel. April called helplessly, with tears in her eyes. She then opened her bag and carefully placed the candy jar in it. But then she saw the dazzling smoke rising in the distance. She flattened her mouth and ran towards the village. Knock knock. Hearing a knock at the door of a farmhouse, the old woman opened it and saw a timid little girl standing in front of her. Grandma, I'm so hungry, can you give me some food? April blushed shyly and wriggled her clothes. When the old woman saw the little girl, who was carved in pink and wretchedly dressed, she looked as if she had been robbed and took pity on her. The old woman led April into the house, serving her a plate of simple food. The food in the countryside was very rough and didn't taste as good as in the city, but April was so hungry that she gobbled it up and pounded her chest when she choked. What a poor child, why are you alone, where are your parents? The old woman asked, looking at April's pitiful face. There are so many bad guys chasing my parents, they all gone. April said while eating and couldn't help but cry at the sad part of the story. Oh, the old woman sighed as she heard from the little girl that her parents might not be around anymore. This was how the world was. Although Central City had been established for over a century, There were still many places where rebellious forces existed. "Grandma, do you have any candy here?" "I would like some candy," April said with her head down as her little face turned red. However, the thought of the candy's sweetness seemed to remind her of the warmth she felt when she was with her family. She remembered seeing her parents in her dream the other day after eating the candy. The old woman was stunned and said, "We're in the countryside, unlike the city where they sell candy. What we have here is honey, so why don't you try some?" "Thank you." April thanked politely. The old woman smiled and kindly brought out a jar of honey from the hut. It was wild honey with high nutritional value. "Here, try it." "Oh my, it's sweet." April's eyes lit up as she put a drop in her mouth. "If you like it, you can have these." "Really?" April was overjoyed. She took the small candy jar out of her bag and then carefully poured the honey into the jar and closed the lid. "Thank you, Grandma." She thanked politely. "Huh?" The old woman looked at the little girl's good manners and was tempted to adopt her. However, April shook her head. She didn't want to stay on the island. "Oh, what a cute little girl," the old woman said with emotion as she watched April leave after bowing towards her. After April had filled her belly, she twirled her hands and feet towards the harbor. She fluttered her eyes and blended into a merchant ship with her head down as she heard the shouting coming from near the harbor. On the other end of the world, after grabbing all the gold and silver treasures from that bandit group, Maayang flew all the way to a nearby city. He randomly found an exchange by the city and exchanged some of the gold and silver treasures into regular money. "Sir, you have brought a total of 0.2 tons of gold and 120 pieces of jewelry, which converts to currency for a total of 110 million zeni. Do you want cash or a savings card?" After completing the calculation, the exchange owner wiped his sweat and quoted the price with a trembling voice. Maayang smiled faintly, yet he did not expect that the little bit of gold and silver he randomly took could actually be exchanged for so much money. This showed how many people the bandits had robbed. "Give me 2 million zeni, and put the rest of it on the card." "Yes, I'll handle it for you right away," the owner responded straight away. He wiped his sweat and asked his staff to help him bring 2 million zeni from the vault. Such a big client like this had to be served well by himself. Maayang smiled, accepted the savings card and a steel box full of cash, and then waved his hand. This zeni was produced by Central City and was used worldwide. Its purchasing power was similar to the yuan in his previous life. With this money, he didn't have to worry. As it turned out, the most profitable industries were written in the criminal code. After leaving the exchange, Maayang pondered and went to the seafood market. He was ready to buy hundreds of tons of sea fish to deliver to Karan. After all, he had taken over 10,000 senzubins from Karan. He had to express his gratitude. Generously dumping out a stack of money, the fishmongers immediately and enthusiastically netted him 180 tons of seafood. This transaction nearly swept up the fresh seafood in the market. The seafood was then packed separately in large baskets to help transport them to a remote alley. From there, Maayang opened the acceleration space and filled it with all the seafood. This time, Karan should be satisfied. "Hey, with this amount of seafood, you got over 10,000 senzubins in exchange. It's a huge profit." This was the benefit of asymmetric information. If it was in the era after the original story started, Son Goku and the others would know the great value of senzubins. Even if he paid a lot of money, he wouldn't be able to get a senzubin. Humming a happy tune, Maayang went to the market to purchase a stove and some fuel before taking off into the air and swishing back to Karan Tower. Chapter 41. The surrounding scenery flew backward as Maayang always kept flying at high speed. A blustery storm swept through the great forest, and soon the slender Karan Tower appeared in sight. Upon approaching Karan Tower, Maayang began to drop his speed and landed at the bottom of Karan Tower. "Let's take out the seafood first, or it won't be easy to explain it to Karan up there why I'm empty-handed." Pondering in his mind, Maayang opened the acceleration space. All of a sudden, 180 baskets of seafood appeared in the clearing. A unique fishy smell of seafood was transmitted. Suddenly, Maayang felt that many people gathered around him. It was the Indian tribe guarding Karan Tower, led by Oz. "Hey, you're the teenager who challenged Karan Tower earlier, Maayang from Heavenly Sky School." Oz looked at him in confusion, especially with the smelly seafood around him. What was this? Wasn't he supposed to be challenging Karan Tower? Why he had to move so many seafoods? Maayang nodded towards Oz and the others. "Long time no see. Are those fish?" Maayang smiled. "This is a gift for Immortal Karan. It just so happens that you guys are here too. Can you take care of it for me? I'll be right back." A gift for Immortal Karan. Oz was a little stunned after he heard that. It took a moment for him to respond, and he trembled. "Did you already met Immortal Karan?" Nodding with a smile, Maayang said frankly, "Yes, I climbed to the top of the tower and was fortunate enough to receive guidance from immortal Karin. Congratulations, you've actually climbed Karin Tower. Legend has it that no one has made it in 100 years. Oz respectfully said. At this time, he had completely treated Ma Yang as a legendary martial arts practitioner. While Oz was talking to Ma Yang, the other guardians behind him all stared at each other and exchanged comments. Really? He actually succeeds. This boy is extraordinary. I wonder what immortal Karin looks like. Too bad we're not qualified to see him. These Indians, as the sacred land of Karin's guardians, had grown up listening to the legend of immortal Karin since they were young. However, due to their strength, they had been unable to see immortal Karin as they wished. Ma Yang smiled secretly. Of course, he wouldn't say anything about immortal Karin being a fat white cat. That would be too much of a bummer. Everyone had a dream in their hearts, and put their best expectations in the softest places in their hearts. Whether it was people or things, or certain memories, it would become more beautiful over time. Perhaps these things are no longer real and objective, but they hold too much emotion. It would be very unethical to tell the truth and burst other people's imaginations. Ma Yang thought a little and spoke. Immortal Karin is very wise, and under his guidance, my strength has grown rapidly. Nodding as if it were true, Oz pointed at the seafood again and asked, how are you going to move these up there? Climbing Karin Tower was already very difficult. It would become even more difficult to bring in these buckets of seafood. It's a practice, isn't it? After saying that, Ma Yang walked towards the basket and picked up one of them before everyone's eyes. About a ton of weight passed of his arm. Ma Yang frowned, not because of these weights, but the strong fishy smell was coming from the basket. Then he was on his toes and bang! A brutal impact rose from the soles of his feet, and with his force, Ma Yang simply flew up. He rose in a straight line along the edge of Karin Tower and quickly disappeared into the vast sky. Down there, Oz and the others were dumbfounded. They were stupidly looking at a sky that had been split open by a whirlwind through a passage. It took a while for him to come back to his senses and say dryly, as expected, someone who successfully challenged Karin Tower is too strong. He is even more powerful than last time I saw him. It was only when someone said that it did hit the others. Yeah, that guy hadn't been this good a few months ago when he climbed Karin Tower. It had only been over 3 months, and he was unrecognizable. Was this the power of the immortal Karin? Thinking of this, these guardians were all envious. In their hearts, they also had a strong expectation to climb Karin Tower. At the top of Karin Tower, Karin was lying on a small recliner and taking a nap when suddenly he sensed something. He rolled over and got out of the recliner, picked up his crutches, and came to the entrance at the top of Karin Tower. After a while, he saw Ma Yang carrying a big basket of seafood on his back. These seafood. There are so many of them. Karin's nose was extremely sensitive, and he quickly discerned that it was a fish from the sea. He was immediately revealing an intoxicated expression as he grabbed one of the fish with his paws and placing it in front of his nose to sniff it. The fishy smell that other people find unpleasant had become delicious for Karin. Ma Yang smiled, immortal Karin, this is only a small part of it. There are 179 more of these fish underneath Karin Tower. Karin's eyes lit up upon hearing the words, well, you really kept your promise, Ma Yang. But immortal Karin, how are you going to store these fish? Well, that's not a problem. Come with me. Karin grabbed a fish and put it in the tank. He then brought the rest of the fish to the second floor where the training ground was and stopped at the sender's crystal ball. He pointed to the crystal ball and said, look at that crystal ball, it's a treasure handed down from ancient times, and Karin Tower's stability depends on it. After he said that, Karin jumped and touched the crystal ball's surface. The crystal ball shone brightly, and at the same time, all those fish on the ground disappeared. Karin narrowed his eyes and said, this crystal ball has the function of storing things. Things won't deteriorate if they are placed inside. It's such a good treasure. Ma Yang looked at it with amazement. It had to be said that there were quite a lot of treasures on Earth. On top of Karin Tower alone, there were senzu bins, ultra-divine water, crystal balls, flying nimbus, power pole, etc. But now the power pole had been given to Master Roshi as a gift from Karin. Hee, Ma Yang, hurry up and bring up the fish under Karin Tower with you. Think of this as a practice. Ma Yang couldn't help but roll his eyes, but he still nodded and jumped off the Karin Tower. After hundreds of trips back and forth, it was already noon the next day when he moved all the seafood up. Karin wasn't wrong about one thing, though. This process was indeed a form of training as he felt his strength had increased a bit after these trips. His power level had increased from 128 to 132. Even though it was only a few insignificant points, as the saying goes, no matter how small a mosquito leg is, it's still a leg. So it's not hard to understand. Chapter 42. Well, that's good. You're pretty reliable in your work. I'm delighted. After storing all the seafood into the crystal ball with satisfaction, Karin winked towards Ma Yang with a mysterious expression. Seeing as you have some good potential, I can offer you a deal. What kind of deal? Ma Yang asked curiously. Haha, this deal is not going to be easy. Karin narrowed his eyes and said seriously. If you can persevere and continue your training until I consider it right, then I will take you to a more advanced place. Let me tell you, that place is not even qualified for Master Roshi. Karin looked at Ma Yang. He was afraid that Ma Yang might not know who Master Roshi was. So he explained, Master Roshi that I mean is the Master Roshi, who is known as the god of martial arts. Master Roshi. Ma Yang repeated. At the same time, Ma Yang understood that the mysterious place Karin was talking about was the lookout. Yes, that's him. Not even he has the right to go. For a martial arts practitioner, that place is the real sacred place. If you want to go, just get my approval, and I'll let you go. Karin patted Ma Yang's shoulder. If there is such a place, of course, I want to go. Showing his white teeth cheerfully, Ma Yang stated his intention. When it came to the most powerful place on earth to grow your strength, the lookout was definitely ranked first. He was worried about how to mention the lookout to Karin, but now that Karin had taken the initiative to mention it, of course, he wouldn't let go of this opportunity. On the other side, Karin, who had already figured out Ma Yang's intention, couldn't help but smile. From Ma Yang's point of view, he hoped that Karin would recommend him to go to the lookout one day. As for Karin, he also had the same consideration of recommending a talented person to go to the lookout. A few hundred years ago, he thought that Master Roshi had this qualification, but unfortunately, he couldn't do it in the end. It was a pity, to say the least, that nobody from Earth had ascended the lookout for a long time. Immortal Karin, when do you think I'll ever reach the point where you'll give me your approval? Ma Yang asked. Karin said, I can't say anything about that, it depends on your next effort. Hee, I guess that day won't be too far away. Ma Yang looked serious. You're quite confident. Karin looked at Ma Yang. Isn't a martial arts practitioner supposed to have confidence in himself? It was quite a bit of pretending that I didn't have to explain it to you. Karin froze and nodded. Yes, it's good to be sharp and aggressive. I hope you don't keep me waiting too long. Karin had learned about Ma Yang's terrifying training speed. To say that if anyone from Earth could get his approval, then Ma Yang was definitely one. Heading back to the bottom floor of Karin's tower, Karin set a bonfire in one corner and set up a few fish, intending to make a hearty treat for himself. Soon, the fishy smell of the fish gradually dissipates in the barbecue, followed by a captivating aroma. Smelling the scent, Karin squinted his eyes in intoxication. He then grabbed one of the fish and ate it in a couple of bites. It smells so good. Karin licked his paws and grabbed another one. By the way, Immortal Karin, I've heard that Master Roshi is known as the god of martial arts not only because of his martial arts skills but also because there are rumors that he has lived for over 200 years. Is it true that humans can live that long? Ma Yang, who was sitting on the ground, also eating the grilled fish, and asked as he ate. Actually, Ma Yang had been thinking about how to improve his lifespan. Karin ate grilled fish and said vaguely, that Master Roshi did live a little longer, but ordinary humans can't live to that age. Then why did the Master Roshi can live for so long? Not only Ma Yang knew Master Roshi had lived for 200 years, but he also knew that Master Roshi would continue to live longer. Even if the entire Dragon Ball story ended, and Bulma had grown wrinkles, Master Roshi still looked like an old man. Master Roshi might seem as if he would die at any moment, but his body was actually great. Ma Yang speculated that even if all Z Fighter were dead, he would still be alive and well. There had to be a reason why he was able to live for so long. Karin put down the fish in his hand and said, that's because Master Roshi had taken elixir of immortality. Is there really an elixir of immortality in this world? Ma Yang was surprised and asked. He thought that the rumor of the elixir of immortality was just nonsense, and didn't expect that Master Roshi had actually eaten it. There used to be some, I've eaten it. This is an immortal medicine specially prepared for the immortals who stay at Karin Tower. One elixir can extend life by 400 years. When Master Roshi stayed here, he begged me, and I finally couldn't resist and gave him 4 elixirs, causing me to run out of stock here. Karin hinted some regret when he talked about this. He shouldn't have been so generous to give the Master Roshi 4 elixir in the first place. It was very complicated to make the elixir of immortality. It required a very specific herb, but that herb was so scarce that Karin couldn't make a new batch of elixir of immortality for a while. After listening to Karin's explanation, Ma Yang had figured out many parts of the original story. That's right. After Master Roshi got the elixir of immortality, he must have split it equally with Master Shen. At that time, Master Roshi and Master Shen hadn't fallen out yet. Each of them had one disciple, So they split it again and gave it to their disciple. Master Roshi kept one for himself and gave the other one to Fortuna Tiller Bubba, while Master Shen gave one to Mercenary Tao. That was why Master Roshi, Master Shen, Fortuna Tiller Bubba, and Mercenary Tao could live for so many years. Immortal Karin, how do you make this elixir of immortality? Ma Yang asked. Upon seeing that Ma Yang was seemingly interested in the elixir of immortality, and Karin continued, although this elixir of immortality can extend a person's lifespan and look very tempting, there is a great flaw in it. After taking the elixir of immortality, the body's potential will be drained. It basically becomes difficult to improve the power. Ma Yang, you're still young and have good potential. There's no need to consider this. Even if you want it, I don't have any of the elixir of immortality here anymore. After all, the elixir of immortality was prepared for immortals, and the level was actually not very high. Karin hoped that Ma Yang would focus on martial arts, and perhaps he would be able to reach a higher level in the future. Ma Yang nodded his head as he listened. He had gained some understanding of the elixir of immortality's effect. The elixir of immortality's effect was similar to the ultra-divine water's effect, which squeezed the potential to obtain powerful strength. However, this elixir was designed to drain the body of its potential power in exchange for a long lifespan. After taking the elixir of immortality, it didn't mean that the power could never increase again. It just became harder to do so than before. According to this estimation, Master Roshi and the others shouldn't have taken the elixir of immortality on the spot after getting it. Instead, they should have waited until their bodies began to age. Ma Yang took Karin's advice to heart and smiled. Immortal Karin is right, these are not things I need to consider. Before he opened the acceleration space, Ma Yang might have coveted the efficacy of the elixir of immortality, but with the acceleration space, he would never do anything that would throw away a more ambitious prospect in front of him. After all, how could he choose sesame seed over a watermelon? Chapter 43. Seeing that Ma Yang didn't dig any deeper into the elixir of immortality, Karin nodded, with a hint of appreciation in his eyes. It would be impossible to say there was no temptation when he told Ma Yang so bluntly about the elixir of immortality. After all, immortality was something that many people dreamed of achieving. If you wanted to go to the lookout, first, you had to get Karin's approval. What Karin valued most when recommending candidates was that they should have a strong will and be able to withstand all kinds of temptations. Otherwise, things would only be unfortunate if the recommended person couldn't stand the temptation. It was because Master Roshi had failed to resist the elixir of immortality's lure that he lost the chance to go to the lookout. Regarding Ma Yang's honest performance at the moment, Karin had already made a note in his mind that as long as his strength met his requirements, he would recommend Ma Yang to go into the heavenly realm. Oh yes, although I promise I'll recommend you to go somewhere more advanced in the future, there's one thing I think you need to be aware of. Please tell me, Immortal Karin. Karin coughed softly. Your strength seems to be growing a bit faster lately. Which isn't necessarily bad, but it's not exactly a good thing either. So, I'd suggest that you slow down and take control of your strength, rather than rushing to break through. As far as Karin was concerned, growth in strength was a good thing, but in general, growing too fast would only make it flimsy. For Karin, who was obsessed with mastering every cent on his body, it must be pointed out. Ma Yang was silent. He believed in Karin's eyesight, but of course, the reason Karin said that was more of a martial philosophy. After thinking about it, he finally accepted Karin's suggestion. I understand, I'll be solidifying my foundation for the near future. His family knew his own business, and ever since breaking the first limit of 100 power level, the first limit of Earthlings, Ma Yang felt as if his body had opened up. He basically didn't encounter any bottlenecks in his training. The Earth's martial philosophy wasn't necessarily that clever throughout the universe, it was hierarchical. For example, Earth's martial arts practitioners were definitely not as astute as the Kami, and the Kami wasn't as profound as K, which was due to the different locations they were in. So, it was always right to stand tall and see far. However, after a long exploration, Earth's martial arts have their own uniqueness, such as the low-level mastery of power that was worthy of recognition. This kind of control allowed the practitioner to explode into a stronger fighting force in times of crisis. Anyway, he wouldn't touch his limitation for a while because there were no enemies on Earth that needed to be wary for the time being. So, Ma Yang decided to follow Earth's martial arts fine traditions to slow down and get his strength under control for a while. When it was fully mastered, it might have unexpected effects when it was extended in the future. Yes, that's how it should be. The foundation is important. Karin was in a good mood, and there was nothing better than meeting someone who listened to his advice. Immortal Karin, I've been here long enough, and it's time for me to leave. I hope I can meet your requirements the next time we meet. Practice hard, I'm very optimistic about you. Karin stood up, suddenly remembered something and said, by the way, I have a golden cloud here that can be used for transportation. Would you like me to give you one? Karin wanted to give Ma Yang the flying nimbus. Only people with pure hearts and no evil thoughts could sit on it. When Master Roshi himself couldn't sit on it, he shamelessly took one away. Ma Yang was aware of the flying nimbus's unique characteristics, so he waved his hand in appreciation. No, I think dancing sky art is more important than external objects, and it's a practice to do it without using external help. What actually was more important was that he didn't think it would be useful for him to get it because he might not be able to sit on it. So, if Karin found out, his persona would be crumbling down. Immortal Karin, I'm leaving. After saying that, Ma Yang flew and jumped from the top of Karin Tower. In the mist like white clouds, Ma Yang's figure gradually disappeared and left Karin Tower. What a good young man who is devoted to his training. Upon looking at the blue vault of the sky, only white clouds drifting underneath, there was no comparison to know the gap. Compared with Ma Yang, Master Roshi was simply a stubborn stone, shameless, and nasty. Karin was silent. Why did I give him the pull power and the elixir of immortality in the first place? Shaking his head as he remembered the large amount of seafood that Ma Yang had gotten for himself to store, Karin turned around gracefully. Thousands of kilometers away from Karin Tower, on the ocean, the azure waters were magnificent. The wind was blowing the waves when a merchant ship sailed on this vast ocean. The tiny cabin kept rocking with the waves as April was curled up in one of the corners with her beloved candy jar in the dim light. Her clothes crumpled and losing its shine, and next to it was her little backpack, which had become a little worn. So sweet, so delicious. April pecked at her fingers, a sympathetic smile on her face as she dreamed of eating certain delicious things. On the other hand, after leaving the Snake Charmer Legion headquarters, Officer Lushaw gathered all the men under his command during the night. He then launched a sweeping search around the original island, vowing to find Claren's daughter and the information about the drawings. In the command hall, with a cigarette biting on his lips, Lushaw stared at a map of the sea on the wall while making constant markings on it. It could be seen that several nearby islands had been marked with red crosses. Boss, we've searched more than a dozen islands here and still haven't found any trace of that little girl. Do you think she's not on the island, to begin with? The junior brother next to him touched his neck and whispered. Have all the island's inhabitants been searched? Lushaw fixed his hand on the pen and turned his head fiercely. The junior replied, I've asked all of them, but we found nothing. With a pop, Lushaw left his cigarette on the floor, stepped on it twice, and growled, Wasn't Claren seen running away with his daughter before? How come we can't find her? And why are you still standing around? Keep sending more people, expand the range, and look for her, house by house. I can't believe we haven't found her. Yes. Hearing the boss's furious hiss, the junior brother turned pale and stumbled out of the room. He was scared to death. Bastard, where the hell has that little girl been hiding? Lushaw was in a terrible mood. If he didn't find that design drawing as soon as possible, Commander Wyan of the headquarters would never spare him. Remembering Commander Wyan's bloodthirsty eyes, Lushaw couldn't help but shudder. No, I must use even harsher methods, or I'm really finished. A strong desire to survive pushed Lushaw to change his tactics in a hurry. Chapter 44 Time slipped by, and in the blink of an eye, more than 2 months had passed since Ma Yang left Karin Tower. During this time, Ma Yang traveled around the earth, practicing in the way he knew how, while constantly perfecting his martial arts by combining the knowledge taught by the Heavenly Sky School and Karin. In this regard, it wasn't just a matter of using fists and feet, but more of a theoretical drill. As he imprinted the two martial arts concepts, Ma Yang was surprised to discover that Heavenly Sky School and Karin Tower's martial arts overlapped with each other in large part. The two are different, but they can be integrated with general direction. Their founding philosophies are surprisingly consistent. Heavenly Sky School martial arts focus on nurturing the body with vital energy. Using the body as the foundation to exert power level, then achieve the goal of controlling and utilizing every trace of energy, which was a way of strengthening the foundation. On the other hand, Karin Tower martial arts uses the key's flexibility to change the body's physical movements, focusing on controlling the body and reducing unnecessary movements. At first glance, the two appear unrelated and even contradict each other in some aspects. For example, Heavenly Sky School focused on the role of the body in the process of luck. In contrast, Karin Tower martial arts were focused on the physical retreat of the body. However, a closer study reveals that the two cross over exactly the same way, with both being as efficient as possible with ki, while the rest just happen to complement each other. This was strange. Although there had been rumors circulating that Karin Tower was where all martial arts on Earth originated, the Heavenly Sky School martial arts were clearly not detached from this former. They should have existed in parallel. Ma Yang realized the similarity between the two, but couldn't figure out the reason why. This was clearly two systems, which should have been developed according to their respective training trees, but he had a sneaky feeling that the Heavenly Sky School was like an internal strength, and the Karn Tower was like an external strength. Both had their own strengths, and combining the two was a truly powerful martial arts concept. At this time, he deeply appreciated the disadvantages of knowledge deprivation. If he had been a little more discerning, what he encountered in front of him might not have been a problem. This question can't be answered now. Perhaps it can only be solved when you go into the lookout for training. He shook his head and said to himself. If a person didn't think far ahead, there would be worries close at hand. So, more consideration would be more opportunities. It was true that there was still the lookout above Karn Tower, where there were even more profound martial arts. However, that was something that Naiyang couldn't touch, for the time being, so he needed to think on his own. This question plagued the journey, and by the time he came back to his senses, he was somehow on top of an ocean. PFFT. Several large fish jumped out of the sea and popped back in, splashing into a large, fine wave. Upon looking at the vast and boundless ocean, Naiyang's mood actually relaxed a lot. This ocean is surely a good place to live in peace. Naiyang smiled lightly and looked out over the distance, and he could still see looming ships casting their nets for fish. In this era, it was very progressive to be able to drive a fishing boat out to sea to fish. This place was only a few hundred kilometers away from the Great Azure Mountain, but other than crossing a stretch of ocean the last time he participated in the World Martial Arts Tournament, Naiyang had never truly appreciated the vastness of the ocean. Now that he was here, he was going to feel it properly. Therefore, Naiyang didn't stop any longer and flew straight towards a beautiful-looking island. It was always humbling to face the vast and majestic energy of the ocean's tumbling waves. An island by the sea. The surroundings were beautiful and airy, and the not-so-large island was densely populated with short hills. Initially, this place was a paradised scene, but the brutal behavior taking place at the moment shattered the tranquility of the place. A group of men in uniforms boarded the island in a yacht and then entered the residential area. Suddenly there was a scene of chickens and dogs on the island. Every time this group came, it was a disaster for the people of the island. Bang! Someone violently kicked open the door of a home, looked around the corner, and rudely shouted to a farmer couple inside, Hey, it's time to pay this month's service. This gentleman, can you be lenient for a few days? We really can't get anything here. The farmer wearing a peasant hat begged. Bah, how will I explain this to my leaders if you don't pay? Be honest and hand over your family's property. The officer spat, as he saw that the other man really couldn't get his finances out. Therefore he had to break the dishes obscurely and took something from the house that looked like it was worth a little money. This scene played out in every house. The elderly man on the island couldn't stand and came forward and argue, but he was beaten to the ground by the officer. Ouch! Such an old bones, you better be honest. We're not bandits, so just follow our rules honestly, and I promise I won't hurt you. You, Central City's laws, will never let you go. The old man almost vomited blood in anger. Although these decent guys were not bandits, what they were doing was no different from bandits. Unfortunately, these officers had guns in their hands, and the villagers were powerless to fight back. Hey, the laws of the Central City doesn't work in the Snake Charmer Legion territory. The officer of the Snake Charmer Legion sneered, with a mocking expression. Central City had its own law enforcement department, but the earth was too big, and local tyrant dominated many places. Central City was beyond its power to reach. Snake Charmer Legion was the biggest revolting force. In the area that it's occupied, the laws of the Central City were only a few scraps of paper with no effect. Bastard! The inhabitants of the island were all furious as they looked at the arrogant and cocky face of the Snake Charmer Legion's officers. I'll fight you. Seeing their food being carried away, the old man shouted out in grief and anger. He clutched his weak fist and attacked the officer. Well, shame on you. The Snake Charmer Legion officer's face immediately darkened when he saw that the old man actually dared to fight back. He must be tired of living. With a wink, the soldier on the side immediately took a big step forward. He threw the old man out of the way, reloaded up his gun, and aimed it towards the old man to shoot. Stop it! The villagers shouted when they saw it. Don't shoot. Peng! A half-inch-long fiery snake shot out of the gun bore, and all the men closed their eyes unbearably. However, after a long time, there was no sound of screams. They opened their eyes and saw an upright man blocking the old man's path. The man had black hair and sharp eyes that pierced everyone's heart like a sword. At this point, he had one hand on the old man's shoulder, the other stretched forward, and he held something in his hand. Tingling. There was a crisp sound as the metal hit the ground. It was actually a fiery bullet, and the bullet's surface was still smoking a little at the moment. The bullets. It was taken by hand. Everyone's eyes were wide open. They couldn't believe how human strength could grab a bullet fired from the gun bore with bare hands. "Are you all right, old man?" The friendly voice sounded, as Ayang calmly looked at the old man next to him. "No. I'm fine. Thank you." The old man was still in shock and couldn't figure out what was happening. Chapter 45 This is impossible. The Snake Charmer Legion's officer who fired the gun shouted in disbelief. He was panicking, then fired several more shots continually towards Ayang. There was a tuk-tuk-tuk sound of fierce gunfire and a section of fire snakes spewed out. The officer thought that this would definitely kill the other man, but his complacency didn't last long, and his expression soon became more terrified. Because after he fired a barrage of bullets, the man on the other side was surprisingly looked calm and didn't even give a damn about his shooting. The man stretched out his hand, his palm waved a few times in the air, and all the bullets were stopped. The crunching sound of a dozen bullets landing on the ground struck the hearts of every Snake Charmer Legion's officer. Monster. They didn't know who shouted first, but an atmosphere of fear abruptly spread among the Snake Charmer Legion's officer. "Everyone fire together and kill him." The Snake Charmer Legion's officers shouted in panic as they hurriedly set up their guns and opened up a fire towards Ayang. "You guys are looking for death." The repeated provocations caused Ayang's face to turn gloomy. Since they had murderous intent, there was no need to show mercy. Suddenly, Ayang's body moved, and with a swoosh, countless shadows flashed like ghosts, shuttling among the Snake Charmer Legion's officers. In just a few seconds, there were crackling sounds. All the Snake Charmer Legion's officers fell to the ground, having already lost their lives. Are all of them dead? The inhabitants of the small island stared in disbelief at the scene before them. They are dead, indeed. The bastards got what they deserved. The others shouted in relief. At that moment, the older man remembered the legend he had heard before. He came tremblingly to Ayang. "Could it be that you are a legendary martial arts practitioner?" Ayang nodded his head and admitted, "That's right. I'm a martial arts practitioner." "Ah, rumors say that the martial arts school possesses a power that is unattainable by ordinary people. It really is true." The old man choked with excitement. "Who are these people, old man? Why are they making a scene on the island?" Ayang frowned and asked. As far as he knew, the Earth had already entered the era of central city governance, so it shouldn't be so disorderly. The old man sighed and said, "Ugh, they are from the Snake Charmer Legion." The Snake Charmer Legion is a very tyrannical armed organization. They control a large area nearby and rule over the top. Even the military forces of Central City are unable to restrain them. After the old man said this, Ayang almost knew the Snake Charmer Legion's officer character. They were supposed to be similar to the Red Ribbon Army, a remnant armed organization under the governance of Central City. The Earth was too big. Although it was officially under Central City's government, there were many places that the Central City couldn't handle. It was just that compared to the Red Ribbon Army from the later generations, the current Snake Charmer Legion was significantly more arrogant. If the Red Ribbon Army was a private armed group hiding under the governance of the Central City, then the Snake Charmer Legion was more like an armed force that cut up local areas and had its own territory to rule. Hell, it looked like there was something wrong with the Central City's governance. "What are you going to do after this, old man?" Ayang looked at the corpses on the ground and suddenly had a headache. Before, the people on the island could swallow their pride and live under the Snake Charmer Legion's rule, but now that these guys had been killed on the island, it meant that there was no room for peace. "Ugh, we can't live with this." The old man sighed quietly and shook his head. "We actually considered leaving here, but we are still a bit reluctant. It's just that after what happened today, there's nothing we can do about it. We have to leave even if we don't want to." Ayang nodded. Although he had sympathy for the old man and the island's inhabitants, he didn't feel guilty for killing the Snake Charmer Legion's officers. In this matter, he was, in all fairness, not guilty of anything. The virgin sentiment of "I didn't kill Boren, but Boren died because of me" seemed to be bullshit for him. He was just doing what he thought was right in the right place at the right time by coincidence. Maybe they already had the idea of leaving in their minds. After a while, the island's inhabitants began to pack their bags and prepared to leave their homes. As for Ayang, who just received a lot of information from the old man about the Snake Charmer Legion, leaped up and bid them farewell. Dang 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 dang, April strained to carry her backpack. Her skinny body walking on the stone-strewn path, and the vegetation around her became progressively thinner as she walked deeper. April looked a little blankly at the road beneath her. Suddenly, she came to her senses and seemed to have lost her way. Upon looking around, all the surrounding colors had turned to earthy yellow, and she had entered a vast, flat plain area. I think I'm in the wrong place." April shrank down, her brown hair plastered to her face as it became very messy due to the lack of washing. 2 months ago, she had sneaked into the continent on a merchant ship. After getting off the ship, April had searched for a vague memory in her mind to go home. However, a memory of a 5-year-old girl was nowhere near accurate, so she had gone further off the beaten path, and now she didn't even know where she was. Roar of fierce beasts roared in the distance, and then a roll of yellow sand was seen racing across the plain. After a while, a light blue dinosaur chasing an antelope came into view. The dinosaur was about 2 meters tall, with dark eyes like light bulbs. When it got closer, the blue dinosaur saw April and somehow abandoned its prey, and ran towards April instead. Thump, 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 the dinosaur gradually getting closer, and the ground began to shake because of its footsteps. April fell to the ground with her head in her hands. She was so scared that both her eyes immediately filled with tears. Ooh. It's horrible, don't eat me. The blue dinosaur had already so close that April could even feel the hot breath exhaling from its nose. However, after a while, April didn't feel any pain, so she opened her eyes, which were right in front of the blue dinosaur's bulbous, dark eyes. The blue dinosaur was a very young-looking dinosaur, with its big head close to April. Its black horns on the top of the head and sides of the jaws, shining in the sun, and it had a very fat belly. The white scales and a pair of small wings behind its back puffing out but didn't make the dinosaur fly, instead, it raised a choking cloud of sand and dust. Squeak. Click. The young blue dinosaur tilted its head and screamed closer to April, but its eyes were aimed at the candy jar in April's arms. Do you want some honey? April responded, shakily opening the lid of the candy jar and handing it over. Hiss, the young blue dinosaur stuck out its tongue, licked it, and then let out a happy cry. The childlike of April seemed to have forgotten her fear at this point. She happily lifted the candy jar and continued to feed the dinosaur honey. You like them too. These sweet honey are the best. Try them again. For children, the best thing to do was to share their happiness. With a common interest, they could quickly become good friends. Oh. The young blue dinosaur licked April's finger, then her cheek. Hee hee, don't lick it. Can you take me away with you? I can't find my way back. Okay. The young blue dinosaur called out and acted as he understood. Chapter 46. At a sentry post on the edge of the Chaise Plain, a trooper-looking man was looking around with a telescope. At that moment, April and the young blue dinosaur came into his view. The officer was stunned and hurriedly compared it to the drawing in his hand. After double-checking, he immediately rang the alarm. Ring ring. Go report it to Boss Lusha. The person he's looking for has been found. Yes, in the Chaise Plain, and a dinosaur accompanied her. What? The boss is coming here himself. Okay, I'll keep an eye on them. Hanging up the phone, the officer continued his observation through his telescope. The thought that he would soon be making a significant contribution made him even more serious about his stakeout mission. The command room of the Lusha forces. When he received the report from his subordinates saying that he had found the little girl, Lusha breathed a sigh of relief, and now he was looking forward to catching her. It would be best if Claren's robot drawings were on her, otherwise, he'd have to arrange the backup plan ahead of time. Come here. With that in mind, Lusha shouted for his subordinates. Boss, what's the order? Get the plane ready. We need to get to the Chaise Plain as fast as we can. Upon hearing the boss's command, the subordinate was struck with surprise. Boss, did we find the person we were looking for? At this point, a rare smile appeared on Lusha's ferocious face. Yeah, I found her. It seems that expanding the search area is working, and damn, that little one is so good at running. She's 1,000 kilometers away, but it was still hard for her to escape me. Very good, boss, we're on our way to arrange the men. The subordinate also showed a hint of ruthlessness and immediately went to make arrangements for a long-haul flight. Get down. Lusha waved his hand. His hanging heart finally relaxed a little. He then lay down on the couch with his eyes half closed. The recent prodding from headquarters had caused Lusha to tense up immensely. 10 minutes later, a propeller plane took off from the hangar and headed toward the Chaise Plain, more than 1,000 kilometers away. 6 hours later, the plane arrived above the Chaise Plains. The dirt plains were devoid of moisture, everything was dry, and the wind was blowing from the dry conditions. When the plane landed, Lusha and his group stepped off the plane in a hurry. Where is the little girl? The officer at the post here was busy reporting, Sir, the little girl is heading west alongside one of the nearest rivers. But a young dinosaur-like creature somehow accompanies her, and our men are afraid to get too close in case we alarm them. Well, you're doing great. Lusha patted the officer. Then, with a fierce gleam in his eyes, he turned back. Get everyone and bring the weapon. I don't care if that dinosaur lives or dies, but I want that girl alive. Don't miss again this time, or I'll chop you off, Lusha warned sternly. Understood, boss. These Snake Charmer Legion members were living a life of licking blood off the sword. To be honest, they were no different from bandits. After receiving the boss's orders, they all smiled excitedly. Let's go. With a big wave, the group got into the jeep and headed towards April's direction. Meanwhile, April and her new companion were still unaware of the danger approaching them. On the other hand, after helping the island's inhabitants eliminated several nearby Snake Charmer Legion fortresses and confirming that the Snake Charmer Legion's armament would no longer affect the retreat of the island's inhabitants, Maayang flew towards the direction of the Great Azure Mountain. On a sunny afternoon, the cool breeze brought coldness. The Great Azure Mountain was located on the backside of a primitive mountain range. Because this mountain range, which had towered for an unknown number of years, blocked the cold air blowing from the north, the area around the Great Azure Mountain was like spring in all seasons. Climate change was not obvious. Seeing that he was not far from the Great Azure Mountain, Muyang flew and stopped along the way. He wasn't in a hurry. A burst of floating light swept across the vast plains. Maayang flew directly over the edge of the sandy land where the worst environment existed. Just then, a long cloud of dust raised by a line of convoy below caught his attention. That convoy consisted of more than 20 open-topped cars filled with people dressed in earth gray, tailored clothing, and carrying various standard firearms. The Snake Charmer Legion's members actually showed up here. Maayang frowned. His excellent eyesight made him recognize the faces of his opponents instantly. He knew those were all from the Snake Charmer Legion. This place was only a small plain away from the Great Azure Mountain, and the presence of the Snake Charmer Legion was not a good sign. Although Maayang himself could ignore them, the ordinary inhabitants near the Great Azure Mountain couldn't fight off the Snake Charmer Legion's firepower. So, Maayang lowered his speed and moved closer towards the convoy, ready to find out what they were up to. A hissing sound with a burst of grief came steeply from a distance. Maayang noticed that another group of people was in front of him. Those people were also from the Snake Charmer Legion. They were currently fighting against a dinosaur-like creature. Squeak! Squeak! With his dark eyes spitting fire, the young blue dinosaur looked at the officers in anger. He was protecting a little girl behind him. At this point, the young blue dinosaur had several bullet holes in his body, and scarlet blood flowed down. Ooh, Growly, are you okay? April wailed sadly as she stuck behind the blue dinosaur. Damn, the young dinosaur is really tough. Keep firing and remember to aim only at that dinosaur and don't ever hurt that little girl back there. The Snake Charmer Legion's officer Lusha had cold and gloomy eyes. His eyes glowed with a frighteningly cold light as he angrily gave orders to his subordinates. Yes. Everyone raised their guns. You're bad and evil people. April flushed red and shouted sadly. These bad guys made her lose her parents and sister, and now they were even trying to get rid of her new friends. Hey, little girl, just hand over your dad's design drawings, and I promise to let you go. You're bad people. I'm not giving it to you. April stared with angry eyes. She didn't realize that her answer had confirmed that the drawing was on her. Sure enough, upon hearing April's answer, Lush's face overflowed with a smile and seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Fire. He coldly gave the order. Roar! The young blue dinosaur's eyes were on fire. He was hissing and fighting for his life as well. Just then, a light voice suddenly came. Is everyone in the Snake Charmer Legion like this? Not even a little girl. Look at that young dinosaur, it's more humane than you guys. Who was talking? The Snake Charmer Legion officers all went on guard when they heard that voice. They looked around, but unable to find who was speaking until they discovered that the person was actually floating in the air. Maayang had been watching from the air for a long time and had probably figured out the situation. Those Snake Charmer Legion seemed to be after something, and that something was in the little girl's hands. The fact that they didn't even let go of a little girl was really hard for Maayang to watch. Chapter 47. Who are you? The Snake Charmer Legion is on business, so those who know better shouldn't interfere. Seeing that the mission was about to be completed, but then a troublemaker suddenly appeared, Lush's brow furrowed. His heart was already full of fire, but seeing someone floating in the air, he couldn't help but become annoyed. Lusha thought to himself. Ideally, he'd have the initiative to back off on his own accord when he heard the name of the Snake Charmer Legion. But this one was clearly impossible. TSK, the Snake Charmer Legion. Maayang shook his head lightly and slowly landed next to the little girl and the blue dinosaur. Upon taking a glance at the little girl, her brown hair was a bit messy, and her face was covered in smudges, which made it hard to see her face, but her azure eyes were as spiritual as sapphires. She was somehow familiar. Maayang looked at it a couple more times, but he still didn't recall. He sneered at the Snake Charmer Legion's officers. Honestly, I don't have any affection for you guys. The few times I've met you, you've either burned and killed or bullied orphans and widows. I think you're polluting the world by living in it. Boy, you're looking for death. Upon seeing the young man's outburst, Lush's heart sank. He had made it clear that he was going to interfere. Suddenly, Lush's inky black face was even darker and filled with a murderous aura. Maiyang shook his head and said, "It's not that I'm looking for death, it's just that I've never taken you guys seriously." After saying that, a compelling cold light suddenly burst out from his eyes. Maiyang's entire body then became blurred, and before anyone on the Snake Charmer Legion side could react to what was going on, Maiyang had already flashed a few steps and circled them. The difference in strength between the two sides was too high. Maiyang was considered one of the top ranks of martial arts practitioners on the planet. At the same time, Boss Lush's crew, aside from having guns in their hands, was simply a bunch of reckless people who were considered okay among ordinary people. However, once they faced martial arts practitioners, they would be at the mercy of the opponent's side. In just a split second, all that could be heard was the crackling of a fight, and the flinging of figures across the field made the scene a very messy one. Shit, fire. A hint of panic appeared in Boss Lush's eyes as he stubbornly gave his orders. However, as soon as he finished giving the order, he was horrified to find that there was no one left to command around. This demon had actually killed all his subordinates in the blink of an eye. In order to be sure of his safety on this trip, he brought a lot of people with him, and they were all killed. Lush swallowed his saliva, his whole face becoming even more hideous with fear. He then directly pulled out his pistol and opened fire towards Maiyang. Boom. The bullet came out of the shell and flew quickly towards Maiyang. Maiyang dodged the bullet directly with a sideways glance, then stretched out his finger and pointed it at Lusha. Heavenly Sky Beam. With a cold shout, a small key beam flew out from his fingertips, and with a flash of light, the key beam directly hit Lush's skull. Poof, as if a watermelon had exploded, azure beams of light shot out from the other end of the skull, and there was a sudden splash of blood. With a clatter, Lush's pistol dropped to the ground, and his body limped against the car seat. Both of his eyes dilated naturally, and his face was frozen with the horror he felt before he died. The boss is dead. The newly arrived convoy at the back just happened to see the scene happening in front of them, and hurriedly turned around to escape. However, since they had come, how could Maiyang let them leave? So, to avoid creating trouble in the future, it was necessary to cut the roots and clean the ground before going. Cutting the grass and not getting rid of the roots, the spring breeze will blow and grow them again, leaving the tail on wouldn't be good. So, with a swoosh of a shadow of light, Maiyang reopened his killing spree and directly slaughtered the whole group as well. After killing all the Snake Charmer Legion's officers, Maiyang changed his former cold face and appeared next to the little girl in a flash. At this point, April jumped over the young blue dinosaur and wailed, "Oh ooh, Growly, don't die." Squeak. The blue dinosaur stuck out his tongue. It was panting weakly. Maiyang shook his head. Sometimes, animals were more humane than humans. He squatted down and took out a senzu bin and handed it over. "Here, let it eat this, it'll be fine after this." "Really, there is hope for Growly?" April stopped sobbing and picked up the senzu bins doubtfully. "Let it eat, and you'll see what will happen. This bin is so precious, so if you doubt it, I won't give them to you." "Don't do that, I don't doubt it." April quickly wiped her tears away and shoved the senzu bins into the young blue dinosaur's mouth. The young blue dinosaur's eyes rounded up, and the muscles in the wound squirmed a few times. The young blue dragon squeezed out a few bullets, and all the wounds were healed. Om. Om. The young blue dinosaur puffed his wings, and his ebony eyes were returning to their brightness. "Wow, wonderful, Growly is fine now." April cheered happily. "Thank you, senior brother, if it wasn't for you, Growly would be dead." April bowed gratefully to Maiyang, then tiptoed around and took off the small backpack behind her. She pulled out the candy jar and raised her hands. "Senior brother, this is April's favorite honey. There's a little bit left, so I'll give it to you." "April?" Hearing this name, Maiyang was slightly stunned, feeling somewhat familiar. He took a closer look at the little girl in front of him. Her brown hair, pretty eyes, and the way she acted as if he had seen her somewhere before. "Senior brother, these candies are for you, they're sweet." Well, April loves candy. The scene that happened on the train half a year ago overlapped with the present, only then did Maiyang realize that the little girl in front of him was actually the one he had met on the train. "You're April, do you have a younger sister?" Maiyang asked. April's eyes widened, and her mouth opened. "Senior brother, how do you know?" "April has a sister, but Cypriel and my parents are all gone." April cried out in sadness as she spoke intermittently about what had happened to her. At this point, Maiyang already knew what was going on. Upon seeing April's sad appearance, a cold, stern light flashed in his eyes. Those guys in the Snake Charmer Legion, they deserve to die. The eyes that looked at April were also filled with pity. The little one was now an orphan. Sighing softly, Maiyang said to April, "This place is not far from senior brother's school. Why don't you come with me?" "Well, can I bring Growly with me?" April whispered. Yang looked at the young blue dinosaurs. It had a round, bulbous head which was quite cute. Of course, you can. Yeah. April cheered happily. Yang smiled slightly and bent down to pick April up. He then soared into the air and flying towards the Great Azure Mountain. At the same time, the young blue dinosaur followed behind, constantly flapping its wings. Chapter 48. The chase plane was already very close to the Great Azure Mountain. So, shortly after flying, a towering mountain range appeared in front of them. It was the unnamed primitive mountain. The mountains ranged across the landscape, towering over a few hills, as the Great Azure Mountains appeared in view. By this time, they had entered the Great Azure Mountain town territory. After flying for a little longer, Yang descended from the sky and walked with April on the countryside road. Farmers were walking around from time to time, greeting Yang when they saw him. However, a trace of fear flashed across their faces when they saw the young blue dinosaur following behind them. April was surprised. Ever since she had arrived, she found that everyone seemed to know the senior brother next to her. They were also very friendly, just like the kind people who had helped her. They weren't scary at all. Of course, they seemed to be afraid of Growly, even when Growly was so cute. Bang, 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 bang. Growly didn't like crowds of people, especially when a pair of strange eyes looked at him. He even jogged over to Yang and April's side. He poked his head in and made April laugh. Oh my, Yang, you're back. Hey, who's this little girl? When they returned to the Heavenly Sky School, Isaac and his wife, Alice, who had already received news from the villagers, welcomed them. Upon seeing that Yang was accompanied by a little girl and a young blue dinosaur, the couple's faces were filled with confusion. Teacher, madam. Yang smiled and greeted them. Then, they went to the house together. The young blue dinosaur couldn't enter the door because of its large size, so it was arranged to first stay in the courtyard. Inside the house, Alice had already poured the tea, and there was fruit on the coffee table. Yang handed an apple to April, and then explained what he knew about April and the Snake Charmer Legion to Isaac. Isaac slapped the table in anger after hearing that Snake Charmer Legion group is so disgusting. At that moment, Madame Alice looked at the 5-year-old girl in front of her and felt a sudden burst of sympathy. She took April in her arms and said sadly, "Poor kid, it's so hard for you. I can't believe you've been wandering around alone for more than half a year." April was dumbfounded when Alice held her. With an apple in her hand, she was at a loss for words and called out to Yang, "Brother." Yang smiled lightly and said, "This is my teacher's wife. You can treat her as your mother." "Yes, let's pretend I'm your mother." Alice was a kind woman. When she looked at April's lovely face, she missed her daughter, Mixia, who was far away in the south. She hadn't seen her for a long time. "Hey, look at you now. Come, take a shower with me first. Mixia still has her childhood clothes. I'll buy you some new ones at the next fair." April's heart flowed with warmth and nodded lightly like a mosquito. After Alice dragged April to the shower with a bewildered look on her face, the only people left in the room were Yang and his teacher, Isaac. There was a brief silence. Looking at his newly returned disciple, Isaac broke the silence. He said happily, "Yang, you did well at the World Martial Arts Tournament. You made a name for yourself and our Heavenly Sky School." Yang smiled faintly. He looked at Isaac's happy face and didn't say anything. "Do you know when I received a letter from Scythe saying that you had won the World Martial Arts Tournament, I couldn't believe that my disciple is so powerful. It was only when Scythe came back and personally described what happened at the tournament that I believed that all of this is true. Good boy. You're good at hiding it, even from your teacher. It was muffled, but you actually came back with the title." Thinking about the sensation flowing across the Heavenly Sky School when Scythe returned, Isaac's heart was still a little pumped. "Teacher, it's not that I'm trying to hide it, but I really didn't expect my strength to be that powerful in the first place." Yang smiled lightly. He was able to win the tournament, thanks to the older generation of martial arts practitioners who didn't participate. Isaac waved his hand in understanding. "I understand that I underestimated how fast you were growing. I heard from Scythe that you've completely mastered the liberation of the Heavenly Sky Beam, is that true?" "Yes." Yang nodded his head. After saying that, Yang flipped his palm, his fingers became swords, and a radiant blue light rose on his fingertips. It was a ball of ki in the size of a glass marble. When Isaac saw it, he took in a breath of cold air, as if he had seen something incredible. His eyes widened, then said, "Your mastery of ki has reached such a proficient level. This is the result of my training outside during this time." Yang smiled faintly. He waved his hand and dispersing the ki wave. "Ha ha ha, well, it looks like you've outgrown me so much. Perhaps no one in the entire Heavenly Sky School is your match now." When Isaac saw it, his face flushed as if he was drunk. He then excitedly shouted, "Tell me how you've spent these past 6 months and how your strength has increased so much." Aizen nodded and slowly told Isaac about his experience in the past 6 months. When he mentioned that he had stopped by to visit Mixia at the Superpower Academy after being out of town for a while, Isaac's face showed the same hint of nostalgia. Then, when Aizen said that after he had met Mixia, he traveled to the sacred land of Karin to challenge Karin Tower, Isaac's expression became serious. "That's it. When I saw you just now, I felt your words and moves were actually a bit difficult for me to see through. Obviously, each movement was very casual, but it seemed as if it was full of deep meaning. It turned out that you had received guidance from immortal Karin." Isaac sighed. His disciple had actually managed to climb the Karin Tower and received guidance from immortal Karin. How many people would be envious if this were to be told? This could be far more shocking than winning the title of the World Martial Arts Tournament. It was because the last person who climbed the tower was the god of martial arts, Master Roshi. "I have greatly profited by the guidance of immortal Karin. He also promised to recommend me to a more sacred place for training as soon as I reach the level of his approval." Aizen told his teacher the truth. At this moment, Isaac's face became serious, and he muttered, "A more sacred place, could it be? It's the lookout in the heavenly realm." "Teacher, do you know about the lookout?" Aizen was surprised. Isaac nodded his head, indicating that he knew about the heavenly realm. He then said with emotion, "I do know a little bit about it. By the way, that is a secret rumor that has been passed down since ancient times by our Heavenly Sky School. I'm afraid that no one in the entire martial world other than our Heavenly Sky School knows that there is a legendary temple called the Lookout on top of that Karin Tower." Upon hearing this, Aizen was a little surprised. Isaac continued, "In fact, the heritage of our Heavenly Sky Beam is not simple. It is said that long ago, there were once predecessors who lived on that legendary temple, but unfortunately, a great catastrophe over 250 years ago almost destroyed the entire martial world. Our Heavenly Sky School also suffered heavy losses, and we have not been able to recover from our former glory. But it's good now. I can see the dawn in you." Isaac looked at Aizen with mixed emotions. He was getting more and more satisfied with his disciple. After hearing this, Aizen was a bit startled. According to his teacher, Heavenly Sky School had seniors who lived on the lookout. Was he once a kami, or a disciple of a kami? Either way, it must be amazing. As for the catastrophe 250 years ago, he presumed that it would be the great demon King Piccolo catastrophe. No wonder Karin looked at himself differently. He even wanted to recommend him to practice at the lookout. If it's because of his school's seniors who once lived in the lookout or maybe even held the position of kami, it made sense that he would have a bit of an intense relationship with Karin. Karin even valued himself a bit more. Could it be that he was in the good graces of his Heavenly Sky School seniors? The more Aizen thought about it, the more possible it became. He thought about the similarities and differences between the Heavenly Sky School martial arts and the Karin Tower martial arts. It suddenly became clear because that was most likely the same inheritance that had been passed down from the lookout. Chapter 49. I really didn't expect that our Heavenly Sky School would have such an origin. Aizen was a little emotional. He never expected that the martial arts school he was in would still have connections with the lookout. Perhaps compared to the past, the Heavenly Sky School had truly fallen. Isaac laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, it's true, don't look at the small number of us. Our heritage is very reliable. It's a special occasion today, so let your teacher's wife cook a sumptuous meal tonight. Call your uncles, and we'll have a good meal together." "What are you talking about?" A soft voice sounded, and Alice, the teacher's wife, came out holding April's hand. April was now dressed in clean clothes, and her hair was neatly combed with a ribbon tied around her brown hair. "Brother," April called out crisply, with a smile on her face. Isaac looked over towards his wife and the little girl next to his wife with a smile as he said, "We were talking about cooking a nice meal for the evening and then getting the whole family together to have a good time." "Ah, if that's the case, we need to start preparing it now." Alice covered her mouth. Without the help of electrical equipment, even a woman as industrious as Alice would need to work for more than half a day to prepare a good meal. Seeing that his wife was about to set out and get ready, Isaac smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'll help out with the preparations later." He turned to April. "Today is a celebration day. Little April has come to our house, and we are going to treat her well. Look at my clothes, brother, April loves them." For a little girl of about 5 years old, her memories were hazy, and her mood changed quickly. She now seemed to be back to her innocent self, just like when they met on the train. "It's good if you like it," Aizen said with a slight smile. At that moment, April, who was wearing Mixia's childhood clothes, looked lively and adorable. It made him suddenly felt that it seemed nice to have such a sister. When he walked to the courtyard with April, he saw that the young blue dinosaur was curled up on the ground and napping. Its tongue was sticking out and licking from time to time. The relaxing and quiet environment of the Great Azure Mountain made it very comfortable. After seeing Maayang and the others coming, the young blue dinosaur raised his head. His big head rose, squeaking towards them, then turned over and lay down on the ground, revealing his snowy white belly. Maayang watched with interest for a while, and then took April for a stroll around the Great Azure Mountain to get familiar with the surroundings. Evening. Eula, Scythe, Carl, Clarissa, Bros, and several other elders came to Isaac's cabin. When they saw Maayang, they were inevitably concerned and homely. Then everyone sat at the table, mingling and expressing their feelings. Maayang once again recounted his experience, causing everyone here to amaze. Of course, the newcomer, April, was also the focus of attention. After getting to know each other, April became a member of the Heavenly Sky School. This dinner went late in the evening. Everyone had enjoyed themselves before the party broke up in a drunken daze. The next morning, April popped in her slippers and came running, holding that little bag of hers and handing it to Maayang. "What's in here?" Receiving April's bag, the small backpack had a few tears on the surface. It was a little heavy with all the things stuffed inside. April shook her head. After taking her beloved candy jar out of it, she said, "I don't know. It was given to me when my dad left to keep it safe." Maayang sniffed and opened the bag to take out what was inside. It was a large stack of thick drawings and 3 black, uneven stones. Maayang took a look at it, and he was surprised. "The Snake Charmer Legion wants to catch you just for these things?" April nodded. Maayang still faintly remembered that Snake Charmer Legion wanted to catch April, to get the drawings her father had made. The stack of drawings was open and filled with intricate wiring that looked like mechanical and electrical diagrams. In his previous life, Maayang was a specialist in high-voltage lev electrical operations. Still, he barely understood a small part of it. "It's a drawing of robot design." After a moment, he put down the drawings. He somehow understood why the Snake Charmer Legion had their eye on these drawings. If the robots in the drawings were created and put into battle, in the current era where technology wasn't particularly advanced, the Snake Charmer Legion would have a chance to compete with Central City. Furthermore, even if they wanted to dominate the world, it wouldn't be impossible. "What are you going to do with these drawings?" Maayang asked April. April thought about it and replied, "Brother, I want to go to school and become a scientist and then study these drawings." Maayang touched the little girl's brown hair and nodded. "Good, in the future, April will become a female scientist." April narrowed her eyes and made a whispering sound. "But martial arts can't be left behind. From now on, you're a disciple of Heavenly Sky School, so you can't just study science." In this world, there was no safety and security without strength. Although most people could live out their lives in peace and security, Maayang didn't want April to waste her life in a dull life. "I know. And what is this?" Maayang picked up the 3 odd-shaped stones. It was black and completely indistinguishable what material they were made of. Maayang squeezed them hard, and they actually didn't break, and suddenly he knew that these stones were not ordinary things. April bit her bottom lip and said quietly, "I don't know, Daddy didn't tell me. But I'm sure I'll figure it out later." The little girl raised her head stubbornly, her azure eyes filled with determination. Maayang was slightly stunned as he caressed her fluffy hair as if he had seen a science star rising. "By the way, April, do you want to avenge your parents?" "I want to, but I'm not strong enough." At this point, April was depressed. "How about brother help you destroy them? This Snake Charmer Legion is so horrible. Keeping them alive in this world will only spawn more tragedy." Maayang didn't have any affection for the Snake Charmer Legion. In the original story, there was no organization called Snake Charmer Legion existed. So, there was only one possibility that this organization would be destroyed in the future and replaced by the Red Ribbon Army. Maayang now had crossed paths with the Snake Charmer Legion, and their relationship wasn't exactly harmonious. Regarding the enemy, Maayang's creed wasn't to let them go easily. Even if there was only a little threat, it was better to annihilate them. Chapter 50. But they're good, and there are a lot of them. April hesitated. However, from the look in her eyes, Maayang could see that she was truly angry with the Snake Charmer Legion. She was only worried that there were too many of them. Maayang smiled proudly and said disdainfully, "Looking at their strength, no amount of people will be a match for brother. There aren't many people on this planet who are stronger than me anymore." It wasn't that Maayang was proud of himself. He was just told the truth. Even Master Roshi, apart from his rich experience that Maayang couldn't match, he didn't think he was much inferior to him. April's eyes lit up, thinking of how Maayang looked yesterday when he was on a rampage. She then waved her fist fiercely and said, "Then brother will defeat all those bad guys." "Of course, I will." Over the next few days, April formally enrolled as a disciple of Heavenly Sky School to learn the fundamentals of martial arts. After learning that April's wish was to become a scientist, so Isaac and Ma Yang figured out how to pick a school for her and arranged to send April there. At the same time, to take care of April's martial arts training, she would be living in the Heavenly Sky School martial arts dojo at the bottom of the Great Azure Mountain. It was a martial arts building for the common people and was taken care of by some of Heavenly Sky School's disciples. They taught the locals some simple techniques to defend themselves against enemies. It was sort of a resident of the Heavenly Sky School in the civilian world. Meanwhile, the eastern mountains of the earth, the Snake Charmer Legion's headquarters. Commander Wyan frowned slightly as he examined the information reported by his subordinates with a scowl on his face. It said that the head of the southeast region, Lusha, seemed to have discovered something and led a group of soldiers into the Shazer Plain, but never returned. According to the follow-up information sent back, they found Lusha and his men's bodies there. Those subordinates were all killed with a single blow. The guns in their hands weren't still unused, so it was clear that they had no chance to fight back. There was even a hole in Lush's skull, directly penetrated by the powerful key beam. Pop. Pressing the report to the table, Commander Wyan picked up his glass grimly and drank it in one gulp. Who exactly killed Lusha? A certain master who happened to be passing by, or other forces with the same goal as us, such as Central City. Wyan's face was cloudy. If it was the first, it was fine, nothing pertinent, but if it was the second, it meant that someone else had their eye on those drawings as well. In either case, however, the drawings he wanted was unlikely to be recovered, or the hope of getting it back had been extremely low. Useless thing, not only did he lose his life, but he also lost the drawings. While cursing Lusha for doing something poorly, Commander Wyan had to think about what was coming next. If Central City or some other forces obtained those drawings, it would be a great disadvantage to the Snake Charmer Legion. Doron, do you know any powerful martial arts schools near the Shaze Plains? Commander Wyan asked his henchman. The man named Doron quickly recalled the information in his mind. He shook his head. The Shaze Plain is a very desolate place with not many people for a radius of over 100 kilometers. Anyway, further west, there is a great mountain range, where monsters and beasts are rampant, and ordinary people can enter. After climbing over that mountain range, there is a martial school, but Commander, that martial school is deep and shallow, and its strength is not trivial. So, it can't be them. That henchman named Doron advised. He was emphasizing the strength of the martial arts school. Commander Wyan shook his hand. Well, let me think about it. Someone who could be the commander of an armed organization certainly had some sense, and Wyan was aware of the martial arts school's terror. Some powerful martial arts practitioners weren't even afraid of firearms. When you ran into someone like that, armed forces wouldn't work. In addition to the fact that Commander Wyan was a beastman himself, he was even more knowledgeable about the martial arts community's abilities. However, times are different now. With the development of science and technology, powerful weapons are being produced, and the martial arts practitioners were becoming less intimidating to some organizations. Even if there was the slightest doubt at this point, Wyan wouldn't let it go easily, but of course, he wouldn't be able to do it himself. Come here. Commander Wyan shouted. Soon the door to the hall opened, and an officer in an earthy gray uniform ran in. Commander, what is your order? Contact Assassin Mr. Mercenary Tao immediately. Tell him that I have a mission for him. Ask him to find the drawings for me, in this specific address. Commander Wyatt had written down the address and handed it to his subordinates. If Ma Yang had been here, he would have discovered that the address on the note was the Heavenly Sky School's location in the Great Azure Mountain. Commander Wyan's intentions were very simple. If the drawings were really there, then it would be perfect. However, if it wasn't there, then it was nothing more than spending some money. Anything that could be solved with money was trivial. So, Commander Wyan could only wish that the drawings were there. Upon hearing that he needed to contact the assassin mercenary Tao, the officer's face turned pale. What? Is there a problem? Commander Wyan's deep cold eyes glared at him. The officer shuddered as if he was being stared at by a demon, and shuddered. No. This subordinate will do it immediately. Afterward, he took the note and scampered off. Commander Wyan grunted disdainfully and lay down on his soft couch for a comfortable nap. When a violent roar came from afar, rumbling like a cannonball attack, the whole castle shook. Even the chandeliers on the ceiling swayed left and right as if they were about to fall at any moment. Was there an earthquake? No way, it must be an attack towards this place. Commander Wyan's face immediately darkened as he walked out with a murderous look on his face. He saw that the guards outside were urgently deployed to form a defensive position. What's going on? Wyan asked with killing intent in his eyes. Commander, someone has invaded the headquarters. It will be hard for our people to resist. A guard with a gun on his shoulder said. His face was pale. Huh? Commander Wyan was stunned. He was startled by the statement, "It's going to be hard to resist," but then his grimace became even more ferocious. Damn it. This is the headquarters of the Snake Charmer Legion. What kind of person is so bold to invade this place? It's a young boy. Chapter 51. Thousands of kilometers away. In a small town hotel. Ring ring. The phone rang urgently. It was the assassin organization's special line. "Hey, it's vacation time. Don't bother me if you have nothing to do." A man with braided hair just finished his shower. With his hair still wet, he grabbed the phone and spoke in a cold voice and politely. "I'm sorry, Mr. Mercenary Tao, but it was a mission sent out by the Snake Charmer Legion. They begged you to take the mission, and they said you could set the price." On the other end of the phone, the operator spoke very carefully. He knew that the person he was talking to was the world's #1 assassin, Mercenary Tao. Mercenary Tao was interested, but he still spoke coldly. "I don't have time." Sir, everything is negotiable." 4 million. Everything is negotiable. Who's the target? A small martial arts school called Heavenly Sky School. The information was reported across the phone. Mercenary Tao stroked his beard, twisted his neck, and immediately made a crunching sound, click, 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 and grimly said, "Well, it's a martial arts school. Hey, I've never fought against martial arts schools." This. The other man panicked. It was said that Mercenary Tao was also from a certain martial school, so the missions he carried out were always against individuals. There was no precedent for him to take action against an entire school yet. "Well, it has to be an extra charge," Mercenary Tao said bluntly. Yes. Yes. The man on the other end of the phone kept wiping his sweat. 30 million, nothing less than that. The hotel room soon became smoky as Mercenary Tao hung up the phone directly. He then sat next to the bed and lit up a cigarette. Heavenly Sky School. Is this the school where the winner of this year's World Martial Arts Tournament comes from? A little while later, Mercenary Tao put out the cigarette in his hand and put on a very representative outfit. Black fit trousers, a pink lab coat, and a big kill written on the left chest in a bright red color as if it was dyed with blood. He usually only wears this outfit when he's working. After straightening up his image, Mercenary Tao stalked out of the room and went to the hotel's front desk. "Boss." The cold voice was chilling. The owner, who was wearing glasses, looked for the voice when he heard it. Cold sweat swished down his face when he saw what the other man was wearing. The world's greatest assassin, Mercenary Tao. Why is he in my hotel? The boss's face suddenly turned pale. "What can I do for you, my guest?" That boss spoke tremblingly. He kept wiping the cold sweat from his head. Mercenary Tao looked at him coldly. "How far is this place roughly from the eastern primitive mountains?" It's about 2,600 kilometers." He bowed his head and spoke. "It's pretty far." Mercenary Tao stroked his chin and began to walk around the lobby. As he observed, he also stretched out his fingers. He tapped his knuckles against the stone pillars in the corners of the lobby like he was looking for a suitable pillar. A little while later, he nodded his head and spotted one of the stone pillars. Thud. With 2 blows, Mercenary Tao jumped up and struck the stone pillar at the top and bottom. His hidden strength penetrated the interior of the stone pillar, destroying the internal structure and forming 2 sections at the top and bottom of the pillar. As a result, the whole pillar was broken down by Mercenary Tao with a click. Upon witnessing this astonishing scene, the hotel's owner stared with his eyes wide open, and his entire soul was shocked. Well, that's the way to go. Mercenary Tao found the right direction. He whirled around and threw the stone pillar with force. With a swoosh, the pillar instantly turned into a black shadow and disappeared into the sky. Mercenary Tao turned his head to the hotel owner and said, "For the sake of the holidays, I'm not going to kill you this time. So take this good fortune gratefully." He then pointed his toes, and the dancing sky art was instantly activated. His body had turned into a shadow and caught up with the fast-flying stone pillar. With Mercenary Tao's throwing power, it would take about 4 or 5 relays to reach the Great Azure Mountains. With a plop, when Mercenary Tao's figure disappeared, the hotel owner could no longer support himself and fell straight to the ground as his legs went limp. The hotel owner's face was pale. "Mother, that man is actually the #1 assassin in the world, the bloodthirsty Mercenary Tao. I actually survived him." Suddenly, the hotel owner thought again. He was still unsure and quickly closed the hotel door, afraid of attracting any trouble. This time he was lucky to survive Mercenary Tao. However, next time he wouldn't be so lucky, so it was better to go out and take refuge just to be safe. On the other side, the Snake Charmer Legion's headquarters was now filled with smoke and flames. The explosions of various shells detonating were intermingled with the sound of bullets firing out of the gun. Boom. A cannonball hit another building. Splattered rocks came down, along with thick black smoke as the castle continued to collapse. Large and small shell craters could be seen everywhere on the ground. Today was definitely the end of the Snake Charmer Legion. And it was a young man who caused all of this. To be exact, it was Maang. On that day, after ending his conversation with April, Maang talked to Isaac and the others about the Snake Charmer Legion. After getting everyone's unanimous agreement, Maang first approached the nearest branch of the Snake Charmer Legion near the Primitive Mountains and staged a devastating sweep. In the process of sweeping up that division, Maang got information about the Snake Charmer Legion's headquarters. At that point, he changed his mind and thought it was better to cut down the grass than remove the roots. Just like the original Son Goku destroying the Red Ribbon Army, Maang went straight to the Snake Charmer Legion's headquarters without stopping. Maang was a powerful man of action. In his eyes, once he identified his enemy, it was only prudent to cut down the grass and eliminate the roots. Took took. The fire snake danced, and dazzling red sparks splashed. Rows of officers carrying guns rushed to the front. The flying bullets wove together, forming a net of fire towards Maang. However, all of this was to no avail as they faced martial arts experts who were beyond ordinary earthlings. They were crackling, and couldn't see how the enemy was doing it, they just kept getting knocked out. Retreat, let's retreat. The Snake Charmer Legion's officers were scared to death to face the enemy's ghostly attack techniques. No one dared to rush forward. Don't retreat, all of you, charge forward. The commander yelled angrily, with his machine gun firing forward. Help me, someone helps me. There was a ghostly cry of grief. The officers mouthed, all desperate to escape from this place. They didn't dare to fight back at all. Maang watched with a cold face. The key wave in his hand kept firing, and with a rumble, another building collapsed. Chapter 52 Huh? At that moment, Maang noticed Commander Hyan was heavily maintained by an armored vehicle not far away. A smirk appeared on his face as he reversed his attack direction and rushed towards Commander Hyan. Damn it, my father's legion. Commander Hyan's face was now as dark as ink, and his body was emitting a piercing murderous aura. The loss of the legion made his heart bleed. If you have time to worry about that, you might as well worry about your life. An indifferent voice suddenly sounded in his ears. What? Commander Hyan's eyes shrank. His green hair stood on end, and his beastly instincts gave him the feeling that a threat was approaching. Before he could react, a huge force suddenly hit him on the chest. It felt like a truck full of goods crashing over, bang. Without any resistance, Commander Hyan's body turned into a cannonball and crashed into the wall. The rubble exploded, and Hyan's gloomy, inky face became even darker. His mouth was dripping with bright red blood, and his eyes were dim. Damn martial arts practitioners. Commander Hyan's sharp fangs grounded out a vicious sound. In front of him stood a young man. His white martial uniform rustling in the wind and his entire body was filled with a compelling aura. Especially his eyes, which were like a falcon, making people afraid to look directly at him. Maang looked at Commander Hyan, somewhat surprised that he had survived. Are you an orc? By the look of your costume, you must be the Snake Charmer Legion commander, right? Surprisingly, you possess a good amount of power. No wonder you're able to rule the entire Snake Charmer Legion. However, after today, the Snake Charmer Legion won't exist anymore. Maang's voice was icy, as he directly declared the opponent's death. You're the guy. Commander Hyan was annoyed and wanted to say something, but Maang didn't give him any more chance. Swish, 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 a whirlwind blew above the ground. Maang stepped forward, his body directly became blurred and appeared again. Suddenly he had reached Hyan's side. When? Hyan's eyes shrank a little, and cold sweat swished down his face. You won't be able to resist. From the moment you attacked April's family, you were destined to pay that debt in blood. So, go to hell. Maang appeared and didn't give the opponent a chance to defend himself. A wave of ki was thrown out directly. Its brilliant bright light blossomed in the air and created a gaudy flower bone. The flower bone exploded, and the terrifying energy instantly engulfed Commander Hyan's body. With a loud bang, Commander Hyan was strangled by the chaotic air currents transformed by the ki wave. Without the slightest hint of resistance, he disappeared into the void. After he finished, Maang looked at the remaining officers with a blank expression and flew high into the air using the dancing sky art. Your commander is dead, and there is no longer a place in this world for the Snake Charmer Legion to stand. Let me end your lives in the most glorious way possible so that you can disappear along with his headquarters. Maang looked down at the castle below from the air. His eyes were darkened with killing intent. He then shot his ki wave towards the castle. Heavenly Sky Beam. The terrifying ki beam descended from the sky. It suddenly cracked in the middle of its landing, like a huge pot, directly overshadowing the officers. The ki wave condensed Maang's energy. Although it wasn't as powerful as Master Roshi's destruction of the Fire Mountain, it was more than enough to destroy a castle. Boom, boom, boom. The ki rays hurled down and struck the ground. The mountains on either side began to shake violently. All the areas covered by the ki waves burst into brilliant flashes of light, and at this moment, the sun seemed to grow darker. The fiery air currents steamed the earth. When the thick smoke dissipated, the original location of the Snake Charmer Legion's headquarters had been razed to the ground. The blazing smoke drifted on the surface, no longer visible in its original magnificent appearance. This is the end of the Snake Charmer Legion. Yang, who was floating in the air panting violently, the ki wave just now had drained all the ki from his body. After landing on the ground and resting for a moment, Yang's strength recovered a little bit. He didn't use the Senzubans because they were too precious for him, so he could only use them when his life was threatened, and as for the current situation where he could recover slowly, he tried not to use them. In the middle of his thoughts, Yang's body flashed as he entered the acceleration space to recover his strength. Half a day later, at the original headquarters of the Snake Charmer Legion, Yang came out of the acceleration space. His body had recovered to its best condition, and his ki seemed to have increased. With the Snake Charmer Legion's headquarters destroyed, those divisions outside are no longer sufficient to be worried about. Let's wait for some time to annihilate them all. With that thought, Yang floated up into the air and turned around to head back towards the Great Azure Mountain. Half an hour later, the majestic mountain range was in sight, and once you crossed that mountain range, there was the Great Azure Mountain in front of you. And that was when Shu. A fast shadow caught up from behind Yang and was soon moving alongside Yang. It was a fast-flying stone pillar. On the top of the stone pillar stood a person. His cold and dry cheeks, as well as his peach-colored dress, were very eye-catching. Especially the word kill on his chest, which was particularly striking. After taking a clear look at that person's appearance, especially that unusual outfit, Yang's heart thumped. His face became more severe than ever. The world's greatest assassin, Mercenary Tao. With his extremely distinctive costume, it was none other than Mercenary Tao. In the original story, Mercenary Tao accepted the mission from the Red Ribbon Army to capture the Dragon Balls and ended up being defeated by Son Goku, who climbed Karin Tower. At that time, the vehicle he used was also a stone pillar, just like the current situation. I never thought that this world's #1 assassin would remain unchanged for decades. He always used pillar to travel the world. Oh no, Mercenary Tao is heading towards the Great Azure Mountain. Crossing over the primitive mountains, with the Great Azure Mountains right behind it, Yang's face instantly turned a little ugly. Hopefully, he was just passing through. Mercenary Tao's strength was definitely not to be underestimated. His power was comparable to Master Roshi, one of the super experts on Earth that could be counted by 5 fingers. If his target was the Great Azure Mountains, it would be a disaster for everyone. Hey, kid, you're a disciple of Crane School? How come I haven't seen you before? Mercenary Tao saw the person in front of him using the Crane School's unique technique, the dancing sky art, so he faintly asked the question. Yang didn't answer. Instead, he jumped onto his stone pillar and stood across from Mercenary Tao. Mercenary Tao, where are you going? Yang asked seriously. Mercenary Tao looked hesitant. Junior, didn't the Crane School teach you how to respect your teachers and speak to your elders? The voice was cold and ruthless. But because of Yang's identity that he thought was a Crane School disciple, he didn't show his usual strong killing intent. It turned out that Mercenary Tao thought he was a disciple of Crane School. So, Yang didn't move, taking advantage of this moment to quietly check out Mercenary Tao. Chapter 53 Mercenary Tao's image, in general, wasn't that good. Actually, it could even be considered as shameful. With a skinny face, a flat body, and a highly distorted costume and hairstyle, he looked weak and bony. Yet, he was such a person who was actually one of the experts in the world. So when it came to facing Mercenary Tao, even Yang didn't dare to take it lightly. Mercenary Tao's current power level is around 135. He is not much weaker than Master Roshi. However, he has an immense amount of experience in killing someone because he has been an assassin for years. He was a tough opponent, and countless thoughts instantly flashed through Yang's mind. Master Roshi might keep his old style conservative because of his martial arts school's restraint. Generally speaking, it wouldn't be easy to commit a deadly act. Still, Mercenary Tao was different. The killing was a routine and a job for him. Studying how to kill someone with greater precision might be his daily practice. Yang, who was familiar with the original story, knew how despicable he was. After he encountered and was defeated by Son Goku, who had climbed Karin Tower, Mercenary Tao immediately put aside his martial arts practitioner's dignity and pride to save his life. However, when he felt he had an opportunity, he quickly made a sneaky move, which ended up in him being killed by Son Goku instead. From all indications, it was clear that Mercenary Tao was a total egotist, sinister, ruthless, and utterly devoid of a martial arts practitioner's integrity. But it was also this lack of ethics that allowed him to avoid any unnecessary entanglements and take more chances against his enemies, which perhaps did fit the basic qualities of an assassin. Hearing Mercenary Tao's cold question, Ma Yang seemed to react. He smacked his head, piled up an apologetic smile on his face, and compensated. Uncle Mercenary Tao, this nephew knows that I've just offended you, but I was so excited. Master often mentions Uncle Mercenary Tao in front of me, saying that he is the #1 assassin in the world. His power is not below that old Master Roshi, who is known as the god of martial arts. So, when I saw Uncle Mercenary Tao, I couldn't help myself. I'm sorry if I've offended you. Mercenary Tao seemed to have no reaction. However, when he heard Old Man Roshi, his face slightly changed. Ma Yang said with a smile on his face, Uncle, are you going on a mission this time? Mercenary Tao's eyebrows were raised, and his face had gone cold. Do you think this is something that you can just ask? Hey, this nephew might have been overstepped his authority. Ma Yang was busy apologizing, while checking out Mercenary Tao, and found that he didn't look too angry. Uncle, the primitive mountains are ahead, and then past that is the Great Azure Mountain. I have been practicing here recently, and I'm quite familiar with this place. If Uncle has a mission, I am willing to help Uncle with it. Upon hearing this, Mercenary Tao's face showed surprise and nodded. It's rare for you to have such a filial heart, but your master has taught you well. Well, it's an honor for this nephew to get a glimpse of my uncle's style. Mercenary Tao nodded smilingly and said, this mission is to look for a martial arts school. There are masters too in this school. So, come over here and let your uncle see your strength first. Otherwise, if you got hurt later, it won't be easy for your uncle to explain it to your master. Mercenary Tao said and waved at Ma Yang. Upon hearing this, Ma Yang smiled humbly. Please teach me, uncle. Ma Yang then walked over towards Mercenary Tao. Mercenary Tao kept his master's style as if he really wanted to teach his nephew. However, when Ma Yang was close to only a step and a half away, he suddenly revealed his killing intent and shouted out, Dodon Ray. At almost the same moment, Ma Yang also reacted and slammed out a punch. Bo. The punch hit the Dodon Ray, and a beam of reddish energy hugely deviated. With a bang and a backlash of energy, Ma Yang and Mercenary Tao each took half a step back, looking at each other in surprise. Life was all about acting. Perhaps Mercenary Tao didn't expect the other person to hold the same thoughts as he did. Mercenary Tao laughed. Interesting, very interesting. I never thought there would be a talented young man like you among the young generation. Seeing that his sneaky attack had failed, Ma Yang secretly sighed in regret. Judging from Mercenary Tao's move, he might have realized that Ma Yang wasn't a disciple of the Crane School. The only reason he was still playing this scenario was that his assassin's instincts made him aware of the danger. Oh, it seems that I misunderstood. You're not a disciple of Crane School at all. Mercenary Tao stroked the beard on his lips. With one hand behind his back, he looked like a master, but his dry, thin cheeks were filled with coldness, and his eyes were even more cold and ruthless. I never said I was. So, you didn't misunderstand from the start. Ma Yang shook his head. He knew the show was over and looked at Mercenary Tao frankly. I told you. There's no such person like you in Crane School. Mercenary Tao spoke up, then remained silent. The two of them stood on top of the stone pillars flying at high speed across the Great Azure mountain range. Suddenly, Ma Yang moved. He transferred the ki in his body and made his body float slightly with the dancing sky art. He lifted his foot and stomped towards the flying stone pillar. With a rumble, the stone pillar was struck in the wrong direction by the brute force and directly flew down towards the primitive mountain range at a 90-degree angle. There was a cracking and shattering sound. During the process of falling, the stone pillar broke into two pieces. One disintegrated in the air, and the other fell to the ground, creating a crater 2 meters deep and 3 meters wide. At the same time, a loud rumbling resounded through the world, and the several dozen-meter radius was overturned, raising dense smoke. Ahem, two figures popped out of the smoke and landed on the ground, each standing not far from the crater. They covered their noses but showed no signs of injury. Kid, your martial arts are not bad. I don't know where you stole the dancing sky art from, but you've used it well. You have such great power at such a young age. If you grow up, I'm afraid you make a great achievement. Even I have developed a love for your talent. But sadly, you have offended me, Mercenary Tao, and meeting me is your greatest misfortune. Mercenary Tao shook his head faintly as if everything was within his grasp. Ma Yang sneered, ridiculous, all of the techniques were created by signature. Who said that the dancing sky art could only be the Crane School stunt? TSK, such a shameless junior. How profound is the dancing sky art that you can just create it? I've never seen anyone in this world capable of creating a move comparable to the dancing sky art. Mercenary Tao said disdainfully. Compared to Mutai-Ido's period from 200 years ago, the martial world had decreased so much. Even the ki-based technique legacy was very limited, let alone creating moves to utilize the ki-based technique. If creating move using ki-based technique was that easy, Kamehameha and Dodon Ray wouldn't be legendary moves. As far as he was concerned, Ma-Yang was more like a villain who had stolen a move from Crane's school and was still in denial to admit it. Killing this kind of person, even 10,000 times, wouldn't be enough. That can only mean that you're lonely and unaware, Ma-Yang said in a cold voice. It was true that this era couldn't compare to the Mutai-Ido era of a few hundred years ago, but it didn't mean that there were no geniuses in this era. Huh. Upon hearing this, Mercenary Tao snorted coldly. A fierce color flashed across his eyebrows as the coldness on his body became even more intense. He said coldly, a madman who knows nothing about life has managed to piss me off. It's a good thing I haven't killed anyone in the past 2 days, so it would be good to have a warm-up exercise before carrying out my mission. I'll show you what it's like to suffer worse than death. This sentence, I'll serve it back. Looking at the arrogant and wildly laughing Mercenary Tao, Ma-Yang's face flashed with a cold murderous aura. It didn't matter if Mercenary Tao's target was Heavenly Sky School or not. With that arrogance, he would make Mercenary Tao completely disappear from this world. As he thought of this, Ma-Yang decided to make the first move. Ma-Yang stepped forward with a swoosh, his body instantly transforming into a high-speed moving stream of light. He arrived in front of Mercenary Tao, but when he didn't see any reaction, he smashed his punch down with a powerful force. Boom. A startled look appeared on Mercenary Tao's face as Ma-Yang's punch struck. Then without waiting for a response, a powerful counterattack came from Mercenary Tao's fist, creating a vast whirlwind around him. That's a pretty quick reaction. I wonder how long you'll be able to hold it. With a cold voice, Mercenary Tao's body appeared like a ghost in Ma-Yang's original position. His body pressed firmly, and a vicious attack swept over. The sound of cloth tearing and a crack appeared between Ma-Yang's sleeves. A piece of the white fabric being torn away by Mercenary Tao. As expected of an experienced assassin. If I'm not careful, he will catch me by surprise. Ma-Yang was able to get away from the attack and escape. To be honest, Ma-Yang's strength was already comparable to Mercenary Tao. However, in terms of experience, Ma-Yang wasn't as good as Mercenary Tao. However, in terms of skill, Ma-Yang, who had been trained by Karin, was a lot more clever than Mercenary Tao. Chapter 54 Phew. Shoo. Two silhouettes moved swiftly through the forest. They appeared and disappeared, each appearance accompanied by a violent fight and a violent tremor one after another. Pop. Mercenary Tao grinned as his attack landed on Ma-Yang's body. Poof, Ma-Yang's face turned pale, and blood spilled out from the corners of his mouth. However, Ma-Yang's counterattack was just as swift, and the moment Ma-Yang struck him, his attack also landed on Mercenary Tao. Cough, cough, cough. Mercenary Tao's face was gloomy. He withdrew so fast that his face seemed as black as charcoal. After a few encounters, Mercenary Tao realized that he had underestimated his opponent. The person in front of him was so young yet still hadn't lost after several fighting rounds. This young man had even let himself suffer a secret loss. Mercenary Tao couldn't help but become furious. His cold eyes swept towards Ma-Yang, and a terrifying killing intent seemed to condense into a ball. Ma-Yang looked at Mercenary Tao with a gloomy face. He carefully gathered the ki in his body, ready to attack Mercenary Tao at any moment. I underestimated you, but let's see how you dodge the next attack. Mercenary Tao shouted lightly and converted his entire body's strength into speed. With a few steps, he arrived in front of Ma-Yang. Facing the sudden onslaught of Mercenary Tao, Ma-Yang's eyes glowed brightly. His hands grabbed the ground in reverse, using it as a prop, and with a twist of his waist, his legs kicked towards Mercenary Tao. Mercenary Tao took a few steps backward in disgrace. This time, he even used his secret moves. Dodon Ray. A blood-red beam of ki was fired out as Mercenary Tao's entire body soared with an explosion as his finger pointed towards Ma-Yang. Die for me. The terrifying ki condensed into a ray of light shot towards Ma-Yang. In this sudden huge increase in strength, Ma-Yang's face changed dramatically. Dogden's Dodon Ray. Compared to the previous round, this time, since he didn't have to hide his killing intent, the unleashed Dodon Ray was a full one. Even if your Dodon Ray is strong, it won't help if the quality isn't good. There was no time to think about it. Ma-Yang straightened his hands and braced his palms together in a grasping shape. A buzzing sound of blue-white light covered his palms. He was going to take the Mercenary Tao's Dodon Ray as hard as Son Goku. Peng. The strong attack stirred up a huge whirlwind. The fiery burning sensation came from the palm of his hand, and the tremendous pressure caused Ma-Yang's arm to go numb, and sweat beaded on his forehead. At the moment when the ki wave attacked, his body moved back 4 or 5 meters, and his feet shoveled out 2 deep grooves. However, Mercenary Tao's Dodon Ray didn't manage to defeat Ma Yang. How is it possible that my Dodon Ray was followed? Mercenary Tao's eyes were about to pop out at the sight of it. He had been traveling across the world for so many years, and Dodon Ray had been the most desirable killing blow in his possession. No matter how strong an enemy he faced, as long as he used the Dodon Ray, his opponent would invariably die from the terrifying ki shot without exception. But today, he didn't expect that he would actually be taken hard by someone. This man must be killed, or he'll be too scary when he grows up. Mercenary Tao was panicking. The killing intent in his eyes became even more durable. He wasn't this strong when he was younger. Who the hell are you? Aren't you going towards the direction of the Great Azure Mountain? You wouldn't even investigate your target character. I'm the disciple from the Heavenly Sky School. Ma Yang seized the time to regulate the ki in his body, and managed to recover quickly. Mercenary Tao was startled. Are you really a disciple of the Heavenly Sky School? How can this small school have disciples like you? Damn the intelligence department. How can this be a small school? To be able to teach such a disciple, they aren't even that bad compared to the Crane School and Turtle School. Mercenary Tao looked extremely pissed. He believed he was being dragged down by the assassin organization's unreliable intelligence department. Although he had known earlier that there was a disciple from the Heavenly Sky School who had won the World Martial Arts Tournament, he hadn't taken it seriously. Only now did he vaguely feel that he shouldn't have taken this mission. However, now it was too late to say anything. The people had already been thoroughly offended by him, and now the only way to get rid of them was to cut off the grass. Based on Mercenary Tao's ego, he wouldn't allow another Master Roshi to appear in the world. Especially this guy. He was as deceitful as he was, so he must be killed. With that in mind, Mercenary Tao ignored the consumption incurred from using the Dodon Ray earlier and tried to kill Ma Yang once again. Come on. Now it's my turn to attack. Ma Yang, who had recovered his physical strength, would never sit back and wait to die while facing another attack from Mercenary Tao. Then with a loud burst, despite the huge consumption of the body, he attacked again, all the way through the continuous vacillation. Ma Yang, with extremely clever movements, came behind Mercenary Tao. With a flow of light in his hand, crystal energy attached to his palm, and a startled expression on Mercenary's face, he struck down his palm with a faint light. Mercenary Tao, die for me. Ma Yang exploded. With a muffled thud, the palm strike landed on Mercenary Tao's body. After sustaining such a blow, Mercenary Tao's body was knocked more than 10 meters out of the way and crashed on top of a distant giant tree. The giant tree shook violently and snapped right down the middle. Ma Yang obviously had the upper hand in that round. Ah! Mercenary Tao stood up in a heap, yelling angrily. His clothes had turned to strips, shredded, and moving with the breeze. Damn, I can't believe I got hurt. Mercenary Tao was annoyed. Apart from the Turtle School and the Crane Shawl, it was the first time Mercenary Tao had encountered such a difficult opponent that perhaps would win against him. How could this possible? He was the world's greatest assassin, and since his rise to fame, no one in this world was a match for him. Mercenary Tao vowed that he would kill the man in front of him in the most inhumane way possible. The cold and ruthless gaze swept over Ma Yang. Mercenary Tao's dark cheeks twitched a little. The veins on his forehead popped out as he licked his lips, and with one hand tugging up his fist, he was full of malice. Damn, kid, you actually managed to hurt me. Now tell me, what kind of death do you wish to receive? As he spoke, the ki on his body became disheveled, and with him as the center, sickening murderous ki spread out. Having been an assassin for so many years, more than 10 million souls died at the hands of Mercenary Tao. Ma Yang frowned, as he sensed the evil emanating from the Mercenary Tao's body. The scouter in the bosom crackled and flickered. The value displayed actually reached 144, a fraction higher than earlier. This was the so-called power-up in Earth's martial arts. Mercenary Tao's power level went up a lot after he went berserk. However, it's still a lot less than the 150 power level he had when he fought Son Goku. Ma Yang pondered that if he tried his best, the two might not be equal, but they would definitely fail each other. Spell it out, Ma Yang decided as he gritted his teeth. This was a life-and-death battle, not some martial arts competition. So, the first thing to do was to defeat the opponent no matter what. Chapter 55. Haha, now you know how it feels to be afraid. I'll show you what the world's #1 assassin is capable of. Mercenary Tao twisted his hideous face. Because of the ki explosion that exceeded the limit, his body was under tremendous pressure, and every muscle was trembling. Upon hearing this, Ma Yang laughed coldly in his heart. He immediately released an insane amount of ki, as well a flow of ki no weaker than Mercenary Tao's ki wrapped around his body. Let's fight until the end. I must kill Mercenary Tao today. Oh. Endless terrifying ki flowed around them. The profound aura continued to spread, causing the entire great forest to become silent. At this point, both sides were in a state of madness, and one of them was bound to fall in this battle. Bang bang bang. The battle was triggered once more, with a series of fierce fights, with the ground flying. Both sides' speed had been so fast that if ordinary people were here, they would only see two blurred figures clashing and flashing. They wouldn't be able to see the exact process, as their speed had exceeded the limits of ordinary eyesight. Thud. Yang fiercely stomped on the ground. The ground suddenly cracked with sinuous fractures, and with his power, his body went straight up. After reaching a certain height, Yang cupped his hands and sent out powerful blows towards Mercenary Tao. Peng. With a single move, he knocked Mercenary Tao down from the height. A large wave of ki connected to form a cyclone that broke through the sound barrier, causing Mercenary Tao's face twisted and crashed to the ground. Then Yang's body flickered again in successive virtual flashes, coming to the ground faster than Mercenary Tao. His body slightly bowed, knees bent, as he attacked continuously. Mercenary Tao was wretchedly under attack. His eyes were flashing with an intense murderous intent, but his mouth's corners raised in a grin of madness. After solidly taking Yang's attack, Mercenary Tao slipped forward. Dodon, Ray. The blood-red light suddenly shot out towards Yang. Heavenly Sky Beam. A coldness appeared on Yang's face, as he made a counterattack. Another ray-like attack, azure beams of light, met the Mercenary Tao's Dodon Ray. The two ki waves met halfway and exploded into a fine mist of energy smoke. Impossible, this move is actually very similar to Dodon Ray. Mercenary Tao looked startled and a little surprised. Dodon Ray was an improved version of Tri-Beam left behind by Master Shen from a generation of Grandmaster Wu Taito. It was one of the few legendary moves that could stand up against the Turtle School's Kamehameha. Now that he saw a weak-crowned teenager using a similar attack pattern, Mercenary Tao's immediate reaction was disbelief. Humphrey, this is my Heavenly Sky School's inherited ki-based technique. It's completely different from the principle of your Dodon Ray. Yang panted vigorously, as he used this free time to recover his strength. The previous battle had caused him to consume his power to the limit. Mercenary Tao was silent upon hearing the words. Each school had its own unique training pattern, and the connotations of natural ki were also various. Although Yang's ki wave looked very similar to Dodon Ray, the colors were different. The different colors meant that they were operating in completely different patterns. This martial arts school, Heavenly Sky School, actually even has ki waves. At this point, Mercenary Tao's mood was so bad that her thin cheeks kept twitching. A feeling of powerlessness suddenly flooded in his mind. One last move. Let's fight until the end. Mercenary Tao sucked in his breath and shouted maniacally. At the moment, the power in his body was almost gone, and if he continued to suppress it, it would only add more damage. So, he might as well use his most powerful attack to score a victory. Even in Mercenary Tao's mind, he was ready to run at any moment. Mercenary Tao was very life-conscious. It wasn't easy to live for hundreds of years, so he wasn't willing to dwell on it if the next move didn't work. What was accomplishing the task? What was the restraint of an expert? It was all vanity in the face of life. It was all worthless. Click, like the sound of a string snapping. At this moment, Mercenary Tao and Yang's originally vacuous aura rose once again. From their twisted faces, it could be seen that they were truly at their limit this time. Dodon, Ray. Heavenly Sky Beam. The two ki beam once again met in the air. This time the power generated was even greater. The storm caused by the explosion destroyed the trees in a radius of more than 300 meters. Along with a loud rumbling sound, a fiery red energy cluster soared into the air, and a huge energy directly engulfed Yang and Mercenary Tao. In a few moments, a piece of scorched earth was revealed on the field. The bare surface was grassless and smoking hot. Cough cough, do you think you can beat me? Mercenary Tao shielded his chest with his hands and spat out a mouthful of blood. He was struggling to support himself as he was now black and charred. His limbs filled with scrapes and his clothes turned to ashes from the earlier explosion. On the opposite side, Yang's image was equally wretched. His martial uniform was ripped into the cloth with several pieces of fabric already burned. A slight cough was accompanied by intense pain all over his body. Yang grunted and twisted his face. His body's injuries had spread to his internal organs. Ahem. Ho, why? Can't I? Yang said in a pressurized voice. Hee hee. Mercenary Tao sneered. His body was severely injured, but at least he could move. On the other hand, he could see that Yang was having a hard time even to move. So, he could only stay there and wait for Yang's death. Didn't that mean he won? So it turned out, no one could defeat him in this world. Mercenary Tao thought of himself immensely. Kid, it's also an honor for you to die in the hands of a master like me. TSK, I would remember you today. Don't worry, you wouldn't be lonely in the underworld. Those brothers and sisters of yours would soon be there to accompany you. Do you think you're going to win? Ma Yang asked back with an indifferent expression. Isn't it? Ma Yang didn't say anything. At a certain point, he had a dried bin in his hand. Then with difficulty, he put the bin in his mouth. Mercenary Tao nodded at the sight. You'll have to eat something even before you die. It's only a small bin, and you've already been shabby. Ugh. Ma Yang let out a long breath, which sounded like a sigh of emotion. For some reason, this voice reached Mercenary Tao's ears. It suddenly caused him a chilling sensation, as if something detrimental to him was about to happen. Chapter 56. You know what, Mercenary Tao, if it were a normal fight between life and death, we'd probably both lose like we are now. However, your biggest disadvantage is also because you ran into me. You're not as lucky as I am. Ma Yang's words made Mercenary Tao stunned. His anxiety grew more pronounced. Ma Yang smiled as he said, then bit into the senzu bin inside his mouth. Dense ki suddenly filled his mouth. The magical effects of senzu bins were in full bloom at this moment. Ma Yang's body injuries were instantly healed and caused him to return to his peak in no time. What? What the hell is going on here? Why are all your wounds healed? Mercenary Tao stared in disbelief and even frightened at what was happening before his eyes. The injuries on his opponent's body had actually recovered in an instant. How was that possible? Right now, he felt as if he had fallen from heaven to hell. He suddenly realized that he was in a dangerous situation. The bin, it must be because of the dried up bin just now. Mercenary Tao's mouth was a little bitter. Was it really the bins that did that? How could there be such a sacred medicine in this world? Mercenary Tao thought incredulously. A hint of greed arising in her eyes, but then in the next second, that greed disappeared and was replaced by deep fear. Escape, he must escape quickly. He couldn't possibly be a match for this person in front of him in his current state. Mercenary Tao's face turned pale, and an emotion called fear sprang up in his heart. With a plop, Mercenary Tao directly knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Young master, I was wrong, forgive me. I will definitely change my evil ways in the future, he said and repeatedly kowtowed. Ma Yang looked with a cold smile as if he was looking at a jumping clown. He wouldn't be a gentlewoman at a time like this. He wouldn't let Mercenary Tao leave alive today no matter what. Knock it off. Even if you kowtow more, I don't believe even a punctuation mark in your words. After a few kowtows in a row, still no reaction from the opponent, Mercenary Tao sunk in his face. He didn't know what was on his opponent's mind. Suddenly he seemed to know that appeasement couldn't be exchanged for life, and his attitude became tougher. You can't kill me, or my big brother Master Shen won't let you go. He only has me as a brother. If you kill me, it will only bring danger to your loved ones. Have you said enough? Ma Yang interrupted him and said disdainfully, let's not say whether Master Shen would know about today's incident. Even if he did, do you think I would be afraid of him? Since he aspired to become a powerful person in the universe, did you think the trivial Master Shen could threaten him? If Master Shen did find out, it would be his own undoing. No matter what, Mercenary Tao would be dead today. Then, you will die. Mercenary, Tao shouted. He pulled out a grenade, unplugged the top tip, and threw it at Ma Yang. Ma Yang's face flashed with killing intent as he saw this. Mercenary Tao had remained true to his roots for decades as always. But Ma Yang, who was back to full strength, wouldn't be hit by a grenade. He just lightly leaped up and kicked the grenade back towards Mercenary Tao with the tip of his toe. No. Mercenary Tao let out a hysterical scream. The grenade exploded, and a huge flame engulfed Mercenary Tao's entire body. If it was an ordinary person, he would definitely be lifeless in this huge explosion. However, he was Mercenary Tao, who had lived for hundreds of years. Wouldn't he have any tricks to save his life? This grenade was more for himself than to serve Ma Yang. Being able to show the enemy's weakness and deceive them, Mercenary Tao's deception was absolutely brilliant. According to the original story, it was known that Mercenary Tao survived the explosion during his duel with Son Goku. This little trick was able to fool Son Goku, but it couldn't fool Ma Yang's eyes. Suddenly, Ma Yang looked towards the direction in the forest. Hee, Mercenary Tao, you're trying to escape. After saying that, Ma Yang directly fired a ki wave towards that direction. Wow! The ki wave ran through everything and whizzed away, zipping, destroying all the trees along the way. On the other side of the forest, the severely injured Mercenary Tao leaned against the back of a large tree gasping for air. His eyelids were drooping, and his 7 apertures were bleeding. Just then, he felt a terrifying energy approaching before he could react. A patch of azure energy appeared in front of him. Puff! A sharp ray of energy penetrated through the chest, then out the back, and Mercenary Tao's consciousness grew blurry. Tough, it's impossible. I'm the #1 assassin in the world. How could I die in? The lack of oxygen in his brain produced uncontrollable dizziness. Mercenary Tao's lips moved slightly, and the words were full of unwillingness. Maiyang appeared in front of Mercenary Tao. His cold eyes aimed at him. It's only because you found the wrong opponent. Ha ha ha. I was wrong to take this mission. As your death is approaching, now will you tell me exactly who paid you to take on this mission? Ahem. Is. Mercenary Tao answered, a sardonic color flashing across her face. Don't even try to make me tell you. It's the Snake Charmer Legion, isn't it? Maiyang leaned into his ear and whispered. After that, he saw Mercenary Tao's eyes widen dramatically, and he laughed. All right, you don't need to say anything. Go to hell in peace. You. Mercenary Tao's consciousness began to fade, and his voice gradually became inaudible. Dead. Maiyang went up to check to make sure that Mercenary Tao was really dead. After laughing, Maiyang fired another series of ki waves at Mercenary Tao's corpse until his body completely turned into ashes along with the ki waves. If you cut the grass without getting rid of the roots, the spring breeze would blow and grow it again. Although this era didn't have mature robot technology, to prevent the mechanical Mercenary Tao from appearing in vain, Maiyang would still have to destroy the corpses. After doing this, Maiyang calmed himself there for a while. He took out a brand new set of clothes from the acceleration space, then leaped up and flew towards the Heavenly Sky School. It was getting late by the time he got back to the Heavenly Sky School. Maiyang came to Isaac's cabin and told Isaac what had happened today. After hearing Maiyang's explanation, Isaac was completely stunned. He didn't expect his disciple to go out on a trip and not only annihilated the Snake Charmer Legion headquarters but also eliminated Mercenary Tao, the assassin, on the way back. This Mercenary Tao wasn't an ordinary person. He was one of the top 5 figures in the martial arts world, and his reputation was even more dreadful. It was unbelievable to think that Maiyang had killed such a person. Don't make a fuss about this, I've heard that Mercenary Tao is very close to the Crane School. Although with your strength, you may not be afraid of Crane School, you're still young, more is better than less, so don't let anyone know for now. At that point, Isaac calmed down and shook his head. Well, the martial world is so much worse now that it can no longer withstand a toss. Well, I know. As long as Crane School doesn't provoke us, I won't make a move against them. Maiyang said seriously. Isaac smiled at the words. It's a good thing you made it back in time like this. Otherwise, the consequences would have been disastrous when Mercenary Tao found this place. Maiyang nodded his head profoundly. The overall strength of the Heavenly Sky School was relatively weak and had no protection against Mercenary Tao. Chapter 57 Running into and killing Mercenary Tao this time could be said to be a complete accident. Maiyang had never considered that he would interact with the #1 assassin in the world. Although, as he grew up, he would inevitably have to deal with some martial arts figures, it was still a bit much to take out Mercenary Tao directly. It could be said that if this matter were to be announced, it would cause a huge uproar. These were all the Snake Charmer Legion's fault. But the good news was that Mercenary Tao was dead, and the Snake Charmer Legion had annihilated itself. So, for the time being, it had become a headless case. As for whether or not the assassin organization would find out, Maiyang felt that it was possible. After all, this mission was issued by the Snake Charmer Legion. Anyone willing to investigate would be able to find out the purpose of this mission. However, this matter was also easy for Maiyang. He could just make up his mind and deny it. Mercenary Tao didn't reach the Great Azure Mountain in the end, and there was no battle on that side. Also, Mercenary Tao had killed countless people, and it wasn't surprising that there were a few formidable foes. Perhaps halfway through the journey, he met his enemies. Oh, those enemies were so wicked that they killed Mercenary Tao and almost made the Heavenly Sky School take the blame. Maiyang had his dinner at his teacher, Isaac's cabin. His teacher's wife, Alice, prepared a sumptuous meal in the kitchen and served it up together with April. There were 6 dishes in total, along with a bowl of soup with a reasonable mix of meat and vegetables, making it a very fulfilling dish. Maiyang, go eat more. At the dining table, Alice was like a mother who kept giving Maiyang food. Maiyang smiled and handed over the bowl of rice. Thank you, madam. Isaac laughed and opened a bottle of long-treasured good wine and poured a glass for everyone. Come on, let's all taste the wine. I have treasured it for a long time and have been unable to drink it. Let's try it today. Master, I want a drink. The little girl, April, took a sip from her little glass and quickly stuck her tongue out. Ooh, why is this stuff so bad? I don't like it. Ha ha ha, April can't drink wine. Just eat more food. Isaac laughed cheerfully. Well. April pecked her head. Her little face was already turning red and her head dizzy after only one sip of wine. Alice saw April's little red face and grumbled at Isaac. If April can't drink, don't give it to her. See, she's become such a mess. She said, standing up and pouring a glass of water from the kitchen and handing it to April. "Here, have a glass of water and rinse your mouth." April was feeling thirsty, downing her cup in one gulp and eating her food with her head down, as she vowed never to drink again. Isaac smiled as he patted her head. After dinner, the teacher and his disciple began to chat. He said to Maayang, "Maayang, your strength is already above your teacher. What's next? Your teacher can't help you. You can only rely on your own comprehension." Isaac was honest. He was already far inferior to Maayang in terms of practice. He couldn't even imagine Maayang's current state, so Maayang could only rely on himself in the future. Our Heavenly Sky School has a martial arts dojo in the village below the Great Azure Mountain, where April is usually staying. I think you can go there to meditate and teach those juniors of yours along the way. When their martial arts have reached a state like yours, it would be good to settle down properly. Maayang nodded his head in agreement. Now he really needed to precipitate his training, and the Heavenly Sky School dojo was the right place. In addition to his own practice, he could also guide his juniors there. "Is my brother going to stay with me in the martial arts dojo?" April blinked her watery eyes, and her azure eyes were fluttering like sapphire crystal. Maayang smiled and ruffled April's brown hair. "Yeah, I'll also have to supervise your future training. Although April wants to be a scientist when you grow up, scientists are generally thin and weak. So, you need a strong body to support your research better." April hemmed and hawed. "I know." When the family dinner was over that night, April stayed at Isaac's cabin. By the second day, she and her sidekick, the blue dinosaur, Growly, showed up at Makio's place early in the morning. Brother, we're going down the hill." A cheerful child's voice yelled from outside the cabin. Maayang opened the door and saw April and a young dinosaur with its wings flapping. April's things were wrapped up in a cloth bag hanging on the young blue dinosaur's neck. The young blue dinosaur's nerdy big head constantly leaned towards Maayang's belly. His mouth made a click, click, click sound. Maayang smiled and said to them, "You guys wait here, I'll pack my things." After returning to the house and putting all the things needed into the acceleration space, Maayang clapped his hands and took April's little hand. "Come on, let's go down the mountain." Along the way, April kept tilting her head to peer at Maayang. "What's wrong?" Maayang asked strangely. "Where are your things, brother?" April couldn't help but ask. "I put it all away." "Ah, why didn't I see that?" "Take it out so Growly can carry it." Maayang smiled faintly. "I put it away using a special technique." "That's why you can't see it." Is that so?" April blinked. "Ha ha ha." Maayang let out a laugh and didn't continue to explain it to April where he'd put his things, or the little girl would be digging in again. They laughed and joked along the way, the beautiful scenery constantly receding on either side. Soon they turned off the winding path into the main road and entered the village at the bottom of the Great Azure Mountains. There were about a dozen villages below the Great Azure Mountain, and the village that Maayang and April had now entered was a relatively large village with about 300 households and nearly 2,000 villagers. The Heavenly Sky Martial Art Dojo was located in the west of the village, not too far away. Due to the Heavenly Sky Martial Arts School's existence, this place had gradually become a marketplace for several nearby villages to sell their goods. Whenever the Heavenly Sky Martial Art Dojo held its training courses for the public, it was also the busiest time for the market. As Maayang and April walked along the village road, the villagers, who saw them all, nodded kindly along the way. Even when they saw the young blue dinosaur following beside them, they didn't show a timid expression. "Wow, what a cute dinosaur with a big head." A few children ran down the street, pointing at the blue dinosaur. "Oh." The young blue dinosaur raised his head and squealed majestically. Maayang smiled in April. "Growly is quite popular here." April said happily, "Well, Growly is such a good boy, and everyone loves him." Maayang nodded his head. This village of 2,000 people, their usual way of life, was very quaint. The buildings were all short wooden houses. In addition to growing crops in the fields, they also hunted for a living. So many villagers would go to the Heavenly Sky School Martial Arts Dojo to learn a little martial arts skill in their spare time. April and the blue dinosaur were already familiar with many villagers after living in the martial arts dojo for so many days. They continued to walk to the martial arts dojo. After 10 minutes, they arrived at the western edge of the village. The Heavenly Sky School Martial Arts Dojo wasn't very big. The buildings in the front row were connected with only 6 or 7 indoor dojos, but outside of the martial arts building, a few simple open-air dojos had been fenced off, and those were places for the nearby villagers to practice and learn. Chapter 58 The disciples of the Heavenly Sky School Martial Arts Dojo were roughly divided into 3 categories. The first was a true disciple like April, who was enrolled in the Heavenly Sky School. This category allowed the disciple to learn all the Heavenly Sky School's martial arts. The second was a martial arts practitioner from the neighborhood or a more talented teenager. This category allowed disciples to learn the Heavenly Sky School fighting techniques by paying a fee to become a dojo disciple. The third was the villagers who listened. For this category, the dojo teacher wouldn't give them any special guidance, and it was up to them to decide how much they could understand. Of course, through selection, the dojo would also recruit several people to become teachers at the dojo and be responsible for teaching the basic martial arts to everyone. At this time, the number of the first category of disciples was the smallest among those who were currently residing in the martial arts dojo. There were only a dozen or so true disciples of the Heavenly Sky School, except for a few who needed to practice and were residing in the martial dojo. The remaining few were children like April. They were still young and needed to learn about the culture in the village. When Maayang and April pushed open the door and walked into the dojo, there were already some disciples practicing in the dojo. Of them were children from a few nearby villages, as there was a regular school not far from the dojo, and the village parents were happy for their children to learn a bit of self-defense. Senior brother Maayang is here. Senior brother Maayang is here. As soon as they stepped through the door, the disciples inside saw their big brother coming, shouting loudly. Soon 3 or 5 teenagers ran over. They were about 14 or 15 years old. They were the true disciples of the Heavenly Sky School. Besides them, there was also some older martial arts practitioner who practiced in this martial arts dojo. Senior brother Maayang, I heard that you won the World Martial Arts Tournament. Can you tell us about it? Yeah, tell us about it. The fellow disciples gathered around and chattered non-stop. Even the other disciples who were practicing in the dojo came together, all watching with admiration. Maayang had a smile on his face. Not many people within the Heavenly Sky School knew about the World Martial Arts Tournament in the past. But since Maayang had won this year's tournament, of course, Isaac and the others were vigorously promoting this kind of glamorous event. It was so much so that all of the nearby 10-mile countryside knew about it. Thus the number of the Heavenly Sky School Martial Dojo's disciples became much more extensive. When you listen to the name, the World Martial Arts Tournament, how noble and classy it was. Since Brother Maayang had won this tournament, wouldn't that make him the best martial arts practitioner in the world? This perception was a bit off, but in reality, with Maayang's current strength, he was qualified to declare himself as the best martial arts practitioner in the world. Okay, I'll tell you about it later. Maayang nodded and smiled. Senior brother Maayang, why do you have time to came to the martial arts dojo? Is there something you need to explain? The one who spoke was one of Maayang's junior sisters, Ness. She was one of the temporary teachers at the martial arts dojo. Maayang nodded. That's right. This time I come to the dojo to stay here for a while. If you have any questions about your training, you can come and ask me. Really? Great, we have a lot of questions. The teachers often say that senior brother Maayang's strength has surpassed theirs. A few disciples opened the floodgates of conversation, excited that Maayang was able to stay in the martial arts dojo. Because Maayang's martial arts had always been the best among all the disciples, and with everything that the teachers often talked about after the World Martial Arts Tournament, they all had even more confidence in Maayang's strength and wanted to learn something from him. In the same way, the other disciples in the martial dojo also had an excited expression on their faces when they heard Maayang mention this. Most of them were lacking in martial arts talent but desperately dreaming of becoming martial arts practitioners. It was such an honor to have a winner of the World Martial Arts Tournament to teach them now. They made up their minds that they would study hard later, and if they could learn a little bit more, it would be useful enough for them for the rest of their lives. April then pulled one of the older brothers beside her and asked, "Hey, Brother Yia, what's the World Martial Arts Tournament?" The disciple named Yia looked at April and said, "The World Martial Arts Tournament is an event attended by martial arts practitioners from all over the world, which is said to be held only once every 5 years." Only once every 5 years. April listened in amazement and wrestled her hand to count. She was soon shocked as she was just a little over 5 years old herself. Came to think of it, the World Martial Arts Tournament seemed pretty awesome. Yia proudly said, "Yes, the grand event attended by masters from all over the world. The most recent one was just half a year ago when Brother Maayang participated in that competition and then defeated all the opponents to get the title. Sister April, don't you think it's awesome?" Awesome." April's mouth was wide open, and she was nodding her head like a little fangirl. Suddenly, she remembered the power her brother had shown when he had rescued her. When he fell from the sky and defeated the bad guys with a few swishes, her brother was undoubtedly the best in the world. Maayang looked at everyone's excitement and pressed his hand. "Alright, you guys continue your training. I'll go with April to drop off our stuff so that you can ask me any questions later. I'll take you to your room, Brother Maayang." A junior brother volunteered to lead Maayang and April to the backyard. There were 6 or 7 indoor martial arts venues in the Heavenly Sky School Martial Art Dojo. A large courtyard with 8 or 9 rooms in the back provided private residential for disciples and dojo teachers to live in. After Maayang and April left, the disciples began to return from their excitement. Under the direction of the teacher, they swung their fists and kicks in a single motion. The dojo only taught basic punches, but you could still become a formidable fighter if you could integrate them. Chapter 59. Due to Maayang's arrival, the entire martial arts dojo was filled with a different atmosphere. The disciples worked even harder and practiced with great enthusiasm. The teacher was also exceptionally serious today and taught all the disciples in a very serious manner. Everyone was holding a lot of energy, with an indescribable motivation in their hearts. On the east side of the martial arts dojo, the disciples practice basic moves in groups of 3 to 5 under their teacher's arrangement. This was the foundation of the Heavenly Sky School Martial Arts Dojo's introduction, which was said to be rehearsed several times a day. However, it was this very normal practice that gave them vigorous strength. In a small corner, April was also taught by her senior sister Ness. With her martial arts uniform and slender waist tied, she was seriously practicing her punches and kicks. The punches and kicks were downright impressive, and the training was exceptionally serious. On the other hand, the young blue dinosaur was lying next to her, taking a nap. As for the west side of the martial arts dojo, the older disciples practiced one-on-one combat, which was considered sparring. 2 older disciples sparred together. They were attacking and defending with their Heavenly Sky School moves. One after the other, they were profoundly skilled at attacking and defending, and it was extremely entertaining to watch. You could tell that both disciples were very solid in their basic skills. Just then, Maayang suddenly shouted stop. The 2 disciples looked at Maayang with confused expressions. Stop, you 2 have studied other martial arts before, haven't you? The 2 disciples nodded. Yes, we both used to study with a master fighter and have been blindfolding ourselves ever since. Maayang was thoughtful after hearing that. No wonder. Fighting was about fierceness and ferocity. It was about putting people to death, giving the audience a pleasing viewing experience, and stimulating hormones secretion, resulting in explosive emotions and excitement. However, compared to martial arts training, it was less about internal control, lacking overall coordination, and seemingly inflexible. I watched you guys just now. Every punch had a sense of frustration, a stiff punch that gave you an angular feel, but lacked the coordination to the point it lacked succession. You try again. Maayang walked up to the 2 disciples and tapped his fingers on their muscles as they punched. Here, right here, swing your arms down a little and raise your legs up. Yes, that's right. You guys watch. When you punch, it's all about a single blow, which is strength. However, you can't use all your strength, keep some of it for emergencies. While the disciples were training, Maayang constantly corrected their mistakes. With Maayang's current eyesight and cognition, his guidance always hit the nail on the head. A few light words that fell on the disciples' ears were like thunder and deafening, making them feel endlessly useful. Brother Maayang, I have some questions. A junior brother named Aso came up and leaped to his feet. Although Aso was not very old, only 14, and appeared to be short in stature, he was a temporary teacher at the dojo. Just like Ness, he was quite talented. Maayang looked at this junior brother and stretched his hand at him. Come on, attack me. It was only through real battles that problems could be better identified and fixed. Junior brother also nodded his head with him, and looked at Maayang seriously. At this moment, this junior brother had already entered the state of battle. Perversely decent. Maayang smiled lightly. At his current level, there were a lot of things that he could figure out with a single glance. Especially the lower-level martial arts, Maayang was able to detect problems just by looking at their starting positions. Brother, I'm ready. Maayang nodded. Let's begin. Yes. At this point, Aso exploded, stepping on the pace to launch an attack towards Maayang. It could be seen that Aso's movements were quite fierce, the stepping was crisp, and without a murmur. It would take at least years of painstaking training to achieve this step. Maayang nodded to himself and moved his body along with it. Aso's attacks were decisive. It could be said that his strikes were clean and not muddy at all. However, his opponent was Maayang. Every time he threw a punch, it somehow always seemed to hit a sponge. There was a feeling that the strokes fell short. A few rounds down, not only did Aso fail to attack Maayang, but he consumed most of his physical strength. Don't use all your strength. There are too many unnecessary movements, and physical strength is important, so you don't want unnecessary exertion. Maayang's soft voice was heard in his ears. Suddenly, a light flashed in Aso's mind, as if he had realized something, and as a result, his movements became prolonged. Keep it that way. Your breathing has become a little more even. 10 minutes later, Ma Yang saw that Aso had met the training requirements and asked him to stop. It's good, that's it for this time. Go back to gain comprehension and adjust your state. Thank you, senior brother. Aso respectfully said. Those few words Ma Yang had just spoken had made him deeply enlightened. Ma Yang waved his hand. We are brothers, no need to be polite. Aso then walked out of the martial arts venue and went to a corner to comprehend it carefully. Seeing their fellow disciples reap much, the remaining few fellow disciples couldn't hold back their patience. Yia, who had spoken to April earlier, came over, and he said solemnly to Ma Yang, Brother Ma Yang, I want to have a real battle with you. Ma Yang looked with a smile on his face. Are you sure? The result might be a shock to you. Yia said seriously, Teacher Clarissa always said that I put too much emphasis on victory and defeat. But I think that only when I have experienced defeat myself can I truly know the difference. Brother, please don't be merciful and let me see the difference between each other so that I can rise to the challenge. Ma Yang restrained his smile and looked at Yia. It's good that you have such an awareness, then I'll let you see how much of a difference there is between you and a true expert. After saying that, the smile on Ma Yang's face disappeared. His entire body emitted an inexplicable aura like a rolling torrent that was endlessly vast and overwhelming. Everyone present turned pale as if they had been crushed by 1,000 pounds of weight. Brother Ma Yang's chi is so powerful. It's about the same as Teacher Isaac. It feels even scarier than Teacher Isaac. It's so powerful. I wonder how many moves senior brother Yia managed to survive? The disciples were whispering. A few of Ma Yang's juniors were all staring, watching intently. It was only April who was blinking in hindsight and hadn't felt anything yet. Let's begin. Yia stepped on his feet. He was slightly short, like a running porcupine menacingly attacking towards Ma Yang. Little did he know Ma Yang had already seen his movements, and with a shake of his body, all of Yia's attacks fell short. Hey, what was that? Someone pointed at the shadows in a martial arts venue and yelled. When the others heard the words, they were all stunned for the next second. All they could see were several after images that appeared in the place where Yia had attacked before, vaguely, as many as 5 in a row, which could barely be distinguished. It was Ma Yang's image. Those were multiple Ma Yang brothers, yet every one of them seems real. This is called the afterimage technique. It's an image left in place after the body moves at high speed through a special technique. Although these residual shadows have no offensive power, they are perfect for confusing the enemy. Ma Yang stood to the side and explained. After he finished speaking, his body suddenly accelerated. A dozen more similar afterimages appeared throughout the narrow dojo at once. Compared to those previous afterimages, the ones that appear now were much closer to reality. In funky terms, these afterimages have a higher pixel count and should be in 1080p. Chapter 60. There are 18 shadows right now. Yeah, can you figure out which one is the real me? It required excellent visual abilities and judgment to find the real body through the afterimage, which wasn't easy for an ordinary martial arts practitioner. Of course, if he could perceive ki, he could also distinguish the truth from the lie through ki senses. However, ki sensing hadn't even been mastered by Ma Yang, let alone Yia. Upon facing this strange trick used by his senior brother, Yia smiled bitterly. He now understood the difference between them. Yia's face became serious. Since his eyes couldn't tell which one was the real one, he would have to rely on brute strength. Ping ping ping. Yia swung his fist and attacked fiercely. He was extremely fast, and the dozens of disciples present, including the villagers watching, couldn't see his movements. When Yia shattered the 17th remnant, his face was happy. He clenched his fist and attacked the last one. Phew, it was empty. Yia's fist punched through the last remnant, but the result was the same as before. The fist went right through the remnant's chest. It was another empty one. This one was also false, Yia's mind screamed. He suddenly felt a hint of trouble. At that moment, Ma Yang's figure suddenly appeared behind Yia, raising his palm blade and slashing towards Yia's neck. One last thing, I want to tell you. Since we're rivals, don't believe anything I say. When I say that I'm among the 18 remnants, do you really believe that? Yia's eyes rolled back, as Ma Yang's palm blade landed on his neck. The sudden impact was making him dizzy and faint straight away. Also, take Yia away. Ma Yang beckoned to Aso. When Aso brought Yia away, he turned and looked around at everyone and said, those words earlier were meant for you as well. Always be vigilant when you go out, don't believe everything others say. We understand, senior brother. Understood. All of them had just gone through a realistic version of an education. Everyone nodded their heads in agreement, especially those martial arts practitioners who had made their way outside and knew better that it wasn't an ideal paradise. Seeing that everyone had taken his words seriously, Ma Yang nodded his head in satisfaction. If it had been Mixia, she probably wouldn't have been so obedient. After having a word with everyone, Maayang walked out of the martial arts dojo and wandered down the street by himself. Shortly after Maayang left, Yi awoke from his blackout. When he heard his fellow disciple relay Maayang's words, he couldn't help but sighed. Looks like we're far apart from senior brother. Yeah, senior brother Maayang knocked you out with a single hand blade. Nas covered her mouth and laughed. Yi gave her a blank look and said in a bad mood, if it were you guys, it wouldn't be much better. Also said indifferently, senior brother Maayang's strength is definitely on the same level as several teachers. He may even have truly surpassed everyone in the Heavenly Sky School, just like what the teachers said. Maybe. That's right. The rest couldn't help but be silent. Only April had absolute faith in Maayang's strength. However, she had only practiced martial arts for a few days, so her eyes were dripping. She couldn't understand what some of her brothers and sisters were saying. On the not particularly busy streets, the villagers drove their cattle and sheep across the road, with blacksmith shops and grocery stores on either side. A little further on, there was a restaurant, which was considered a rare place that people used to spend time in the 10-mile countryside. As he walked into the restaurant, he casually found a window seat. When the waiter came up, Maayang ordered a side of fried beans and some meat. The fried beans here were fried in oil and tasted crisp and crunchy, while the meat was brined with special techniques to make it tasty and oily, but not greasy. At this point, Maayang was here to enjoy it. Maayang, it's been a long time since the last time you came here. A sweet female voice sounded, and a girl dressed as a waitress came over with a plate of snacks. The girl had dark blue hair. She was the daughter of the restaurant's owner. Because they used to take Mixia down the mountain for fun, this restaurant was often the place they visited. As time went by, they became familiar with the person in front of them. Sister Marlene, I'm not here to take care of any business. So, please, have a seat. Maayang smiled lightly and pointed down to the seat across from him. Marlene simply sat across from him and smiled. It's been a while. What have you been doing? I went out for training. TSK, you've got a great reputation now, the whole village knows you. Marlene was talking about Maayang's achievement of the World Martial Arts Tournament, which was a rare piece of news for the not-so-large village. Maayang nodded proudly and smiled. I even got to meet Mixia on this trip, and that girl is missing her home right now. Speaking of which, Mixia has been away for over 3 years now. When will she come back? I miss her so much. Marlene's face showed a hint of nostalgia as she thought of Mixia as her little sister. I don't know. It'll be a few years until she finishes her studies, maybe. The two of them chatted like siblings until the restaurant grew crowded with customers, and then Marlene got up to help in the back kitchen. Before she left, Marlene suddenly said for no reason, by the way, when little Mixia comes back in the future, do you have any plans to marry her? According to my sense, you two are quite a good match. She leaned in and whispered, I've heard that several sisters from nearby villages are asking about you. If you don't want to marry little Mixia, talk to me, and I'll find one for you. Maayang was stunned after hearing this, and replied, I won't bother my senior sister about this, you'd better find an heir for your family's restaurant first. Hee, shame on you. You don't have to tell me, I already found a good man. Did you really find a good man? Of course. Marlene said proudly. Well, big congratulations to you then. So, when are we going to have a wedding treat? Maayang gave his blessing. Soon. So be sure to give me your blessing. Definitely. Maayang nodded, and after Marlene left, he continued to sit alone by the window, enjoying the drink and food. However, what Marlene had just said seemed to have taken root and rippled through his heart for some reason. It had been almost 5 years since he arrived in this world, and the years to come would be even longer, so it was time to think about it. Well, he considered himself a small success now, so there was certainly no need to worry about that. However, Mixia was a good candidate. She had a good background since she was a child, and the last time he saw her, he thought she was getting prettier every day. Chapter 61 Regarding his future partner, Maayang actually didn't have many thoughts. Two people as a partner, first of all, they must first meet each other. Second, they must feel comfortable with each other, not entangled nor restricted. No one should be a burden to the other, or if they felt I'm okay with you, then it would be enough. It was hard to have a shelf life for passionate love. In the end, when the heat cooled down, it was the blandness of firewood. Then if this blandness remained familiar, as if her scent was the scent of your own body, it was actually the right person to choose. Love and family affection was a thin line apart, and family affection could last longer. At this point, a flexible figure came to mind. Mixia. Maayang smiled slightly as he whirled and frowned. She was a little younger than him. After taking a short break inside the restaurant, Maayang watched through the window as pedestrians on the road carried all kinds of farming tools and set up ox carts and wagons. Some of them were local farmers, while others were passing traders. thud, putting down the wine glass in his hand, Maiyang stood up and walked to the counter to pay the bill. For him, who was currently carrying a huge amount of money, nothing bothered him in terms of money anymore. It should be said that as long as you were a martial arts practitioner, there were countless ways to make money. You could find a treasure trove, exterminate robbers, open a school and teach disciples, or even become a mercenary to uphold world justice. You could have a large source of income and basically wouldn't be trapped by financial problems. Therefore, Maiyang wondered why Son Goku, Krillin, and the others always lived in such poverty. After he continued wandering the streets alone for a while, Maiyang entered a blacksmith shop, where the set of weights he used for training was built. "Ah, junior brother Maiyang, come in and take a look. I wonder what you need this time?" The blacksmith shop owner greeted warmly. "Boss, you're busy, so I'll just look around." Maiyang smiled and nodded to him, then strolled around the shop. This iron shop was stocked with farming utensils and then kitchen utensils like knives and iron pots. A few crossbows were hanging in the corners instead, as well as a few sets of weights for training. As Maiyang took it, the owner glanced at him. Maiyang didn't expect him not only to be able to use and learn but actually to sell the props he had asked him to build. It was estimated that the blacksmith shop owner had also made a small profit by borrowing this martial arts training style that made him won the World Martial Arts Tournament. After wandering around the shop, Maiyang shook his head. These weights made of ordinary metal materials would no longer work for him now. "Boss, do you have any metal here that's smaller and heavier?" The owner shook his head in embarrassment. "Junior brother, we don't have the kind of metal you're talking about in a small place like this. You'll have to look for it in the big city." Maiyang nodded and had another polite conversation with the owner before walking out of the shop towards the martial arts dojo. Back at the dojo, the disciples had finished their lunch and were now resting in the backyard. Martial arts practitioners needed to make reasonable arrangements for their training. It wasn't good enough to train all the time, so after lunch, the dojo would arrange a 2-hour break for them. Brother. April's delicate and pleasant voice was heard. Maiyang turned around and saw April sitting under a shade tree in the corner of the dojo facing him and waving, while the young blue dinosaur was lying next to her, napping. "April, what are you reading?" Maiyang saw that she was holding a book in her hand. April spread out the book in her hand. "Brother, I'm reading mathematics." Maiyang smiled. "You can learn these things in class. You've worked hard all morning. You should dress like those senior brothers and sisters." "I can't sleep." April curled her lips. Maiyang smiled and rubbed April's head with his hand. Children's energy was always high. He didn't know if they were tireless or what. They were making trouble all day long. Compared to other children, April was much quieter and knew how to learn at a young age. "By the way, how does it feel to practice martial arts?" April's face was bitter. It was so tiring. Maiyang smiled. "It's okay to be tired, but you have to practice well because it will strengthen your body." April chirped softly. Her attention was then turned to the books in her hands, leaning back against the young blue dinosaur's body to find a comfortable position. Maiyang smiled at the sight. He whirled around to stand up and head over towards the other fellow disciples. After Maiyang's morning teaching, the dojo's disciples seemed to have found some kind of sense. However, it was a pity that the connection wasn't deep enough, and they were stuck in a layer of mist. So, when Maiyang came towards them, they eagerly gathered around, hoping to get the answers they wanted from Maiyang. Of course, Maiyang knew everything and explained it patiently. After he answered his junior brother's questions, Maiyang returned to his room and began his training. With a swoosh, Maiyang entered the acceleration space. After he broke the first limitation of his body, the acceleration space's time flow rate had become 4:1. The opening time had been strengthened as his strength grew. Now he could maintain opening the acceleration space for 5 hours, which was equivalent to 20 hours inside. In a blank space, a 1,000-meter radius was filled with a thin layer of ki. As Maiyang breathed in the ki-filled air, he felt his body was nourished and relaxed. Then Maiyang began his training in this vast and boundless space. With a swoosh, the body moved quickly, and the shadow of the man faltered. Another image of himself appeared not far from him, the residual shadow left by the afterimage technique. Heavenly sky beam. Dancing air art. Afterimage technique. The various moves were all displayed. The azure-colored light traveled through space, making it colorful for a while. Apart from these few moves, Maiyang didn't actually have much involvement in ki application. Although there were still some profound things in the Heavenly Sky School's inheritance, it was all theoretical. It hadn't even been figured out by Isaac before. That was why it hadn't been passed on to Maiyang. Now that Maiyang's strength had already surpassed Isaac's, Isaac had handed over all the inheritance he knew to Maiyang some days ago. This was to train Maiyang as the next headmaster. According to Isaac, The ancient legacy of the Heavenly Sky School might have originated from the lookout. So for the next move, Aizen was preparing to study it properly. Time flew by, and the days went by like lightning. Half a year had passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, apart from teaching his junior disciples and April in the martial arts dojo, Aizen had spent his time in accelerated space studying the secrets of the Heavenly Sky School inheritance. Of course, in the meantime, Aizen also took the time to attend the wedding of the restaurant owner's daughter, Marlene. She was married to a hunter in the village who had once trained in a martial arts school, so he was pretty skilled. After that, he went to the southern region to see Mixia again. After all, she was the future wife that he had decided to have. So, he had to keep her from being taken away by others. It was necessary to go over there to declare sovereignty without any problem. Of course, it was worth mentioning that this time over, he also got Isaac and his wife's support. In their minds, perhaps they also decided that Aizen was the most suitable for their daughter to marry even when their daughter was only 14 or 15 years old. After dealing with these trivial matters, Aizen settled down to practice wholeheartedly. The Heavenly Sky School inheritance was worthy of being the essence of the lookout. In just half a year, even with the addition of the acceleration space's internal support, Aizen had only comprehended a little. Of course, he had benefited greatly from it, and now if Aizen exerted his full strength, his power level had reached 150 points. It had exceeded Master Roshi so much. It was roughly on the same level as Son Goku when he killed Mercenary Tao. This half a year could be considered the golden period of the Heavenly Sky School. Not only did Aizen's strength soar, but even a few of his junior disciples had also made full growth. Their power level had reached 40 to 50. Although it wasn't comparable to Aizen, it was actually very powerful. It had already reached the level of those great school rookies. Besides, the disciples who resided in the martial arts dojo were also benefited. Their strength was scuffling up under Aizen's guidance. Chapter 62. One day, after 6 months, Aizen decided to go out for training again after this submersion period. After all, he wasn't like Son Goku, who had a special bloodline and could be wretched. Aizen could only keep up his vitality if he traveled more and drew on his knowledge of martial arts to supplement his own. Therefore, after explaining the situation to Yia and the others, Aizen packed up his bags and prepared to leave. Brother Aizen, I wish you a safe journey. At the entrance of the martial arts dojo, Aso and the others gave Aizen a farewell. Senior brother, when you come back next time, I'll definitely impress you. Brother Yia said seriously. Ness and April were very reluctant to say goodbye. They kept waving their hands to say goodbye to Aizen. Brother, remember to come back and visit often. Aizen almost tripped over and fell. This was a bit strange to say. It felt like he had married someone who lived far away. However, the martial arts training outside was unpredictable. 3 to 5 years might have passed in a flash. It was indeed the same as a daughter who married away and occasionally returned to her mother's house. Don't worry. You guys practice well on your own. Aizen smiled faintly as he waved at everyone. He then leaped into the air and soared straight into the sky with the dancing sky art, quickly disappearing into the vast clouds. In the clear blue sky, Aizen passed through layer after layer of thin clouds and mist. He kept moving forward against the moist vapor, which stuck to his hair's tips and quickly condensed into liquid droplets. There were still quite a few ancient martial arts schools on Earth. They might not be as strong as Aizen, but it's always beneficial to exchange knowledge. Aizen's first stop was the Orin Temple. So, after leaving the Great Azure Mountain, he turned around and rushed towards the Orin Temple. The Orin Temple was located in the southern hemisphere. It was a very ancient heritage, just like the Maple Leaf School in the same southern hemisphere. Legend had it that the Orin Temple was rebuilt on the foundation of the ancient Shelline Temple that had burned down. Aizen didn't know whether it was true or not, but he wasn't interested in finding out. However, there was no doubt that Orin Temple was one of the most powerful schools rarely found on Earth, and Master Hulin was a great martial arts master. As a place where Z-Fighter Krillin used to stay, the popularity of Orin Temple derived from this. However, it would be fair to say that the impression of Orin Temple was generally not good in Dragon Ball fans' eyes. This, of course, came from the hatred towards Harlequins. Several senior brothers of Krillin, who appeared in the original story, looked more like embroidered pillows that were knocked off the stage after 3 or 2 hits. They didn't have much to show, and even the Orin Temple itself was scandalized to some extent. Just after participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament held at Maple Island, Aizen knew that the Orin Temple couldn't be underestimated. There were quite a lot of masters in it. The cold wind whistled, and the seasons changed. A silhouette quickly crossed the sky, as the distant horizon took on a curved shape. Aizen had already arrived not far from the Orin Temple's location, as the quiet mountain forest was already close by. Located on a steep mountain, the Orin Temple was remote and often haunted by fierce beasts. The surrounding area was sparsely populated, with countless dangerous peaks, making transportation very inconvenient. The mountain path leading to the Orin Temple was paved with rocks, and it was dug along a cracked rock fault, winding to no end. At the top of that mountain, an ancient and towering temple stood there. "My name is Ma from Heavenly Sky School. I come here to pay my respects." The loud voice spread through the entire mountain with layers of echoes continuously resounding. After a moment of waiting outside, Ma saw the closed door open. A monk in yellow-colored robes came out. It was Wuding, who had fought with Ma at the World Martial Arts Tournament. "Ha ha, Ma, what brings you here? Please come in." Wuding's burly body moved to face Ma and greeted him warmly. Ma smiled indifferently. Like the best ancient inheritance, Orin Temple has always been hidden. "I came here today not only to visit Master Hulin, but I also want to get a little gain in terms of training." Wuding was surprised, but then he greeted Ma and led him into the temple. He found a monk and gave him a few instructions. After a year of not seeing each other, Wuding found that the gap in strength between himself and Ma hadn't shortened, but had become even larger. He then said to Ma "Master is discussing martial arts insight with a few elders. I'm afraid I'll have to wait a little while. In the meantime, I'll take you for a walk around the temple. I hope it's not going to bother you." Ma nodded lightly. Of course, he didn't object. He then strolled around the Orin Temple under Wuding's guidance. Although Orin Temple was located on the corner of a steep mountain range, the temple's space wasn't small. In addition to the temple for disciples to pray, there was also a large open space in the temple, which was a place for monks to practice martial arts. When Ma walked past with Wuding, he saw many monks lined up to hone their moves under the martial arts master's command. "You have quite a lot of people here." Ma pointed at the monks in the distance. The monks were neatly lined up in that area, all energetic and vibrant. There were hundreds of them, and the number alone was much greater than the Heavenly Sky School. Wuding smiled and said, "These are the newly arrived disciples. Please come this way." Wuding acted as a tour guide as he showed Ma around. "Ma, how do you practice your techniques? Why do I feel like I have less ability to see through you?" In the past, the gap between the two wasn't that big, so how come he couldn't see Ma profoundness at all after not seeing each other for a year? "If you also go outside to pursue your training and experience, you can also have the same martial arts level as me," Ma said as he watched. "This is the result of my training at the Sacred Land of Karin." Sacred Land of Karin? Wuding was surprised and remembered the name in his heart. As Ma was strolling around the Orin Temple, Master Hulin came out from the inner hall. When he saw Ma a faint and compelling aura suddenly came towards him. Master Hulin felt this astonishing light flashed in his eyes. A look of disbelief appeared on his treacherous face at the same time. This young man, how exactly does he do his training? Compared to when he was at the World Martial Arts Tournament, this young man in front of him was simply a different person in terms of aura and temperament. There was a hint of a master's presence. Master Hulin didn't dare to slow down and went forward hurriedly. "Master Hulin," Ma said calmly. He was a senior the last time they met, but now their identities had been reversed. With Master Hulin's power level was only 105, he could only be considered not bad in front of Ma right now. Master Hulin wasn't angry at all at Ma calm tone. Instead, he smiled and said incessantly, "Junior brother, please come inside." Chapter 63 Strong people always needed to be respected. This was an unchanging truth. Even though Ma looked very young, his martial arts were already ahead of everyone else. No matter how aloof they were, it was still the dignity of the strong ones. Not only would no one accuse them, but they would take it for granted. Ma only stayed in the Orin Temple for one day and left on the second day accompanied by Wuding and Master Hulin. In that one day, Ma fully interacted with Master Hulin and shocked everyone with his astounding strength. Surprisingly, no one in the entire Orin Temple was able to match him. He was so young, yet so much stronger than everyone else. A whole new legend seemed to be slowly taking shape. And the Orin Temple was just a stop in his path. Looking at Ma back as he gradually disappeared between the mountains and forests, Wuding was overwhelmed with emotion. The two who were able to fight each other not so long ago, but now he could only admire Ma. "Teacher, I think it's time for me to go out and have some training as well." Wuding's expression was very determined, as if he had made some sort of decision. Master Hulin said, "Have you thought about where to go?" Wuding was silent for a while, but then remembered what Ma had told him before. "Yes, I am preparing to go to the Sacred Land of Karin." Master Hulin nodded at the words. "Well, Sacred Land of Karin is the origin of martial arts. There is a Karin tower there, you can try to challenge it." Back then, I didn't manage to climb the current tower, so I hope you can succeed. Master Hulin also tried to challenge Karin Tower when he was young. However, with his strength at that time, he fell down halfway up because of physical exhaustion. So, after several unsuccessful attempts, he gave up. Now he pinned his hopes on Wuding's shoulders. Yes, I'll keep that in mind. Wuding clasped his hands together and silently bowed. Looking at Wuding's determined look, Master Hulin recalled his youthful days and smiled. As he looked out over the distant cloud-covered mountains, he was a little lost. On the other hand, after leaving Orin Temple, Maiyang continued to visit various schools according to his plan. It wouldn't be an easy task to blend 100 schools' strengths, and Maiyang was ready for a long struggle. Next, he visited the Cross-Fist School, which was similar to Heavenly Sky School. There were also many dojos in the area. Maiyang came directly to the door. This time he didn't reveal who is he. Instead, he used physical force to fight one-on-one, pushing the opponent to do his best. It was easy to offend people this way, but the gains were obviously becoming even greater. Maiyang didn't care about offending people. That was why the next thing he did was simply and brutally hit the doorstep and learn the best of all. At some point, a rumor began to spread in the martial arts world that a certain mad disciple was challenging all the great schools of martial arts. Several of the schools that were already in the news were all defeated by him, not knowing who he was. At first, everyone thought that the mad disciple wasn't strong enough to win a battle, but gradually, more and more masters were defeated. He defeated even some legendary masters. It only then did they realize that this disciple might be a legend. Maiyang's constant challenges had caused all schools to become alarmed and busy closing their doors. They were afraid that they would become the next target. At the same time, many of them also came back to their senses. Something was wrong. If this man was really trying to become famous, why would he hide his identity? It seemed that the rumors were unreliable after all. However, regardless if it was true, it was better not to get involved in this mess. One day, on a beach, the white waves lapped the shore, cracking into tiny splashes of water. Maiyang's eyes were slightly condensed, the ki in his whole body fused and gathered on his palm. With a new sound, a ball of light appeared on the palm. The bright and flawless color looked as translucent as a night pearl. However, this small ball of ki was gathered with most of the ki in Maiyang's body. After practicing for so long, I've finally managed to build this ki ball. Maiyang smiled at the corner of his mouth as he looked at the ki ball that was buzzing with a piercing sound. Suddenly, his arm shook, and he pushed forward with one hand heavenly sky beam. A surge of ki was violently emitted from his waist. The sparkling ki ball shook abruptly, transforming into the shape of a crescent moon. It spun and accelerated to its fullest, whooshing straight out along the surface of the sea. The sea's surface boiled with a sudden rush, splitting in half along the path where the heavenly sky beam was flying out. The subtle waves looked like the heat had burned them. It was vaporizing directly onto the extremely hot ki, accompanied by a blazing ball of fire rising into the sky as the blinding white light wrapped around the furious storm, spreading in all directions. Maiyang stood in the storm's sweeping spot, allowing the hurricane to hit him. This ki attack might be insignificant in the universe, and only equivalent to a normal blow from a martial arts alien. But at this stage on Earth, its power should be no weaker than Mute-Ido's Tri-Beam, or Thundershock Surprise. After watching the sea spray gradually calm down with satisfaction, Maiyang took a short break and prepared to leave. Just then a small boat floated on the sea. There was a figure on top of the boat, shouting at Maiyang, "Hey, are you the one who just released the ki wave? What kind of move was that? Can I see it again?" Upon hearing that, Maiyang stopped his preparations to leave and swept his gaze towards the small boat. It was an ordinary-looking young man, around 20 years old. He looked similar in age to Maiyang. He was carrying a cloth bag bundle behind him and had a remote outfit. However, upon examination, Maiyang let out a light sigh as he sensed a slight difference in that person's appearance. Interesting, he doesn't seem to be weak. Maiyang's face showed a trace of surprise. The small boat gradually approached. The person on the boat jumped in front of Maiyang. After that, regardless of whether Maiyang agreed or not, he unexpectedly attacked Maiyang directly. "Did you just attack me without permission?" A cold light flashed across Maiyang's face. With a sneer, his palm flew out, grasped the opponent's striking fist, and then threw it with a powerful swing, throwing the opponent out with his belongings. Then his body quickly flickered, rushing to the man before he could hit the ground. As his body floated down, his arm bent, and an iron fist slammed out. "Wah!" The man shouted wretchedly, but a roar caused his body to pause in the air. "Kamehameha!" The young man shouted strangely. His palms gathered together, and a beam of shining deep blue light ki waves blasted over towards Maiyang. Maiyang's eyes flashed with surprise, but his hands didn't pause. As he was facing the blasted ki wave, he immediately transferred his ki, his fingers stretched forward, and the faint beam shone light. Heavenly Sky Beam. The two ki met in the air, rumbling and crashing into a terrifying airfield. The atmosphere shook for a moment, and the ki's aftermath turned into an intense whirlwind spreading out. Chapter 64. At this time, Ma Yang had already roughly guessed the opponent's identity based on his attacking moves. If he combined it with the current year's background, the answer would be even more accurate. Hey, needless to say, this person in front of him must be the Master Roshi's proud disciple, Sun Gohan. However, Sun Gohan had attacked him without permission, which still made him feel very upset. To put it nicely, he must be straightforward, but to put it bluntly, he had no brains and was quite offensive. Did you really think you could just attack people and call it a spar? It was a spar only when both sides agreed. That was why Ma Yang was ready to teach his opponent a little lesson. After the ki wave subsided, Ma Yang constantly stepped in a void. His body was rapidly approaching Sun Gohan. As soon as Ma Yang got serious, Sun Gohan couldn't help himself. His body, which was already a bit flimsy from releasing the Kamehameha, could no longer maintain its balance. As Ma Yang's attack became unsettled, the difficult situation was unbearable. Boom. 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 The waves on the surface of the sea were split apart by a single blow. Sun Gohan's face began to turn pale with astonishment. Ma Yang's face was expressionless as he fought back and forth with Sun Gohan. He flew into the air, then immediately entering the bottom of the sea, and the whole surface of the sea was being churned up. A little while later, Sun Gohan collapsed on the sand like a dead fish. He was panting, his face bruised and purple, and his clothes were stripped. On the other side, Ma Yang was much better. Although his face was also a bit pale, his image was much better. Hey, I'm just saying hello to you. You don't have to be so cruel, do you? Sun Gohan cried out as he felt very unlucky. Ma Yang's face was cold. Is that how you greet people, by attacking without asking permission? Sun Gohan chuckled twice. My hands are itchy. I just saw you releasing ki waves, so I didn't hold back for a moment. I would say that your martial arts skills are not bad. Besides my master, you are the first one to fight me for so long, and you actually defeated me. Humphrey. Ma Yang snorted and took out his scouter to test Sun Gohan. The data he got was 143. What a great guys, they were all already more powerful than Master Roshi after decades. However, it was still a little bit less compared to his. Sun Gohan was definitely a talented character. In the original story, Son Goku, who easily defeated Mercenary Tao, was still defeated against Sun Gohan. Although Sun Gohan was aging at that time, his power level was still over 150. This time, he was still very young and wasn't far from his golden age. Upon seeing that Ma Yang didn't pay any attention to him, Sun Gohan laughed awkwardly. Ha ha ha, I'm Sun Gohan, a disciple of the Turtle School. I'm Ma Yang from the Heavenly Sky School, Ma Yang said indifferently. Yeah, are you Ma Yang, the winner of the last World Martial Arts Tournament? Sun Gohan was surprised, but then he nodded. With your strength being as strong as it is, it's reasonable for you to become the winner. It's a pity that my teacher didn't think I needed to participate in the last tournament. Otherwise, I would have met you much earlier. Luckily, you didn't participate last year. Otherwise, I wouldn't be a match for you at all, Ma Yang said in his heart. His strength had only improved by a huge leap after he had climbed the Karin Tower. A year ago, his power level was only 80, how could he be a match for Sun Gohan? It wouldn't be nice to be tortured back then. Hey, your ki just now was so powerful, is it called Heavenly Sky Bram? Can I see it again? Sun Gohan seemed to have a lot to say. His words kept bothering Ma Yang's ears. Ma Yang gave him a blank look. Do you still want to get beaten up? Sun Gohan smiled and quickly shut his mouth. Anyway, since you're Turtle School's disciple, if you're not training with your teacher, what are you planning to do out here now? Ma Yang asked. Sun Gohan replied, oh, my teacher thought I was ready to go out, so he sent me out to practice on my own. However, shortly after I went out to sea, I saw the ki wave you just unleashed, so I rode over here. Oh. Ma Yang nodded after he figured out that he was the one who had drawn Sun Gohan here. Sun Gohan said he had just started out, so that meant he hadn't planned to settle down in the Mount Paizu yet. Where are you planning to go? Sun Gohan touched his head and said honestly, I haven't thought about it yet. He suddenly thought of something and suggested with interest, however, I have suddenly thought of a good place. Are you interested in going with me to see it? What place? Ma Yang asked. Fortunatiller Bubba Palace. Sun Gohan shouted, I've heard from my teacher before that he has a sister living inside the desert. Fortunatiller Bubba knows a lot about the world, and she has 5 great masters there. I think we can challenge them. Ma Yang was impressed by the words. Legend had it that Fortunatiller Bubba knew everything about the Earth and had the ability to communicate with the other world. Many people would make a special trip to ask her for advice. That was why Ma Yang was impressed by Sun Goen's offer. It was just that the masters at Fortunatiller Bubba's place seemed quite average. Are you sure the masters there are great? Sun Goen was confused at the words. I've heard that there are many other races there, even those from the other world, so it should be very powerful. Alright, then, it would be good to go over and take a look. Actually, Ma Yang wasn't planning to go there, but then he realized no other place could grow his strength on Earth except for the lookout. So why not go over to Fortunatiller Bubba's palace? Maybe he could gain something. The two of them hit it off and decided to go to Fortunatiller Bubba Palace. Fortunatiller Bubba Palace was located on top of a dry river. It had once been an oasis, but it turned into a desert all around with the change of climate. When Ma Yang and Sun Goen approached the desert, a hot wave of air swept over them. The temperature soared to over 40 degrees. It's just ahead. The two flew ahead according to the map. Soon an oasis appeared in front of them, with a clear lake in the middle. Fortunatiller Bubba Palace was in the middle of it, with a few coconut trees planted around it. As soon as they stepped into Fortunatiller Bubba Palace, the hot air outside disappeared like magic. A pleasant breeze blew in, which felt like a spring breeze. Ma Yang couldn't help but be shocked. Judging from the changes in the surrounding environment, this Fortunatiller Bubba was indeed good at something. Chapter 65 Huh? After officially stepping onto Fortunatiller Bubba Palace, Ma Yang and Sun Goen clearly felt that the air was filled with a mysterious power that they had never seen before. It didn't seem like it was from the earth. Inevitably, Ma Yang began to look at the Fortunatiller Bubba squarely. It didn't seem like she could live for so many years because she had coincidentally eaten the elixir of immortality. Everyone line up, and don't crowd. If you don't follow the rules, you'll be disqualified. A ghostly thing floated in the air with a pointy hat on its head, directing a group of people at the entrance. Look, it looks like a ghost. Sun Goen whispered. Ma Yang took a closer look. What is it? It seems like it's simply a ghost. Fortunatiller Bubba has the ability to travel between the other world and the world of the living. Her skill is truly remarkable to have a ghost working for her. In the middle of the conversation, Ma Yang and Sun Goen walked to the back of the crowd and started to line up. Most of these people who came to Fortunatiller Bubba Palace were famous and wealthy people worldwide. They were looking for treasure or valuables and wanted to have Fortunatiller Bubba give them divination. However, no matter how powerful and influential they were, they had to line up and behave properly in Fortunatiller Bubba Palace. Look at those two, TSK, they actually came empty-handed. They really don't know how to be polite. A wealthy man with a suitcase laughed and talked to the next person who was also in line. Yeah, if you dare to come without money, you'll definitely be blasted out by Fortunatiller Bubba later. Some others who felt good about themselves laughed disdainfully. They straightened their backs and acted like successful people. Because Fortunatiller Bubba charged a hefty commission for each divination, this wasn't a place where poor people should come. Those who were in line right now were almost all dressed in suits and clanky shoes. Many of them even brought more than one bodyguard with them. Cut it out. You guys don't need to say anything. Maybe people are planning to have their fees waived by Fortunatiller Bubba through the challenge route? A skinny rich man with a crotch sneered out of the corner of his eye. Ha ha ha, with their little arms and legs, they want to pass the challenge too? I don't think anyone in the world could ever pass Fortunatiller Bubba challenge. The reason Fortunatiller Bubba set up the challenge was just to give those poor people some illusions. Ooh. I also saw a 2-meter tall, strong man trying to challenge the Fortunatiller Bubba warrior the last time I was here, and guess what? What? It was a complete disaster in the first round. Ha 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 ha. A group of rich people, who were of the same stench, chatted and laughed at each other's jokes. It seemed like they could be superior by making fun of the poor. Those bastards. Anger appeared on Sun Goen's face. He waved his fist as he planned to go up and beat them up. Ma Yang looked at them coldly and shook his head gently. Don't be impulsive. Why bother with this bunch of trash? Certain people have money to spend anyway. Sun Goen? What are you talking about, kid? A rich man with a big belly got annoyed. His bodyguards immediately surrounded him. Huh? With a sweep of Ma Yang's eyes, the cold humming sounded like a thunderbolt exploding in his ears. The rich man's devilish face suddenly turned pale. You! What are you guys waiting for? Go on and teach them a lesson. The rich man yelled in annoyance. However, when he regained consciousness, he suddenly heard a puffy sound, and his bodyguards had all collapsed to the ground. Ah, what are you doing? Don't come here. This is Fortunatiller Bubba Palace. The rich man saw Ma Yang keep approaching. He was scared to death and fell on his ass. Ma Yang came in front of him and looked at him despicably. Didn't you hear what I just said? Some people have money to take, but no life to spend. It seems like it was referring to you. You want to kill me? The rich man reacted, looking frightened. You're the one who jumped out at me. The rich man opened his mouth. He was speechless. What? Nothing. The rich man looked at his fallen bodyguard. The other rich men retreated in fear of getting into trouble, were in tears. You got a nice case. Ma Yang suddenly moved his gaze away and pointed at the suitcase on the floor. Sir, since you like this suitcase, I can give it to you. It's not good, is it? Ma Yang gave him a stern look. Money is a possession outside of my body. It would be my honor for you to see it. The rich man looked righteous, but couldn't hide the guilty sweat on his forehead. If that's the case, then I will not reluctantly to do so, he said, and lifted up the suitcase on the ground, heading back to Sun Gohan. He then said to Sun Gohan, look, there were people who said we were empty-handed earlier. Now that we've stretched our muscles a bit, we have everything, don't we? Hey, it's pretty heavy, Ma Yang said as he shook the box in his hand. Beads of sweat appeared on Sun Gohan's forehead. You just told me not to be impulsive. Why did you rush out yourself? Stupid, I'm telling you not to be impulsive because I'm afraid you're going to beat them up, but don't get anything back. When you think about it, wouldn't that be a real loss? You have to think about everything, and impulsiveness won't solve the problem. Sun Gohan suddenly came to his senses and slapped his head, so that's why. Okay, I understand now. A naive boy. Ugh, you people. Can you please stop arguing at my door? An old sigh came from an old woman in a black witch's uniform sitting on top of a crystal ball floated over. Her wrinkled face drooped somewhat, looking like a ghost from a distance. Fortunatiller Bubba, help me, please. These two insolent people are trying to provoke the rules you have laid down. They are also stealing the gifts I was going to mourn you in your palace. Seeing Fortunatiller Bubba appeared, the rich man, acting as if he had found a savior. He immediately crawled over. Fortunatiller Bubba ignored his cries and waved her hand to call guards. Someone, drag him away. I don't want this guy here, and the ones next to him, throw them out. Fortunatiller Bubba, I'm not breaking any rules, please let me go. The several rich men who opened their mouths to taunt earlier suddenly turned pale as they begged for mercy. However, the guards wouldn't listen to them. They picked them up directly and threw them out into the desert. The hot sand suddenly burned those rich men's snot and tears, and they had no choice but to run away in disgrace. Ma Yang was now staring at that old woman. To be exact, he was staring at a large crystal ball beneath her. It looked like a crystal ball on top of Karin Tower. She is Master Roshi's old sister, Fortunatiller Bubba. A huge figure in the universe called Master Zuno emerged in Ma Yang's mind. Master Zuno knew everything in the universe, while Fortunatiller Bubba knew everything on Earth. You two boys are very disrespectful. Well, you're the disciple of that Roshi guy. Fortunatiller Bubba looked at Ma Yang and Sun Gohan and immediately knew a lot. Never mind, you two come with me. As if she had already seen their intentions, Fortunatiller Bubba didn't ask any more questions. She turned and walked towards the palace. Ma Yang and Sun Gohan looked at each other and followed her. Phew. It's a good thing we didn't talk much before, or else we would have been disqualified from the divination like those people. After a few people disappeared, the other rich men in line shook their heads in fear. They were glad that they hadn't been as talkative as the ones before. The people who came here were either seeking wealth or looking for opportunities to grow. None of them wanted to lose their chance. Yeah, if I get disqualified, I won't be able to find the underground gold mines. Nilius has lost a lot. The mine in his possession has not yet been contemptible, so it must belong to me. Chapter 66. While the people outside were talking, Fortunatiller Bubba brought Ma Yang and Sun Gohan to a ring above the lake's center. Boy, you two are going to challenge my warriors. Hey, there aren't much more powerful earthlings above your level anymore, but you guys have me here. Fortunatiller Bubba laughed, her husky voice a little creepy. If you can defeat two of my warriors here, I'll do a free fortune telling for each of you. Ma Yang was stunned and asked, don't you have to defeat 5 people? Fortunatiller Bubba looked at him with a sour expression. There are only 2. I don't have that many experts here. It was still hard for me to find them. Ordinary experts are meaningless to you, even if I have 2 or 3 more. That was right, Ma Yang nodded his head. Let's make an agreement beforehand. Even if you guys succeed in the challenge, I'll only give you 1 fortune telling. So you can't rely on this challenge to keep me giving you fortune telling. Fortunatiller Bubba had set up the rules of the challenge just to add a little fun. She was never thinking of giving free fortune telling for people. She is such a person who sees money as life. After listening to Fortunatiller Bubba's words, Ma Yang had a clearer understanding of her greedy character. She and her siblings, Master Roshi, were really strange. One was greedy for money, and the other was lustful. In addition, Master Shen and his brother Mercenary Tao were sinister and vicious. These 4 people who had lived long lives, none of them were normal. Fortunatiller Bubba, the guests have come. At this moment, the ghost man next to her walked closer. Fortunatiller Bubba nodded her head and said, "My guests are already here, so don't be surprised later." After saying that, Fortunatiller Bubba glanced at the palace entrance, as 2 figures came out of that passage. One of them was not very tall and had a white beard. However, what attracted people's attention, in particular, was that red Wu printed on his chest. As for the other man, he looked like an old man, but his body was covered with wonderful ripples, which made it hard to see his face. Are these the masters that Fortunatiller Bubba was talking about? How could they be 2 old people? Son Gohan could clearly see the 2 of them and was really worried that he might accidentally kill them. Don't be careless. We might lose over them today. Ma Yang looked condensed since those 2 people came out. Son Gohan was very surprised at what he heard. What, you mean we can't beat them? Ma Yang nodded. Look at the light circling their heads. That's the sign of the other world people. Son Gohan sucked out a breath of cold air. You're saying those 2 old men are dead? Yes. Ma Yang's gaze swept over those 2 people. He had already guessed the identity of the one with the red Wu character on his chest. If he wasn't mistaken, that person should be Muteido, who had personally sealed the great demon King Piccolo over 250 years ago. As for the other person, he was even more mysterious, and Ma Yang couldn't guess at the moment. Hey, when he was young, the great demon King Piccolo had almost 260 power levels, and Muteido was no match for him. That was why it was only through painstaking training of the evil containment wave that Muteido could seal him off. But then again, Muteido power level that time was over 200, to say the least. Saving the Earth was his great achievement. After entering the other world, Muteido had also retained his physical body and could still continue to practice in the other world. However, after 250 years of hard training in the other world, where there were so many powerful people, how much Muteido's strength had grown. Ma Yang couldn't estimate. The next battle would be fascinating and exciting. Upon thinking of this, Ma Yang's blood was faintly boiling. Haha, it looks like someone has already recognized us, Muteido. That old man who was standing beside Muteido said gently. Muteido smiled and looked at the 2 young men not too far away. That young man is called Ma Yang, right? His eyesight is indeed good. Fortunatiller Bubba sat in a crystal ball and floated up to the 2 men. I'm tired, Muteido said softly. Fortunatiller Bubba said politely, no problem. Don't worry about it. In front of her, the old man was the teacher of her younger brother, Master Roshi, who was also considered her teacher. Also, Fortunatiller Bubba had a close relationship with Muteido's daughter, Wu Fanfan, back then. So in every aspect, Muteido could be considered her elder. Kid, you're a disciple of Turtle School, so your opponent is Grandmaster Muteido. Do well, and don't let anyone down. Fortunatiller Bubba floated back to the center of the ring and said to Son Gohan. Muteido? Son Gohan pronounced the name confusedly. He felt the name was somewhat familiar. Suddenly, as he remembered who Muteido was, he pointed at Muteido with his trembling fingers. Are you Master Muteido, the one who sealed the great demon King Piccolo? That's correct. You're Roshi's disciple, right? It's great, you're not as jumpy as Roshi, but your strength has completely surpassed him, even me. When I was your age, I wasn't even comparable to you. Muteido laughed lightly. Overall he was very satisfied with Son Gohan. After all, Son Gohan was still young. Upon hearing Muteido praise him, his entire body stiffened and stammered, Grandmaster. Grandmaster, you're too kind. Muteido waved his hand. Alright, aren't you going to challenge the warriors here? Now I'll be your opponent, put out your full strength, don't worry about hurting me. I can handle that strength of yours. Yes, yes. Son Gohan nodded his head repeatedly and said yes loudly. His opponent was Grandmaster Muteido. Winning or losing had become unimportant. He was sure he could learn a lot from this battle. Fortunatiller Bubba, Grandmaster Muteido is a figure from over 200 years ago. It wouldn't be such a coincidence for him to be here today. Did you know we would come over? As Son Gohan prepared to fight Muteido, Ma Yang walked up to Fortunatiller Bubba's side. Souls from the other world could only return to the world of the living for one day. Ma Yang felt that no matter how lucky he was, he wouldn't just happen to stumble upon the day when Muteido returned to Earth. The only explanation was Fortunatiller Bubba prearranged these. Just like in the original story, when Son Goku met Son Gohan. Fortunatiller Bubba laughed, and her slumped skin squeezed together even more creepily. There are only very few things on this planet that this old woman doesn't know about. Isn't it exactly what you wish to get when you want to fight a powerful person? Did you really arrange this? Ma Yang was stunned. What? Don't you trust Fortunatiller Bubba's skills? I also know that you killed mercenary Tao with your own hands 6 months ago. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. I'm not fond of those two Crane School brothers, either. Fortunator Bubba set aside. Ma Yang nodded. As long as this matter wasn't exposed, it wouldn't attract Master Shen. Then a sudden flash of clarity flashed through his mind. He looked at the old man beside him. Since Master Mutaido was Sun Goen's elder, then the one next to him, could it be he was the elder of Heavenly Sky School? It just so happened that the old man also turned his attention to him. Ma Yang was shocked, but he quickly smiled. Chapter 67. With a doubt arose in his heart, Ma Yang looked at the old man beside him, and the feeling became completely different. He didn't care about it before, but now he seemed to see something familiar in that old man when he looked again. Could he really be an elder of the Heavenly Sky School? Ma Yang pondered. However, he knew that this was by no means a bad thing when he thought about it. Somehow, facing his school's ancestor, even if the ancestor were already dead, his brain was a little numb. Forget it. I didn't want this. Turning his attention to the martial arts ring, by now, Sun Goen was standing side by side with Mutaido. They were both in fight mode. At this moment, the atmosphere on the ring was extremely oppressive. It was as if an invisible cyclone surrounded the two of them in a trance, causing them to become somewhat misty. There was a slight tremor in the air. Neither of them on the martial arts ring took the lead to attack first. Ma Yang saw Sun Goen's body start to move constantly, as if looking for an angle to attack, and yet after some time passed, there was no movement. There was even sweat seeping out from Sun Goen's forehead. He is truly worthy of being Grandmaster Mutaido. This composure is simply unmatched. On the martial arts ring, Sun Goen was panicking. Whenever he met Mutaido's seemingly smiling eyes from the opposite side, he had the feeling that Mutaido had seen all of his moves, causing him to wonder where to start. Across from him, Mutaido looked calm. He was always smiling calmly, and with an unruffled face, he turned his body as Sun Goen shifted. Before the battle had even begun, Sun Goen was in a predicament. The difference between the two of them is too big. Ma Yang looked at it seriously. It would be impossible to perceive Mutaido's key strength. From what Ma Yang saw, Mutaido's strength and martial arts knowledge were far above Sun Goen's. This battle would be a tough one for Sun Goen. After stagnating for a while, Sun Goen finally decided to attack. At the same time, Mutaido's body started to move just as Sun Goen attacked him. Then the crackling and fierce sounds of fighting were heard continuously. The rocks on the ground started to crack, bursting out small stones in the surroundings. Click. Click. The two flashes of light collided and staggered apart. With every pause, they exploded into a strong cyclone that blew the surrounding lake into waves. This was a relatively advanced fight. The ordinary martial arts practitioner could no longer see their movements. Luckily, no one present was an idler. Ma Yang's eyes kept rotating, his vision following Sun Goen and Mutaido's movements, constantly switching angles. Sun Goen's start was good, but the next situation is detrimental. Ma Yang looked focused, his eyebrows furrowed slightly. Sun Goen had used all of his strength on the martial arts ring. All sorts of strange tricks were being used endlessly. However, facing every Sun Goen's attacks, Mutaido seemed as if he had predicted it. His figure shifted slightly to dodge them, not to mention that he was using Sun Goen's ki to counterattack. Upon searching for the straightness in the curve, accumulated and then released it. This technique called borrowing the strength to strike people and using it to move 1,000 pounds with 4 twists. The whole process was easy and effortless, giving people an indescribable enjoyment. Pang! 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 There were rumbling sounds of breaking and crashing alternated with each other, coming in rhythm like a music performance. It was like time had lost its meaning over them at this moment. The two often engaged in dozens of battles in the blink of an eye. From time to time, the ground and the air shone with a blinding light, as if there were countless fists intertwined with each other. Fortunator Bubba smiled. It's been many years since I've seen such an exciting battle. Today is a rare occasion. Next to her, the old man named Noah gazed at the ring and said calmly, that young man named Sun Goen is very good, but unfortunately, he is a bit young. His strength alone is not enough to face Mutaido. Ma Yang nodded, agreed. From the beginning of the battle until now, he also saw some doorways. The battle on the ring was intense. In fact, Sun Goen had fallen into Mutaido's rhythm. This was quite scandalous in a battle. Once the rhythm was lost, it was extremely easy to fall into a beneficial opponent's situation. Both mental and physical energy would be consumed at an accelerated rate. If he couldn't break free and wrestle back, he wasn't far from losing. Seeing this, Ma Yang sighed. He knew Sun Goen couldn't win. Compared to Mutaido, Sun Goen was far behind in both experience and strength. He then thought, what would be the result if he were in Sun Goen's place? I'm going to lose. This answer was undoubted, which also made Ma silent. Even after so many years of training, his strength was only a notch above Sun Goen's, and to be honest, he really had never experienced such a top-level battle. In other words, if he were to face Mutaido himself, it would be the same situation. Well, he was worthy of being a Grandmaster Mutaido. The fact that he continued to practice even in the other world was compelling. The battle between the two men on the martial arts ring had reached its climax. Each of them displayed their best moves Kamehameha. Sun Goen shouted and launched the ki wave in his hand. Mutaido was surprised but smiled when he faced the furiously sweeping Kamehameha as if he hadn't used his real power throughout. He only took a step backward, placed both hands gently in front of him, and sipped lightly. Tri-beam. Correspondingly, more majestic ki than Kamehameha rose into the sky. In front of the terrifying tri-beam, Sun Goen's Kamehameha was like a weak kindergarten child. The tri-beam attacked Sun Goen and instantly devoured the Kamehameha, while the ki continued to approach him. When Sun Goen saw this, his face turned pale. He gritted his teeth to make another desperate move. He roared, thunder shock surprise. Wow, a flash of electric light flickered for a moment, and endless pale golden light wrapped around Sun Goen's palm, probing over towards the tri-beam. Okay. There are 2 strikes. Mutaido's eyes glowed, then shouted, then watch this move. A beautiful arc was seen as his palm turned in the void and pushed forward across the sky. The power of the tri-beam was suddenly strengthened by several times. Sun Goen's heart ached. The thunder shock surprise's ki directly dissipated, and his entire body was now blasted away. Sun Goen flipped over a dozen times in the air continuously. He landed in a mess, and at this point, Mutaido appeared behind him. Sun Goen had lost. Seeing this, Ma shook his head regretfully. In his heart, however, he was satisfied. Although he already knew that the end of this fight was doomed, the process was still breathtaking to watch. Mutaido had his hands behind his back and smiled. Kid, you've even learned the thunder shock surprise. The ki wave you just used is a great technique invented by Roshi. The move is not bad. It's just a pity that the ki force is a bit low. Sun Goen smiled bitterly and said, Grandmaster, I've lost. I'm not a match for you at all. Ha ha ha, don't underestimate yourself. I've been practicing only a few hundred years more than you. As soon as Sun Goen heard that, he would definitely reach this level if he were to practice for a few hundred years. He then regained his confidence on his face and politely bowed towards Mutaido. Alright, Grandmaster Mutaido wins this fight. Sun Goen, you stand aside first. Fortunatiller Bubba announced the results of the match, then shifted her eyes to Ma side. The old man named Noah nodded and said, It's our turn to play. Chapter 68. Upon hearing this, Ma nodded solemnly in his heart and leaped forward onto the martial arts ring. Ma didn't dare to be reckless in dealing with this mysterious old man. Therefore, from the moment he climbed onto the martial arts ring, he fought with all his strength. The whirlwind suddenly rose and surrounded his body. However, in front of Ma Klinging's battle intent, this old man, Noah, had his hands behind his back. He made no preparations and was as calm and relaxed as Mutaido, showing a faint smile. Awesome. Lightly glancing towards his opponent, Ma eyes shrank sharply. Just from that clouded attitude, he was filled with the confident style of a martial arts practitioner. With a slight frown on his brow, Ma deliberated on the timing of his attack. Suddenly his body leaned forward slightly, and his toe muscles trembled. He exerted a sudden force, cracking the blue and white stone slab beneath his feet with 2 radiating fractures, and the fine stones flew out abruptly. With his strength, Ma dived at high speed, attacking Noah, who was not far away. Wow, his body shot out like lightning, leaving behind a long afterimage. After that, he raised his fist. The tip of his fist against the air resounded with a muffled sound. Ha ha, come on. Upon facing Ma menacing attack, Noah moved his body. His figure swooshed and disappeared as Ma attack fell. He reappeared on Ma side and threw his palm over as if it was covering the sky. That was fast. Ma was shocked. His eyes popped out with a brilliant light. He was quickly changing direction to defend his opponent's attack. The purpose of the offense is to react at this critical moment. A little slow. Noah smiled. A pair of arms that didn't look like a palm of an old man stuck out, and suddenly seemed enchanted. Ma was horrified to find that his opponent's hands unexpectedly carried over his body. Then a palm slapped out. Ma couldn't dodge it and was struck in the chest with a thud. His chest was in pain, and his body sliced through a beautiful arc in the air. In the air, Ma hurriedly opened his arms. His body violently vibrated. The powerful strength spread out, causing his body to stagnate in the air before leaping downwards and landing back on the ring. Young man, your eyesight is still not good enough. You need to practice. As soon as the words fell, Noah disappeared once again. At this time, Maiyang's entire body emitted a bright light. His fist wrapped around a stream of ki. He turned around and fiercely struck in one direction. With a muffled thud, Maiyang's fist was taken by a palm. Not bad with the improvement, but still not enough. The old man named Noah praised as his next attack became even more fierce. Swish, swish, swish. Maiyang even flashed his body to avoid Noah's attack. This Noah guy looked dry and thin, with a pale face, but the way he fought wasn't like an old man at all. The waves of attacks came one after another, like a wolf and tiger, constantly roaring and shrieking. Several flashes in a row, making Maiyang's forehead seeped sweat. He retreated one after another, withdrawing dozens of meters in a row. Still, Noah pursued him relentlessly, not giving him any time to rest. Heavenly Sky Beam. Maiyang looked gloomy and gave a sullen sigh. As he raised his hand, a crescent-shaped ki wave swung out. The thin air blade shined with radiant light and attacked towards Noah. When Noah saw it, the corners of his eyebrows furrowed, and the same attack came over. Heavenly Sky Beam. A beam of light pierced through the void and crashed frontally on top of Maiyang's Heavenly Sky Beam. The atmosphere above boiled up, spreading endless scales in all directions. Sure enough, it's the Heavenly Sky School's technique. Maiyang subconsciously narrowed his eyes. However, he couldn't care about that at this point. Tuk tuk tuk, the two of them were soon battling again after a collision. Only to see two short streaks of light and shadow on the martial arts ring kept clashing, and a shuddering drumbeat shocked the mind. Maiyang looked heavy. His eyes were swirling with his opponent's trajectory, and he struck when he saw an opportunity. One punch, two punches, three punches, bang bang bang. Swish. When the fist struck the martial arts ring, the sand flew away, and a huge pit appeared on the flat martial arts ring. It was like a thunderous rumble. Not bad. It's a powerful and ruthless shot, but that alone isn't enough. Noah took the iron fist blasted by Maiyang over and over again with a smile on his face, making comments from time to time. Okay. Awesome. Sun Gohan gulped, unable to see what was happening in the ring anymore. So this is Maiyang's true strength. He was merciful before. I don't know who that person across from him is, but he isn't a match even for Maiyang. Sun Gohan looked horrified as he spoke with a shaky voice due to astonishment. When he had met with Maiyang on the beach, Sun Gohan thought that Maiyang was only a little more powerful than him. However, after watching the current battle, he realized how much of a difference it was. Maiyang's ki may only be a little higher than his, but whether it was his fighting skills or his grasp of timing, he was far above him. Maybe if he really fought with Maiyang, he'd be spiked in a few shots. Sun Gohan swallowed his saliva, his scalp felt a little numb. How exactly did he train himself? That young man called Maiyang is deeply aware of Karin's essence. He will surpass me in no time. Muteido lamented beside him. Sun Gohan asked, Grandmaster, is Karin you are talking about is the immortal who lives above the Karin Tower? You mean? Maiyang had received guidance from immortal Karin? Muteido nodded, that's right. If you have time, it would be good for you to go to the Karin Tower as well. As he said that, Muteido was somewhat nostalgic. He seemed to recall the scene when he was training hard on the Karin Tower to practice the evil containment wave. Sun Gohan nodded and took Maiyang's words to heart. He then returned his attention to the martial arts ring again. At this time, on top of the martial arts ring, Noah had already seen Maiyang's background and nodded, it's okay, I already know your strength. To be able to reach this level at this age, you've already met my requirements. Maiyang took the opportunity to ask, are you the senior of the Heavenly Sky School? Although he had doubted in the beginning that this old man in front of him could be a senior in his own school, it wasn't until the old man used his Heavenly Sky Beam that he's sure that Noah was the senior of the Heavenly Sky School. Oh, you could say that I'm the Heavenly Sky School senior, but I'd rather you call it the Kami School. Noah smiled. Maiyang was astonished, Kami School? Yes, Kami School. Just when Maiyang was surprised, Noah shook his head, as for why it's called that, I think you'll know soon enough. In the meantime, I'll let you see the real gap between you and the strongest. As soon as the words fell, Noah's look became serious. He then stopped playing with Maiyang. His figure suddenly flickered, disappearing directly from Maiyang's sight. Chapter 69 Is he gone? Outside the ring, Sun Gohan wiped his eyes. Master Noah is finally making his move. Muteido's expression was severe. Even Muteido had to address him as master, so it was easy to imagine how great this guy named Noah was. Maiyang was busy observing the surroundings, looking for signs of his opponent. However, his opponent seemed to have disappeared with complete invisibility. No matter how hard Maiyang searched, he was unable to find his tracks. Senior Noah couldn't have left this ring. He must still be near the martial arts ring. Maayang was cautiously on guard. Since there was nothing around, he could only be in the sky. As soon as this thought crossed from the bottom of his mind, Maayang's eyes hurriedly looked towards the sky. There was none. Apart from a few white clouds in the clear sky, there wasn't a trace of Noah at all. Where on earth had he run off to? Maayang's brain was spinning fast. Suddenly, an old voice sounded in his ears. "Young man, I'm here." There was a movement in the void, and Noah's figure suddenly flashed out. Maayang was horrified. He suddenly realized that Senior Noah hadn't actually disappeared. He had been standing right where he was. He was clearly standing right in front of him. He had just been shrouded in a very mysterious atmosphere that made people unconsciously ignore his presence. At this time, Maayang thought of those profound legacies of the Heavenly Sky School that Isaac had handed over to him, and his mind was suddenly enlightened. This was the Heavenly Sky School's use of spiritual power, which was also different from the public's training. The martial arts on Earth focused on the training of ki, and other schools were simply practicing ki. Perhaps Turtle School and Crane School had a spiritual practice portion because they had inherited the Mutai-Ido's martial arts, but they were very superficial. Only the Heavenly Sky School had a completely different understanding of ki, emphasizing spiritual practice and ki training. At that time, he still wondered if Heavenly Sky School was overly concerned with essence, which led to an overinterpretation of ki, striving for perfection to the point where it was stuck in a narrow alley, nitpicking and unable to extricate itself. Now, it seemed that I was still too young and naive at that time. The Heavenly Sky School wasn't going down the wrong path, but the other people just couldn't understand its depth because they couldn't see the flowers in the fog. Maayang suddenly laughed. So there's still this kind of use of spiritual power. When he thought about it carefully, he should be grateful to the Heavenly Sky School's training. Wasn't it because of the Heavenly Sky School's training that he was able to open the acceleration space? After he figured this out, Maayang's face showed a hint of excitement. He then calmed down and put what he had learned into action, darting over towards Noah with a flash. Noah smiled and shook his head. He stretched out a finger, flicked it in the void, and pounced on it. Although it didn't make contact, Maayang's entire body flew backward. As soon as he landed, Maayang rubbed his forehead, which had been flicked by Noah's fingers, and dived again to accelerate. Noah cut an arc again. This time, Maayang was even worse. He was directly bounced outside the martial arts ring. After falling outside of the ring, Maayang suddenly thought of Mr. Popo on the lookout for some reason. The person in front of him had an extremely similar attack technique to Mr. Popo. Both were hitting people lightly. In the original Dragon Ball story, Mr. Popo's character was afraid that he was the most severely overlooked supporting character. Alright, let's end it here. After saying that, Noah nodded towards Fortunatiller Bubba. Fortunatiller Bubba got the message and floated to the center of the martial arts ring with her crystal ball. Oh my, Maayang and Sun Gohan. You all failed the challenge, so it seems that I can't give you any divination. Maayang jumped up from underneath the martial arts ring and asked, Fortunatiller Bubba, may I ask them? These two are indeed your seniors. Needless to say, Grandmaster Mutai-Ido is Master Roshi's master, and as for Master Noah. Fortunatiller Bubba looked towards the white-haired Noah, her eyes filled with respect. This one is the master and the founder of your school. He is also the previous Kami. The founder of the Heavenly Sky School? The previous Kami. Fortunatiller Bubba's words fell on Maayang's heart. It was like throwing a boulder at a lake, creating huge waves in his heart. The founder of the Heavenly Sky School was actually a Kami? The sudden news startled Maayang. There were only a few information about the previous Kami throughout the story, which was only mentioned in the current Kami words. This was because the previous Kami saw an evil thought within the son of Namkiankidas, which eventually split the great demon King Piccolo and caused the catastrophe 250 years ago. However, Maayang didn't dare to delude himself by connecting the previous Kami to his school. However, he knew that a senior of his school had once lived in the lookout, either as a disciple of the Kami or as the Kami himself. Based on the impression that the Heavenly Sky School was decadent, Maayang was, of course, more inclined to the former. Being able to climb up to the lookout and receive training from the Kami was a legend in the Earth's martial arts world. This was more consistent with the common people's logic. How could they dare to go one step further and covet the throne of the Kami? However, the news he received now was so hefty. How could it not surprise him? Maayang asked in shock, You are the founder of the Heavenly Sky School? Noah, no. The previous Kami nodded. Yes, the Heavenly Sky School was indeed created by me to select a new Kami. Unfortunately, in the end, no one was able to meet my requirements. No wonder he was willing to call the Heavenly Sky School Kami School. It was because he was a Kami himself, and the purpose of creating the Heavenly Sky School was to select a new Kami. It's unbelievable. Maayang shook his head emotionally. Sun Gohan was now dumbfounded. He then asked Mutaido, Grandmaster, are there really kami in this world? Muatito said, yes, there is an even more sacred place above Current Tower, which is the lookout. You can go there to practice later. Then, the previous kami, Noah, shouted and threw an object towards Maayang and Sun Goen's side. It was a bell, which Maayang subconsciously caught. He took and saw it was a string of delicate bells. Kami Noah said, I know you have already passed the Current Tower's test. This is a token to go to the lookout. If you take it to Current Tower, he will send you to the lookout. As for the young man next to you named Sun Goen, he can temporarily practice on Current Tower for a while. Am I qualified to go to the lookout now? Maayang asked. He had previously received a promise from the Karan that he would be allowed to go up to the lookout to practice whenever he was suitable. Now that he had Kami Noah's approval, he could ascend the lookout at any time. Was this the benefit of having a supporting background? His own ancestor. A former kami, was he giving him a backdoor? Noah smiled, you are qualified. Only the training on the lookout can help you. This universe is so big, the Earth is like a drop in the ocean. We, Earthlings, have limited potential. It is bound to take a lot more than just uncovering and developing good seedlings. Maayang thought deeply. In the entire universe, the Earthling's physical strength could only be described as weak. However, he possessed the acceleration space as his cheating tool. He was always walking on thin ice, fearing that his strength would be stagnant one day. Grandmaster, and Senior Kami, did you come to Earth this time to test us? Sun Goen, who was beside him, soothed in shock and asked. Chapter 70. Yes, as far as I know, people from the other world can't easily come to the world of the living. Even if they do, it's only for a day. Maayang said, as his eyes looked towards Fortunatiller Bubba. He had learned that Mutaido and Kami Noa could come to the world of the living because of her. So, what the purpose of their special trip is really to test their junior's strength? At that moment, Fortunatiller Bubba said, hey, it's all thanks to me. I have brought them here. Sun Goen asked strangely, Fortunatiller Bubba, why did you do that? Oh, it's a foretelling. Fortunatiller Bubba jumped down from the top of her crystal ball, because I've been dreaming of strange things lately, which might be a bad premonition. I went to the other world to seek answers. It just so happened that I ran into Grandmaster Mutaido and Kami Noa at that time, so I invited them to come with me to the world of the living. Fortunatiller Bubba's ability to enter and leave the other world was considered an inheritance. She was very popular in the other world herself. She would often go into the other world to serve as a guide for others there. Legend had it that her abilities were related to an inn from the Mount 5 element, the closest place to the other world. Even Fortunatiller Bubba's crystal ball might have come from there. Fortunatiller Bubba, what was that unpleasant vision you were talking about? Maayang recalled the details of the original story. The only disaster on Earth before the story started was when Great Demon King Piccolo dominated the world. However, that was more than 250 years ago. It was long past, and there wasn't any other disaster after that until the beginning of the story. Fortunatiller Bubba shook her head, I'm not sure about that, maybe it's my illusion. Maayang nodded his head lightly and didn't ask any further questions. Kami Noa then took up Fortunatiller Bubba's words, at that time, Mutaido and I happened to haven't been back to the world of the living for hundreds of years. We wanted to come back to visit. When Fortunatiller Bubba extended an invitation to us, we agreed and asked Fortunatiller Bubba to perform a fortune telling to choose the day you came specifically. Alright, we only have one day. So, as your ancestors, we should teach you some things that you must remember. With that, Kami Noa and Mutaido looked at each other. Fortunatiller Bubba smiled as well and returned to the main hall with her ghostly servant, giving Kami Noa and Mutaido time. Goen, you come with me. Mutaido waved towards Sun Goen. Sun Goen ascended respectfully at the words, yes, Grandmaster Mutaido. Mutaido then led Sun Goen under a coconut tree next to the ring to teach him his own martial arts techniques alone. He was leaving the other side of the ring for Kami Noa and Maayang. After Mutaido left, Kami Noa was silent for a while, then opened his mouth to introduce the universe's basic situation to Maayang. There are countless living planets in the universe we live in. Earth is just one of the very weak ones. The people of Earth are inherently weak, so their potential cannot be compared to other races. This is an inherent difference. The Heavenly Sky is a training technique that I created after becoming a kami. It aims to improve the physical strength of the Earthlings in addition to choosing a new kami. Unfortunately, it still has many obvious shortcomings compared to the popular training technique in the world, so it has only been spread on a small scale. Maayang listened attentively. This was probably why only the small group of people from the Great Azure Mountains Heavenly Sky School practiced this technique. Kami Noa then analyzed the Heavenly Sky's wonders a little bit and passed down a brand new training technique. Yang felt a sudden burst of thatch and figured out many things that he couldn't understand before. The Heavenly Sky School's training technique was more particular about physical training compared to the training techniques of the Turtle School and Crane School. Its main idea was to conceive and nourish the body and replenish the vital energy, instead of paying much attention to the power level. It was only now that Yang realized that this training technique had been created by the last kami of the lookout, Kami Noa, to improve the physical strength of Earthlings. According to innate talent, the races in the universe were divided into low-level race, middle-level race, and high-level race. Earthlings were only the very slightest of low-level races. According to the classification of planets in the universe, planets with the highest power level below 1000 were classified as low-level planets. Those with the highest power level between 1000 and 10,000 were middle-level planets, and those with the highest power level above 10,000 were high-level planets. Low-level races naturally referred to the races that lived on top of low-level planets. The highest power level of these races would not exceed 1000 when they reached adulthood. However, like Earthlings, the single-digit power level was so shabby that it was saddening. Of course, low-level planets and low-level races still made up the majority of the universe. The number of middle-level and high-level races wasn't much, and could even be said to be quite rare. This might be a balance mechanism that exists in the universe between the other world and the world of living. Usually, this kind of race with a very low power level will occupy an absolute advantage in population, with billions of people. Kami Noa had seen a race with a power level of only 1 in the other world. Their number was terrifyingly high, reaching hundreds of billions of people. On the other hand, the higher the power level of those races, the more sparse their population was, just like the Saiyans, whose entire race did not add up to much, or the Frieza clan, which was even more pitiful, almost on the verge of extinction. Compared to those terrifying races that were born with the power to destroy the universe, the individual strength of the Earthlings was too weak. Since entering heaven, Kami Noa had broadened his horizons considerably. As he saw the various powerful races in the universe, it was a shame to look back at his Earthlings, whose power level had generally only been in the single digits throughout their lives. The development of the Heavenly Sky School training technique is not perfect yet. I have tried to perfect it for the past few hundred years that I have been in heaven, but the results have been limited. At this point, Kami Noa's old face revealed a trace of helplessness. Although the Heavenly Sky School training technique had been perfected by him to fit the Earthling's life characteristics as much as possible, it still couldn't fundamentally enhance the Earthling's physical strength. In his estimation, even if the brand new Heavenly Sky School training technique was spread out, it would only raise the Earthling's power level miserably under 5 to 20, which was considered the best effect. Kami Noa looked at Yang. You are the heir to the Heavenly Sky School. Perhaps even the best heir in all these years. I hope that you can go on and continue to pioneer the Heavenly Sky School. I want to eventually see it finally evolve to become the Kami School. Kami Noa hoped was to make Earthling's power level surpass the 100 mark. Although this still couldn't shake off a low-level race identity, it was a great improvement compared to before. Yang sighed at the words, I'll try my best. Yang couldn't give promises, as he didn't have such grand ambitions in mind. He was just a mere mortal, and minding his own business was enough. When he was strong, he would give the Earthlings a certain amount of shelter, which was something he could do. As long as he was an Earthling, he would have this kind of self-awareness. However, he would have to sacrifice his own interests and set sail with the entire Earthlings if he were to do this. Forgive me, but my ability was limited, and I didn't have such lofty ambitions. A poor man was good at being alone, and a rich man took over the world. Yang always felt that he would only be a poor man. It seemed that Kami Noa had seen what Yang was thinking. He then sighed. He knew this was a difficult task, and he wouldn't force anyone to do it. Chapter 71. Do your best. When you get to the lookout, tell Mr. Popo I said hello. Mr. Popo is the guardian of the lookout and has served Kami. If you have any questions about training, feel free to ask him. He'll be able to solve most of them. Kami Noa explained. Time passed, and soon the sun was setting at the end of the desert, staining the horizon with the remaining light. That's it. I've taught you everything I can, the rest is up to you. Kami Noa said. He looked back at Mute Ido's side, where Mute Ido had already finished teaching Sun Gohan. Since it wasn't appropriate for the other world's people to meddle in the world of the living, Kami Noa and Mute Ido could only stay in the world of the living for a day. Thank you for teaching me, ancestor. Yang was grateful. Noah's pale face smiled and waved his hand. Remember, there is no end to a martial arts training. Stay true to your heart, move forward, and improve your strength well. What's next is your time, and it's time for us, old bones, to go back to heaven to enjoy our blessings. Ancestor, please rest assured, I know what to do. Yang nodded his head with a hint of perseverance in his eyes. Kami Noa saw it and smiled in delight. Kami also had emotions. There was no such thing as black and white. A truly desireless Kami didn't exist. Aizen was very good, his fundamentals were good. Even if there was a hint of gray in his heart, that would be his motivation to advance, no harm intended. If someone had no desire or ambition, it would be difficult to make progress. Recalling the scene a few hundred years ago when Namkian Geta's son worshipped before him, Kami Noa remembered his own disposition at that time. Was Namkian Geta's son, who split Great Demon King Piccolo, was having difficulty in his training because he missed that desire part in his heart. The past clouded, and Kami Noa sighed. Where can there be a true son under heaven? At the time, I was overly demanding. Flash forward to a few hours ago, as Kami Noa was opening a small stove for Aizen. Mute Ido, on the other side, was also imparting his centuries of insights to Sun Gohan. Under the coconut tree, Sun Gohan and Mute Ido stood face to face. I have examined your martial arts just now. It seems that Roshi has taught you thoroughly and has not lost his reputation as the god of martial arts. I won't repeat the details because time is limited today. I watched you just now use a move called Kamehameha as well as the Thunder Shock Surprise, which is really good. So today, I'll teach you 2 more techniques. Please, Grandmaster, teach me. Seeing that Mute Ido was going to teach him new techniques, Sun Gohan became excited. Knowing that the Kamehameha and Thunder Shock Surprise were both signature techniques, it had to be said that the new techniques Mute Ido was going to pass on to him would be no worse than them. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Mute Ido with even more reverence. The moves I'm going to teach you today are called Tri-Beam and Evil Containment Wave, which are different from your Thunder Shock Surprise. It is extremely powerful but very draining, so remember to use it carefully. Mute Ido said seriously. Mute Ido's top 2 techniques were the Thunder Shock Surprise and Tri-Beam, which he passed on to Master Roshi and Master Shen. Based on these 2 techniques, they evolved Kamehameha and Dodon Ray. However, compared to the Kamehameha and Dodon Ray, the Thunder Shock Surprise and Tri-Beam were more overbearing. They consumed more energy, especially the Tri-Beam. If it was overused, it could cause death from exhaustion, just like the Evil Containment Wave. I'll keep that in mind. Sun Gohan nodded cautiously. A burning bright light was shining in his 2 eyes. He had heard about these 2 techniques from his teacher, Master Roshi. The legendary Evil Containment Wave was a compulsory sealing technique. If it hit a person, he would be powerless to break free even when his ki was way stronger than the person who cast this technique. This technique was something that Master Roshi himself could do, but he hadn't passed it to Sun Gohan because it was too risky. As for the Tri-Beam, it was the secret technique of the Crane School, which even Master Roshi had never learned. Its power was definitely not inferior to the Thunder Shock Surprise. Now that Grandmaster Mute Ido was ready to teach him these 2 moves, Sun Gohan was very excited when he remembered these 2 moves' power. After practicing the moves for a while, Mute Ido was very satisfied with Sun Gohan's talent. As expected, Turtle School did have a successor on its side. Gohan, you have great talent. Go to Karin Tower sometime, it will improve your strength even more. Mute Ido looked over at Kami Noa and saw that he had paused and started talking again. From there, he knew that the impartation had came to an end, so he gave Sun Gohan the final advice. Sun Gohan nodded seriously, then looked at Mute Ido. Fortunatiller Bubba came over at this time and said, Gentlemen, your time has come. Please return with me to the other world. Mute Ido laughed loudly. He was unrestrainedly stood with Kami Noa. Hey, one day has passed so quickly. Well, Earth, it's time to leave after all. As if he was filled with nostalgia, Mute Ido and Kami Noa lamented as they walked towards the other world entrance with Fortunatiller Bubba. Have a good journey, ancestors. Aizen and Sun Gohan stood behind each other to send their ancestors off. Only after Mute Ido and Kami Noa's figures became blurred did they let out a sigh of relief. Aizen said, I didn't expect to see my ancestor on today's trip. Who says I did? Sun Gohan calmed down and asked, Aizen, where are you going to go next? What about you? Aizen asked rhetorically. Sun Gohan said, I'm going to follow Grandmaster Mute Ido's advice and go to Karin Tower. Aizen smiled, then we're going the same way. I'm going there as well. To be precise, Aizen's destination was the lookout above Karin Tower. He had already received a token from Kami Noa to enter the lookout. That string of small bells was both a token and an approval. Without that string of bells, even if you knew that the lookout was suspended above the Karin Tower, you would still be repelled by the lookout's mysterious power. Unless you were as strong as a Super Saiyan or received other tokens or permission, you would never be able to enter the lookout. Sun Gohan said, so we're indeed on the same road again. Why don't we go over there now? Let's go. After saying goodbye to Fortunatiller Bubba, Aizen's entire body levitated and swooshed off to the sacred land of Karin's direction. Sun Gohan was dumbfounded. Hey, why did you fly away? How can I keep up with him at this speed? We were supposed to be on the same road. Why did one person leave before the other? He was a disciple of Turtle School. He didn't even know the dancing sky art. Sun Gohan smiled bitterly, looking at Naiyang's back that was gradually disappearing in the clouds. After settling down, he lifted his feet and began to run. Suddenly a series of dusky sands began to rise up in the desert, as Sun Gohan ran towards the sacred land of Karin at a rapid pace. The sacred land of Karin. After a long gap of half a year, Naiyang once again stepped into the sacred land of Karin's territory. This time, he didn't stop at the bottom of the tower but changed direction as soon as he could get a good look at the Karin tower. He accelerated directly towards the top of the tower. Swoosh, a strong whirlwind brought up a stream of tailwinds that blew against the Karin tower's ivory-colored body. Naiyang rose in a straight line. The wild whirlwind directly washed away the floating clouds floating around the Karin tower, revealing a turquoise-blue void. Soon, the flat, spherical top of Karin tower came into view. Finally, I've arrived. I didn't expect to come over again after only half a year or so. Naiyang lightly chanted and quirked a faint smile. He then slowed down to enter from the second level of the Karin tower. Chapter 72 The first floor of Karin tower. Karin was cooking fresh sea fish on the stove. He rolled the fish from time to time and brushed the sauce on it. Since Naiyang brought him 100 tons of seafood, Karin's little life was quite nourishing. His quality of life suddenly improved a lot, every day changing patterns to make different food. He was living an enjoyable life. Suddenly, Karin seemed to sense that someone had climbed up the Karin tower. He was wondering what was going on lately. Someone had come up again and again. However, when he saw the visitor clearly, he realized that it was Naiyang. What are you doing here, Naiyang? Do you think you already meet my requirements? Hey, your ki has really risen quite a bit. Karin narrowed his eyes. It had only been half a year since the last time they met, and Karin suddenly noticed that Naiyang's ki had actually risen by a large amount. TSK, it wasn't bad for someone with qualifications that he was optimistic about. Karin stroked his whiskers, secretly proud of himself. Naiyang smiled genially and took out the string of bells given to him by Kami Noa to Karin. Hey, why do you have this thing? Karin looked at the string of bells. His eyes widened, and he came closer to take the bells in Naiyang's hands. He examined the mysterious energy that lingered on the bell's surface, and yes, it was the Kami's god power. Karin immediately made a judgment. There was a string of the same bells he had here, a token to the lookout. The bells contained the Kami's power, which was impossible to imitate. This was odd. How did this kid Naiyang get this string of bells? Was there still a lost bell on Earth that he just happened to pick up? This was given to me by Kami Noa, Naiyang said. Kami Noa? Karin murmured. His eyes suddenly widened. Is the Kami Noa you're talking about? Is he a white-haired, white-bearded old man? I thought the guy was dead. Naiyang said. I met him at Fortunatiller Bubba Palace. Therefore, Naiyang explained what happened at Fortunatiller Bubba Palace. After hearing that, Karin suddenly said, so, he was at Fortunatiller Bubba Palace. If that's the case, then there's no problem. That old woman is also amazing. She's very well known in the other world. Geez, I didn't think that Kami Noa was also unable to hold back, and actually came to the world of the living. Karin had lived for more than 800 years and had witnessed several Kamis. That was why he had some understanding of why Kami Noa had came to the world of the living. Karin looked at Naiyang and said, well, since you've already received the token from Kami Noa, the lookout doors will certainly be open for you. By the way, the lookout is suspended above Karin Tower, and now you're qualified to go there. Then how do I get in there? Naiyang knew that there were only two ways to get up into the lookout. One was to use the powerful dancing sky art to ascend to the lookout. The other was to use the power of the power pole. However, either way, the process of accessing the lookout would be tested by thunder and lightning. Naiyang admitted that his current dancing sky art was not up to the standard to enter the lookout. Oh, it requires the use of something called a power pole. You have to insert it into the top of Karin Tower, and it will send you up to the lookout. Suddenly Karin froze and slapped his head. Oops. I forgot that I gave that power pole stick to Rashi. I'm sorry, but you'll have to get this power pole by yourself. I knew this would happen. Naiyang rolled his eyes. Immortal Karin, tell me Master Rashi's address. Rashi has been living in the East Sea, more than 100 kilometers from the mainland. He lives in a cane house. Karin licked his paw and told Naiyang Master Rashi's address. Naiyang nodded lightly and wrote down the address. However, he didn't go to the East Sea immediately. Instead, he approached the charcoal fire and directly picked up and ate a bunch of grilled fish that Karin had placed on top of it. Karin was angry when he saw his grilled food go into Naiyang's stomach. Hey, Why are you eating my grilled fish instead of going to Rashi to ask for the power pole? Ma Yang said indifferently, no need to rush. If I go to Master Rashi by myself, he won't believe me at all. What if he doesn't give me the power pole? So, I have to wait for someone. Karin's ears moved. Who are you going to wait for? You'll know who I'm waiting for in a moment. He should be arriving at the sacred land of Karin by now. Ma Yang knew if he was looking for Master Rashi by himself, looking at Master Rashi's personality, he would not easily hand over the power pole. Moreover, if he asked him to collect pictures or photo albums of beautiful women from all over the world as a condition, it would be bad. The winner of the World Martial Arts Tournament went to collect a photo album of beautiful women. It would be too humiliating if the news spread in the martial arts world, moreover if Mixia knew. That was why he had to take Sun Gohan along with him. At this time, Sun Gohan had arrived at the sacred land of Karin. He didn't know that Ma Yang was waiting for him on top of the Karin tower. He was looking at the tower from below with a shocked face. With a gulp, Sun Gohan gave himself a boost and thudded his way up the Karin tower. Soon, he was disappearing into the clouds. Half an hour later, Karin stood in front of the water tank and looked inside. Is this kid the one you were waiting for? He's much more powerful than when you first came up here. Karin looked at the Sun Gohan in the picture with a surprised face. Judging from the abilities shown by Sun Gohan as he climbed the Karin tower, even Master Rashi and Ma Yang couldn't compare to him. This was the result of being instructed by Mutaito. Ma Yang was also standing in front of the water tank, looking at Sun Gohan in the picture. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. What a good boy, he had grown so much in a single day. He's a disciple of the Turtle School. Let him come with me to get the power pole so that he can convince Master Rashi. Do whatever you want. However, it seems a bit unlucky for this kid to run into you. Karin yawned. Ma Yang was clearly trying to trap that kid. He then waved his hand. As long as Ma Yang stopped spoiling the fish, he didn't want to bother with anything. Ma Yang smiled faintly and didn't reply. Another half an hour passed, and Sun Gohan finally climbed up Karin Tower. He was exhausted. Once he came up, he lay down on the ground breathing heavily, and then Ma Yang's smiling face appeared in front of him. Wow, very good. You actually climbed up so quickly. Sun Gohan rolled his eyes and gasped, you're so ungrateful. You left me alone and ran away. Ma Yang laughed, don't worry. I won't leave you behind next time. Come and accompany me to Kame House. What? I just came up, and you're asking me to go down again. Sun Gohan opened his mouth wide and looked at Ma Yang incredulously. His two fingers that were pointing at Ma Yang were trembling slightly. What did this guy mean with his words? Chapter 73. Ma Yang laughed as he looked at Sun Gohan's reaction. I just happened to need something from your teacher, Master Rashi. I want you to come with me. If you don't believe me, you can ask Immortal Karin. Besides, it's kind of training. How can a little setback defeat a martial arts practitioner? I am sure you know that. You. Sun Gohan's face was pale. He almost spurted out a mouthful of blood. How could there be such a shameless person in the world? On the other hand, Karin nodded his head thoughtfully at the side, indicating that he approved the situation. Climbing back and forth on Karin Tower was a form of training. Karin must have understood this. Otherwise, he wouldn't have thrown Goku's 4-star Dragon Ball down from Karin Tower and let him jump down to pick them up just like on the original story again. Although Ma Yang wanted Sun Gohan to come down with him right after he came up, which he intentionally do it to tease him, this was the truth. It was really beneficial for Sun Gohan's training. On the other side, in response to Sun Gohan's resistance, Ma Yang completely ignored him and pushed him to the edge of Karin Tower. Hey, what are you doing? It's too dangerous. I'm telling you, jumping straight down is much faster than climbing up. You'll be at the bottom in a few minutes. Ma Yang laughed lightly. After racking Sun Gohan onto the edge of Karin Tower, he pushed Son Goku's shoulders directly. A scream of awe grew farther and farther away, as Sun Gohan fell right from the tower's top. Ma Yang, I'll die, I can't fly. He swore to stay away from Ma Yang in the future. This guy was too much of a pain in the ass. Just think how many times he had been unlucky since he met him. Looking at Sun Gohan, who was gradually disappearing into the clouds and mist, Ma Yang turned back and showed a crooked white tooth at Karin. What do you think of this guy? Not bad, much more resilient than you. Karin tapped the crotch in his hand. He was telling the truth. Ma Yang smiled heedlessly. When he comes back, you can train him well. This guy is not bad. He might be able to become a master of the generation in the future. Karin gave him a blank look and lightly said, training martial arts practitioners are already my duty. Why do you need to say that? I think I have overstepped my bounds. Ma Yang smiled lightly and jumped down from the tower as well. Karin watched where Ma Yang had disappeared and froze for a moment. He then went over to the grill and added a handful of coals to rearrange the fresh sea fish. Honestly, he enjoyed cooking its food more than training others. On the East Sea's shores, the sea breeze is warm, and the sea birds chirp. According to the original story, Kame House shouldn't be very far from the mainland. On the shore, Son Gohan was distracted. He was holding 2 dried flat bins in his hand, and then carefully put them away. This kind of thing called senzu bins was given to him by Maang. There were only 3 of them, and he had already used one. Master Roshi's Kame House is over 100 kilometers towards the east. There are many small islands there because the ocean floor is covered with reefs. Large ships can't enter, only speedboats. Don't bother so much. I'll just fly over there. At Maang's level now, it was no longer meaningful to train in running or repetitive physical exercise without load. The use of the dancing sky art itself is a kind of key control exercise. It could only be said that different levels had different priorities. Son Gohan was speechless for a moment and sighed, but the problem is that I don't know how to use the dancing sky art. I need to find a boat to get there. Maang looked at him, despicably. What's the point of finding a boat? You can just have a wooden board. Look at that thing, I think it's perfect. Looking in Maang's finger's direction, Son Gohan saw a thigh-thin coconut tree, and the corner of his mouth twitched. He said, with a weary voice, never mind, it will work if you say so. Son Gohan didn't want to argue anymore. As long as there was a place to settle, a tree stump could be used to sail across the ocean. So with key wave in his hand, Son Gohan dragged half of the coconut tree's trunk into the water like a raft. Let's go. With a soft gulp on his lips, he checked Master Roshi's location, and Maang flew towards the Kame House. Soon, a wave splashed up, and Son Gohan jumped into the water as well. The 2 of them heading further towards the ocean. Shortly after, a black dot appeared above the water. It was a small, lonely island. Son Gohan pointed at the island and said, "Can you see that island in front of you? That's the Kame House. Master Roshi lives on that island. Finally, we've arrived." Maang looked in the direction that Son Gohan pointed out. He had seen the island's outline with his excellent eyesight. It was a small island swaying on the ocean, about 300 to 400 square feet. Apart from a pink-tone house on the island, there were only scattered 4 to 5 coconut trees left. I'm going to tell my master about Grandmaster Muatito later when I get to the island. You can tell him yourself about borrowing the power pole. Son Gohan declared beforehand. Maang waved his hand, okay, you just have to prove my identity to him. Son Gohan nuzzled his mouth and stopped talking. The 2 soon entered the 1-kilometer radius of the Kame House. At this time, everything on the island was clearly visible. On a golden sandy beach, water flowers were lapping against the shore. In a shady spot, Master Roshi was lying comfortably on a small bed with an indescribable book over his head. He was snoring. Master Roshi, Master Roshi. A few shouts woke Master Roshi from his sleep. He rubbed his eyes and looked at the 2 men calmly in front of him. Ah, it's Gohan. Didn't you just leave? Why are you back again? This. Son Gohan looked at Maang with difficulty. Maang chirped, you must be the legendary Master Roshi. My name is Maang, a disciple from the Heavenly Sky School. A disciple of the Heavenly Sky School? Master Roshi slammed his mouth. Heavenly Sky School was a name he familiarized with. He had heard Muteaido talk about it when he followed that old man a few hundred years ago. He took another look at this young man standing beside his disciple, then rolled his eyes. Hey, this young man is quite extraordinary. Whether it was from Maang's posture or his key movement, Master Roshi felt a hint of mystery. It was a spiritual intent, a feeling that was quite mysterious, as if the person in front of him didn't exist at all. Master Roshi's cloudy eyes suddenly became clear as he looked solemnly at Maang. Chapter 74 You can actually restrain your ki perfectly. Master Roshi was shocked. Maang smiled faintly. This is because of the training I received from Immortal Karin. You climbed up the Karin Tower? Master Roshi was a bit surprised. Not only me, but Son Gohan also climbed up there. We came this time to borrow the power pole from you. Maang briefly told what happened on top of Karin Tower, while Son Gohan added what happened at Fortunatiller Bubba Palace. When Son Gohan told him about their meeting with Muteaido at Fortunatiller Bubba Palace, he interrupted Son Gohan. Wait, Gohan, did you just say that you met Master Muteaido? Hurry up, tell me in detail. Master Roshi looked serious. Yes. Son Gohan responded, then focused on the story. While Son Gohan told Master Roshi about his experiences, Maang was also taking a closer look at Master Roshi. He was an old man with a frail body, a slightly messy white beard, and extremely weak ki. He looked like he was on the verge of death, and his body was fragile. However, Maang knew that these were only superficial appearances. Master Roshi had trained his body's ki long ago in those nearly 200 years of practice. The reason why it looked so weak was that he had almost completely restrained his ki. Suddenly, Ma Yang's eyes glanced over and saw a Dragon Balls hanging around Master Roshi's neck. It was the 3-star Dragon Balls. Ma Yang's eyes glittered. This was the second time he had seen a Dragon Balls. With the 6-star Dragon Balls in Mixia's hand, he already knew the location of the 2 Dragon Balls. As his eyes gently glanced at it, Ma Yang didn't move. It wasn't that he didn't want the 7 Dragon Balls. He also wanted to gather the Dragon Balls to make a wish. However, it was simply too difficult to collect all 7 Dragon Balls in this era. Initially, with Fortunatiller Bubba's ability, he still had hoped to gather the 7 Dragon Balls. However, Fortunatiller Bubba had already stated that she wouldn't help him with fortune-telling, so he could do nothing about it. If I want to collect the Dragon Balls, it looks like I have to wait until Bulma is born in the future, or find Dr. Bridges and have him develop a Dragon Ball radar. Ma Yang shook his head and waved away the thought of searching for the Dragon Balls. At this time, the conversation between Master Roshi and Son Gohan had ended. Master Roshi said to Ma Yang with a serious face, "I have understood your intentions. However, I don't know your purpose in borrowing the power pole. That item was originally owned by Immortal Karin, so you should take it and return it to its rightful owner. Please wait a moment, I'll go get it for you." After saying that, Master Roshi leaned on his crutch and walked towards Kame House. Didn't he look like an old pervert on a normal day? However, when he came across a serious matter, Master Roshi would become extremely serious, exuding an aura full of martial arts practitioners. Compared to Mercenary Tao, which he killed before, the two were simply worlds apart. He was worthy of being called the god of martial arts by Master Mutaito. Ma Yang exclaimed and chatted with Son Gohan on the beach. After a while, Master Roshi came out holding a red-colored pole. "Take it. This is the power pole. I've kept it for over 200 years, but I haven't used it much." Upon receiving the power pole from Master Roshi, Ma Yang nodded gratefully. "Thank you very much, Master Roshi." Master Roshi waved his hand. "Call me, Roshi." Ma Yang was stunned and smiled. "Okay, Roshi, then we'll take our leave." "Wait a moment." Master Roshi called out. Ma Yang looked at Master Roshi with confusion. Master Roshi said, "You are also a martial arts practitioner, and I can see that you are still stronger than Gohan. Frankly speaking, I had thought that Gohan was already the best martial arts practitioner I had ever seen. However, I didn't expect that a mountain of talent like you would still exist in the world. Back then, when I was training with Master Mutaito, I once visited your Heavenly Sky School. The way you trained was different from ordinary people. It had a hint of being very mysterious. Back then, I could not feel its subtlety because I was still young, so can you at least release your ki and let me perceive it?" "Of course, I can." Ma Yang agreed very quickly. It turned out that as Master Roshi grew older, he was also gradually feeling the innate physical limitations of being an earthling. Seeing Ma Yang this time had caused him to recall his past years and remember what happened at the Heavenly Sky School. After Ma Yang agreed, he stayed calm for a moment and suddenly released his control of ki. Suddenly very fierce ki was spread out with Ma Yang as the center. Unusual ki with a spiritual aspect suppressing it, sweeping towards the people present. Master Roshi and Son Gohan were the first to be swallowed by this ki. Son Gohan had seen Ma Yang's ki before, so he hadn't felt anything yet. However, Master Roshi was different. He was over 250 years old and had a lot of experience. Although the current Master Roshi was still unable to close his eyes and recognize Genshinhan's movements like Son Goku did when he participated in the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament, Ma Yang's unconventional ki still brought him tremendous pressure. This feeling is different. It's completely different from the martial arts that circulate in the martial arts world. It's stretched and profound. Although it's harsh, there's no trace of waste, as if everything is under some kind of control. This is the most suitable martial arts for humans. Feeling the enormous power of Ma Yang, Master Roshi droned on. He had a feeling that if he had practiced this technique back then, he might have achieved even more. But it was too late to say this now. He had taken the elixir of immortality, how could he break through so easily? Of course, the reason why Ma Yang's ki was able to bring such a great shock to Master Roshi, apart from the fact that Ma Yang's ki was indeed powerful, mainly because of the unique effect of the spiritual aspect. The ki wave of the Heavenly Sky School was mainly used to nourish the body. The ki wave practice would be combined with spiritual power. This type of training was generally only accessible after reaching the lookout. Moreover, Ma Yang used a brand new Heavenly Sky School ki-based technique modified by Kami Noa, which was certainly more mysterious than the previous one. Even if it was called Kami School, it wasn't excessive. After quite some time, Ma Yang gradually restrained his ki. Master Roshi and Son Gohan were still immersed in the shock of what they had just witnessed. After a while, Master Roshi breathed a sigh of relief. Well, I've sensed the difference in your Heavenly Sky School. If this entire set of key waves can be popularized, the entire martial world might return to its original peak. In Master Roshi's mind, only the martial world of 250 years ago was considered the peak. As for now, all martial arts practitioners were just loaches swimming in shallow water. Ma Yang nodded his head without any doubt. In his heart, however, he didn't quite agree. Suppose the brand new Heavenly Sky School he practiced was to popularize. In that case, it was only making the martial arts practitioners go back to Mutai Ido's time. If that happened, it would be an underestimate of Kami Noa's efforts over the past few hundred years. How could a training technique that could push the average power level of Earthlings from less than 5 points to 20 points be underestimated? If it could be popularized, surpassing the martial world of 250 years ago wouldn't be a problem at all. Of course, no matter how good the training techniques were, everyone couldn't become an excellent martial arts practitioner. Talent, this was a hurdle that couldn't be overcome. Being able to suffer was an essential element of early training, and it was certainly easy to make small gains. However, how far someone could really go depending on whether or not that person was suitable for this path. Some people were born as martial arts practitioners, some people were born as scientists, and some were born as cooks. Forcing a martial arts practitioner to be a cook to be a scientist, or a scientist to train as a martial arts practitioner, the end result could be a basket of bamboo with nothing to show. All three would be useless. Chapter 75. Although he was thinking this way, Ma Yang didn't intend to say it, nor did he have the heart to correct Master Roshi's misjudgment. With this matter out of the way, he generously and ungraciously offered his farewell to the Master Roshi once again. Master Roshi, I'll take the power pole with me. I have something else to do with Goen, so I'll take my leave first. Master Roshi nodded and turned to Son Goen, who was standing beside him. Go to Karin Tower and listen to Immortal Karin's guidance. He's much more powerful than I am. Yes, Master Roshi. Son Goen respectfully said. Right after that, Master Roshi watched Ma Yang and Son Goen leave the Kame house. After they turned into two small black dots and disappeared into the watery skyline, Master Roshi squared up with emotion. Then, his expression turned nasty again. He picked up his small book depicting unspeakable colors, covered his head, and exhaled to sleep. This old man was hopeless. When Ma Yang and Son Goen came back to the top of the tower, it was only one day since they left. Karin received the power pole from Ma Yang and nodded a moment later. That's right. This is the thing. Son Goen, you stay on the first floor first. I will take Ma Yang to the lookouts entrance. After saying that, he walked straight towards the second floor. When Ma Yang saw the situation, he hurriedly followed. Son Goen was curious, but he knew there was nothing for him there. So he simply sat on the floor and rested. The second floor of the Karin Tower. This wasn't the first time Ma Yang had been here, but it still seemed a bit too empty. The view here was vast and sweeping. There were no walls around the edges. There were only 12 embossed stone pillars supporting the upper and lower levels. Except for a stone table in the middle of more than 100 square meters that held the ultra-divine water, and a crystal ball suspended above the stone table that served to stabilize Karin Tower. There were no other unnecessary decorations. Ma Yang asked Karin, how do we get up to the top of Karin Tower now? It's simple, don't you know how to use dancing sky art? Now, follow me. Karin said as he walked ahead of him to the fence at the edge of the second level of Karin Tower. Stretching out the crutch in his hand and hooking it outwards, Karin nimbly jumped onto the curved arc-filled side of the tower's exterior and then tilted himself towards the top as if he were walking on level ground. Ma Yang saw the situation and cast the dancing sky art to follow. Immortal Karin, looking at the curvature of this tower. The top layer is just as thick as the first layer, is there still a space inside? Floating on the outside of the curved tower's top, Ma Yang casually asked. Karin casually replied, there is indeed a third layer inside, which communicates the crystal ball's inner space. It is where I planted the senzu beans. I need to use the crystal ball to get in. Ma Yang nodded his head. It was a solution to the doubt in his heart. Here it is. Karin stopped at a golden curved bump at the very top of the tower. It resembled a small spire with a small hole in the center where the power pole was placed. Just insert one end of the power pole into this small hole and shout for the pole to extend. It will take you to space where the lookout is located. You may have to experience lightning along the way. Karin paused and continued, remember to wear your string of bells. They are tokens. The lookout's administrators will only allow you to stay up there if you wear that one. Otherwise, you will be struck down as an intruder. I see. These points of attention Ma Yang had noticed while reading the original story. Now that Karin had reminded him again, it only made him more impressed. He then inserted the power pole into the empty space at the top of the tower. After making sure it was fixed, Maayang held the power pole tightly in one hand and yelled. Power pole extend. As soon as the words fell, the power pole emitted red light and stretched. It stretched and grew faster. Soon disappeared into the turquoise sky with Maayang. Looking at the sky where he could no longer see Maayang's silhouettes, Karin rubbed his face with his paws and thought to himself, this guy should be able to pass the test. Forget it. Don't bother, no one will die anyway. Rather, that disciple of Roshi, I need to hone him. After that, Karin leisurely walked towards the first floor of Karin Tower. The sky was rumbling with dark clouds. As the power pole carried Maayang higher, he was almost out of the atmosphere's range. Yet, miraculously, the air around him didn't disappear. Instead, many dark clouds had gathered. There was a loud rumble, and a crystal lightning bolt struck down, hitting Maayang's body, causing him to shiver and nearly loosen his grip on the power pole. There's something odd about this space. It should no longer be on Earth. Maayang was bitter. His martial clothing had been split by lightning just now. He had long known that the path to the lookout wasn't simple. He would have to endure all sorts of tests, and his heart was prepared for that, but now, he could only keep on persevering. He had crossed this alternate space layer before he could enter the dimension where the lookout was located. Time passed gradually. Maayang couldn't remember exactly how many lightning strikes he had suffered. In short, every time he was struck, he could clearly feel his body crackling like fried beans. The numbness all over his body was both unbearable and somehow comfortable. Finally, such a day came to an end. As the space filled with thick dark clouds came to an abrupt end, the azure landscape was once again in sight. I'm almost here. Maayang's heart was surging. He could already see a red dot appearing among his sight. The high-rise space was vast and empty. This part of the world neither belonged to Earth nor the outer universe. The hemispherical temple that looks as delicate as fire floats there unchanged. In fact, the lookout could be moved, but it had remained in the same place for so many years. With a pop sound, the other end of the power pole fits perfectly into the lookout's bottom. Maayang flipped over and climbed up a ladder along the edge of the lookout. Finally, I'm here. So this is the lookout. As he climbed onto the lookout's platform, Maayang took a deep breath. He was preparing to take a look around with anticipation before a black silhouette suddenly appeared in front of him in silence. "Ya!" Maayang shouted and jumped back a step in a row, only to discover that the person who was so dark was Mr. Popo. That was right. In addition to Kami in the lookout, there was only Mr. Popo. However, Mr. Popo appeared really fast. Just after he came up, he appeared without any trace. Was this the real state of heart, as calm as water and as serene as the sky? It was inevitably too quiet for him to compare. After recovering from his fright, Maayang returned his greeting and said, "Hello, this is my token." Maayang knew that as Mr. Popo had lived in the lookout for a long time, his strength might be above the Kami. So, to avoid trouble, he took out his token early on. "Oh, this thing." Mr. Popo examined the string of bells as if he was trying to distinguish between the real and the fake. This made Maayang panic for no reason. In this state, could he not recognize this string of bells? It made Maayang's heart drop into his stomach. "I know, you're a disciple of the Heavenly Sky School." After a while, Mr. Popo said hello. Chapter 76. I believe this is the bell of the last Kami. Have you seen him? Mr. Popo's two eyes were colorless and hollow, but they perceived everything. Maayang nodded. "Yes, Kami Noah has returned to the world of the living from Otherworld. He asked me to greet you on his behalf." "Well, come with me. Let's go to see Kami." Perhaps because Maayang was holding a token from the last Kami, Mr. Popo didn't test Maayang's strength. Instead, he took Maayang directly to meet the Kami. Maayang responded and followed behind Mr. Popo towards the palace entrance on the side of the lookout. As he walked, he observed the layout of the lookout. Just like the ones that appeared in the original story, the lookout located in the heavenly realm was empty. Aside from a few rows of trees and a golden palace, there wasn't even a live trace. This was because the entire temple was floating in another space level, surrounded by faint and quiet environments. People without permission could not enter anyway unless they broke in violently. Just as Maayang was following Mr. Popo's pace, he suddenly said, "Your name is Maayang, right?" Maayang was in awe and nodded, "Yes. Learn how I walk, your pace is too chaotic to calm your mind. It's not good." Mr. Popo spoke in a flat and even goofy tone. Although Maayang had learned how to control his body's ki when he was in Karin Tower, he was still far from truly having a heart as calm as water and as tranquil as the sky. "Understood." Maayang nodded his head and adjusted his pace. It had to be known that even Son Goku, who defeated the great demon King Piccolo, had been schooled by Mr. Popo when he first came to the lookout. Now that Maayang's skill was not as good as Son Goku, he was unqualified in Mr. Popo's eyes. However, Maayang was very conscientious. He would learn whatever Mr. Popo said, and in no time, he found the secret. Mr. Popo walked in front. Although he didn't look back, he could sense that Maayang's pace and heartbeat had been adjusted. He then led him forward. Finally, they stopped at the entrance of a large hall. Mr. Popo said, "This is where Kami resides. Kami is a great deity, you should respect him." When he saw Maayang nod, Mr. Popo pushed open the door of the main hall. "Kami, someone is here." An old voice responded. A green figure emerged from the main hall, and that was Kami. Kami was originally a Namkian who fled to Earth when the planet Namek encountered the challenge catastrophe. Kami came before Maayang and looked at the young man in front of him. He seemed to recall himself from back then and nodded with emotion. "It's been many years. You are the first person from the lower realm to set foot in the lookout. Mr. Popo, you go and make the arrangements, let him live in the lookout from now on. His training will also be your responsibility." "Yes." Mr. Popo replied. "Young man, it's not easy to practice in the lookout. I hope you can follow Mr. Popo and get further advancement." Kami smiled as he looked at Maayang's handsome face. "I'll try my best." Maayang's face was sunny and full of confidence. "Good. Work hard then." Kami was slightly stunned. He was surprised. He thought that Maayang would be stubborn enough to ask for his guidance, but he didn't expect that Maayang would allow Mr. Popo to train him. He even agreed quickly without hesitation at all. This spontaneity made him have a few expectations in his heart for Maayang as a person. If Maayang knew what was in Kami's heart right now, he would definitely scream at the misunderstanding. He knew from the start that it would be Mr. Popo who would train him. Mr. Popo had served several Kamis in the lookout. His strength was still above the Kami. Knowing that Mr. Popo would be the one who trains him, Maayang was filled with anticipation. After that, Maayang and Mr. Popo left the palace where Kami lived and returned to the outside yard. Because they were at a high altitude, the air was even thinner than the top of Karang Tower. Any movement had to be carefully thought out. No violent movement could be withstood. "Young man, now attack me." Arriving at the center of the yard, Mr. Popo began to train without any preliminaries. Maayang's eyes exploded with a sparkle as he heard the words. Mr. Popo's coolness in getting to the point was exactly what he wanted, as Maayang himself wasn't a fan of rambling around. He said loudly, "Mr. Popo, look out, I'm going to start the attack. Just call me Popo." "Okay, Popo, I'm coming." As soon as Maayang's voice fell, all of his attention was focused on Mr. Popo. With a swoosh, he left a trail of afterimages in place, and in the next moment, he began to look for the direction to attack. However, Maayang was having difficulty as to where to start. Obviously, Mr. Popo was just standing there very casually and not doing any defensive movement. However, when Maayang was ready to attack, he found that Mr. Popo's body seemed full of loopholes. Upon closer inspection, there was a kind of impeccable intimidation, as if any attack he launched would never work. He had felt this before when he was facing Kami Noa, but this time, it seemed to be even more powerful with Mr. Popo. It wasn't that Mr. Popo was stronger than Kami Noa. It was just that Mr. Popo had taken his skill to the extreme. Is this Mr. Popo's level? Why is he so calm? Is it because of the difference in strength? Maayang's face became gloomy. Suddenly, Maayang made his move. There was a pause for the constantly flickering afterimage. He bowed his body, bounced up, shot out as fast as a bolt of lightning, and began to strike Mr. Popo's body. A bit slow. Just as Maayang's fist was about to hit Mr. Popo moved his hands behind his back, and his face became expressionless. However, his body seemed to shift from one position to another as if he was panning. Maayang's attack sliced through his chest, apparently falling short. "To attack me, you need to calm down and comprehend the speed of lightning." Mr. Popo's voice sounded in Maayang's ears. The first half of the sentence was still in his right ear, but the second half reached his left ear. The bizarre switching of sound channels could tell how fast Mr. Popo was. Maayang was astonished, greatly impressed by Mr. Popo's ability. His hand alone had given him a blow to the face. "Come on." There was an inexplicable alertness. Maayang didn't have time to react. In the next second, Mr. Popo appeared right in front of him again, raising his toes and already kicking at his abdomen. A huge force bounced Maayang off the ground, tracing a path in the sky. Just as he was about to land, Mr. Popo appeared again with a ghostly ping. "Over here." Maayang reversed the body and swung out the attack. Pop. A palm grabbed Maayang's leg. Mr. Popo looked at him with a blank expression and threw him out again. Maayang stumbled and fell to the ground, but he quickly bounced up. "I'll try again." "Not even close." Mr. Popo shook his head numbly, flexing his fingers slightly, and flicked Maayang off again. "Wow, that hurts." Maiyang shrieked. Don't get carried away. Your level isn't enough. The mind is not as simple as you think, you'd better start practicing from the basics. Mr. Popo said leisurely, then began to direct Maiyang on how to practice. Mr. Popo's way of guiding is different from Karan. For Karan, he preferred to let his disciples realize the point of the practice themselves, while Mr. Popo had always been straight to the point. This was because the level of martial arts practice targeted by Karan was relatively low. The points of practice weren't profound. There was still the possibility of comprehending by themselves. More importantly, through this practice, the martial arts practitioner's learning ability was being developed, leading them into the door of practice. As for Mr. Popo, since he lived in the lookout, the level was high. If he didn't point it out directly, his disciples would take decades to comprehend it by themselves. This was like a different stage of learning. Primary school teachers focus on teaching students how to behave and learn how to study independently, which instills the learning techniques. In contrast, in secondary school, especially at the university level, there was more direct teaching of specific knowledge. There were few teachers to teach students how to learn anymore. Because the great waves washed out the sand, those who were not qualified and unable to learn were eliminated. The remaining ones were the winners who could easily accept the existing knowledge. So, under Mr. Popo's guidance, Maiyang began his journey of training on the lookout. Chapter 77. In the empty sky, a bright red hemispherical building with Inca culture was floating alone. Light clouds and thin air surrounded it. On the wide yard, Maiyang sat quietly on top of the stone slab. His eyes closed and calm without a single ripple on his face. Next to him, Mr. Popo stood quietly, his rippling eyes never blinking. You've already learned to gather your ki in Karan Tower. So the next thing you need to learn is sensing ki. Just sit still like that, and train your spiritual aspect first. When you have comprehended the quicker than lightning, tranquil as the sky, your speed and movements will be different. Your ki will converge to a minimum. Bang, bang, bang. With a soft shuddering sound, Maiyang closed his eyes, as if he could hear his heart beating. Following Mr. Popo's words, he sank into Mr. Popo's conception. Suddenly the feeling around him became completely different, and his whole body seemed to fly. He seemed to be on the surface of a calm lake. It was flawless, like a mirror, reflecting the scenery in full view. In the tranquility, he saw the beautiful fairy-like reflection of the lake light. In clarity, the gigantic detail reflecting the scene of nature. All this was so clear, tranquil, peaceful. He could clearly feel that his body was being transformed. He could feel that his strength had suddenly increased a lot when, in reality, it didn't increase. It was all a psychological effect, and it was simply because his spirit was indeed transforming. Yeah, that's right. Feel your third perspective well. You continue to sit quietly here, and I'll talk about the martial arts spirit in more detail. Mr. Popo said that ki sensing was definitely not about standing in front of the opponent and sense their ki intensity. That was the crudest and lowest level of ki senses. Because when the opponent's ki was high to a certain level, even at the level of ordinary martial arts practitioners, they should be able to sense the opponent's strength or weakness roughly. True ki sensing, that was the ability to predict the opponent's actions even with eyes closed. Combine it with nature to perceive all the surrounding scenery. The physical eye's reflexes were definitely not as good as the spirit, so using spirit perception as eyes could be more effective in revealing power. The naked eye had many limitations. Too much light or too dark would affect the martial arts practitioner's judgment. So, transcending the naked eye to use ki to perceive the opponent's movements were further enhanced. For most races in the universe, this set was very effective. Mr. Popo took out a ribbon and told Maiyang to cover his eyes. Next, try to pinpoint my location while you're completely blind. First, try to feel the ki I'm releasing. Mr. Popo said one word at a time. His fingers crossed in front of Maiyang, and occasionally releasing a breaking point of ki from the fingertips. 1 point, 1 point, 1 point. Mr. Popo's control of ki was nearly perfect. When he wasn't releasing it, it was as quiet as nothing, and when he was releasing it, it was as majestic as a waterfall. The calm surface of the lake in his heart made a slight ripple. Maiyang keenly sensed that the reflection of the originally quiet and flawless lake beneath his feet seemed to appear distorted in a small circle. The beautiful nature scene suddenly became full of flaw marks. You should feel it. You can make judgments based on sound, airflow, and vibrations. Finally, comprehend from it and learn to sense it with your ki. Mr. Popo's voice was as plain as ever. It seemed to have reached the point where he was no longer able to feed on the world. However, Maiyang could still sense the kindness in it. Mr. Popo was doing his best to guide Maiyang. Maiyang listened carefully and memorizing every Mr. Popo's words in his heart. Mr. Popo's understanding of ki and state of mind was far beyond those in the lower realms. Every word and action already carried the secrets of this realm. And so, time passed slowly. As Ma carried out his training on the lookout, his perception ability gradually increasing. In the lower realm, in a particular remote village, the woods were deep, and the lofty mountains were dense. Ruling. The coachman drove the carriage on the winding and graceful mountain road. A stone bounced off the mountain road with a crack and flew down to the bottom of the cliff on one side of the road, quickly disappearing without a trace. Beneath this cliff between the mountains, a grayish-white stone door trembled slightly, and a large amount of gravel peeled off from it. It was a stone gate carved with strange patterns, the surface of which was somewhat cracked, as if it had been standing in the valley for countless years. Suddenly, with a bang, the stone gate shook again. A crack appeared between the two closed gates, and the gate slowly opened a little to the sides. A green creature with pointy ears carefully emerged from the crack, while looking at the blazing sun hanging in the air. When the sunlight hit the green creature, it immediately let out a cry of snort and returned to the crack as if frightened. After a long time, a few more of the same creatures grew bold and cautiously walked out of the gate. The small valley became lively. At the lookout. When that doorway was opened, the pale Kami stood at the lookout's edge, and his expression suddenly changed. "Kami, has something happened in the lower realm?" Mr. Popo asked worriedly. Kami nodded with a sigh. A gate in the lower realm that connects to a lesser demon realm was opened. It's a good thing there aren't any powerful demons near that gate. Earth was a magical place connected with the other world, demon realm, and some other mysterious domains. Although these portals were closed one by one with the Earthlings' ancestors' efforts during ancient times, there were still open passages throughout the ages. That lesser demon realm was attached to the subsidiary space around Earth. "Kami, do you want me to go and close the gate?" Kami shook his head. "It doesn't matter, they're all just small demons. They won't be able to stir up a big storm. By the way, how is Ma training going?" Kami was not too concerned about the demon clan inside lesser demon realm. Instead, he was concerned about Ma training. He's already gradually comprehending the true meaning of ki. Worthy of being the heir of Kami Noa. Train him well, the lower realm needs a strong martial arts practitioner. Okay, I'll train him well. By the way, Kami, Karin sent me a message, saying that he still has a very good martial arts practitioner there. He requested to send that person to the lookout as well after a while. Mr. Popo was now talking about the Karin Tower below. Karin had sent him a request to send Sun Gohan to the lookout. Oh well, let him send people up, there's been a lot of talented people lately. Kami held on to his crutch with a smile on his old wrinkle-filled face. In the past 250 years, there hadn't been a single person qualified to ascend the lookout, but now two people had appeared at once. The lookout had been quiet for hundreds of years. The last time it had been this life was when he competed with another person for the Kami's position. At the end of that competition, Kami Noa chose him to become Kami's heir. When he thought of the catastrophe that happened because he wanted to become Kami, guilt showed on his old face. If it wasn't for him, the great demon King Piccolo wouldn't have cholera in the lower realm, and the martial arts in the lower realm wouldn't have suffered a great downfall. That was all related to him. It had been more than 200 years since then. Perhaps he should consider finding an heir. Chapter 78. The mountains had no children, and the years were unknown. During this time of training, under Mr. Popo's guidance, Ma understood the quicker-than-lightning, tranquil as the sky. He also learned how to use his ki to sense his opponent's movements. In order to practice these, Mr. Popo brought Ma to a small room in the lookout. He used the machine inside to transport Ma to a special training environment that wasn't a space on Earth, but a virtual space created by the machine. According to Mr. Popo's needs, everything in it was like an illusion and could be manipulated at will. At first, it was the theory, but then it progressed to the actual training. In that illusion, Ma was fishing in a valley with birds as his companions. The lake's calm surface symbolized his mind, causing him to comprehend the tranquil and distant conception. After completing his spiritual training, he immediately entered another illusionary realm to receive lightning attacks to achieve lightning-like speed. Of course, in reality, his speed wasn't as fast as lightning. Today, after finishing his training, Ma soaked himself in a cozy hot spring. The water in these hot springs wasn't just any spring water either, but sacred water that had been purified by the lookout's power. Bathing in these sacred water would not only wash away the fatigue of the entire body but also nourish the body and achieve the effect of conceiving and nourishing the body. It would be perfectly compatible with the Heavenly Sky School martial arts that Ma practiced. While the fine stream of water flowed down his body, Ma stood up and walked out of the hot spring with his wet hair hanging as the water dropped. After wiping a mirror that was somewhat blurred by the steamy fog, it reflected a refreshingly handsome and graceful black-haired man with eyes full of intimidation like a falcon. Unknowingly, my power level has exceeded 200. Ma smiled lightly. During this period, His greatest gain wasn't an increase in power level, but an overall improvement in his whole accomplishment. Having gone through the various training in the lookout, he already possessed a kind of mindset to face any difficulty with ease. He had basically reached a state of invincibility on Earth. This rate of progress made him very satisfied. However, every time he thought that even the Frieza subordinates trash in the universe had a power level of over 1000, he felt a strong sense of urgency chasing him. As he arrived at the lookout's yard, a figure in an orange martial uniform just happened to be knocked out of the sky and landed in front of Maang. Reflexively, Maang lifted his leg and kicked the person out of the door again. Ah! There was a scream. Yo, Son Gohan, you look like a mess. Maang, it's fine that you didn't catch me, but you even kicked me. Son Gohan got up from the ground in sadness and anger. He had just come to the lookout and was being trained by Mr. Popo like Maang a year ago. Not to mention, he was suffering every day, and the only person he knew here was actually abusing him. Looking at Son Gohan's expression, Maang despised him. This is the most basic training. I'm helping you. I mastered this so fast in the first place. Mr. Popo added, Son Gohan's progress is not as good as Maang's. Son Gohan momentarily choked, I can't learn anyway. Son Gohan had never experienced what comprehending the various realms was. That was why he couldn't understand it fully. Maang, have you completed all of the training at this stage? Mr. Popo asked bluntly. I have basically mastered it. Maang spoke with confidence. Mr. Popo nodded and said, then you will start a brand new training from tomorrow. I'll train you into qualified warriors in the shortest possible time. Son Gohan, you have to do your best too. Oh. Son Gohan nodded willfully. Brand new training? The corners of Maang's mouth slightly curled up. He was looking forward to the next training. The sun and moon turned upside down as time flew by. The next day, Mr. Popo led Maang down the lookout's winding corridor. This was a corridor that Maang had already walked many times. As the corridor continued to spiral downwards, every 4 or 5 meters, a gate would appear. Behind these gates was a small independent space, dedicated to the trial of the practitioner. Imagine how much effort the kami put to build the lookout. Maang followed behind for quite some time but still didn't see any intention from Mr. Popo to stop. Popo, if you go further down, you will reach the end. Maang couldn't help but say. We'll be there soon. Mr. Popo walked ahead, leisurely with his hands behind his back. This is a training place that has been specially opened for you. You should practice well in it. If we continue on, we'll reach the bottom of the lookout. Is Popo taking me to the hyperbolic time chamber? Maang silently speculated. As he thought about it, it seemed that only the hyperbolic time chamber in the lookout matched what Mr. Popo said. The hyperbolic time chamber's time flow was hundreds of times faster than the outside world. A day outside was a year inside, and the air inside was legendarily thin, the temperatures fluctuating between -40 and 50 degrees Celsius. The gravity 10 times greater than the Earth's, these conditions could be harsh for anyone. To spend a year in a vast and empty, lonely environment was a great test for the soul. People who were mentally weak or unfocused were prone to hallucinations. Also, the food inside was not delicious. Suppose the place that Mr. Popo was heading to was the hyperbolic time chamber. In that case, Maang could predict that his life would be even more miserable than Son Gohan's in the following year. Moreover, the hyperbolic time chamber and his accelerated space have some duplicate functions. Worried. However, Mr. Popo's next step told him that it was all just his speculation and that their destination was not the hyperbolic time chamber. Well, here we are. This is it. Mr. Popo stopped in front of a huge doorway and opened it. It was pitch black inside. Maang paused and asked curiously, what is this place? Gohan. This is your place of trial. It's vicious and dangerous inside. You will only be able to come out after you defeat the strongest character inside, so you should be careful. Surprisingly, he realized that Mr. Popo actually used the word extremely dangerous to describe the danger inside. It made Maang's heart flinch, but he still walked in with firm footsteps. Clang. The door behind him suddenly closed the moment Maang entered. It was now a separate space inside. Another trial space? Suddenly, a feeling of dizziness came over him. Maang only felt a blackness, no longer knowing where he was. As he opened his eyes again, he discovered that he was in an old forest. Chapter 79. It was an old leafy forest, surrounded by greenwoods and pleasant air, with some mist between the lush trees. There was a stream clattering beneath the mossy rocks, and from time to time, a bird stopped in the branches and made a long and short squawk. This is an illusion? Maang frowned. The first thing that came to his mind was the training space that Mr. Popo had virtualized through the machine. He was having experienced practicing in the illusionary world a few times before. Yang immediately judged that the world he was currently in was also an illusionary world. It was just different from ordinary illusions. The illusions constructed by the lookout room were basically the same as the real world. Yang didn't use the dancing sky art to float at this time. Instead, he walked down the mountain path. First, he had to figure out what was going on in this illusionary world. The test mission that Mr. Popo gave him was to defeat the strongest character in this world. It meant that there were opponents in this illusion world that he was currently unable to defeat. Otherwise, it wouldn't be called a test. Mr. Popo's exact words were, "You can only come out after you defeat the strongest character in there, so be careful." Mr. Popo reminded him to be careful. It also meant that his opponent's strength was relatively superior to his. When he thought of this, a fighting spirit of struggle arose in Yang's heart conversely. Because of their relatively good qualities, Yang's training had actually been going smoothly in the past few years. Especially after opening the golden finger of acceleration space. Basically, there were no setbacks. However, the most dubious battle was when he faced Mercenary Tao. Even back then, he won through the Senzu Bin's power in the end. It could be said that up until today, the level of Earth's martial arts practitioners had been unable to keep up with Yang's pace. However, Yang still hadn't suffered any setbacks, gradually giving him the feeling that it was easy for him to win on Earth. Of course, this was an illusion, but at least Mr. Popo was an exception. He also longed for an evenly matched battle, not with any sense of self-abuse, but rather with the hope of testing his training results. After all, fighting an enemy was different from fighting against Mr. Popo in training. Also, it was more likely to stimulate potential in battle. As Yang followed the mountain path out of the forest, he entered a not-so-prosperous town. The people on the road were in a hurry, carrying large bags as if they were on the run. Yang held one of them by the hand. "What's going on here, folks? Where are you all going?" The man looked frightened, and upon seeing Yang, he did not forget to remind Yang kindly. "Run. The demon is coming. If you don't leave, it will be too late." Yang let go of the man's hand and looked at his back as he stumbled and fled. Yang thought thoughtfully, is the demon he talked about is the target of my trial? That's a little too straightforward. With that in mind, Yang closed his eyes and felt it. There was indeed an evil scent in the air. Suddenly he opened his eyes, and a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. Secretly, he said, "Here it comes." Sure enough, there were miserable screams, and children's cries came from the other end of the town. Yang's figure flashed and appeared at the other end of the town in a blink of an eye. What came into view was a dark green, scaly monster. The monster was covered in scaly armor. It had horns on its head and a pair of wings on its neck. It looked like both a dinosaur and a strange bird. It even exuded an evil aura. Is this the demon? The power level is around 100 or so. Yang sensed it and roughly judged the opponent's power level. As Yang arrived, he happened to witness the demon was doing evil. Gulp. The dinosaur-like demon opened its bloody mouth and swallowed a human in one bite. It chewed and spewed out a section of flame, which suddenly ignited a few thatch-built houses nearby. Ha 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 ha, what a pleasure. Whoa. First, complete the orders of Demon King. How good it would be for the foolish humans to obey the Demon King's order. The dinosaur-like demon raised its head and spewed out blazing flames from its mouth. Suddenly, the corner of the town turned into a sea of purgatorial fire, with countless screams. "Help me, someone helps me. I don't want to die. Mother, I'm scared. It's so hot, it hurts." The flames ignited many people's bodies. They were lying on the ground, rolling and struggling for their lives. Those who fled in panic were even more frightened. Some had left their bags behind, many even abandoning their wives and children. "Damn." A stern voice was heard. Yang's figure appeared in front of the crowd. He first kicked those cowards who left their wives and children and then came to the dinosaur-like demon's side. As he looked at the wounded miserable state, crawling and howling, a fury flashed in his eyes. A key wave was struck out, so fast that the arrogant dinosaur-like demon didn't even realize it for a moment. With a puff, the key wave poured in from the chest. "No. How could I die at the hands of a pitiful human? King Piccolo will not let you go." The demon's ugly head looked incredulous, and its eyes were gradually losing their luster. "Humphrey!" Yang snorted angrily. Another massive key wave hit the air. Countless brilliant lights flashed, and the demon's head turned into a cloud of smoke in the middle of the azure key wave. King Piccolo. Is that the demon's superior? From the sight before him, it wasn't hard to deduce that Mr. Popo had sent him into a world that was supposed to be rampaged by a demon clan. It was a place where human lives were like straws, full of demonic loaves and fishes, and King Piccolo must be the one he needed to defeat. "Hero, thank you for killing the demon and saving everyone. You are a legendary martial arts practitioner, right?" Only martial arts practitioners have the power to kill demons. Those town residents who had fled in a hurry saw that the demon had been killed. They came forward to flatter, which made Ma Yang frown upon their flattering faces. In particular, those people who had abandoned their wives and children to flee for their lives before ran over to kowtow to him, making Ma Yang feel somewhat unhappy. He snapped, "Be quiet, all of you. Now, tell me, what the hell is going on here?" Ma Yang appointed a random villager. The villager's expression was somewhat stunned. He didn't know if it was because he was chosen by Ma Yang or wondering why the masked in front of him didn't know anything. But he didn't dare to make a presumptuous guess. He was terrified of annoying the master in front of him, so he replied carefully, "Master, the entire world is now ruled by the demons. Those demons are ferocious and bloodthirsty, taking pleasure in slaughtering humans all day long. Although the martial arts practitioners have united, they are still no match for the demons. Now that there is no place of peace in the entire world, we can only survive and run around. Wherever it is safe to go." Ma Yang nodded at the words. He didn't think that the villagers would be sloppy with him on this matter because that was really unnecessary. At the same time, he also understood that the humans in this world might already fall to desperation. That demon clan just now had around 100 power level, and there was still an unknown number of such demons. No matter how strong humans were, they were no match for the demon clan. "Go on." The villagers swallowed their saliva. They already treated Ma Yang as an ascetic who had been trained in the mountains for a long time without hearing the world's affairs. Those demons are endless in number. In the battle against them, the martial arts practitioners have retreated. Countless masters have perished on the battlefield. They are unbeatable, especially the leader of those demons, the Great Demon King Piccolo. "Wait, did you say the Great Demon King Piccolo?" Hearing this familiar name, Ma Yang's expression slightly stunned. Yes. The villager replied apprehensively. Chapter 80 Great Demon King Piccolo. Regarding this name, Ma Yang could only describe it like a thunderbolt. After hearing this name from the villagers, he suddenly realized what kind of world Mr. Popo had sent him to. This place was actually a world constructed with the great catastrophe that happened more than 250 years ago. He recalled the episode in the original story where Son Goku was once sent hundreds of years ago by Mr. Popo with a machine when he was training in the lookout, so that he could meet Ito. Ma Yang knew that he was in a similar situation. "I see." Ma Yang waved his hand at the villagers in front of him. His mind had already been very clear. Afterward, he no longer negotiated with the villagers. Instead, he directly soared into the sky, speedily flying towards this world's Karin Tower. If this realm was really an illusion built based on the Great Demon King Piccolo ruling the world, then this must still be Earth, with Karin Tower and Karin's existence. As for whether the lookout was existent, he was not sure. However, out of his trust in the lookout room's magic, he believed that this place should be interpreted according to historical facts. So here's the problem. Today's Great Demon King Piccolo was in a young and robust state. He even has a power level of 260, and Ma Yang was definitely no match for him. That was why he made a little confirmation of the current situation. "Mr. Popo has given me a big challenge this time. I'm no match for Great Demon King Piccolo at this moment." Mr. Popo told him that he could only return if he defeated the strongest character in this illusion world. Other than the lookout that he didn't know if it existed or not, the strongest character here was undoubtedly the Great Demon King Piccolo. There was a swish, and a long bright line cut across the void. Everything you saw along the way was a purgatorial catastrophe. Black smoke was billowing, the fire was raging, and the demons were slaughtering countless lives. The air was filled with a sense of hostility. Ma Yang gently corked his eyebrows as a thought flashed through his brain. Strange, the cataclysms in history don't seem to be as cruel as the ones seen below, do they? Based on his knowledge of the original story, the strongest during the time of the Great Demon King Piccolo period was Piccolo himself. He alone created the terror that enveloped the world. Still, he didn't have as many demons under his command as the scene before him presented. The number of demons in this world seemed to have been adjusted. How many times had they been doubled? However, it was useless to overthink now. Ma Yang concentrated and began to accelerate. Soon the Karin Tower appeared in front of him. Flying upwards along with the tower, Ma Yang ascended to the top of the tower. At this time, there was another person on the Karin Tower besides Karin. That person had a white beard and a white martial arts uniform. He was Ito, who was studying the evil containment wave on top of the Karin Tower. "Who are you?" Karin was startled by the sudden appearance of Ma Yang, and his fat body shook like a blade of grass. Immortal Karin, and Ito. Ma Yang jumped into the martial arts practice space with his eyes fixed on the two. Compared to Karin and Ito that he knew, the two in front of him were exactly the same in terms of their scent and key attributes. This illusionary world was like an interception of real history and thus cloned. Do you know us? After a brief period of not knowing what to do, Karin sniffed out Niang's human scent, and his expression calmed down. Kind of. You guys have a tremendous reputation. I know a little bit about it. Niang replied without any doubt. When he thought about Karin, who looked frightened just now, Niang wondered if he acted the same in history. Karin narrowed his eyes and looked at Niang. With a shocked expression, I didn't expect there would be a young man as strong as you in this world. It's beyond my expectations. Perhaps you're the only one who could be a match for the great Demon King Piccolo and the other Demon Kings. Another Demon Kings? Wasn't it just Great Demon King Piccolo? Niang was puzzled. Hey, don't you know, there are 2 Demon Kings down there in the Chaos world below. What? Niang's heart was filled with amazement after hearing this. There was actually a Demon King other than the Great Demon King Piccolo. How was that possible? Did the history I knew was a false one? Wait. Niang suddenly reacted. Was this current world not completely deduced from historical facts, and there was special processing in it? From Karin's words, the speculation was pretty much solidified, and needless to say, it was all Mr. Popo's creation. A great Demon King Piccolo had already left him with nowhere to go, and now there was actually another one. Mutaido came over. Seeing that Niang didn't know much about it, he explained, there are a total of 2 Demon Kings that are causing trouble in the world below. Besides the great Demon King Piccolo, there is also a demon named Meliokojo. Those demons in the lower realm are mainly the ones he brought out from the demon realm after opening the door to the demon realm. So that's how it is. No wonder there are so many demons. Just Great Demon King Piccolo alone can't create that number. It turns out there's another demon, King. Niang suddenly realized and immediately felt intimidated. Great Demon King Piccolo alone was something he could not deal with, and now with the addition of a Demon King, he felt like all he could is to roll up and leave. Young man, I hope you can join hands with me to save this world. Mutaido sincerely offered an invitation. Niang looked on indifferently. Instead of agreeing to it immediately, he asked, when something this big happens in the lower realm, don't the kami at the lookout care about it? In the original story, the Great Demon King Piccolo and the kami relationship was the same. Furthermore, the Great Demon King Piccolo couldn't destroy the entire world, so Kami and Mr. Popo didn't intervene. But now, after another demon clan intervened, the human race was on the verge of extinction. How could the lookout just stand by and watch? Just to Niang's surprise, after hearing his words, both Karin and Mutaido looked confused. Young man, what is the lookout you're talking about? Huh? The corner of Niang's mouth twitched. He now understood the layout of the world. It turned out that there was no lookout here at all. No, nothing. Niang shook his head. He no longer dwelled on the lookout issue and looked towards Mutaido. Do you plan to learn the evil containment wave to fight the Great Demon King Piccolo? I do have the idea, but the move I'm working on can only be used against Great Demon King Piccolo alone. And nobody else can deal with Meliokojo. Releasing the evil containment wave alone required a lot of physical strength and was almost a fierce life-for-life move. Before Niang appeared, Mutaido was desperate for the future of this world. Fortunately, another strong man had arisen among the humans at a critical moment. So, there would be someone who could handle Meliokojo when he sacrificed himself. Can I learn too? Of course. Mutaido brightened and cautiously said, the move I tried to create is called Evil Containment Wave, but it has a fatal flaw. Once the wielder releases the Evil Containment Wave, he can also die along with the sealed target. That's pretty clear. Niang gave him an unexpected glance. A matter of life and death is at stake. So, of course, I have to make it clear. Niang listened with a hint of a sigh on his face. Frankly speaking, if you were in his place, there was no chance that he might not have told such a secret at all. In such a comparison, only a martial arts practitioner with a noble character as Mutaido would be qualified to ascend to the heavens after death. Chapter 81. So Immortal Karin, how is the strength of that demon named Meliokojo, and how does it compare to the Great Demon King Piccolo? Great Demon King Piccolo's power level was around 260. Since Meliokojo was able to cholera the world with the Great Demon King Piccolo and cause such great harm, he must be powerful as well. It's strong. It's probably stronger than Great Demon King Piccolo. Karin shook his head bitterly. As far as I know, the Great Demon King Piccolo had brief contact with Meliokojo. Then the two became clear and maintained some sort of understanding, but in terms of territory size alone, Meliokojo's range of control is much larger, occupying 60%. In other words, Meliokojo must be a little stronger than the Great Demon King Piccolo, but it shouldn't be significantly stronger. Otherwise, the two couldn't maintain that understanding. Yes. Karin agreed with Niang's judgment. Yang nodded his head and began to organize his thoughts. Mr. Popo's request was for him to defeat the strongest in this world. This so-called defeat definitely didn't mean as simple as sealing, but killing the opponent in an honorable manner. Otherwise, this trial would become meaningless. Of course, Yang still had to learn the evil containment wave, as well as the thunder shock surprise and tri-beam. These moves were extremely powerful and could provide a reference for Yang's future development. The priority is to rush the training. Killings are happening every second in the lower realm. We don't have that much time. Mutaido blew his beard, and his face was eager. Although the matter of training couldn't be accomplished overnight, they really couldn't afford to procrastinate. Yes, we can't afford to delay any longer. We must quickly figure out a trick to deal with those two demon kings. Karin reacted and stopped engaging in nutritious repetition with Yang. He didn't even ask questions about Yang's origins. In his opinion, as long as Yang was human, that was enough. The peaceful aura about him indicated that he was an aid to humans. Watching Karin and Mutaido turn to continue their learning about the evil containment wave, Yang stood beside them quietly watching. He managed to put himself in their shoes and understand their feelings. Although he told himself that everything here was just an illusion and that the two in front of them were just special NPCs. The reality that even their breath, fear, hunger, fatigue, and pain sensations could be simulated could no longer be described merely as an illusion. This was simply an alternate reality world. He just didn't know if getting hurt or dying here meant getting hurt or dying for real, as well. Even the great demon king Piccolo alone would be hard for him to defeat with his current strength, not to mention adding a more powerful Hojo. Stimulated by multiple nerve senses, Yang felt the same real sense of urgency in his heart. Perhaps this current situation was the greatest challenge he had ever faced. But even if it was a challenge, he wasn't afraid in the slightest. Since it was a challenge, then let it be more intense. A flame of determination was burning in the eyes. In the following days, Yang stayed at the top of Karin Tower to train with Mutaido. Although his strength had surpassed this current Mutaido and Karin, Yang was still learning from the two. Particularly when developing new moves, the kind of experience accumulated wasn't necessarily related to his strength. Each time the night came, Yang would open the acceleration space again and continue his training in the acceleration space. With a dense ki lingering around his body, it replenished his consumption during the day. At this time, his ability to open the acceleration space was much stronger than before. With 4 times the amount of time added, Yang had almost had an extra day of training compared to others. Soon, Yang had learned all of the powerful techniques, such as the Thunder Shock Surprise and Tri-Beam. Evil Containment Wave. Without warning, a dark green spiral of ki waves appeared in Karin Tower's practice field. Hovering overhead, it seemed to distort the space. However, it only lasted for a moment before the green ki wave seemed to take a backseat, dissipating like a dreamy bubble into a mist. Cough cough. Mutaido was sweating profusely, and his face turned pale. Yang saw the situation and quickly handed him half a senzubin to restore his strength. Hurry up and eat it. Thank you. Mutaido took the senzubins and quickly regained his strength after eating it. He then sighed, it's still not enough. This level of evil containment wave won't be able to trap Great Demon King Piccolo or Hojo. It's fine. We can continue. I'm sure you'll be able to perfect the evil containment wave. Yang believed, as in the original story, Mutaido eventually succeeded in completing the training on the evil containment wave. However, this illusionary world had changed dramatically compared to the original world. His memories of those may not be accurate here. Mutaido smiled as his strength had completely recovered. It's thanks to your senzubins that I had the opportunity to cast the evil containment wave. Otherwise, this training wouldn't have been so fast. I didn't expect there to be such a miraculous thing in this world. Karin also nodded beside him. That's right, this thing called senzubins is really miraculous. I don't know where you got it from. Yang smiled without saying anything. He seemed a bit profound. In fact, the senzubins came from Karin Tower from the real world. Not only was there no lookout in this trial world, but there also weren't even any senzubins. Yang secretly thought that it was a pity. Otherwise, he could have raided some more senzubins. He just didn't know if he could get the senzubins back after using them on the people in the illusionary world. Yang, you've learned both the Thunder Shock Surprise and Tri-Beam. Your strength should have increased by a large amount, right? Karin changed the subject and looked at Yang seriously. Yang nodded and said, my ki has indeed increased, but it is not yet a match for Great Demon King Piccolo and Hojo. Huh? At this point, Yang suddenly closed his mouth and looked in a direction. His face became gloomy. What's going on? Karin saw Yang suddenly stop talking and asked gently, and looked in a direction as well, then frowned. There's strong ki approaching towards us. Oh, my god. It's Meliokojo's key. Damn it. How did he find out about Karin Tower? Karin sucked in a breath of cold air. The fur all over his body suddenly trembled, and his voice trembled as he spoke. Karin Towers was located in Meliokojo's territory, and Meliokojo was heading towards them. There was no doubt their whereabouts had been revealed. Immortal Karin, did you say that Meliokojo is heading this way? Mutaido couldn't yet sense Meliokojo's key, but from Karin and Maayang's conversation, he heard the proper meaning. That's right, Meliokojo is here. What are we going to do? The Karin Tower's borders won't be able to stop him. Karin was anxious. The magic of Karin Tower was only capable of intercepting all climbers who used external forces so that they would never reach the top of the tower. But to the powerful Meliokojo, this layer of testing was useless. It's too late to say anything now. We need to leave quickly. Maayang's mind was spinning extremely fast. None of them was a match for that Meliokojo right now. A hard fight was definitely not a wise choice. Maayang was not a pedantic person. Before he was sure that there was a victory, moving as soon as possible was the most important thing to do. That's right. Let's hurry up and leave. At this time, Karin was less scrupulous. He was busy rummaging through the box to bring some useful things with him, then beckoned a golden somersault cloud and threw them up. Go quickly, run as far away as you can. Karin flew in the front of the somersault cloud, and behind him, Maayang and Mutaido looked at each other and followed. However, after flying for a while, they sensed that the evil scent behind them was getting closer. Oh no, Meliokojo is going to catch up. Karin's forehead fur was ruffled by the wind, as he kept looking back. Chapter 82 Hula. A black shadow chased after them from behind. Soon, it arrived behind Maayang and the others. Red blood hair, green skin, covered with strange tattoo-like patterns, a pair of green eyes emitting bloodthirsty light, Meliokojo stopped in front of Maayang and the others with a whoop. Shit! Karin shrieked and cried out like a lost kid. Is he Meliokojo? Maayang didn't have much of an expression as he quietly let go of his key wave to test it. However, what he got in return was an icy coldness. What a scary guy. When Maayang felt the burst of coldness emanating from his opponent's body, he shivered. His muscles felt as if they were frozen, and his heart sank. It seemed like a vicious battle was coming next. Hee, you guys are the last martial arts practitioners on Earth, and it was so easy for me to find you. Meliokojo licked his lower lips, his cold words filled with killing intent. Suddenly he looked at Maayang, a strange color flashing in his eyes. He felt this young man was the strongest of the three. There is actually such a master among the Earthlings. Although it was still a far cry from himself and the demon named Piccolo, among the generally weak Earthlings, Maayang's power level with more than 200 could be called astonishing. Kid, are you interested in following and serving this lord? I can spare your life. Meliokojo squeezed out a smile and looked at Maayang kindly, as he extended an invitation. No way. Ah, what a pity. Meliokojo's face was quite regretful as he spoke apologetically. However, when he said that, his body immediately emitted a sickeningly dark atmosphere. Spatial fluctuations rippled slightly. Among the ripples like water, the body suddenly flashed. Maayang and the others hadn't even reacted yet, but Meliokojo had already arrived in front of them. His green face was almost clinging to them. Die. Like a nightmarishly cold voice, Meliokojo slowly lifted his hand as one palm poked forward. The speed wasn't fast, along with a splendid glow soaring through the air, radiant ki covering over towards Maayang and the others. What? Boom. It was too late for anyone to react. Surging ki came from all directions. The ki was very violent and turbulent. Soon the three of them were drawn into the ki vortex. Maayang immediately shouted at the situation and opened his arms to resist. Heavenly sky beam. Countless crescent-shaped ki wave blades blossomed out. It puffed out, strangling and destroying the swirling energy. After doing all this, Maayang, Mutaido, and Karin leaned close together, watching Meliokojo vigilantly. Meliokojo was surprised, but his expression didn't change at all. In his eyes, the resistance of Maayang and the others was as ridiculous as a praying mantis. Wow! Meliokojo's figure moved quickly. This time his speed became even faster. Maayang's eyes kept rotating to catch his opponent's movements, but this time, the difference in strength between them was highlighted as Maayang could only saw a blurred flash of light that kept appearing and disappearing. He never managed to observe the exact whereabouts. A green flash and a creepy, enlarged face appeared in front of his eyes. Maayang's eyes flashed in horror. His body had taken a violent blow. It seemed as if it had been hit by a boulder, injuring its internal organs instantly. He puffed out a mouthful of blood, and his face had turned pale. At that moment, Meliokojo began to move towards Mutaido and Karin to kill them. Clouds of blood splashed out, scattering like rain from the sky. Melyakujo's attack was so swift and brutal that Mutahiro and Karin didn't have time to react before the terrifying ki penetrated through their bodies. Those two have been taken care of, there's only one left. A pair of green eyes without a ripple twinkle. The killing had become a routine for him. Bastard. Upon seeing with his own eyes that Mutahiro and Karin had died at the hands of Melyakujo, Maayang's eyes turned red, and his anger rose to the limit. Heavenly Sky Beam. Thunder Shock Surprise. Dry Beam. Heavenly Sky Beam. All the tricks that he knew were used one by one. For a time, blue, golden, white, and all kinds of ki swept down in an overwhelming wave. These ki were full of Maayang's anger. They intertwined together, forming a heavenly net that struck towards Melyakujo. Upon facing that terrifying ki, Melyakujo's eyes flashed with a strange color. Then a sneer crept onto his face. This ridiculous earthling. Did he think that this weak ki could hurt the great Lord Melyakujo? So, with a wave of his hand, a black ball of ki appeared in his palm. It pushed forward lightly towards the mixed ki and exploded together with the mixed ki. Rumble. A loud sound resounded through the world. A terrifying ball of light was suddenly expanded and generated in the void. The chaotic ki reacted terrifyingly at this time. It was like a megastorm that instantly swept away everything in a radius of tens of kilometers. The terrifying ki wave was still spreading. Because it happened in the high altitude, this ki wave was transmitted exceptionally far. It was continuously spreading out towards the rest of the world. Gradually, the glow dissipated, and only a faint cloud of smoke remained. But at this point, only Melyakujo was left in the 1,000-mile dome, and Muang's figure was already nowhere to be seen. Humphrey. I can't believe he escaped. Melyakujo stared at the blank sky in a daze. His face was so gloomy that it was about to drip ink. He thought that his opponent was sharpening his sword to avenge his companion's death. It turned out, it was just a cover. He was annoyed, then sneered, that human boy. Did he really think he could escape me? As he said that, Melyakujo grunted, and a dark smoke spread out in his hand. As soon as the smoke appeared, it dissipated into a few wisps of smoke. Melyakujo opened his dark green eyes and turned around to disappear into the turquoise blue sky. 100 kilometers away in the wilderness. Maayang's wretched figure appeared behind a stone wall as he coughed out a mouthful of blood. His face turning pale, and sighed, that Melyakujo is actually so strong that even Mutahiro and Karin lost their lives in his hands. Before the real battle had even started, his team had lost 2 people first, making Maayang's heart very heavy. He is afraid it would be tough for him to defeat Great Demon King Piccolo and Melyakujo. Chapter 83. The impression that Melyakujo gave to Maayang was a feeling of terror. Although he had never fought Great Demon King Piccolo, Maayang intuitively believed that Melyakujo was much more powerful than the Great Demon King Piccolo. As for why they were still able to maintain a good understanding and be distinct from each other, Maayang was not sure. Forget the rest. For Nu, recovering your strength is important. With that thought, Maayang calmed his mind. He didn't use his Senzu Bean. Instead, he opened a passage to enter the acceleration space. In the surrounding foggy acceleration space, Maayang's figure appeared on the flat ground. As soon as it appeared, the fine ki air surged towards his body. Here, he could wholeheartedly heal his injuries without worrying that someone would find him. Maayang puffed out a little bit of ki into his body, and his face gradually turned red. Maayang was just an earthling and didn't have the Saiyan's constant growing physique. So, the Senzubans were more of a life-saving treasure to him than they were a tool to break through. So as long as it wasn't life-threatening or if he really couldn't get out of a situation, he would try his best to conserve Senzu beans. When injured, he would enter the acceleration space and use the ki inside to recuperate. To a certain extent, this was also continuously increasing the toughness of the body cells. 20 hours had passed in the acceleration space, and 5 hours in the outside world. Maayang's body had recovered completely. He then stood up, his bones crackling all over his body, and the ki in his body seemed to have increased a little. With his body recovered, Maayang now had time to consider what to do next. Through contact with Melyakujo, though he was in a state of being ravaged by him, Maayang was able to see the gap between them clearly. That Melyakujo's strength was definitely even more powerful than the young Great Demon King Piccolo. Great Demon King Piccolo only has 260 power levels, while Melyakujo had a little over 280, close to 300. Compared to his power level that was only 200, this was quite a huge difference. Maayang was confident that he could challenge the Great Demon King Piccolo, who had a 260 power level. Even if he couldn't defeat him, retreating with ease would not be difficult. However, when facing Melyakujo, he surprisingly had to use some fraudulent tactics to do so. I'm still too weak. If I don't increase my strength quickly, this trial mission won't be completed. After figuring out their gap, Maayang painfully resolved to find a place to train hard for a while first. Hey! Knowing that Great Demon King Piccolo and Meliokojo level, if they were placed in the universe, they would be a mere miscellaneous level. He won't even be considered as cannon fodder if he couldn't even defeat them. Probably in this crisis-ridden Dragon Ball world, it would be better for him to change his profession to a chef before it was too late. He could just retire and sleep peacefully. After coming out of the acceleration space, Maiyang first observed his surroundings and found the desolate plain uninhabited. He then chose a direction to go through, and soon entered a stone forest. The scene here was dry as a desert. A few pieces of stone pillars like bamboo shoots connected together. A few stalagmites between some holes, which could be used as a shelter from the wind and rain. Such strange-shaped rocks and stones can be found everywhere on Earth in the Dragon Ball world. Maiyang made his decision to train here first. Of course, the real place of training was inside the acceleration space. This was just as a place to stay regularly. After his spiritual strength was restored, his body swooshed into the acceleration space again. Every time he felt deprived, he would come out of the acceleration space. Day after day, Maiyang felt that his strength was slowly increasing. One day, in a bright space, a unique small world was formed within a kilometer radius. Maiyang stood at the central location. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, then took a stance and shouted loudly toward a direction. Tri-beam. Buzz. Bright pillars of ki emitted from the two overlapping hands, sweeping towards the front. Its power was magnificent and tremendous. After the tri-beam was released, Maiyang flashed again in successive instantaneous movements. He appeared in the position where the tri-beam was passing by and assumed a defensive stance. Heavenly Sky Beam. The crescent-shaped ki blade was like a silver moon, ghostly in the air, suddenly bursting with terrifying light under that beautiful silver glow. Rumble. The two terrifying ki waves met in the air, and violently exploded into a massive explosion. The terrifying explosion hurled out a ring of shockwaves visible to the naked eye like a collapsing star. As the smoke dispersed, Maiyang raised his head to look at the sky, not far away that was constantly tumbling with aftershocks. He patted his chest to flick off the ashes produced by the explosion. A brilliant light suddenly flashed in his eyes, and his body slammed fiercely. Click. A golden arc of electricity covered his palm and danced between his hands. Thundershock surprise. A wave-like rise and fall were suddenly created in the void. The golden palm brought forth an intense flash of electricity, creating a terrifying wave in the air. When everything calmed down, Maiyang stood on the spot to recuperate his body. He then used the scouter to probe himself. The data displayed after a soft tick-tick-tick sounded. Power level 246. Maiyang nodded his head. He is getting closer to the Great Demon King Piccolo and Meliokojo. At this time, a burst of tiredness came, so it was time to open the acceleration space. Outside of the acceleration space, a round moon hung in the sky. It was nighttime outside, and the white moon was as bright as a plate. It shone brightly, surrounded by flickering stars. A Milky Way hung from northeast to southwest, like a gauze dotting the night sky. After taking out one of the animals he had hunted during the day and finding wood to set up a fire, Maiyang used ki waves to ignite the wood. He enjoyed a dinner with high nutritional value. He then lay down to sleep with a piece of animal skin under his pillow. The next day, the sun rose high. Maiyang once again began a new day of training. He was practicing a punching technique, which almost became a habit, to calm his mind. Suddenly, a piece of evil aura appeared in his perception, fast, and had already emerged in the wasteland sky. Is he coming? With a gleam in his eyes, Maiyang raised his head. He indeed saw a bright red figure appear in his sight. With long blood-red hair and green skin. It was Meliokojo, the Demon King. His power level was 285. Hey, Earthling, I finally found you. Meliokojo squinted his eyes with evil intent. Maiyang calmly looked at Meliokojo, secretly moving the ki in his body, ready to attack at any time. After this period of training, Maiyang felt that he already had the strength to fight Meliokojo. You always call me Earthling. You are a demon who lived on Earth, aren't you Earthling too? Maiyang frowned and asked. The Earth was connected to many strange worlds, but most of those were spaces attached to the Earth. Even the demon realm area that was close to Earth was too remote from the demon realm center, so most of the demons living in it were from the Earth. Chapter 84. Ha 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 ha. Meliokojo laughed. He landed from the sky and stood 3 meters away from Maiyang. Ridiculous, how could a king like me be a creature from a reckless planet like Earth? This king comes from planet to command, which is far more advanced than Earth. A planet like Earth only deserves to be a colonial planet ruled by a king like me. The words were full of disdain for the Earth, as if only Planet to Command that he spoke of was of the highest class. Planet to Command? Maiyang shook his head. He hadn't heard of this planet's name, but judging from Meliokojo's 285 power level value, It wasn't much more advanced than Earth. According to the universal standards in the universe, it could be considered a low-level planet, so there was nothing to be proud of. How did you get to Earth? Did you come here alone? Well, there's no harm in telling you. If it wasn't for the malfunction of that aircraft I was riding in, I wouldn't have descended to this backward place. Without caring whether his opponent knew the truth or not, Meliokojo made his point. If you're an alien, how did you become a demon? Well, Meliokojo was about to say when suddenly his face changed. It seemed a little scrupulous, and he said grimly, "Why are you asking, boy? I definitely won't be able to escape anyway, so what do you have to worry about?" Maayang looked at Meliokojo and calmly said, "Humphrey, seeing as this king has worked hard to find you for some days, there's no harm in telling you. The reason why I became a demon is that back then." The corner of Meliokojo's mouth curled up with an indifferent smile. He recalled the past. He was about to explain why he became a demon when a brilliant light came out of nowhere towards him. Maayang seized the opportunity and attacked decisively. Tri-beam. Without any more reservations, a vicious attack swept in. After releasing the tri-beam, Maayang bashed the fallen demon and launched several more rounds of attacks in a row, only to hear a loud puffy sound resounding through the sky, as a terrifying tornado running from the sky all the way to the ground. Meliokojo was caught off guard and let out a miserable and angry roar. The blood-red key was holding open a shield to ward off Maayang's attack. Surrounded by pitch-black key, Meliokojo's figure was wretched. His face began to contort with rage, as he spat out a few words coldly. "You have truly angered Lord Meliokojo. I will break you into pieces." The response he received was silence and an even more frantic attack. Upon facing Meliokojo's threat, Maayang didn't pay any attention to it. He knew the truth of an anger attack, and he had no intention to answer. He only wanted to defeat Meliokojo by all means now. Even if he couldn't be defeated, it would be fine if he was seriously injured. As Maayang's body quickly traveled through the void, the places he passed became blurred like flowing water. He stretched out his palm and unleashed another attack. Thundershock surprise. This was a domain-level attack, accompanied by a golden electric light rising from the sky. Maayang smirked and continued to attack after a successful strike. PFFT. A smear of blood spurted out of Meliokojo's mouth, and his body was blown away by Maayang's attack. In terms of power level, Maayang only had 246, while Meliokojo had 285. However, in terms of level, Maayang was much higher than Meliokojo. The two cancelled each other out, actually causing them to fight on equal footing. Although it was still Maayang who fell short, it no longer had the same cloudy difference as when they first met. Damn it! Meliokojo's face turned grim as he wretchedly found his opportunity. After all, Meliokojo's strength was above Maayang's. So, after the initial beating he took, Meliokojo, who was gradually recovering, began to find his fighting rhythm. Pang pang dot boom. The two silhouettes quickly flashed in the sky. Both of them extremely fast, only a few streaks of electricity flew. Maayang slammed into Meliokojo, a light blue arcing key wave swooped down. It landed an accurate attack right on top of Meliokojo. An angry fire flashed in Meliokojo's eyes. Click. Click. Meliokojo wore his hair loose and smiled grimly. After taking Maayang's attack hard, he turned around and leaned up, his palm slicing through the air with a snorting sound. Cough. Maayang's face changed abruptly. His throat constricted, and a mouthful of blood spilled out of the corner of his mouth. Bang. All his defenses crumbled. The key in Maayang's hand was reduced to a bubble in an instant. It was like a falling meteor emitting a brilliant and colorful luster. Hee hee. Damn humans. Go to hell. Meliokojo laughed arrogantly. His spewing black energy spread out as he laughed. Then with a point of his toes, Meliokojo flew through the air, chasing toward the place where Maayang had fallen. However, at this moment, a sneer appeared on Maayang's face. Hoo-hoo. A soft sound of bin shattering. Maayang quietly bit into the senzu bins that he had held in his mouth beforehand. Suddenly under the effect of the senzu bins, Maayang's strength returned to its peak. Facing the swooping Meliokojo, Maayang clenched his fist tightly, all the ki gathered in his fist, shining with a bright white light. "You're the one who's going to die." Maayang shouted loudly and appeared in front of Meliokojo with a swoosh. He clutched his entire body, and he smashed down towards Meliokojo with his ki. Meliokojo's face suddenly changed dramatically as he watched his dying enemy suddenly resurrected in place and launched a full attack on him. At this point, Meliokojo didn't have time to think. He retracted his hands and rested them on his chest, feeling a hint of fear from the incoming attack. The loud rumbling and thunderclaps pierced his eardrums, and a new sun suddenly rose in the sky. Bang! A glittering crack appeared from Meliokojo's chest. His body seemed to blast like a cannonball, flying over 1,000 meters in the air. He then hit the ground and kept sliding for hundreds of meters before plunging deep into the rock layer. A huge impact trail several meters deep and wide, with 100 meters long, was left on the surface. Ahem, Earthling, you really impress me, but you're too naive to kill me like that. Even the great demon King Piccolo wouldn't dare to make such a faux pas in front of me. So, how could I lose at your hands? Melio Kojo ricketted his body. Blood hanging from the corners of his mouth, and his whole body crackled. However, his appearance had changed drastically from the previous one. A reddish glow clanged on his body's cracked stripes surface, like a mysterious spell that looked disturbing. He sneered, I'd like to see how many times you can recover. After saying that, Melio Kojo ignored the injuries on his body and bounced up from the impact crater, attacking Maayang like lightning. Maayang's face became ugly when he faced Melio Kojo, who was attacking once again. Chapter 85. Maayang didn't expect that this Melio Kojo's skin was thick enough that he could actually stand up after taking such a massive attack. He even knew how to make this weird move, similar to Power Up. A reddish glow mended the cracked streaks on the body, giving him a brand new body. His strength, which had been greatly decayed, was also fully restored to its peak after the Power Up. This skill was similar to the Great Demon King Piccolo and even the Namkian, except that the Namkian consumed ki, so Maayang wondered what the price Melio Kojo paid for it. 30 years after the River East, and 30 years after the River West, everything seemed to be back to the original state. This had the same effect as taking the Senzu beans. Maayang didn't have time to think. He took a deep breath and responded to Melio Kojo, who was attacking once again. Come on! He roared. Rumble. A loud sound reverberated in the sky. The impact from a ki wave paired with a bombardment spread out, brilliantly illuminating the entire sky. The battle had lasted for half an hour. Ping ping ping. The two sides continued to fight. Their attacks were coming one after another, often just after a move fell, the follow-up attack immediately trailed. Each strike was ruthless and decisive, as if they did not leave the opponent a single chance to breathe. Maayang did so because he knew that Melio Kojo couldn't use that power-up again. It was probably some kind of secret technique that could be performed to restore his full strength. Although there may be a price to pay afterward, against a full-blown Melio Kojo, there was still a hammer. Melio Kojo was even more so. He knew that Maayang had a full recovery weapon and that Maayang knew his affairs. His secret technique had a drawback that he couldn't hide. I must kill this kid. He can't stay here. Kill. The two of them coincidentally had the same thought. Almost at the same moment, both of them attacked simultaneously, their bodies transformed into two lightning bolts constantly exchanging in the sky. Boom boom. In the blink of an eye, countless more rounds were exchanged. At this time, Maayang's entire body was incinerated in the battle. His upper body was bare, a piece of muscle taut and hardened, as his muscles were trembling. His breathing became heavy, and after several rounds of intense consumption, Maayang's ki had been mostly depleted. His rhythm began to slow down a little. However, with his level and ability to use his moves in a watertight manner, his ki consumption was much less than Melio Kojo. After enduring several rounds of Maayang's strong attacks, even though his overall strength was higher than Maayang's, he couldn't do anything about his opponent's cunning way of dodging like a loach during the fight. So, he was now on the verge of exhaustion. Compared to Maayang, Melio Kojo was even more exhausted. The last time he recovered his full strength, he didn't really recover to his full strength, it was only 90% at best. He would definitely lose if the fight continued. Damn Earthlings, how could I lose to you? After several successive wild bombardments, his opponent was still standing firm in front of him, making Melio Kojo's face darken a bit. His conviction began to crumble. He even wondered if his guess was correct. Did his opponent actually possess more strength than he did? This couldn't go on, he would only die if he continued to fight. When he thought of this, Melio Kojo's face became gloomy. Does the great Lord Melio Kojo have no choice but to run away? His face was torn. He really didn't want to take this shameful step, but his heart was hardened. He knew it was the only way he could go. What a painful choice. Melio Kojo roared furiously, looking like a maniac. On the other side, when Maayang saw him roaring furiously, his heart tightened, and he began to defend with all his strength. Who knew, maybe Melio Kojo fiercely blasted a ki wave towards him. However, Melio Kojo unexpectedly turned around and ran away. Maayang was dumbfounded. How could he just run away like that if he really wanted to run away? Why bother making such a big scene? Those who didn't know would think that he was going to fight for his life. Such a drama queen. Upon seeing the black dots continue to fly away and get smaller, Maayang didn't chase after him. Instead, he breathed in his spot and prepared to recover his strength. If he failed to defeat Melio Kojo in this battle, There would be another one. He didn't have to end it right now because time was on his side. After a while, Maiyang felt that something was wrong. The black dot that flew far away and became smaller had actually become bigger again. Did Meliokojo return? What was going on here? Weren't he going to leave me alone for now? Maiyang fixed his eyes, and sure enough, he could see it was Meliokojo. He was back. This is impossible. How can I, Meliokojo, be easily defeated in your hands? In front of him, Meliokojo's face was stiff. His eyes stared blankly at Maiyang. Maiyang, huh? After Meliokojo finished his words, suddenly, his face became distorted, and his body began to bulge. I'm going to kill you. Let's all die together. Those who killed by the demons will not have peace even in the other world. Meliokojo said mechanically. His body grew more bulbous as he spoke. The cracked red streaks on his torso gradually became brighter. This is not good. As he looked at the determination and evil intent on his opponent's face, Maiyang felt a hint of coldness for no reason. Suddenly, he immediately realized what his opponent was thinking. This fool, knowing he couldn't win, he wanted to blow himself up. Even if he were to die, he would have to squeeze his back. What kind of torture did this Meliokojo commit? He was just escaped, now he returned and wanted to die along with Maiyang. This wasn't the result that Maiyang wanted. He was afraid of being stunned, and he also didn't want to die. The first thing he thought of was retreating. However, it was already too late. Meliokojo's body had already swelled up. In the next second, terrifying ki that was enough to destroy a 10-kilometer radius exploded out. Damn it. The sudden ki coming from behind swept Maiyang in. Maiyang turned pale. He couldn't disengage in time and was still covered by the ki from Meliokojo's self-destruct. Ah! The sharp pain of his flesh hit his brain. In the next second, it was as if his brain had stopped working. A moment later, the explosion ended, but at this time, the entire world also seemed to fall into a strange stasis as Maiyang died. In a spiral, the world began to collapse, and everything dissipated like a dream bubble. The world seemed to begin reforming. Well? He didn't know how much time had passed. Maiyang's fingers moved, and when he climbed up, he suddenly found that the scene around him was very familiar. The mountains were clear and beautiful. The water was flowing in the dense forest, and birds stopped in the trees from time to time, making a long and a short call. This was the place where he had entered the illusionary world before. How did he return here by himself? Oh yeah, he was dead. Meliokojo's self-destructing ki had strangled him. Maiyang touched his head as he recalled what had happened. However, the last scene was only a bit of a blur, and Meliokojo's departure and return were also quite confusing. Forget it, let's not think about it for now. Maiyang looked around with some doubts. This was indeed the place where he descended. He shook his fist as the surging ki made him feel incomparably real. His strength didn't weaken. It was still the same strength he had when he fought with Meliokojo. As he walked along the mountain path out of the forest, Maiyang entered a town that wasn't too busy. The people on the road were in a hurry, carrying large bags that seemed to be running. In the meantime, Maiyang raised his eyebrows and said, this was the village that was attacked by the demons. Sure enough, what happened next to this place was exactly the same as what happened before. A demon covered in scaly armor with flames spewing from its mouth was torturing the villagers here. Chapter 86. Was this what it meant to be in the place of trials? As long as the trial mission's object was not defeated and killed, even if you were dead, the entire world would start over an infinite number of times? Wasn't that like a never-ending prison of time? Of course, this was not necessarily bad for the determined martial arts practitioners, perhaps even a dream place for them to train. Mu Yang thought as he walked towards the demon in the village. He ignored the urgent shouts and discouragement from the villagers and walked up to the demon. Ha ha ha, there's actually a self-surrendering human. The scaly monster saw Maiyang approaching and laughed proudly. He was about to open his bloody mouth and swallow him, but Maiyang lightly raised his palm. Electric light flashed, and his line of sight broke. It split in two, then moved up and down in a dislocation. No way. The demon's face was filled with astonishment. It suddenly realized that its head had been split in two by the opponent. Its consciousness gradually plunged into darkness. History is repeating itself. Maiyang smiled indifferently. Now that he already knew this illusionary world would not actually threaten his life, Maiyang was completely unleashed. It seemed like an illusion, just like a dream. Perhaps this was the illusionary world's true meaning. Ignoring the horrified and adoring gazes of the people around him, Maiyang leaped into the air. This time, he didn't head towards Karin Tower. Instead, he sought out another ki that permeated the air and flew towards the south. There was the lair of the great demon King Piccolo. He had already made contact with Meliokojo. This time, Maiyang planned to meet the great demon King Piccolo. As for Meliokojo, Maayang already had a rough understanding of him. Meliokojo said he came from planet to command. Although he didn't know why an alien would become a demon after descending to Earth, the life in this illusory world had evolved based on the history of 250 years ago, which meant that, in the real history, Meliokojo must have been a character as well. As Maayang thought of what Meliokojo said about the aircraft malfunction, the first thing that came to Maayang's mind was the wreckage aircraft that had crashed in the valley inside the primitive mountain. The scouter on Maayang's hand was discovered from that pile of wreckage. It was already a bit strange that no corpse was found on the ship at that time. It turned out the alien who came to Earth didn't die on the spot. Instead, he lived on Earth, which could be Meliokojo. As to why there was no record of Meliokojo in later history, he guessed that it might have been disposed of by Kami or Mr. Popo after Meliokojo became a demon. Because Meliokojo was different from Great Demon King Piccolo, there was a reason for Kami or Mr. Popo to take direct action. This world didn't have the Lookout, Kami, or Mr. Popo, which naturally evolved into a situation where the two demon kings were running the world. A town in the south. All the humans in the town had died, so what came into view was a pale and desolate scene. In the northwest corner of the town, there was a mountain peak. The grass and trees around it were falling off, and crows were singing. The place was covered with white bones, and there was a palace made of white bones standing there. At night time, the cold wind whined and chirped, which appeared incomparably frightening. Suddenly a flash crossed the sky. Maayang sought the evil scent of the Great Demon King Piccolo, and when he landed at the entrance of the White Bone Palace, the demon guardians immediately spotted him. Those demons were all subordinates created by the Great Demon King Piccolo. They had green skin and scales. "Who are you?" the demon guard shouted forward. However, what greeted them was a radiant ki wave. Boom! Boom! Brilliant ki exploded at the entrance of the palace. Maayang's ki wave was not something these demons with 100 power levels could resist. In a split second, countless demons died in the ki wave's explosion, and the palace's door was blown open. Maayang stepped into the palace with dignity. The inside of the palace was dimly lit, with shadowy bonfires lit on both sides, the choking smell of kerosene permeating the corridors. Maayang frowned and walked until he reached the innermost part of the palace. In the middle of a spacious hall, he saw the Great Demon King Piccolo was sitting on top of the throne. It had green skin, black eyes, dark red muscle stripes outlining its arms and abdomen, and two tentacle-like things on its head. This was the young Great Demon King Piccolo, whose real identity was the Namkian. At this time, Great Demon King Piccolo slightly closed his eyes, and his hands were on the white bone throne. When he saw Maayang come in, he opened his eyes, and his expression was indifferent. "What an ignorant human. How many batches of you are coming to die? But that's okay, a constant battle will only give me a lot of fun, and watching you all come one by one to die will give me some relief." "Humphrey!" Maayang responded to him with a cold snort. This Great Demon King Piccolo, in front of him, really thought he was the Great Demon King. Didn't he know that the Great Demon Kings in fairy tales like this would all be killed by the brave ones in the end? "Oh, you're quite strong, though." The Great Demon King Piccolo shook his head with a faint smile. Great Demon King Piccolo. Without saying many words, Maayang directly let go of his ki. Suddenly, overshadowing ki filled the entire palace, and the Great Demon King Piccolo abruptly opened his eyes wide, his smile stagnant, and his face turned ugly. "This world actually has a strong human like you." The Great Demon King Piccolo was shocked, and his eyes flashed with killing intent. "Let's fight." If this were to face a real enemy, it would definitely not be a sensible move for Maayang to be the first to reveal his cards. However, this was the illusionary world, death would just be a do-over for him, plus the Great Demon King Piccolo's overall strength might not be stronger than his own. Of course, he had to take advantage of such a good trial opportunity. Therefore, using this place's characteristics, he had to enhance his combat ability and constantly identify his problems. "You're looking for your own death," the Great Demon King Piccolo said coldly. An icy coldness was released, instantly cancelling out Maayang's ki. The Great Demon King Piccolo stood up, and the real battle finally began. Chapter 87. The world spun around, and the illusory world restarted once again. In the battle with the Great Demon King Piccolo, Maayang was eventually defeated. The Great Demon King Piccolo was split from Namkian Old Kami. His natural racial talent made his combat skills equally high. At least from Maayang's point of view, the slightly understood why Meliokojo, who obviously had a higher power level than the Great Demon King Piccolo, didn't dare to attack him casually. It should be said that two demon kings shouldn't have fought without clearing the external obstacles. They might accidentally lose to a master among humans, such as Mutaido, who might pick up the advantage. It would be better to strangle all the masters among the humans first, then engage in a fight between the demon kings. Of course, With only 260 power levels, Aizen was confident that the Great Demon King Piccolo wouldn't easily defeat him. However, what he didn't expect was that the Great Demon King Piccolo in front of him didn't have 260 power level as he had previously thought. Instead, it was at least 300 power level. It was a serious miscalculation. Although Aizen was still fighting against him for a while, he was eventually killed by the Great Demon King Piccolo in his full glory in the White Bone Palace. Over the next few restarts, Aizen kept challenging the Great Demon King Piccolo and Meiyokojo like a stimulant. After failing 7 times in a row, he finally figured out one thing. Well, every time the illusion was restarted, it would increase the target of the challenge by a certain amount. This increase could be in strength or skill. In other words, if you didn't make progress in one try, the situation you faced next time would be more complicated and difficult. At the same time, each illusion only had 2 chances to challenge the same target object. Like the last time when Aizen fought Meiyokojo, although he had an actual track record of defeating the opponent, he failed to strangle the opponent. That was why he had the opportunity to start the third battle. As a result, the illusion struck, causing Meiyokojo to return and reenact the illusion through self-destruction. After several illusionary experiences, Aizen steadily improved himself in the battle against the increasingly powerful enemies. Finally, he had the strength to defeat the Great Demon King Piccolo and Meiyokojo. However, in the 8th restart, an accident happened again. He was actually struck by the Great Demon King Piccolo and Meiyokojo's combined attack and ended up suffering a bitter end. It's a pity that this time, he was actually struck by the combined attack of the Great Demon King Piccolo and Meiyokojo, which had never been happened before in the previous times. Before his consciousness plunged into darkness, Aizen lamented. It seemed that as Aizen's power increased, the illusionary world was gradually changing its state. At this point, Aizen's power level had reached 290, close to 300. Individually, neither the increased Great Demon King Piccolo and Meiyokojo was a match for him anymore. It was only logical that he should be able to complete the mission given by Mr. Popo easily. As the 9th restart began, the illusionary world returned to its original state. However, unlike the previous times, Aizen didn't return to the forest he had landed in before. Instead, he appeared near a hot spring. With water gurgling in the distance and a layer of smoke rising from the hot spring, Aizen walked in and saw a set of a lady's clothes hanging in a tree. Someone is bathing. With this thought in his mind, Aizen retreated toward the direction he came from. Aizen is a normal male, he also has a desire for women. However, voyeurism is not something that he can do as he considers himself a decent man. If he wanted to see, he could go back and discuss it with Mixia, maybe there was no need to peep. As he stepped aside, he saw a figure creeping up from a tree trunk, and then hid in a corner, not moving. The man was dressed in purple, had a pair of sunglasses on his face, and was drooling for voyeurism. How dare you peek over a women's bath? Aizen shook his head. He was suddenly despised. He casually picked up a stone and threw it over towards the hot spring. Hey, for this kind of guy who casually peeked at women taking a bath, he just couldn't help but want to give a little trouble. The stone fell into the water with a plop. Everyone was in shock for a moment, and soon a woman's voice was heard. Who's there? Miss, I caught a man over here peeping at you. Aizen appeared behind the peeping man without a sound and caught him in the act. Huh? Someone's peeping. The woman in the hot spring was so shocked. She quickly lifted up her clothes above the treetops and got dressed, while the peeping man struggled and begged, Hey, let me go. Everything is negotiable, let me go. I can't decide. You have to wait until the rightful owner comes. Aizen shook his head righteously. The man burst into tears. No, it will be too late if you don't let me go right now. I don't care about that. At this time, the woman came out from behind the hot spring. Her lavender hair stained with water droplets. Because it happened so suddenly, the woman was obviously panicked, and when she saw the man who peeped at her, her fair face flushed with a hint of anger. Well, Roshi, you're such a pervert indeed. Watch me, I'll tell father about this matter. Don't do that, Fan. I was wrong, please don't tell the teacher, or I'll be expelled from the school. The man who was addressed as Roshi immediately hung his head and begged when he heard the woman's words. Chapter 88 Roshi, Fan. After hearing these two names, Aizen was stunned. The name Fan was very common and less recognizable, it belonged to the more popular names. In the Dragon Ball world, there were several people with this name. Certainly, the most famous Fan was Son Goku's granddaughter, but the young girl in front of her was obviously not, so Aizen didn't care about it much. What made him care was the name Roshi. It was actually Master Roshi who was peeping at someone's bath. Is this the future god of martial arts? The turtle immortal known as Master Roshi? After a closer look, the outline of the face vaguely had traces of Master Roshi. It was now confirmed that he was the young Master Roshi, and the woman named Fan Fan, with her lavender hair, was somewhat similar to the auburn color of Fortunatiller Bubba. Came to think of it, Master Roshi had a crush on a girl named Fan Fan when he was younger. Was she that Fan Fan girl? In other words, does it mean that it's a long time before Great Demon King Piccolo appeared this time? Gentlemen, thank you. Otherwise, I would have been taken advantage of by this big pervert again. The young girl named Fan Fan was blushing slightly. She was still a little shy. Ma Yang smiled and waved his hand. No need to thank you. I'm just not used to see some people's certain behavior. Hey, how can you talk like that? Master Roshi yelled in discontent. Roshi, if you scream again, I'll go tell father that you're peeping on me. Fan Fan immediately glared up in discontent. Under Fan Fan's great outburst, Master Roshi immediately became quiet. He was like a withered grass that turned wilted as he hung his head and stopped talking. There were two people that Master Roshi feared the most in his life. One was his teacher, Mute Ido, and the other was Fan Fan. Even towards his sister, Master Roshi wasn't that afraid of her. Of course, for Fan Fan, Master Roshi was not only afraid but also fond of her. That was why he often couldn't help but do things to attract her attention. Upon watching Master Roshi and Fan Fan fight, Ma Yang smiled. Where is Mute Ido Training Academy? Are you here to learn martial arts, sir? Fan Fan said with a surprised expression on her face. She then took the initiative to lead the way to Mute Ido Training Academy. Ma Yang smiled and followed Fan Fan towards Mute Ido Training Academy under Master Roshi's envious and jealous eyes. Kid, I'm an entry-level disciple of Master Mute Ido, and I need to pass this hurdle if I want to learn the martial arts. Do you know that you almost ruined my career just now? Master Roshi squeezed over and whispered to Ma Yang. Is your big career to peek at girls bathing? Understood. Ma Yang nodded without commenting. He knew that the Master Roshi had been this way since he was young. The group walked through the woods for a while longer and soon came to the martial arts dojo's front entrance. This is my father's dojo. Fan Fan pointed at the door of the dojo and said. Mute Ido Training Academy wasn't very big, there were only about a few dozen students inside. It was inferior to the Heavenly Sky School, but that didn't prevent Mute Ido himself from becoming a martial arts master known worldwide. This young man, you. Mute Ido was sitting on the floor in his white martial uniform. When he saw his daughter and disciple coming over, followed by a young man, his martial arts practitioner's intuition made him feel something. He was carefully sizing up the person, and a fierce pressure greeted him. Mute Ido's face changed suddenly, and an incredible sight appeared in his eyes. Master Mute Ido. Ma Yang gave a salute. It was neither humble nor overbearing. This Mute Ido in front of him was only an image in the illusion. He wasn't the Mute Ido that Fortunatiller Bubba met back then. Nonetheless, courtesy was still to be given. Mute Ido got up hurriedly and returned the courtesy to Ma Yang. It's not necessary, you are the true senior. Just call me Ma Yang. Okay. Mute Ido nodded in response. Father. Fan Fan was confused by the scene in front of her. What the hell was going on? Why would father call this young man senior? Was the young man in front of her actually a master from a deep hiding place? But he was still so young. Fan Fan, father has important matters to discuss with Mr. Ma Yang, so you guys go out first. Despite all the doubts in their hearts, after hearing Mute Ido's words, both Fan Fan and Master Roshi obeyed. They looked at Ma Yang in amazement as both of them retreated out together. After they left, Mute Ido asked, Mr. Ma Yang, I felt a great natural aura in your steps. I don't know which school you are from? Ma Yang smiled lightly and said, Heavenly Sky School. Mute Ido sucked in a breath of cold air and admired it. It turned out you're from the Kami School. No wonder Mr. Ma Yang has such great strength. Although Mute Ido's strength hadn't reached the point where he could see people with his eyes closed, he could still sense the most basic strengths and weaknesses. So, the first time he saw Ma Yang, he knew that he wasn't a match for Ma Yang. I wonder what Mr. Ma Yang came for this time? Ma Yang looked serious. It is indeed for a big matter. Shortly, two very terrifying demons will appear in this world. One of them is called the Great Demon King Piccolo, and the other is called the Demon King Meliokojo. Their appearance will plunge the entire world into purgatory. I am telling you this to remind you to prepare early because no one in the world is a match for them. Does that mean? Not even you are a match for them? Mute Ido was slightly stunned, and his face grew pale. That's right. In fact, Ma Yang's current strength was already enough to defeat Great Demon King Piccolo and Meliokojo. However, in order for Mute Ido to develop the evil containment wave so that he could learn something from it, Ma Yang intentionally chose to conceal it. Ma Yang's answer silenced Mute Ido. Then after a while, he said, what should we do now? Go to Karin Tower and create a technique to seal the demons. Mutaito nodded his head. He didn't have any doubts over Maayang's words. In the following days, Maayang stayed at Mutaito Training Academy. In the meantime, Mutaito and Maayang had a few sparring sessions, but without exception, Mutaito was defeated by Maayang with a few moves. Until Maayang adjusted his ki to the same strength as Mutaito, the two fought evenly. Thinking of what Maayang had said about not even being a match for the great demon King Piccolo, Mutaito felt the time was running out. Finally, one day, Mutaito closed the training academy and put on his backpack to prepare for the journey to Karin Tower. Behind him, the young Master Roshi, Master Shen, and Fan Fan stood at the door to see him off. "Master, I wish you a safe journey. Be sure to find a way to save this world. Wait for me to return." Mutaito nodded firmly and set off on his journey. Chapter 89. At the top of Karin Tower, Mutaito trained hard. Under Karin's guidance, he created the evil containment wave specifically used to seal Demon Clan. During this time, Maayang was not idle. While Mutaito was studying the evil containment wave, he also recreated several very practical techniques based on his understanding of the Dragon Ball world in his previous life. Those techniques, for example, Solar Flare, Destructo Disc, and Spirit Ball, which were naturally easy to create as long as the ki accumulation reached a certain level. Slowly, time passed until one day, a loud noise was heard from the lower realm, and an alien ship crashed down on top of the earth. On Karin Tower, Maayang and the others noticed this appearance. Sensing powerful ki appearing on the earth, Maayang opened his eyes. "Here it comes, Meliokojo has arrived on earth. Does the ki that just appeared is one of the demon kings you mentioned, Maayang?" As he felt the powerful and aggressive ki, Karin's throat shifted and dried up a bit. Maayang nodded. Although the character of the ki is different, it is indeed Meliokojo. At this time, Meliokojo was still simply a two-commander. Although it was unknown why he had turned into a demon when he arrived on Earth, he was still an enemy anyway. Mutaito said with a gloomy face, "If this is the opponent, I'm afraid my evil containment wave won't be able to seal him." Maayang said, "Leave this bastard for me to deal with." Mutaito, you continue to learn the evil containment wave. There is still some time before the great demon King Piccolo arrives. You have to perfect your moves as soon as possible. Okay, I'll get ready as soon as possible. After seeing Meliokojo's scent, Mutaito became even more attentive to the great demon King Piccolo. After seeing Mutaito nodded, Maayang smiled and waved his hand towards them. He then jumped straight off the edge of Karin Tower. A cluster of flashes of light streaked past, heading towards the spot where Meliokojo had landed. "Hey! I hope Maayang can defeat that alien." Karin leaned on his crutch and looked out over the cloudy blue sky. "Yeah." As he looked at the clouds where he had lost Maayang's figure, Mutaito sighed, his eyes filled with worry. However, after a while, he cheered up. All he could do now was to learn the evil containment wave quickly. The primitive mountain from over 200 years ago was no different from the future. In this vast and rippling forest, the age's power didn't seem to affect it too much. There was a spot in the dense forest where smoke was billowing. The violent impact had changed the terrain, turning up the soil and rocks buried countless years, creating a crescent-shaped landslide. At this time, the red-haired Meliokojo crawled out of the aircraft's wreckage with a gloomy face. He looked at the surrounding scenery's pristine state. He cursed obscenely, "Damn it, those bastards from the aviation center actually sold a faulty aircraft to me. I'll definitely skin them when I go back." He then took a look around, probing the area with the scouter that he carried. Tick. Tick-tock. Numerous sets of single-digit data appear on the mirror frame display. Few of them reached double digits. The database of the two commanders was hexadecimal, and its single digits had 16 parameters. Such a low-level planet. I hope I can find a way to return to the universe. As he turned off the scouter, Meliokojo glanced down at his mouth disdainfully. Although the two commanders were not considered a powerful race in the universe, their individual power levels still exceeded 100. Meliokojo was the more outstanding among the clan, possessing a power level of over 250. So, a natural sense of superiority and disdain was generated in his heart when he detected that the Earth's individual power level was actually only in the single digits. Next, he searched along the primitive mountains, and the results were very disappointing to Meliokojo. He found out that the planet's technology was still only nascent. Even the developed areas were just learning how to use electrical energy and were incapable of creating spaceships. Upon knowing this, his face became even more gloomy. Damn it, this planet's technology is too backward. It doesn't have the ability to repair spaceships. As he knocked on the scouter worn on his ear, it was surprisingly the same low-grade one that didn't have a cosmic contact function. Those traitors. How dare they deceive the masses of consumers with substandard products? To put it another way, Meliokojo was now trapped on this backward planet. How could this be acceptable? Meliokojo was an aggressive commander and had ambitions to rule other planets. How could he be willing to be trapped on this tiny planet? No, I have to find a way to get out of here. Meliokojo would never be willing to waste the rest of his time here. Just as he was about to envision another way, the heavens didn't give him a chance. A black figure flew in from a distance and reached Meliokojo's head in the blink of an eye. Aizen arrived at Meliokojo's location and confirmed the silhouette below. With red hair and green skin, although no pattern on his body represented the demon clan, Aizen could confirm that it was, indeed, Meliokojo. Recalling the situation when he encountered Meliokojo in the previous 8 trials, a hint of killing intent flashed in Aizen's eyes. Then, he stopped thinking about it and condensed a key wave ball in his hand and cast it straight down. Destructo Disc. A disc-shaped key ball was whistling to attack as the Destructo Disc cut through the air with a sneeze roar. Krillin originally developed this technique, and Aizen simulated it with his own knowledge. Although it was a little less powerful than the original, it was enough to deal with Meliokojo. The sudden odd attack hit Meliokojo. However, in the moment of crisis, Meliokojo's instincts made him turn sideways and puff out. There was a sound of flesh tearing as blue blood splattered all over the floor. Meliokojo howled in pain as the key disc cut off one of his arms. He dodged it. Aizen sighed under his breath. With a turn of his palm, he controlled the Destructo Disc to change direction and attack Meliokojo again. Damn it, who the hell is that? Meliokojo shouted furiously. His heart trembled wildly in response to the incoming Destructo Disc again. A cloud of crimson ki was flung out to meet the Destructo Disc. Chapter 90. A loud rumble erupted over the forest. The surrounding giant trees either crawled to the ground or snapped in the aftermath of the blast. The places closer to the center of the blast were even instantly reduced to bare charcoal. Thick smoke spread out. The scene after the battle was shocking. The key of the Destructo Disc was finally eradicated along with the red key after several depletions. Meliokojo finally had time to examine his attacker. A white martial arts uniform danced in the windy, the sky, and a young man's eyes stared at him with cold eyes. Your Honor, I don't seem to have offended you, do I? Meliokojo grimaced. He was trying his best to suppress the anger in his chest, but his chest's constant rise and fall indicated that his anger had reached an extreme point. Aizen looked indifferently and did not reply. This Meliokojo in front of him hadn't turned into a demon yet. His body wasn't as strong as the ones he had encountered before. Still, the tyranny in his breath let him know that if Meliokojo was given time, he would eventually embark on the path of enslaving the people of the earth. Aizen had never thought of showing mercy to the enemy, even if they were still weak. He would always cut down the roots first and cleanse the ground. Meliokojo saw his opponent didn't reply for a long time, instead, staring at him with a pair of dark eyes. For some reason, it suddenly gave him a chill all over his body. When he was about to say something, Aizen moved in the sky. His body slicing through a blurred shadow, clattering. Cutting through the air, Aizen arrived in front of Meliokojo in the blink of an eye. That's fast. How could there be such a master on this planet? Meliokojo's green pupils shrank. His face was horrified, and he subconsciously tried to retreat. However, Aizen's attack had already decisively begun. Thundershock surprise. The light golden palm gently crossed the void, as if dancing, and a sinuous arc of electricity burst out with a sizzling sound. Under the horrified gaze of Meliokojo, the palm covered in lightning came down, followed by a thunderous sweep of pale golden millimeter light. Meliokojo tried to move his body but desperately found that his body had been entirely imprisoned by the Thundershock surprise field and was unable to move. What kind of technique is this? There was a glimpse of fear in his eyes. Meliokojo's body seemed to be penetrated by coldness as if he were in Senchuo purgatory. He was unable to speak. Bang! The electric current of the Thundershock surprise flowed through Meliokojo's muscles, completely paralyzing his body as it knocked him far away. This made him lose the ability to resist for the next period of time. Now Meliokojo was terrified. His opponent's strength was unfathomable. He was definitely not a match for his opponent. His previous disdain for this planet and high ambitions had suddenly turned into a bubble, leaving behind nothing but boundless fear. Bastard, what kind of a crouching tiger and hidden dragon planet is this? He seriously doubted that the vendor who sold him the scouter wasn't just selling them for a cheap product, but they even sold him some broken ones. That traitor, that damned traitor, had killed Lord Meliokojo. If I had known this planet was so terrible, I wouldn't have been descended here even if I had to crash into a star. Meliokojo was literally in tears now. Although you haven't turned into a demon yet, I'm sorry, but my mission is to defeat you. Now that Piccolo hasn't yet shown up in the world, you'll be on your way alone first. There was a faint coldness in his voice. Aizen appeared beside Meliokojo, placing a hand on his shoulder. This action caused Meliokojo to break out in a cold sweat. Even more so, to understand the gap between them, Your Honor, is there some misunderstanding between us? There should be no hatred or grudge between us. He asked with a sour face. Miang wasn't interested in answering Meliokojo's confusion. Instead, with a click, Miang yanked off Meliokojo's other arm with force. Ah! Meliokojo, who had lost his arm again, let out a yell of pain. Why did you do this? I didn't offend you. Meliokojo sprawled on the ground. He looked evasive, and a cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he looked at his disconnected arm in pain. A broken arm could regenerate, but a life lost would be nothing. Don't ask questions because I won't explain it to a dead man. Now, feel free to die. The faint voice fell, and with that, a patch of azure ki fell from the sky. For a moment, the entire world seemed to go quiet. Meliokojo felt his brain freeze as death approaching him. Rumble. The azure ki erupted with bright white light. A huge mushroom cloud rose from the primitive mountain, and when everything died down, a nearly 100-meter deep crater was left in place. I have defeated one, it means half the mission is done. Miang sensed Meliokojo's ki and confirmed that his ki wave had blown up Meliokojo. In terms of individual power level alone, after going through the previous rounds of trials, Miang's power level had actually surpassed that of either Meliokojo and a Great Demon King Piccolo. The last time he made a mistake was when Meliokojo and a Great Demon King Piccolo actually teamed up and caught him off guard. This time the trial restart didn't give them a chance to join forces at all. Miang felt confident this time. However, Miang also felt a bit upset that he didn't understand the reason Meliokojo had turned into a demon. Is it because the demons have come to Earth? Of course, the demon realm he was referring to was not the Edge Demon realm next to Earth, but the demon realm where real demon kings lived. He remembered that the egg that sealed Majin Buu was once stored on Earth. According to legend, the demon realm king, Deborah, had sent people to Earth to find out. If Meliokojo would turn into a demon, could it have something to do with the people sent by Deborah? Forget it, there was no use thinking about it so much. After all, this was just a world where illusions reoccurred, and all history had actually ended. When he thought about this, Miang shook his head, leaped into the sky, and flying back towards Karin Tower. Next, he only needed to help Mutaido defeat the Great Demon King Piccolo again, so that he could finish the trial and get out of this world. On the Karin Tower, Karin and Mutaido looked surprised at Miang's performance. The scene that had just happened in the lower realm could be seen clearly through the water tank in the middle. Karin was filled with amazement, that Miang boy actually has such a strong power. I'm afraid no one in this world will match him. Mutaido nodded approvingly, I'm so much worse than him. If he's so strong, why does he need you to learn the evil containment wave? He's fully capable of defeating that Great Demon King Piccolo. Karin asked in puzzlement. Mutaido also showed confusion, that might be the strange character of a master. Maybe. Karin could only think so. There were all sorts of personalities in this world, maybe Miang liked to sit on the mountain and watch the tiger fight, rather than get off the field himself. In fact, Karin didn't know that the reason why Miang had asked Mutaido to learn the evil containment wave was actually to get the theoretical principles of this technique. From the two moves, which were the evil containment wave and the thunder shock surprise, it could be seen that Mutaido's reputation as a generational master was not unwarranted. He had extremely high attainments in coercive command techniques. If he could obtain the theory of the evil containment wave through this trial, he might be able to create his own compulsory command technique in the future based on it. Although Sun Gohan in the real world also knew how to use the evil containment wave, he wasn't the one who developed it. That was why he didn't know the details like the original creator did. However, now that he was in the illusionary world, he thought of asking Mutaido to learn a ready-made one. Chapter 91. Time passed quietly along with training. Mutaido had been pondering over the Karin Tower for a full half-year in order to develop the evil containment wave. Half a year after Miang had destroyed Meliokojo, the Great Demon King Piccolo finally appeared. As soon as he appeared, the Great Demon King Piccolo showed his ferocious side. In just one day and night, more than 100 towns were destroyed. Millions of people lost their lives under the demon race's claws and teeth, and just in a short period, the fierce name of the Great Demon King Piccolo was spread to the entire world. It was just that compared to the tragic experience of the two demon kings who had raged together, this world was much luckier and closer to the actual history. Miang, please do something to stop the Great Demon King Piccolo. Seeing the lower realm in distress, Karin was so anxious that he had no choice but to ask Miang for help. Miang looked at Mutaido. Have you learned the evil containment wave yet? Mutaido nodded solemnly. The basic principle has been completed, but we won't know the effect until we've actually tested it against the demons. Miang waved his hand. If the theory is done, the testing can be skipped. You can put together the principle of the evil containment wave on a booklet, and leave the great demon King Piccolo to me. All he wanted was the theoretical principles of the evil containment wave, nothing else mattered. He saw Mutaito nodding his head and recording the evil containment wave's main points in the booklet. Ma Yang took the manual and looked at it for a few moments. The training manual written by the original creator was different, all the main points and creative ideas were recorded in it. Ma Yang had a smile on his face. He hadn't come in vain just because of this booklet. The harvest this time was really great. He greeted them in a good mood and then headed straight to where the great demon King Piccolo was. It was a desolate and neglected part of town. The air was curdled with the smell of blood. The surrounding farmland and houses were deserted, and the collapsed buildings breathed an unexplainable decay. The sky was so gloomy that it seemed as if it was going to collapse. The cold wind, which kept blowing on the bare land, was filled with an evil smell. Looking at the town that had become decrepit due to the great demon King Piccolo's destruction, Ma Yang furrowed slightly. He passed through the path with an indifferent look and soon arrived at the great demon King Piccolo's palace. There were still inferior demons stationed here. As for these cannon fodder-like existences, being born in the Dragon Ball world and still standing in the villain's camp doomed them to tragedy. With a few swooshes and a few random key waves, Ma Yang walked all the way into the palace as if no one was there. Bold guy. How dare you trespass into the palace of a king? At the main palace entrance, a dinosaur with wings on its back blocked Ma Yang's way. Compared to those cannon fodder with only dozens of power levels, this demon race's warrior in front of him had a power level of over 100, which was considered an elite subordinate of the great demon King Piccolo. However, for Ma Yang, whose power level had reached 300, it was already quite inadequate. In the Dragon Ball world, if the difference in power level between the two opponents was within 30%, the difference was relatively small and could be made up by skill, so that the weak could win. However, with a 50% gap, unless one possessed some special ability, such as an extremely high realm, a keen perception of ki, and other extra powers, one could barely fight. In the end, they would be unable to escape defeat and would have to run away in ashes. Basically, those who were 50% apart but still managed to win against the strong were masters who had brought one of their personal strengths to the extreme. As for the difference in power level being more than 100%, it was already a huge difference. To some extent, if the opponent made a move, there was a possibility of a spike. Although nothing was absolute, it was roughly the same reason. Right now, Ma Yang's power level was more than 3 times this winged dinosaur. With a calm look that swept the opponent away, the corner of Ma Yang's mouth curled up in a cold smile and said grimly, "I'm looking for death." As soon as his words fell, Ma Yang's figure disappeared with a swoosh. Then a puff sound was heard. Ma Yang leaned out in front of the winged dinosaur, and a wave of ki turned the winged dinosaur into ashes. After taking care of the demons at the entrance, Ma Yang pushed open the main hall's door and saw the great demon King Piccolo in the palace's center. TSK, just like the previous times, the great demon King Piccolo was still sitting like a world ruler, only slightly widening his eyes at his arrival. "Human, who are you?" The great demon King Piccolo's voice was cold and indifferent, with killing intent in it. "Great demon King Piccolo, we met once again." Ma Yang stepped forward with a faint smile on his face. "We've met before?" The great demon King Piccolo was a little confused. Ma Yang shook his head, but that's not important. The great demon King Piccolo listened with his chin in his hand. Just when he thought Ma Yang would continue, Ma Yang suddenly stopped talking, and it made the great demon king's face changed suddenly. At that moment, a flash of light and an electrical shock hit him. It was Ma Yang. As he was about to respond, a hard fist had landed on his body. Puff! The sound of steel smashing into the ground. The great demon King Piccolo's body and Ma Yang's iron fist came into close contact. His chest took a huge impact and caved downwards. The white bone thrown beneath him was blown into tiny pieces with a clatter. The great demon King Piccolo had never experienced such provocation. Without knowing whether it was anger or pain, his eyes filled with blood, and he let out an angry roar. Ma Yang looked on indifferently but didn't give the opponent any chance to gather his ki. Suddenly, he punched out. The vast power of his fist was as powerful as a bamboo tree, dispersing the great demon King Piccolo's ki at once. Boom! Even more powerful ki rose to the sky and exploded calmly. Under this maddening atmosphere, even the great demon King Piccolo broke out in cold sweat, unconsciously developing fear. With Ma Yang's strength this time, he had no problem dealing with great demon King Piccolo alone. How is that possible? Upon facing Ma Yang, who had suddenly exploded with great strength, the great demon King Piccolo looked horrified and roared. This guy's power was even stronger than his. Escape. It would be too late if he didn't flee. The thought instantly arose in the great demon King Piccolo's heart, and once it popped up, it would be hard to suppress it. Here was no shame in the running away. For the sake of his ambition, He would have to accept the result. If you want to leave, don't even think about it. After seeing through the Great Demon King Piccolo's intentions, Maiyang pushed his palm forward and slowly struck out an attack, Heavenly Sky Beam. A flawlessly colored key ball that was as transparent as a night pearl blossomed out in a flash, along with the sky's radiant light. The small key lit up dazzlingly into a sharp arc shape. With a loud crash, the calm space suddenly boiled. Violent energy whistled past, carrying tremblingly powerful key towards the Great Demon King Piccolo. The Great Demon King Piccolo's eyes narrowed abruptly, and he shrieked madly, "No, no one can kill me. You're so noisy." With a cold snort, Maiyang increased the key in his hands. The diffuse starlight turned into a sliver of crescent blades, and Maiyang's attack hit the Great Demon King Piccolo. The raging and tumultuous key continued to squeeze and burn the Great Demon King Piccolo's body to the point where even his body, which was like molded steel, couldn't bear the impact and crumble apart. In a big explosion, the unstoppable Great Demon King Piccolo's life ended without even making a decent counterattack. Phew, I finally killed it. The mission explained by Mr. Popo should be considered complete. After killing the Great Demon King Piccolo, Maiyang thought this in his heart. Although Mr. Popo said that he could return when he defeated the strongest character inside, Mr. Popo didn't seem to tell him the exact way to return. Could he go back just by standing still? So, he tried it, but nothing happened. Chapter 92 How to Get Back? He didn't think much about it before. However, it was quite tricky for Maiyang to do it now, which was embarrassing. Upon taking a glance around the deserted and uninhabited surroundings, the originally cold palace had collapsed. The air was filled with a disgusting smell. Maiyang covered his nose and walked out of the Great Demon King Piccolo's palace. He then hailed the sky and flew up to a certain height, condescendingly releasing a huge amount of ki towards the ground below. The ki beams descended from the sky. After the earth shook, the Great Demon King Piccolo's palace completely disappeared from the earth. After doing all this, Maiyang's mood became a little more relaxed. He suddenly accelerated into a black dot and disappeared. After returning to Karn Tower, he still couldn't find a way back. Hence, he took out the booklet he received from Muteido that recorded the principle of the evil containment wave and came to the second floor of Karn Tower alone to study it. Even if the target wasn't a demon, as long as the power didn't exceed the level of the person who released it, it would still have a very good effect. Therefore, Maiyang was very interested in the principle of releasing the evil containment wave. He hoped to learn from it so that he could create his own compulsory techniques. Today, the sun was shining, and the sky was blue. Maiyang was still studying his moves. He had been on top of Karn Tower for many days, but he still hadn't found a way to leave. This situation made Maiyang wonder if there were even more powerful characters in this world other than Kojo and Great Demon King Piccolo. Could it be that he still hadn't completed the task assigned by Mr. Popo? In the middle of his thoughts, Karn walked over step by step with his crutch. His fat body approached Maiyang and sat down next to him. "Maiyang, you've been here for a long time, and thanks to you, this world was saved this time. Is Muteido already gone?" Maiyang raised his head to look at Karn. Usually, at this time, Karn and Muteido would be discussing insights on martial arts, and Maiyang dominated the second floor as they didn't come up here much. Maiyang nodded and voiced his doubts. "I was wondering if there was anyone on Earth stronger than Kojo and Great Demon King Piccolo because I think there is. What do you think of your own strength?" Karn looked at him and asked. "My strength, it's not bad. At least countless people who dream of it would find it difficult to reach my level now." At this point, Maiyang sighed, "But if you look at the starry sky and step into the middle of the vast universe, these achievements are not worth mentioning. Those who can easily defeat me are probably not even countable. Well, there's no end to learning. You have to keep a humble heart at all times, and you're good at that." After saying that, Karn was also silent. However, he took out a string of bells from nowhere and spoke. "Maiyang, although I don't know who you are and why you have such a strong power, for the sake of saving the world, you should go to the top of Karn Tower. It might be able to help you out." "The bell?" Looking at the distinctive golden bell in Karn's hand, a hint of surprise appeared in Maiyang's eyes as he asked, "Does the lookout exist in this world?" Karn looked at Maiyang in surprise. "You know about the lookout? You seem to be a person with a great origin." "Yes, of course, there is a lookout on top of Karn Tower." It was then that Maiyang suddenly realized. This 9th trial was indeed different from the previous ones. It turned out that in the 8th trials before, Maiyang's strength had already surpassed the Great Demon King Piccolo and Kojo. It was only when he finally suffered a combined attack from the two that he suffered hatred. At that time, he had actually completed his mission. This 9th trial was actually creating a channel for him to leave. "Oh, Mr. Popo, why didn't you tell him clearly in the first place?" How long would he have to wait to leave if Karin hadn't taken out its spell? After thinking about this, Maiyang had a genial smile on his face. Thank you. After taking the bell from Karin's hand, Maiyang flew straight upwards using the dancing sky art. This time, it was so easy that he didn't use the power pole to go to the lookout. Soon, he flew through the lightning-filled space and entered the higher realms. Phew. Maiyang flew up to the lookout. The familiar palace appeared before his eyes. At this time, a silhouette in Arabian clothing appeared in front of Maiyang. Its skin was dark as if dyed with ink. Upon seeing the silhouette, Maiyang showed a smile on his face. Yo, Popo. When Popo heard the voice, his expression didn't change at all. His eyes were dull, like a puppet's. Please follow me. After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the entrance of the palace. Maiyang was stunned for a moment and hurriedly followed Mr. Popo. Maiyang walked through the winding corridor and came back to the door of the trial room. Unlike before, this time, Maiyang didn't see any other doors on either side of the corridor. There was only one door in front of him, and Mr. Popo didn't say a word. Perhaps it was because this was an illusionary world, and Mr. Popo and the lookout were, in fact, fake. Mr. Popo opened the golden door, revealing a dark illusory place inside. Go in, you have completed the trial. Okay. Upon taking a deep look at the illusionary world, Maiyang's expression became serious as he stepped through the door. As soon as he entered, the scenery inside immediately changed. The dark curtain disappeared, and then the entire world seemed to be turned upside down in a whirl. Opening his eyes abruptly, Maiyang found himself back in the long corridor, with a golden door behind him. Am I back? Maiyang searched all around with some suspicion. Only when he saw the densely packed gates on both sides of the corridor did he become certain that he had indeed returned from the trial. The trial mission was really hard enough. He died 8 times in a row inside. Even when he almost couldn't come back, he also gained a lot. Not only did he get the principle of the evil containment wave, but his power level increased to 310 in one go. Oh, Maiyang, you're back. Arriving at the lookout's yard, Mr. Popo walked over with his hands behind his back. His 2 copper-like eyes had no extra luster. Popo, it's all because you didn't make it clear. I almost couldn't come back, Maiyang said in a bad mood. With every death, the opponent's strength inside the illusionary world rises a step, and so on. Not to mention completing the trial mission, he might even be stuck there forever. This is also part of the trial. The trial is not only testing strength but also testing the mind and judgment. Even if you never find a way to come back, the illusionary world will automatically send you back after 3 years. Mr. Popo said without panicking at all. I've been in the illusionary world for so long, how long has it passed outside? Exactly 1 year. A year? It meant the inside and the outside were in sync. Chapter 93. After knowing that 1 year had passed in the real world, Maiyang understood that the time in the illusionary world was the same as the outside world. It didn't have the time acceleration function like the hyperbolic time chamber. However, this was right, the illusionary world was initially used for trials. If it also had the function of time acceleration, it would be too unorthodox. Such an unbalanced world. Maiyang was afraid only God of the universe level would be able to create it. Including the illusory world, the hyperbolic time chamber, and the training space used to understand the quicker than lightning, tranquil as the sky, there were quite a few strange rooms in the lookout. Maiyang was not sure who the Earth's ancestors were when they built such a miraculous palace in the sky. During the few years of crossing into the Dragon Ball world, Maiyang realized that this world wasn't just a world of manga as he knew it. It was a self-consistent and logical world. What was shown in the original story was only a small part of it. For example, if he hadn't discovered the wreckage aircraft in the primitive mountains and known what had happened in the past when he was in the illusionary world, he might have been drowned in time, and no one would have known about it. The more he delved into this world's mysteries, the more Maiyang felt that what he saw was only the ocean's surface. Whether there were rushing whirlpool undercurrents beneath or a treasure trove of rich life from fishing, only after exploring it himself could he know. Until he possessed a strong physique, he better keep it low profile. How far has Sun Goen's training progressed? Maiyang turned back to Mr. Popo and asked about Sun Goen's training. Sun Goen's potential was already good. Now that he had been training on the lookout for a year, he had definitely become even stronger. In fact, from the time he killed mercenary Tao, his brain's memories could only be used as a reference and weren't accurate. Not to mention, now that even Sun Goen, who was initially destined to die at the hands of the Great Ape transformation Son Goku, had ascended to the lookout, the future had become even more unknown. Mr. Popo replied, Son Goen is working very hard on his training. Although it's not quite as good as you were a year ago, I think he'll catch up soon. Oh. Maiyang lightly nodded his head. In the original story, Son Gohan was able to achieve higher results than Master Roshi. It could be seen that his comprehension was actually not bad, and what was lacking was a suitable environment. Shallow water couldn't raise a dragon. If it was the late Dragon Ball era, Son Gohan might be even more powerful than Karin, Gen Shinhan, and others. The training in the lookout was his chance to fly. Ending the conversation with Mr. Popo, Ma-Yang came to the place where Son Gohan was practicing. As he looked at Son Gohan, who was sitting quietly, hammering his mind, Ma-Yang nodded his head. At this time, Son Gohan's ki intensity had already reached 180 power levels, which wasn't inferior compared to the first appearance of Gen Shinhan. Without disturbing Son Gohan's practice, Ma-Yang casually found a place and began to train. Came out of the illusionary world this time, not only his power level had been greatly improved, even his awareness of battle and combat skills had been greatly improved. The actual battle had sharpened people, it was not a lie at all. More importantly, he had obtained the principle of the evil containment wave, which provided a reference for him to develop his own moves based on it. He would have to spend some time carefully studying it. A few days later, Ma-Yang finally figured out the principle of the evil containment wave. He was now standing at the edge of the lookout overlooking the lower realm. White clouds were floating and drifting as if he was incomparably at ease. Ma-Yang looked on in fascination, immersed in it for a moment as if he had nothing to do. What a view! It's quite nice to be carefree. Suddenly, a young girl's smiling face appeared in his mind. With bright-eyed and loving faces, made his heart suddenly rippled with thoughts. Mixia. Ma-Yang shook his head. He was remembering Mixia. By the way, they hadn't seen each other for more than 2 years. The last time they met was when he saw her before coming to the lookout. He thought it would only be a year and a half before they met again, but unexpectedly 2 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Hey! Long-distance relationship wasn't a good situation. Although Mixia was a simple girl who was stubborn about her feelings, not contacting her for a long time seemed too much, right? Luckily, this was a world of simple people. Also, growing up in a martial arts dojo, Mixia was raised by Isaac and Alice to be tolerant toward martial arts practitioners. However, if he didn't see his girlfriend for a few years, whether he was a martial arts practitioner or not, he would have been pried out of the corner in minutes. Of course, Ma-Yang's looks were not bad. He even had excellent martial arts skills and was extremely competitive. So if you wanted to pry a corner from him, you shouldn't even think about it. Now that the lookout's training had been completed, Ma-Yang had great freedom. He could simply go to see her and get closer to her. After all, she was his chosen future partner, and he needed to take good care of her. With this thought, the longing in his heart could not be calmed down. So, Ma-Yang immediately flew and jumped down from the lookout. The southern part of the Earth, the Superpower Academy. A group of superpowers was gathered together. These superpowers came from different parts of the world. After being trained by the Superpowers Academy, they were a group of people who were different from martial arts practitioners. In the upper training field, a dark green-haired Mixia held her knees as she floated in the air. Her loose black robe hanging on her body, and her hem scattered like the wind into several paths. Around her were hundreds of fist-sized stones suspended, constantly rotating. With a buzzed and clattered, the stones sounded and shone with a glittering green light. Suddenly, Mixia opened her flawless eyes like jasper waves, and the ghostly green light flashed. Her superpower acted hugely on the surrounding stones. Click, click, click. Hundreds of stones spun faster, then collapsed together, instantly shattering into powder. The scattered powder spread out and enveloped a radius of 100 meters, staining the entire training field with a hazy color, causing countless senior students to cry out in awe. Mixia is so powerful. She was actually able to crush so many stones at the same time. If it were used in battle, that power. If this power were to act on a human body, it would send shivers down people's spine just by thinking about it. It's only been 6 years, and you've already surpassed us, the senior students. Mixia had already been promoted to the advanced class in just 6 years after entering the Superpowers Academy. She could even already compare to the teachers in the academy. Compared to Mixia's talent, the senior students could only felt out of reach. If it wasn't for the fact that the Superpowers Academy had a minimum academic limit of 8 years, she might have graduated early. People wondered if she would have chosen to stay on as a teacher after graduation. Oh my, not only Sister Mixia is pretty, but her superpowers are also one of the best. I like her so much, but she's a bit cold, and I never see her get close to a boy. I heard that she still doesn't have a boyfriend. The younger superpowered student's eyes glowed, not hiding his admiration for his senior sister. Humphrey, don't even think about it. How can senior sister Mixia be attracted to you? The student next to him scowled. I've heard from my senior brother from the last few years that senior sister Mixia seems to have a fiancé, who is said to be her childhood friend. The two are very close, which is why she doesn't give her feelings for other boys. I don't believe it. Senior sister Mixia is our goddess. That's right. My senior sister doesn't have a fiancé. Don't flatter yourself, you fool. Mixia's charm drew countless students to fight each other. However, many of them also knew in their hearts that Mixia would never belong to them. Just then, turquoise eyes peered over towards them, and a spirit permeated through. Several students stiffened and were all stunned. Don't let me hear such words next time, or I'll hit you with stones. The cold but nice voice faintly sounded. The tone was unquestionable. Ah. Senior sister, we're sorry, we were wrong. Several people apologized in unison. Mixia looked at them lightly and gave them a few lessons before she let go of their bodies. Ah, it felt so gentle when senior sister just spoke to us. A certain student was enthused. I'd love to get another whipping from senior sister. Haha, just kidding, it's still a little scary when senior sister is on the move. At this moment, a young woman came from outside the training field. It was Mixia's best friend, Shabella. She walked straight in front of Mixia and said with a mysterious face, Mixia, I knew you were here. You know what, there's someone out there looking for you. Mixia was stunned. Who's looking for me? A man. Shabella squeezed her eyes shut and looked ambiguous. She had seen Mixia's photo album, and there was a photo that Mixia kept on the writing desk in front of the window. She had just recognized it carefully, and it was the man in the photo who came looking for Mixia. Oh my, why are you still standing here? Go and take a look. Seeing Mixia standing there and frowning, Shabella grabbed her shoulders and pushed her towards the outside of the training field. Something wonderful might be about to happen. Chapter 94 Who the hell is looking for me? Being pushed out of the training field by Shabella, Mixia was confused. Shabella was her roommate. The two of them entered the Superpower Academy at the same time and later entered the same Superpower department. Because of their similar personalities, they quickly became friends. It was just that Shabella was acting a bit strange today, which was really not like her usual behavior. As for a man looking for her, Mixia felt that it probably wasn't a joke. As she thought about it, besides her father and a few elders from Heavenly Sky School, it only seemed like it could be that person. After all, she had been staying inside the academy and didn't know many people outside. Is the person looking for me young and handsome? Yeah, it's a really handsome guy. He calls himself Ma-Yang, and he says he's your... Before the word senior brother was uttered, a pale green fluorescence suddenly rolled up in front of her eyes. A tornado whirlwind rose into the air, leaving Mixia nowhere to be seen in front of her. Hey, where is she going? Shabella cried out in surprise. She then smiled and quickly chased after her towards the entrance of the academy. A group of people around them was caught in confusion. What just happened? Why did the goddess leave in such a hurry? Ambus, you have the ability called the direction of the sound, didn't you hear what they said? Ambus said hesitantly, it seems like a man came to see senior sister. Ah, don't you dare tell her it was me who said that. Who do you guys think the man who was looking for senior sister Mixia was? Do we need to say more? Don't you guys see how the goddess is so attentive? It must be someone she likes. The few boys from before cried out at sight over this. I don't believe it. How can the cold senior sister Mixia casually look at any other man but me? Why don't we follow and take a look? Mixia's classmates who admired her were heartbroken and even planned to investigate. When she learned that Ma-Yang had come to visit her, she was pleasantly surprised and flew outside the academy with all her superpowers. From far away, she saw Ma-Yang outside the academy. He was tall, with short, medium-length hair, a casual outfit. He looked even more handsome than 2 years ago. She flew over happily. There was nothing taboo between them. When Ma-Yang saw a green-haired woman flying towards him, and the moment he looked at her, he saw those deer-like eyes widen instantly. They flashed with surprise and unexplainable emotion. Still the same old Mixia, so windy and fiery. Ma-Yang lightly smiled and opened his arms. He was ready to catch Mixia's body like before. However, the green-haired woman suddenly stopped when she was only 5 meters away from him. She then moved her hand, and a 10-ton rock immediately flew off from the surface and smashed over towards Ma-Yang. Ma-Yang was stunned. Today's meeting was quite refreshing and unique. If he were an ordinary person, he was afraid he would be smashed into a pulp. It was a pity that he wasn't an ordinary person. This was clear to Ma-Yang and equally clear to Mixia. In the sky, the boulder fell down like a meteorite. When it was a meter away from Ma-Yang, Ma-Yang stretched out his right hand towards the front. With a clanking sound, only a bright light flickered on his fingertips. In the next second, the rock shattered into countless tiny pieces in response to the sound of a knife cutting and exploded. However, this obviously wasn't the end. At this time, Mixia's green hair fluttered in the air. These broken rocks suddenly came under the control of some kind of power again and continued to smash towards Maayang. Bang, 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 countless radiant ki waves were sent out. Without blinking, the stones in front of Maayang were all shattered by the ki waves. And while he was busy dealing with the attacks in front of him, an even larger stone block quietly rose from behind Maayang and slammed towards him. A loud bang came from the entrance of the Superpower Academy, as dirt and rocks splashed everywhere. Half of the stones had been plunged into the dirt. Shabella and the other students of the academy who arrived afterward looked dumbfounded. What's going on? Why are they suddenly fighting? They gulped as they witnessed the whole thing, as they thought to themselves that the man was powerful, but obviously, their goddess was still a bit more violent. Needless to say, he was definitely smashed to death. Cool. Oh my, is this how you greet your senior brother? Maayang's voice suddenly sounded beside Mixia. Before she could react, her body was already held by two hands from behind. The young girl's soft body attached to his body bring him a different feeling. Her green hair fluttered, lake-like eyes were clear and flawless. Mixia's entire body was beautiful, with an unexplainable temptation. Looking at Mixia's clear and beautiful face, Maayang lamented. In the blink of an eye, Mixia had grown into a big girl. Although her figure was still as petite as ever, her body had become even more alluring than before. Well, she was considered mature too. She was 18 years old. According to the standards of his previous life, she was already an adult. Mixia was struggling a little in Maayang's arms. As she looked up at her older brother, she curled her lips. Who told you not to visit me for more than 2 years? You promised to visit me from time to time, but you didn't keep your word. The words were quite deep in resentment. I was negligent and careless. Maayang was busy apologizing. After all, he had been training on the lookout for the past 2 years. So, this was indeed his fault. Humphrey, Mixia looked away unhappily. Geez, is she really angry? Maayang's eyes rolled. He had no experience at all on how to make a girl happy. In his previous life, he was in his 20s and almost 30s. He had never had a serious relationship, and now this situation was really a head-scratcher. There was a certain kind of scandalous yet exhaustively silent in the air. Down below, those classmates of Mixia's, especially the boys, arrived late to see their beloved goddess in someone else's arms. It looked like she was being held. She was resisting. Wait, no, she didn't seem to be resisting. Don't tell me how bitter it felt. It's over, the goddess had fallen. If they could, they'd love to have a duel with the man holding Mixia. Damn, he was so handsome. How romantic. That man must be Mixia's lover. It was as if Shabella had seen a prince and princess from a fairy tale. She held her two hands together with sparkles in her eyes. Did you miss me? After a long while, Maayang didn't know how to persuade and came in dry. Of course. Mixia's lips were slightly curled. Her jewel-like eyes contained infinite tenderness. Ha ha ha. Maayang was in a great mood. Sure enough, this was his kind of deal. Landing on the ground, he took Mixia's little hand and walked outside. He came to see Mixia this time to get along with her and nurture his feelings. Now that both of them were so obviously revealing their hearts, everything was on the line. The expected drama of the male interfering did not appear, and no ungrateful seniors jumped out to oppose the marriage. However, there were some of the girls present whose eyes revealed a strange color, as well as the boys. Although they cringed at the thought of what had just happened, they threw admiring glances at him. Life is boring if you don't follow the script. Let's forget about what happened later. Maayang had already taken Mixia to the Superpower Academy teacher to ask for an extended vacation. He wanted to use this time to renew his relationship with Mixia. The Academy's teacher was very understanding and seemed to be aware of Maayang's identity, so he gave them a month's vacation in one big stroke. Maayang and Mixia were, of course, very satisfied. They happily pulled hands together, and then, at Maayang's suggestion, he took Mixia to a small town nearby. Chapter 95. The small town was close to the southern capital. It was a town that had just emerged, and the facilities inside were all newly built. Maayang held Mixia's hand and entered a leisure park with a circus and entertainment facilities, one of the better developed areas in the current era. At this time, they forgot all their worries and enjoyed themselves. When they were tired, they sat on the park's lawn and looked out over the shimmering lake in the distance together. Senior brother, so you've been practicing in the lookout for the past 2 years? Mixia leaned next to Maayang and quietly listened to him talk about his experiences in the past 2 years. The scent emanating from Maayang's body made her feel very at ease. Maayang said, yeah, the lookout's training is very strict. Hey, senior brother was already stronger than me, and now he's leaving me behind even more. Mixia's sullen face was amusing to Maayang. As he sensed her ki, she hinted at 100 power levels. However, Mixia's power mainly came from superpowers, and Maiyang's key sensing wasn't able to accurately know her strength. You're about to graduate, right? Mixia blinked. I still have 2 years to graduate, but I'm already good enough that many teachers in the academy are no match for me. Pop. Maiyang slapped Mixia's back. The sudden attack caused Mixia to grumble and roll her eyes at him when Maiyang said, "Do you want to find a place to test it? I also want to know how your superpowers are. So let's release it this time." The previous meeting ceremony was just a chance for Mixia to show off her pride. He could probably understand what the girl was thinking. It was actually a chance for him to show his strength and declare his sovereignty. Although this kind of thing didn't have to be done deliberately, obviously the effect was quite good. At least to Maiyang's presence, there wasn't much complaint from the school's side, whether boys or girls. It was accepted quite naturally. Of course, on the other hand, this was an opportunity for Mixia to brag and reveal her skills. Well, in the past, senior brother couldn't resist my superpower at all. She was such a certain scheming woman who remembered her childhood. When she used her superpower ability, Maiyang was no match for her. When she said that, she couldn't help but look proud. The green light shone brightly, and Mixia floated leisurely in the air. Her black skirt was fluttering and shattering into several pieces. "But I won't fight you for nothing. I can punish you if you lose." Maiyang held a smile in his eyes, and his gaze kept aiming at Mixia's petite body. Mixia blushed and said unconvincingly, "Humphrey, I'm not afraid of you." "Ha ha, you're going to lose." Maiyang laughed, and next, they flew into the air together, finding a gravelly shoreline. "This is it." Maiyang landed. "Then let's begin, senior brother." Mixia was standing on top of the void. Her 2 slender arms were placed behind her back, and without making any movements, her body was lit up with radiant light. As Mixia's superpower power became stronger, a spherical green shield appeared around her. In the next moment, the world changed color as a raging tornado connected the sea and the sky, and the wind howled. Mixia was now like a goddess controlling the sky, holding the power of the world. Maiyang looked at her with a faint smile. "The power is quite strong." As he was about to move his body, he found that his body was stagnant as green ki wrapped around his body, imprisoning him. At this time, Mixia's finger pointed upwards, and the stones all over the ground floated up, densely occupying the view. In the meantime, Maiyang got a taste of Mixia's superpower. It was amazing. If the ki in his body was less than 200 power level, he would really be unable to break free from Mixia's bonds. From this point of view, Mixia's superpower ability was actually several levels more powerful than Kiatsu. As Maiyang looked at Mixia's skirt fluttering and overbearing appearance, Maiyang's mind could not help but flash the image of a superpower called Terrible Tornado. If she shrank a little more, she would be similar to Terrible Tornado. But right now, it was more like an immature blowing snow. "Brother, I don't think you'll be able to move, right?" A confident voice came out between Mixia's parted lips. She was quite a rampant queen. "Mixia, you're getting a little flaky." "Oh, is it because your senior brother can't lift his palm and spank you? Or do you think you've grown up and I can't touch you? Looks like you need to be disciplined." Maiyang smiled lightly, his face becoming serious. In the next second, the overpowering ki exploded out. With a clicking sound of the air vibrating, Maiyang moved step by step. The sky was thudding loudly with each step. Mixia's face was pale, and her body's superpower was dangerously close to being out of control. Huh? When she thought of the punishment Maiyang had said earlier, and what else was there to discipline, Mixia's small face blushed. She held her hands open, her hair shaking, and exploded into a bright emerald glow. The result of the competition between Maiyang and Mixia was obvious. With Maiyang's combat power reaching 310, even though Mixia had excellent superpower talent, she had no choice but to lose and waiting for her to be punished by Maiyang. "Brother, what did you bring me here for?" Under the setting sun, Maiyang and Mixia were walking down the street. The night market hadn't started yet, and the whole street was empty. "You lost the match, so of course, I'm punishing you." "Punish with what?" Mixia asked guiltily. She was anticipating what was going to happen tonight, and her little heart was pounding indignantly. "You tell me." Maiyang smiled proudly and pointed to a small hotel in front of him. He moved his mouth close to Mixia's ear, and the hot air he exhaled tickled, causing Mixia to feel timid. "What do you think of that small hotel?" "It's pretty secluded." Mixia's body suddenly became stiff and squirmed. "Well, isn't it too early?" "No, it's not too early. Mixia, you're almost 18, you're an adult, you should understand a little bit." After he said that, without giving Mixia any room to resist, he directly took Mixia, who was still hesitant, and walked into the small hotel together. "Boss, I want to get a room." "Okay, please wait a moment." The innkeeper looked at Maiyang and Mixia in amazement. This pair of men and women, the man was handsome, and the woman was pretty. They were really well matched. Acting nimbly to register the room, the innkeeper took out the key. "Sir, here's your key, please keep it," he said as he gave a thumbs up towards Aizen, revealing a smile that only a man could understand. Mixia was confused during the whole process until Aizen brought her into the room. Her brain was still dangling. In one spring night, Aizen ate Mixia's entire body directly. Actually, Aizen just wanted to tease and flirt with Mixia. Everything was just a joke, and there were even 2 beds in the room. Aizen still overestimated his own fixation, but Mixia, who was brought into the small hotel by him, took it seriously. When she came out wrapped in a towel after taking a shower, she was greeted by her desire to resist, exposing her shy appearance as a woman. However, it suddenly triggered the wolf inside him. It was nowhere near the point of rutting and stopping, so Aizen rolled right into a bed with Mixia and crossed out the last step. The next day, the sky was hazy and bright. Aizen rested one hand on the pillow, the other hand hugging the girl sleeping soundly in his arms. He saw the girl lying on her side towards him, one hand hooked over her lips, the other arm outstretched and curled around his chest. Ooh. Mixia's green eyelashes moved slightly. Her body shifted uncomfortably, and now Mixia's entire body was lying on top of Aizen's body. Her soft hair was falling in disarray on Aizen's shoulders. The sheet was slipping off a large area, revealing the girl's slender arms and the fair, fatty skin behind her. Isn't this leading to a crime? Aizen's throat moved, feeling a little dry. With a flip, he directly pressed Mixia underneath him again. "Senior brother, I'm physically exhausted, so I'm very sleepy." Mixia frowned uncomfortably. When he heard that, as if a bowl of cold water had been poured down, Aizen's head suddenly roused. He looked at Mixia's delicate and weary face. His heart was filled with self-recrimination and pity. Last night's rain was delicate and cloudy. Mixia was tossed around for quite a while at a young age, and now she was exhausted. Sorry, I was impulsive. If you're exhausted, go back to sleep. I'll go and prepare some breakfast for you." Mixia squinted her eyes and hummed. After gently pulling the bed sheet and covering Mixia, Aizen smiled softly at her lazy appearance. He then walked out of the room to prepare breakfast for her. From this day on, Mixia's wife. When he thought of the fact that Mixia had just turned 18, which was actually a few days away, Aizen felt that he was still too rough last night. Besides, he hadn't even formally proposed marriage to Mr. Isaac yet. It was always a bit guilty to roll over with his daughter like that secretly. Although Isaac was definitely happy to give them a blessing, Aizen still had to follow the proper etiquette. This way. In 2 years, when Mixia graduated from the Superpowers Academy, he would go to propose to Mr. Isaac and marry Mixia. At that time, Mixia's age would be perfect, and the two could be officially married. Chapter 96. After officially breaking through the last boundary between men and women, Aizen and Mixia's feelings rapidly changed. They were getting tired of being together every moment. As someone said, the emotions between a man and a woman were always covered up initially. Still, once they take off all their clothes and get into the same bed, there were no more secrets between them. Life was sublimated by banging. That couldn't be entirely true, but for a hot unfulfilled love like Aizen and Mixia, who were straight into bed, it was indeed worth for them to get bored for a long time. After all, this kind of leapfrogging back to the past was always necessary to fill the gap in between, but it was good that Mixia had a month's vacation, and Aizen had plenty of time to get on the train first before filling the ticket. Their relationship was on a straight upward trend. During the daytime, they would fight together and grow their skill. Aizen's martial arts skill was far superior to Mixia's, who considered to have very good superpowers. Every time she exerted her full strength, the fluorescent green light lit up. There would be a feeling of the world discoloration. And once it was nighttime, the two of them would sleep on the same pillow, recounting their hearts and communicating deeply. After that, some delightful things were naturally inevitable. They were both young men and women. After the first taste of the forbidden fruit, they naturally couldn't stop. Almost every night, they would play the harmonious music of the miracle of life. The clueless Mixia had managed to unlock different positions as a result. Of course, Mixia was still young and didn't want to conceive the next generation. That was why they would actively avoid their cycles when it came to harmony. During this period, Aizen would prepare nutritious meals every day so that Mixia could refresh and recuperate her body. He gradually tended to shift towards being a chef and family man. "Mixia, do you still have that crystal ball you picked up before?" Mixia was lying down on the sofa in the hotel room with her upper body naked and lazy face, while Aizen used his flexible fingering to press on her body, and the crackling was sounded. This was the sound of orthopedic. Mixia let out a soothing whisper. "It's in my bag." "Why is senior brother asking this?" Mixia laid on the couch with half-lidded eyes. Her naked waist was so slender it seemed boneless. Yang said, "Bring it to me." Mixia rolled over and pulled the sheet over herself. She then rummaged through the pile of clothes and pulled out her bag, from which she took out an orange-red crystal ball. Inside the crystal ball was 6 round of 5-pointed stars neatly arranged. It was one that Mixia had found when she was a child near a stream in the primitive mountains. "Brother, what exactly is this crystal ball?" Handing over the dragon balls to Yang's hands, Mixia smoothly wrapped her hands around Yang's neck and asked in a petulant manner. This dragon ball had accompanied Mixia for many years. However, she had never understood what this was. In the past, Yang had told her that it was essential, so she often carried it with her from time to time. This thing is called a dragon ball, and there were 7 of them. According to the number of stars inside it, it is divided into 1-star dragon ball to 7-star dragon ball. The one you are holding has 6 stars in it, so it is a 6-star dragon ball. The dragon ball is a divine object made by the kami of the lookout. It is said that if you find all 7, you can summon Shinran, and Shinran can grant any of the summoner's wishes. This thing is actually so magical. Mixia's turquoise eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. She didn't doubt Yang's words. After all, her senior brother was practicing in the lookout, knowing these hidden secrets were perfectly normal. Just by summoning Shinran, could it really fulfill any of the summoner's wishes? Somewhat it was promising. Yang smiled. That's how the last person who collected the 7 Dragon Balls made a wish to Shinran and became king. Mixia said, "The person you're talking about wouldn't be the founder of Central City, right?" Yang said, "It's very likely. Central City was founded over 50 years ago. Somewhat, it roughly coincided with the time when the Dragon Balls flew apart. Hence, the creator of Central City was likely the one who collected all 7 Dragon Balls." "Nah, brother, shall we try to collect it too?" Mixia stuck to Yang's ear, her voice somewhat freckled. "It's not as simple as you think. After the Dragon Balls are wished for, they will be scattered all over the world. Trying to recollect them is like trying to find a needle in a haystack. That's why I want to use this 6-star Dragon Ball of yours as a reference to see if I can have someone create a radar to find the Dragon Balls." In the past, when his strength was still weak, Yang's mind was focused on training. Right now, after the lookout's training, his strength reached the peak of an earthling, and he began to consider the Dragon Ball. Taking a trip to the Dragon Ball world, you have to collect the Dragon Balls, right? It's just that with Earth's current level of technology, he was afraid it was a bit difficult to create a Dragon Ball radar. "I'm sure with my senior brother's ability, it'll be possible." Mixia gave a thumbs up. She trusted Yang unconditionally. Feeling the profuse affection in Mixia's words, a hint of emotion surfaced on Yang's face. This little girl, not only was she pretty but also had such a sweet mouth. After putting the Dragon Balls aside, Yang removed Mixia's hand around his neck and pulled her into his arms. "Mixia, I just loosened your bones, and you enjoyed it. As promised, it's time for us to have a deeper physical fight." Mixia's eyes lit up, and she was not afraid. "Who is scared?" "Ha ha ha." Yang laughed and carried Mixia to the bed. He then began to communicate with life again, unlocking more poses. This was the moment when Yang, who almost changed his name to Mu Life's winner Yang, fell into the lover's lap again. While Yang and Mixia were having a great time, and everyone was envious of them. And things weren't so peaceful anymore in thousands of miles away. It has been a long time since the opening of the Demon Realm Gate that was observed Kami. Fortunately, those who came out the Demon Realm Gate were some small demons. However, they still caused a lot of trouble for the local villagers. As a group of martial arts practitioners passed by, these small demons were all killed, and even the Demon Realm Gate was closed by inserting a sword. However, no one knew that this opening the Demon Realm Gate was only the beginning. More than 2,000 kilometers away from the valley was vast pasture land located on a plateau. The entire pasture being a fractured belt formed by the uplift of 2 plates. At this time, a corner of the pasture near the mountain range. Whoopla, a sound like a crow's low cry, came from the bare mountain's depths. Immediately, a bad smell gradually filled the air. The herdsmen who were driving their yaks from afar looked up to the sky, wondering what was going on. Suddenly, the yaks began to run. And soon, the ground began to tremble as well. Click, click, click. A sudden earthquake shattered the calm of this highland region. Stones shifted with a screech. The ground trembled, and a few rocks rolled down from the dry, weathered summits of the mountains. Where they had fallen, sinuous cracks appeared. Dark smoke spread out from the mountain, from which an ancient gate was revealed. Click, click, the sound of the stone cracking. The gate had gone through countless years, and a slit appeared above it. The winding cracks grew more and more, the stone peeled off and finally opened a large hole in the door panel. Ha ha, the passage to Earth is finally broken. Buddy, come with me to the outside world. A winged demon stepped out of the hole in the demon realm gate. Subsequently, the demon named Buddy also followed him out of the gate. Chapter 97 Kanglu, I heard that the ruler of the region where this earth is located is a guy named Shula. After all these years, he hasn't even conquered this place yet. The demon named Buddy looked around, sensing the signs of human activity. Kanglu snorted coldly. His face visibly indecisive. Don't mention that Shula in front of me. He's such rubbish. He was a member of the demon realm, who was actually surrounded by earthlings in a slapdash place. He even appointed himself as a demon king. Demon race must be humiliated. Kanglu's words were filled with disdain for Shula. But it's better to be careful. I've heard that Earth is not a simple place. Buddy's eyes flickered, he was still a little worried. Kanglu grinned widely and patted Buddy's shoulder. Don't worry. Don't we still have Lord Garlic backing us up? That man has been coveting Earth for a long time. This time the gate is open, we need to inform him of this news. Lord Garlic will very be happy to hear it. Yes. When Lord Garlic finds out, he will definitely reward us heavily. Kanglu convinced Buddy, a greedy light flashed in his eyes. He then carefully examined the outside environment. There weren't any mighty creatures to be found, and the whole area was calm. The two of them flew with their wings flapping with a whoop, gradually heading towards the crowded area. The owner of the ranch lived not far away. The two demons, Kanglu and Buddy, appeared at the makeshift home where the shepherds were grazing. They brutally killed the shepherd's family and absorbed their flesh and blood. While enjoying the essence of Earth's life, Kanglu began to search for useful information about Earth. They soon learned that the Earth's technology was still in an era where it wasn't very advanced. The martial arts practitioners weren't as active as they had been in ancient times. Kanglu scornfully said, such a low-level planet. Just send any demons over, and they can trample this place down. Let's put that aside for now. We need to report the situation here quickly. If someone else takes the shortcut, we'll lose a lot. Buddy narrowed his eyes and urged on Kanglu. Kanglu nodded immediately, and the two of them returned to the Demon Realm Gate's location. Buddy, I'll keep watch here. You go and report this to Lord Garlic. Tell him this credit is only for the two of us. Kanglu guarded the gate. He did not forget to make it clear to his companion that no other demons would credit their work. Good. Don't let the other demons find this place either. Buddy nodded vigorously as they divided the work. The lookout. Strong demonic ki had been transmitted to this space. As the central point of managing the entire Earth, the lookout had the ability to censor all parts of the Earth. At this time, the kami was observing the lower realm. Suddenly his body shook, and his face became heavy. This is not good. This disturbing ki comes from the gate to the Dark Demon Realm that has been destroyed. Mr. Popo asked, how is it that the gate to the Dark Demon Realm still exists on Earth? Wasn't that sealed long ago? I don't know, but that disturbance ki is indeed from the Dark Demon Realm. The gate must be repaired as soon as possible. Unlike the previous Demon Realm gate, the gate that appeared now led to the real Demon Realm. This part belonged to the outer region of the Dark Demon Realm. Kami did not know the Dark Demon Realm's existence, so he called that outer region. This part was different from the Earth Demon Realm and the Greater Demon Realm. There were many strong demons in the Greater Demon Realm. The slightest mistake would lead to a great disaster. Earth was a magical place with several gates that connected to the outside world. The Earth Demon Realm was the closest to Earth. The Earth Demon Realm was attached to the Earth, where drought and hardship prevailed all year round. It was a place that many big demons in the Demon Realm despised. That was why some demon race that couldn't make it in the Greater Demon Realm chose to came to this bitterly cold land. Further inside the Earth Demon Realm, there was a narrow passage leading to the Greater Demon Realm. The environment there was relatively superior. The demons inside were stronger, as it belonged to the periphery of the Dark Demon Realm. Even if it was the nook and cranny, a random demon coming out of it was not something that Earth's power could handle. Generally speaking, the Demon Realm gates on Earth was connected to the Earth Demon Realm. Kami had basically eradicated the gate of the Greater Demon Realm over the generations. So, the one that suddenly appeared now was probably a fish out of the net. Mr. Popo, go and repair that gate immediately. Kami's face was solemn. His priority was to repair the Demon Realm gate first, then he said, also go and get Maayang and Sun going. The Greater Demon Realm is very complicated and can't be engaged easily. However, I think the Earth Demon Realm should be relatively simple there, so let them poke around a little bit through the Earth Demon Realm to find out what's going on there. While Mr. Popo was repairing the gate, Maayang and Sun Goen could enter the Earth Demon Realm to poke around the Greater Demon Realm situation along the way. They could learn about the situation and make preparations in advance. Because once the news of the damaged Demon Realm gate spread in the Greater Demon Realm, then the Earth would be in danger. Maayang is in the lower realm, so please bring him here. Kami was serious. Okay. Mr. Popo nodded. His two bronze eyes widening a bit, and then went to find both Maayang and Sun Goen. The small town in the south belongs to a newly built city. Because of its proximity toward the southern capital, it was well developed, and prosperity could already be seen in the streets. After a night of fighting, Mixia's entire body was almost dehydrated. Her dark green hair was sickly and spiritless. With a hiss, the fluorescent green light flashed a few times as if it had gone out. With no more response, Mixia's mental energy was drained. Senior brother, I'm thirsty. I need some water. Mixia languished on the bed, her mouth dry and a little overindulged. Maayang saw the situation and took out a senzu bean. He stuffed it into Mixia's mouth. The next moment Mixia was revitalized and looked at Maayang with a provocative look again. Patting her head speechlessly, Maayang pulled Mixia up and got dressed. Get up. I'll take you out for a walk today. By using the senzu beans as medicine for anything, Maayang's approach was also unique. If the Z-fighter of later generations knew that he was so wasteful, he would get a grudging look. But to be reasonable, the effect of senzu bean was indeed great. Even if it was for something in the room, the effect was immediate and very effective. On the street, the re-energized Mixia was holding Maayang's hand and chattering non-stop. Her lively nature was like a little child, completely devoid of the coldness she had when she was at the Superpower Academy. If the other younger students saw this scene, their jaws would have dropped in shock. Senior brother, what do you think of this dress? Mixia tried on a tight black jumpsuit. It suits you. Maayang's eyes brightened. Mixia's height wasn't short, but she wasn't too tall either. Her hair was long, and if she cut it a bit, she would be like a hell blizzard. However, Maayang always felt as if something was missing. Maayang touched his chin to look at Mixia's appearance. Needless to say, Mixia was the most beautiful girl he had ever seen, especially under the nourishment of love. She was more delicate and soft. At this time, he noticed a white tweed jacket on the hanger next to him, which looked very luxurious and furry. He draped it over Mixia's body. Her graceful figure suddenly gave off a quiet and elegant aura. This is even more perfect? Maayang took a few steps back and nodded in satisfaction. Mixia quirked an eyebrow and was very happy. Boss, I'll buy these clothes. Just as Maayang and Mixia were leisurely enjoying their time together, they saw a black dot flying in the sky. As it got closer, it was a brightly colored carpet. Huh? Maayang, who was shopping with Mixia, suddenly looked up to the sky. What's wrong? Mixia saw this and looked to the sky as well. Popo? Maayang looked in surprise as Mr. Popo came down from above the flying carpet. Maayang, please come with me to the lookout immediately. Mr. Popo said calmly. Is something wrong? Maayang asked in surprise. Mixia whispered in Maayang's ear, Senior brother, who is this person? Mr. Popo looked at Mixia without fluctuation on his face. I'm Popo, a servant of Kami. I came here to get Maayang on behalf of Kami. Mixia was startled. She remembered what Maayang had told her about the lookout. So he is Mr. Popo. He really is indescribably black, and from what my brother said, his heart is also crystal black. Chapter 98. Maayang was actually a little surprised at Mr. Popo's sudden visit. Normally, Mr. Popo and Kami always stayed at the lookout and wouldn't normally descend to the lower realms. What happened this time? Looking over at Mixia on the side, Maayang smiled and introduced her to Mr. Popo. Popo, this is Mixia, my fiancé. Mixia blushed uncontrollably at his introduction, but came forward to greet him. Hello, Mr. Popo. Hello, Mixia. Mr. Popo responded to her meticulously. Popo, why did you come to see me? Is there something going on at the lookout? Maayang got down to business. It's not the lookout, but one of the demon realm gates in the lower realm is broken. The situation is quite serious, so Kami sent me to find you and Sun Goen to come over. With that, Mr. Popo briefly introduced the situation and told the demon realm gate's history in the lower realm. After hearing Mr. Popo's introduction, Maayang was startled. The demon realm gate was no small matter, it might be a disaster for the entire Earth. It only made him feel strange. At this time in the original story, there shouldn't have been any major disasters. Perhaps this disaster wasn't obvious, or it was successfully dealt with by Mr. Popo and Kami. Maayang's thoughts flew up. Soon, he realized that he seemed to be thinking a little too much. Senior brother, are you going back now? Mixia listened to the whole thing, so of course, she knew that Maayang would go back. Therefore, she bit her lip and was a little reluctant. Maayang sighed. He didn't want his honeymoon with Mixia to be interrupted like this. It shouldn't be a problem if he said this was a honeymoon. However, the situation forced him to take part in this big event. I'm sorry, but it looks like I can't keep you company. He apologized. If you go to the demon realm, I'll go with you. Mixia's eyes gazed at Miang. They were a husband and wife now. Don't be ridiculous. Miang glared at her. He also knew that Mixia was worried about him, so he said kindly, the situation of this trip to the demon realm is unknown. That's why I won't let you take any risks, no matter what. Feel free to wait for me in the academy. But Mixia bit her lower lip.